You make billions by selling electronic waste. But instead of envying you, the buyers ask you to raise the price. Even the national headlines put your poster on the homepage of the top 10 young philanthropists. And you were originally just a bankrupt boss with a debt of 5 million. But on the way to being chased for debt, you unexpectedly awakened the super factory system. I thought I could reach the pinnacle of life. But I didn't expect the newbie package given by the system to have a starting capital of 300 million. Just at this moment, an idea suddenly came to your mind. Since you can't afford high-end things, why not create something low-end? When you saw the delete icon in the system interface, you came up with a good idea, which is to delete the configuration. Just do it. You are now cutting on the most important processor. The original processor is Snapdragon 8 Gen 1. This is too high-end. I can't afford it. Just replace it with a cheaper one. You checked the supplier's catalog and found that there is stock of the low-end Xiaolong 660. This is a terminal model from 4 years ago, but even a single piece costs around 100 or so, which is still too expensive. Switching to a lower-end MediaTek chip can reduce the cost by more than half. And the screen resolution is 2960 x 1848. The cost of this screen with a 120Hz high refresh rate is nearly 2,000 yuan, so it must be replaced. Arrange in order of price. I was immediately attracted to an outdated 720p low refresh rate large screen. The key is that the price is only 40 yuan. It is a clearance sale item. It may be considered a trash panel for others, but the main point is that it is cheap, so choose this one. 4-channel stereo speakers? Why bother with such a good thing? Cheap knockoff machines. Big speakers can still be used. 16 GB memory. 512 GB storage. Too much. Cut directly in half. The combination of 3 GB and 32 GB costs only 20 yuan. Other features such as a 12 million pixel HD wide-angle camera and a 5G communication module alloy shell, all cut off. Isn't this new tablet computer already formed? As for the shell, we can only purchase shells of similar sizes because we cannot afford the mold opening fee, so we can only look for other people's overstocked inventory. Through screening, I also found a backlog of shells for a tablet computer from a major factory 5 years ago. With a metal wire drawing process, the supplier priced each shell at 20 yuan. After these materials are selected, the super factory system is automatically improved so that it can still be used as a normal tablet computer even after downgrading. After calculation, the cost price of this modified Samsung S8 tablet computer is an epic 96 yuan. It's really hard to imagine, but this is not the limit. Once the selling price exceeds 3 digits, it is far less appealing than 99 yuan. 99 yuan belongs to the 10 yuan level, and 100 is the price range for tablets. With the postage and the vendor's rebate, the cost of 96 yuan is still too high. No profit. Does not meet the requirements of the system. Need to be deleted. But after looking around, there is nothing more to cut in terms of skills, so we can only negotiate the price with the supplier. Hello, Mr. Lee, do you still have the batch of 720p screens? The quantity is limited. Then I'll take all of them. Give me a discount for the package. Manager Zhao. I would like to order a batch of small-sized storage cards. Cheaper. I need at least 5,000 sets. Later, you made a phone call and successfully lowered the cost price of the tablet to 83 yuan, including tax and labor packaging. If the retail price is 99 yuan, after deducting the loss, each unit can make more than 10 yuan. With a current payment of 500,000 yuan, various raw materials can be directly purchased, and a total of 6,000 sets of modified tablet computers can be produced. As long as they can be sold quickly and exchanged for points within the system, it is possible to quickly recover funds, forming a positive cycle. Therefore, on the day the supplier delivers the goods, you also hand over the drawings to the workshop and have the workers start assembling this new tablet. This tablet needs to have a catchy name and logo for packaging printing. Then let's call it by DZ1 tablet. The Z means the cheapest. For packaging patterns, the system automatically generates one randomly. If you think it looks good, use this one. Then you sent the packaging design to the printing factory to have them print the packaging. Anyway, it only took 1 day from the project approval to the start of production for this White Emperor Z1 tablet, which can be called a miracle in history. After the first batch of packaging boxes arrived in the afternoon, it was time for the assembly process. It must be said that the production line of this small factory is very outdated, but there are also advantages to being backward. The automated production lines of large companies are highly specialized and can generally only produce specific appliances and models. However, this backward production line, which was produced around 2000, can basically assemble and produce appliances of all kinds. The downside is that it is slower, which tests the production skills and sense of responsibility of the employees. Many steps require workers to weld and screw. If workers make a slight mistake, the defect rate of this cheap tablet will skyrocket. Thanks to the BYD electric factory, all the elderly workers there are grateful, and what they lack the least is experience and a sense of responsibility. So this batch of Z1 tablets was produced one after another after the parts were in place. With a daily production of over 1,000 units and a very high pass rate, you finally got the finished Z1 tablet. It's heavy and substantial. Because this shell is a legacy inventory and the metal craftsmanship is a bit outdated, it is impossible to reduce the weight for now. The normal tablet functions are all available. Can watch 720p videos, listen to music, and play small games like connect the dots with ease. Because this blueprint is the original version, it is a high-end tablet worth $8,999. So even though the configuration has been greatly reduced after modification, but with system optimization and enhancement, this Z1 tablet also inherits the workmanship and quality of the Samsung S8 high-end tablet. It is very smooth in normal operation, which is far superior to various low-end miscellaneous brand tablets. After the product is made, the key selling phase comes next. Before you contact the sales channel, the channel manager refused sarcastically when he saw the configuration of the tablet. This is inventory from several years ago and it is already outdated. You can try selling it on the second-hand market. We only sell new products here, which might make you feel dissatisfied. The accessories for this product have an old model number, but they are all new products. Not everyone sits in Starbucks with an Apple computer. There are also many people who need this kind of low-end tablet. Since the channels do not provide sales, the only option is to open up the retail end. You should immediately open a Taobao store and merge it with the CC store, because the lack of funds to buy traffic has resulted in no one being interested in the product. You can only open a shaking store to do live streaming sales, which is also the most innovative way of promotion. In the afternoon, you will conduct live streaming sales in your own factory, and the 99 yuan tablet will be delivered to your home for free. Genuine manufacturers with 1-year warranty. Limited quantity. Buy now. You don't need any tricks to sell your products. Just highlight the biggest selling point: affordability. In the frame of your live broadcast, there is a white Emperor Z1 tablet playing a video, but the newly opened live room has almost no viewers. Moreover, consumers scoff at tablets priced at 99 yuan, as they are afraid of being deceived by unscrupulous merchants. Therefore, when they see such unbelievably cheap tablets that exceed their understanding, they treat them as scams. However, there are always exceptions. At this moment, in a mountain in the far northwest, there is a village called Shirley Village. In the village, there is a female villager named Jin Xiao who happened to see Zhou Yang's live broadcast. Shirley Village is located in a remote and secluded area, with rugged mountain roads for access. The residents here have low income. Most of them are poor households, with an average monthly income even lower than 1,000 yuan. Jin Xiao is a native resident of Shirley Village and married her husband from the same village after growing up. Now his parents have lost their ability to work, and the pillar of the family, her husband, also passed away in an accident 2 years ago. Li Xia is raising a 9-year-old daughter alone, while also supporting 2 elderly parents. She can only earn a meager income by farming and raising chickens and ducks. At this time, it was noon. Jin Xiao finished his farm work and walked back. He was very thirsty and had to go to the village chief's house to ask for a bowl of water to drink. Just then, Jin Xiao saw the village chief's wife watching a live stream. Jin Xiao's daughter, Xiao Ye, is in the 3rd grade of primary school. Due to the mask situation, she often has to take online classes at home. However, Jin Xiao couldn't afford an expensive tablet. His daughter, Xiao Ye, had to walk several miles every day to borrow a classmate's tablet to attend classes. My daughter has expressed her envy many times, saying that she wants her own tablet. Lilia doesn't want to sit on a small stool while her classmates are answering questions in front of the tablet with their teachers. Unfortunately, there are very few tablets under 1,000 yuan in these live streaming rooms, and they often cost 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per unit, which is beyond our purchasing power. When the village chief's wife was lamenting her misfortune, she came across another live streamer promoting a new product, the BYD Z1 tablet, with free shipping and only 99 yuan to bring home. Can you really buy a tablet for 99 yuan? Jin Xiaoqiao asked incredulously. The village chief's wife also didn't have much online shopping experience and agreed. It should be cheaper to buy domestic products. Jin Xiao said excitedly. Can you help me buy this tablet? I'll give you the money later. I sold some eggs yesterday and finally saved up 100 yuan. Sure, I'll help you buy it. The village chief's wife clicked on the yellow bike and placed an order. You received an exciting message during the live broadcast. Your White Emperor Z1 tablet has finally made a sale. This is a breakthrough from 0 to 1. It is said that the beginning is always the hardest, but once you have a good start, the rest becomes easier. You can ship today and support a 7-day no-reason return and exchange policy. You said something to the consumer, but they didn't respond. They probably don't take the 99 yuan tablet seriously and just bought it for fun. Then, you pack a brand new tablet. Notify the courier to pick up the goods when you get off work in the evening. You sold more than 10 orders this afternoon, which is considered good. So you live streamed more energetically, but you couldn't shout much in the evening. So you edited a video of selling products and posted it on your account. When you wake up early the next day, you open the Douyin store backstage and find that more than 7,300 Z1 tablets have been sold. This sales volume is absolutely amazing. At the same time, in a high-end residential area in Shenzhen, the well-known anchor Jiega is live streaming. Jiega has a program where he unpacks various electronic products on the market. Last time, he unpacked a foldable screen phone that was sold for 998 yuan. As a result, the screen cracked several times when he unfolded it. No wonder they included a tube of 502 blue in the package. So that's where it's used. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter on the spot. The unboxing effect was very good last time. And this time Jiego wants to do another unboxing. He took out his phone and searched for products with a program effect on the shopping app. Without any surprises, your tablet must have been selected. A 99 yuan tablet with a genuine guarantee, and a tenfold compensation for fakes. Brother Jia is very happy. After seeing that it is a local manufacturer in Shenzhen, he decisively placed an order and called a local express delivery to pick it up. Inside the Baidi Electronics processing plant, you received the order notification sound on your phone. How did the store on Pinduoduo sell one order, and the other party requested to pick up the goods in person? You agreed and provided the address of the factory. Soon, a local delivery guy came and took away the tablet. An hour later, Jia received the package. Family members, the 99 yuan tablet has arrived. Let's unbox it together. When Jiegu opened the box, he saw the true appearance of the Z1 tablet. The bright silver metal wire drawing shell, with a delicate camera position, unexpectedly has a good texture, but the weight is really astonishing. It feels like holding two ordinary tablets. Oh, this tablet is quite something. After testing every aspect of this tablet for an hour, the pros and cons are obvious. It's just cheap. It's suitable for light users with low demands, but it has many drawbacks. The screen is not good. It can't handle multitasking or run large software and games. The sound quality is terrible, and the battery life is disappointing. It has only been used for a little over an hour, and the battery is already drained. Coupled with the weight of this brick, it's basically goodbye to portability. And the charging interface is also very retro. It cannot be used with other cables. Jiegu made a fair evaluation. I think this tablet is only suitable for a special group of people and trash lovers. If used lightly, this tablet is a great value. Even if it is placed on the desktop as a clock, it is not bad. If you have more needs, forget it. This tablet will make you doubt life. However, on the other side of the land of China, 2 days later, the postal express delivery guy walked 10 miles on a mountain road and delivered the package to Shirley Village. Because during the mask period, online classes are needed, and a poor household, Jin Xiao, bought a Baidi Z1 for her daughter. Village chief Zhang Fugui came to Jin Xiao's house. He is now also the local agent for China Mobile. Whether it's recharging phone bills or installing broadband, he takes care of it. Village chief Zhang Fugui pulled a network cable from the power line and connected it to his home, then connected it to a modem, and even included a phone card as a bonus, making phone calls very cheap. Nowadays, cats come with built-in wireless router functionality, so you can go online just by turning it on, without having to buy anything separately. With this, the Jinxiao family now has the necessary conditions for going online. And next, we need to verify the online course function of the Z1 tablet. Can you access the internet? Village chief Zhang Fugui asked. Xiaoya opened Douyin and watched a few videos. Everything is working fine. She just needs to apply for a DingTalk account, so she can attend online classes. Zhang Fugui thought the tablet looked pretty good, but when he heard it was only 99 yuan, he was shocked. Zhang Fugui picked up the Baidi tablet and couldn't put it down. This computer has many flaws in the eyes of the anchor, but it is a perfect match in the countryside. So after Zhang Fugui left, he posted information about the Baidi Z1 tablet in his circle of friends. Village chief Zhang Fugui is warm-hearted and has a good reputation, so almost all residents in nearby villages with mobile phones have added him on WeChat. At least hundreds of people have seen his moments, recommended by the wealthy village chief, so it's definitely worth promoting. This is causing the sales of the White Emperor Z1 to skyrocket. When you, who are far away in Shenzhen, are busy packaging, suddenly see the backstage prompt of the online shopping platform, you are surprised that your product is sold out. You have set a stock of 1,000 units on every online platform, but the 1,000 units on Pinduoduo platform have already been sold out. Now, the total sales have exceeded 3,000 units. This is only 5 days. and judging from the sales momentum, it is estimated that it may be sold out in the next 2 days. You adjust the remaining inventory, focus on the sales platforms, and put more on Pinduoduo and Douyin platforms, trying to sell out as soon as possible. At this time, Uncle Song, the workshop director, came to you and said that there is no raw material for tablet computers in the workshop. Should we bring in another batch of goods? After all, now we can sell at least 1,000 units a day. You think what Song said is right. According to the current sales trend, it will soon be sold out. We need to produce another batch on a large scale. Conservatively estimating, we can make at least tens of thousands of Z1 tablets to meet the initial market demand. So you start calling those suppliers again. You know, those inventory parts you need. They've been sitting there for years. They're just waiting for you to buy them. Even if one store sells out, as long as other competitors have the same product, it's fine. But the casing might be hard to find. Last time, you bought up all the inventory. But it doesn't matter. You found the original manufacturer and can customize a batch from them because they still have the molds. It even saves a lot of design and mold fees compared to customizing the shell. Although the cost is slightly higher than the previous stock shell, you decide to order 50,000 at once, so the cost only increases by a few dollars, which is acceptable. Even if the shell price increases, you don't plan to raise the price. After all, this Z1 tablet is considered a welfare product, benefiting the general public. It's okay to earn a little less and focus on building reputation. We can make more money later. Moreover, there are advantages to producing new shells, such as more color options. Now we have pink gold, silver, and traditional black and white. There are a total of 5 color options, with 10,000 units for each color. This will also enrich the appearance of the product. So the raw materials are ready, and you used the funds from selling goods to pay for the materials. This time, you ordered 50,000 sets of production parts. With the recruitment and expansion, you can produce thousands of tablets in a day. It will take about 10 days to complete all the production needs, and it is estimated that it can keep up with the sales speed. As the first batch of Z1 tablets sold out, there was a short-term shortage across the entire network. However, you have already launched pre-sales in the store. The first batch of tablets will be sent out gradually in about 3 days. Pre-sale orders will also be shipped out within half a month. This temporarily solves the customer's needs. Please check the rating of the Super Factory system. The current positive rating of the White Emperor Z1 tablet is 98.9, based on sales volume and revenue, currently earning 5 points. It accumulates a bit slowly, so you are checking which new blueprints can be exchanged now. As a result, you find 5 points, which can only be exchanged for blueprints of outdated electronic products from a few years ago, which are useless. If you want to exchange for something useful, you need at least double-digit points. However, the system also provides a lottery system, which consists of 3 levels of lottery, 5 points for 1 common drawing, 50 points for 1 rare drawing, and 500 points for 1 gold drawing. These drawings are given randomly. Of course, the higher the level of the drawings, the lower the chance of winning, but 5 points of low-level drawings or 100 must win. Zhou Yang then asked the system, what was the probability of something good coming out of these ordinary drawings? The system replied, not a lot. It's generally just obsolete drawings from several years ago, like Xiaomi 6 cell phones, Sony film cameras, etc. Zhou Yang feels his head a row of black lines. This is not eliminated drawings. Should be called antique drawings. Film cameras have come out. Did not get a hand-cranked phone drawings has been to give face. Then don't spend those points frivolously. Wait until all the new Z1 tablets are sold and the accumulated points are exchanged for a working new drawing and forget about it. Just during the intense production period of the new tablet, the online discussion of the Whitey Z1 tablet, gradually hot. After the famous Anchor Jia unboxing, 99 yuan cottage tablet related flirtation video filled the network. After all, even the used market has rarely seen a $99 tablet, let alone a brand new one. Netizens arbitrarily believe that this is a cottage tablet, using a lot of defective parts. A number of users followed the trend and bought the Z1 tablet for testing and found more performance shortcomings. For example, it can't run some of the popular Android side games, and the tablet starts to lag when some software is open too much. So basically you can only do things in a single thread. That is, you can only open one program at a time to make it work. The other thing is that the camera is blurry. The photos taken are comparable to a mosaic. The effect is compared, and some of the first generation of smartphones are about the same, only to say that the photos can be seen as a person. A zoom in is all jagged. The other thing is that there is no memory card expansion slot or 5G module, no expandability whatsoever. If the new device is not compatible, it won't work, and the transmission distance is limited, and the signal connection is still unstable. The charging port is anti-human mini USB. At least 10 years ago the charging transfer interface not only transferred data slowly, charging speed is also slow, and mainstream incompatible, inferred that this is an electronic junk assembled with old parts. That's right. A user looked up the individual accessory models for the Z1 tablet and found that they were all popular enough to be correct a few years ago. So after this, the Whitey Z1 tablet is equated with e-waste. This tablet, I take up too much space for nothing. Indeed, you can only watch a low-definition movie, I guess. 4K video is hard enough. You're dreaming upstairs. How can you watch 4K on this screen when it's only 720p? This flatbed was bought only to press bubbles. Don't be an awkward hacker. Pressure bubbles or Kindle are the most flavorful. This tablet is not as good as a Kindle. In short, netizens are looking at the Z1 tablet with cynicism and all sorts of banter in the comment sections of various software. Then someone dug out the manufacturer by D Electrical Appliances. Listen to this name. Many netizens thought they heard wrong. Why a cottage factory? There will be such a domineering name? Is this? Take the most draggy name, make the most garbage products? There's no comparison between some white emperors that are airborne fighters and some white emperors that make junk. A factory name alone has become the target of netizens' banter again. Well, let's see how many units of product this Whitey sells, and see how many big grievances there are. Now netizens affectionately refer to those who have purchased the Whitey Z1 tablet as the wrong kind. There's Whitey's store on Concubine Yuki. Something, sold 2,000 plus in a couple days? Netizens are shocked and don't understand why a crap tablet sells so well. There's a store in the Shake Shop, and there's almost 1,000 units here. 2. There's also a store in Peach Treasure. 1,000 plus sales. Soon the netizens found out that something was wrong. Several online shopping platforms have the online stores of D Electrical Appliances, which are all established recently, and the sales volume adds up to almost 5,000 units or so, which is unbelievable. That is to say, just within a few days of the White Emperor building number, Z1 tablets sold out more than 5,000 units. Multi-platform stores all sold out. This sales have belonged to the ranks of the best-selling tablet. If you count the sales by day, maybe iPad can't even do it. No way. Are all these people buying Z1 tablets reviewing them, or are they just trying to be cheap? They should all have bad reviews. However, netizens are once again dumbfounded after checking the reviews, as the positive reviews are all above 98, and the Shake Shop is even more exaggerated, with 100 positive reviews, which is unscientific. With this crap setup, there are still positive reviews? Is this really what the people of Earth buy? However, netizens quickly found the clues. Commodity reviews. There are 1 or 200 are default positive feedback. There are typed positive feedback, but also good, very good, flat, really cheap, and so on words. It does not seem to be a regular shopper left. And other words, at a glance is not a regular shopper left behind. On the contrary, the number of words and also the pictures are a couple of bad reviews that are very striking. These bad reviews look like they are from netizens who followed the trend of purchasing, criticizing the bad sound quality, bad picture quality, but also saying that the battery life is short, or you can't beat the original God, Peaceful Elite, and so on, but they are a very small fraction, and the total number of comments adds up to a very small fraction. Now everyone understands that the remaining customers must have just received the tablet and haven't had a chance to review it yet, so they can wait a little longer, and when they recognize the crapness of the tablet, it might turn out to be a flood of bad reviews. People quickly dug up the qualifications of the White Emperor Electrical Processing Factory again and found that it was a small electrical factory, and it seemed to be currently millions in debt and on the verge of closure. Now the netizens think they have found the truth. Only such trashy companies who want to make a buck before they go out of business would make such a trashy $99 tablet that simply insults the market. Some people in the posting bar, microblogging and other forums scolded the joy, and later proved to be mostly second-hand digital merchants. Since the White Emperor Tablet Z1 came out, their low-end second-hand tablets under 400 yuan cannot be sold, because those second-hand is not yet as good as the performance of the Z1 tablets, and there is no warranty policy, so naturally, it does not sell. Bad for other people's business. These second-hand merchants began to black and White Emperor flat, electronic waste, industrial shame and other words endless. In short, what is difficult to hear what to say? I don't want it for nothing. This is the black Z1 tablet's classic words. Not to mention, really fooled a group of people who do not know why. We will be Z1 tablet categorized as garbage. A time to the number 99 fried into the network famous terrier. For example, describing a particular electronic product as poor quality, or defective, and suggesting that it sells for $99 is where it comes from. Because of more netizens play terrier, White Emperor Electrical Factory actually followed a small fire on the internet. But this fire, is a negative fire. Chapter 8 Funky Products. However, what many people don't understand is that black and red is also a kind of red, because for the next 2 days, the White Emperor factory was busy with parts arriving to catch production, and Joe Young simply didn't have the time to pay attention to the negative news on the internet. Currently, the online store of Bitey Electric is in a state of total out of stock, and many digital enthusiasts who want to experience the Z1 tablet, and digital bloggers who are dabbling with the traffic, have found that they can't get the goods anywhere. The store is only open for pre-orders at the moment and it will be several days before they ship. However, for bloggers, time is money, and waiting a few days for the Z1 tablet to be available again to review, the yellow flowers will be cold. So a digital dismantling blogger named Lei Shuhang had to go on a second-hand website to get a trade-in in order to get his hands on a Z1 tablet a few days earlier. However, Z1 tablet, because there are crushed other 400 yuan below the brilliant record of second-hand tablet, coupled with these days the special tide of fresh purchases, resulting in a second-hand Z1 tablet a plate is difficult to find, and even priced at 99 yuan tablet, actually appeared upside down phenomenon. The second-hand tablet is actually sold for 199 yuan. Simply outrageous. Electronic products old more expensive than new, which is also extremely rare phenomenon. Lei Shuhang also helpless. More money than not to buy better. So bite the bullet and spend 199 yuan. Bought a second-hand Z1 flatbed. The arrival of the goods. He also mocked himself as a wave of blood loss. He then proceeded to record the disassembly video. Folks, I'm here today to dismantle the recent online buzz about the Whitey Z1 tablet PC, and I paid a hefty $199 to acquire this board. Lei Shuhang began to dismantle the casing, and found that it was a commonly used screwless design, and that it was necessary to use a cardboard shell, alcohol, and a hot air gun to slowly remove the sealing glue. While dismantling, he also introduced, everyone says this tablet is a decade-old obsolete model. We will soon be able to see its true colors. Lei Shuhang originally had a relaxed expression, and when he unwrapped it, not surprisingly, the first thing he saw was the battery, which was shrunken by a circle compared to other flat panels. 2000 mAh battery, or third-line brand, belongs to the lower end of the product we go to buy. It is a few dozen dollars. Very cheap battery. No wonder everyone has feedback that this flat panel range is short. This processor is really MediaTek's outdated products from years ago. I don't know where to get the stock goods. As for whether it is a second-hand parts, I see the appearance is not too much, and there is no need, because as far as this kind of obsolete goods are concerned, brand new stock parts, it won't be much more expensive than the second-hand parts. The charging port that has been criticized by everyone. Look at the vintage wiring, must have used stock parts, but the workmanship is solid. After all, it's more than a decade old. Lei Shuhang was gushing out an introduction to the camera. However, right after removing some wires and adhesive strips, he suddenly paused as he saw the extremely complex and precise circuitry of this motherboard. This flat panel design is very clever. The use of technology, definitely not a few years ago, but with the latest design concepts, I've seen a similar, strange in the dismantling of the Samsung flat panel, this line design program, indicating that this Z1 flat panel is definitely not a few years ago stock goods, but redesigned circuitry, but just purchased some stock parts, and made out of the ultimate cheap tablet. Lei Shuhang then sked. The more he delved into the internal structure of this Z1 tablet, the more he felt that it was not simple. Awesome. The design here is very subtle, and despite being a cheap tablet, the workmanship is solid, with no signs of perfidy to be seen at all. From contempt to change, Lei Shuhang's impression of the Z1 tablet, in 10 minutes, has undergone a sea change, because of the streamlined and condensed circuitry. This solid workmanship, how to look at it is not like a cottage tablet, because cottage tablets are usually 3 products. There is no warranty. How long you can use it all depends on God's will. However, this Z1 tablet is different. Solid and regular workmanship, solder joints, materials, looking at people comfortable. Have a say. This Z1 tablet, although the price is cheap, but this workmanship is absolutely no problem. I dare say, on this tablet, with a 3 or 4 years are no problem. Lei Shuhang, as a professional electronic dismantling blogger, has dismantled a variety of large brands of digital products. He can responsibly say that many well-known brands of tablet computers are not as good as the Z1 tablet workmanship. Low performance is a fact, but the workmanship represents the product life and user experience. Even if a tablet PC performance is good, but the workmanship is sparse, 3 days out of trouble, often have to repair, then the user experience will not be good. That's an extremely high score. Sure, the performance score is worse, but flawed. Lei Shuhang then said that if he has friends and relatives who need a tablet for light use, he would recommend the White Emperor Z1 tablet. After all, 99 yuan, eating dust is not painful, then those 1 or 2,000, or even 3 or 4,000 tablets, use a few times to throw aside, can be too much to save. This evaluation is nearing the end. Lei Shuhang suddenly had a whim. He wanted to see how much the cost of this Z1 tablet was. He then contacted some suppliers and relations to purchase the price of the same accessories. The results of his calculations shocked to find that if he were to make a Z1 the same configuration of the tablet computer, the cost is even more than 300 yuan, 3 times more expensive than the White Emperor Z1 selling price. Of course, the wholesale price of the manufacturer's pickup is definitely different from the retail pickup price of Lei Shuhang, but it won't be that much different. White Emperor Electrical Factory. It wouldn't be a loss-making endeavor, would it? Lei Shuhang couldn't help but come to this conclusion. I predict the Whitey Z1 tablet. The cost price is probably 99. They don't make any money selling this, just to make a name for themselves. Lei Shuhang made his speculations in the video, and after editing, he posted this disassembly video. Relying on Lei Shuhang's popularity, and the hotness of the Z1 tablet, the number of hits on this video soon went up. Netizens look, this electronic garbage, how there are still people wash, actually said Z1 tablet well made, or lose money, simply laugh. Then began a new round of ridicule. Even with Lei Shuhang have people sprayed. I have to say that the hostility of internet users is very high these days, and when they don't like what they see, they badmouth them. However, at the moment in the homes of many rural residents, they are envious as they watch their neighbors buy back the Paktai Z1 tablet, which is playing opera or movies at maximum volume, or video chatting. Even if a family is struggling, you can basically afford to shell out $99. It's a great deal to get a snazzy tablet back for the cost of a bag of rice. That's right. By the majority of netizens scoffed at the Z1 tablet in the rural market, but the ultimate cost-effective good products. The performance is also completely enough for them to use. These mountain village residents are rarely in contact with electronic products, will not be able to use the tablet computer to open a large-scale software, play a high-configuration games, so the Z1 tablet configuration is absolutely enough, and they have not been in contact with the tablet computer. Not too much understanding of the electrical appliances in rural areas. The word computer is particularly high-end, so they are defined as fashionable electrical products. For rural people who don't know much about electrical products, the word computer is particularly high-end, so it is defined as a fashionable electrical product by them. Pretty good deal for a snazzy gadget this cheap. Residents who have not purchased a Z1 tablet at the moment are particularly envious, so they also find a neighbor for a purchase link. But at the moment Z1 tablet all network are sold out. Can only first click on the pre-sale payment. The good thing is that the manufacturer promises to start shipping within 3 days one after another, and wait a few days will also arrive. So, in the pre-sale link, quickly sold out 25,000 units, which is only a few days of work. White Emperor Z1 tablet jumped to become the king of the tablet sales of various platforms, fell through everyone's glasses. Chapter 9, the trash tablet you can't even give away, must have swiped the sales. Some netizens came to an arbitrary conclusion and began to go to the major platforms and the business sector's web mailbox to report. There is a brand of hardcore fans is even more extreme. Feel that their favorite brand production of tablet PC is orthodox. Other brands are garbage. White Z1 is even more garbage in the fighter. Simply insulted the category of tablet PC. So there was a radical fan who got a Z1 tablet and just exploded and smashed the Z1 tablet and recorded it on video. In the video, he shows the Z1 tablet, then slams it on the ground, then stomps on it, then takes a hammer to it, and finally smashes the Z1 tablet into a pile of slag. See, that's the way to deal with electronic garbage. Comrades, don't buy garbage tablets. Whitey, the garbage factory, should have closed down earlier. Once the man finished filming, he uploaded it to his social media accounts. A video this watchable is especially good at triggering other people's emotions, and it instantly rushed to the top of the charts. Everyone came over to comment with the mood of watching, eager to see the official White Emperor come out to respond. Whether it is an angry dislike on the spot, or apologize and concede, they are eager to know the follow-up. With all the noise on the internet, of course a factory worker saw it and told Zhou Yang, but Zhou Yang has no time to pay attention to those people on the internet, because his second batch of Z1 flat panel parts have all arrived. He is in the workshop nervously supervised the production, just produced flat panel, after passing the test, immediately packaged and shipped, cannot be delayed for a moment, because of urging the shipment of the background prompts, has been fast to overwhelm him. He opened up pre-orders for the second batch of 50,000 Z1 tablets and they've all sold out. So now that the pre-order link is closed, the only thing to be concerned about is the production and shipping speed. Now the factory has been running at full capacity. and the workshop director sees that there are still so many orders. Even if they work overtime to produce thousands of units every day, it will still take a month to complete the production. And now the production speed has become a drag. Workshop director Song Dae then came to Zhou Yang, said that now the factory is too busy. Is not to find a group of temporary workers transition? The advantages of temporary workers are on call, cheap wages, and no additional expenses such as social security, and they are not hired after the production peak, which can save labor costs. But there is also a disadvantage that there is no production technology, not enough responsibility, and people are not working. Zhou Yang thought about it, saw the small factory on about 30 people, decided it was time to expand, so he let the company's office sister released a recruitment notice. Recruiting workers, but it is a formal worker, signed a formal labor contract, and 5 insurance and 1 gold. He has a requirement, though, and that is to only hire employees over the age of 35. That was what his old man had focused on when he handed over the White Emperor factory to him. Now many factories are employees to the age of 35, to find a variety of reasons to dismiss the name of optimization. Very unkind. Zhou Yang preferred the opposite, specifically to recruit employees over 35 years old, because he also knows these middle-aged and elderly people's sorrows. These adults have a family, have a home loan, car loan. Middle-aged unemployment is equivalent to the sky has fallen. Basically it is difficult to find the right job. Some graduate students, undergraduates, are forced to send up courier. Takeaway. Middle-aged employees know that work is hard to come by, so the general work attitude will be more serious than young people, but also conducive to the quality of the product. And his electronics factory does not have any physical work, and will not touch the middle-aged and old people's physical strength of the shortboard, which can be described as the best match. A win-win situation. That's why the Baidi Electric Factory, which specializes in hiring employees over 35 years old, has been well thought out. To recruit, you need money. White Emperor processing plant relies on the first batch of more than 5,000 units of Z1 flat panel sales, earned more than 50,000 yuan of net profit, but also just a few days. This money-making speed, enough for him to pay the wages of his employees. As long as he is given a month or two of time, he can also be paid off all the external debt. For those debtors, Zhou Yang used the sales results to give them a peace of mind, and promised that it will be within 2 months with interest, to pay all the money owed. Do not trust. He writes a note, when the time is perfectly possible to go to court. Seeing that Zhou Yang was so sincere, those suppliers also accepted it. They said that before they paid off their debts, as long as they had cash, they were still willing to supply. After all, only by letting Baidi processing factory make money, they could get their money back faster. So, Zhou Yang rely on Z1 tablet, successfully stabilized the situation. And he wants to earn more money as soon as possible, before the end of the month, but also to prepare out hundreds of thousands to pay wages, which is also a difficult task. Depends on the next Z1 tablet and new products to give or not to give. While Zhou Yang was busy with production in full swing, the famous anchor, Jie, was also broadcasting live. He last recorded a 99 yuan tablet unboxing video, did not admit that also fire, and now there are netizens say, now Z1 tablet price increase, used or sold 199. This flatbed and a price increase? The manufacturer is drifting a bit, isn't it? Jia is over there after the broadcast has not paid attention to the Z1 tablet. He feels a little magical. He then opened his phone to check and found it was still $99, but it was already showing as out of stock. You guys are fooling me. This tablet is just fun to buy and play with. No one really thinks it's good, right? Jia was still smiling in the live broadcast room, but he quickly changed his face, because he saw the monthly sales of the Z1 tablet. And the sales of the concubine Duo actually had tens of thousands of units. Fake, right? This tablet still swipes traffic? Jia was incredulous. Netizens then said, iron brush traffic. If this tablet can sell tens of thousands of units in more than a week, I live each Sean. Other netizens were just up in arms. Screenshots have been taken and fresh ingredients will be available when the time comes. Okay, don't say such flavorful things. Jia stopped the netizens to continue to comment. Anyway, he already has 3 high-grade tablet. Really do not see the Z1 tablet. Giveaway feels shabby. Put in the home to take up space. So he thought of an idea. That is, this Z1 tablet to give away, but also can mix a live outdoor topic. Wanting to do just that, Jay grabbed his selfie stick, grabbed his Z1 tablet and headed out the door. The fans on the air were curious and asked him, are you going to smash it? Jia then said it's a waste to smash it and pollute the environment. So let's just give it away to someone who needs it. But Jay lives in an upscale neighborhood, and when he saw the 2 kids in the neighborhood, he asked them if they wanted a flatbed. Both kids ended up shaking their heads. saying their mom wouldn't let them accept gifts from strangers, and running away. That little kid is pretty guarded. Jai found another young man dressed in a new fashion and asked him if he wanted a tablet for nothing. What cottage tablet? No, I only use Apple products. The youth then showed Jia his Apple Watch and AirPods. Noble Apple users, of course, could not look at the cheap Z1 tablet. The netizens who watched the live stream just laughed. Z1 is really trash. Can't even give it away. Jay was out of the neighborhood, wondering what to do with the flatbed, when he heard the sound of recycling appliances. Scrap cell phones, old cell phones that don't turn on. They can all be traded for stainless steel facepalms. An older man on a tricycle was yelling. Jai thought to himself, isn't this a coincidence? He then walked towards the older man. Grandpa, I have a flatbed here, do you want to take it? Collect. Of course. Can you turn it on? Moncler Outlet Store asked. It turns on and works fine. That could give you a medium-sized wash basin. The scrap buyer was generous enough to give Jia a medium-sized basin, which was enough to soak noodles. Well, this tablet is finally wasted. Other fans just laughed at him. If hanging idle fish can still sell a little more money. After all, the idle fish is now more people to acquire, but less people to sell. So it seems to be even more confirmation that this flat is an effect that has been built up by swiping. Because if the tablet are in the hands of users, the second-hand price will not be so high. A website sells tens of thousands of units, randomly thousands of people to put the tablet hanging salted fish. The second-hand price is definitely not to 199 yuan. There aren't a lot of Z1 tablets in circulation in the market to cause the odd one out, which suggests that it's likely a swipe and not that many Z1 tablets were sold. Jia felt that he, as the anchor, to drive the positive energy of society, this low-price tablet dumping by brushing, will interfere with the normal market. If this trend up, manufacturers are going to do low-end. Then who still do high-end? Who will also go to spend hundreds of millions and billions of dollars to develop new products? So this Whitey Z1 tablet is simply so sinful that Jai must take an exemplary role in doing a program that criticizes cottage electronics. Jia had a plan and spoke to the netizens on the spot and made an appointment that he would go back and prepare today and officially open the show in a couple of days. This plan, which was endorsed by many netizens, was decided to go ahead with it. And Whitey, a manufacturer that relies on dumping shitty products, could not be allowed to have any possibility of destroying the market. In the minds of netizens, Whitey Z1 tablet has become a product of 10 evils. While Jia was preparing for the program, everyone in Jin Xiao's house in the far northwestern village of 10 Mile was beaming with happiness. Chapter 10. Thanks to the Z1 tablet, Little Ma is smiling and in love with her new tablet. She has been using the Z1 tablet for several days now to take online classes and the results have been fantastic. The little girl is happy because she can sit in her own home. She's interacting with her teacher to her heart's content. Her enthusiasm for learning is increasing, and she doesn't have to feel inferior because of her family's circumstances. And this tablet can also bring joy to the two bedridden elderly. After Xiaoya's study, Jin Xiao will support the tablet on the bedside to play the two old people's favorite Peking opera, as well as Huang Mei opera. The two old men had been bedridden for several years and could only look at the ceiling every day. Now that they had a flat screen, a rare smile appeared on their wrinkled faces. The screen was a little small, and it wasn't very comfortable for their presbyopes to look at, but it had been so much better than life before. Jin Xiao took all this in her eyes. Her heart is very grateful. Thanks to the manufacturer of the White Emperor tablet, let her fulfill her daughter's dream, bring joy to the elderly. In addition to the White Emperor, there is no more tablets on the market that she can afford to buy. The tablet meant a lot to their family, and she was thinking of ways to pay it forward. Rural people are real. Other people have favors, of course, to repay, do not want to owe favors. When Jin Xiao went to find G Bigfoot, he brought it up. G Bigfoot then said, "That's a good one. Just send him a favorable review." Curious, Kim Chow asked, "What's a favorable review?" G Bigfoot said, "It's like when you buy something and the owner of this old store is good, so you leave a note at the door praising him, and later customers can see it." "Fine, then I'll give him a favorable review," Jin Xiao said. G Bigfoot then opened the purchase link and left a buyer's show at the bottom of Whitey Electric's Shake Shop. This is still going on as the second batch of Z1 tablets continue to ship. A lot of the first time to use the Z1 tablet computer on the countryside home feel that this tablet is really good. Can chat, can be online class, can play small games, but also can watch movies, read novels, what are not delayed. However, the price is only 99 yuan money. The people are very pure, and after purchasing a good item, they want to repay the manufacturer. So with the guidance of others, there are many people who leave positive reviews with pictures. Almost within a few days, the online store reviews for the Whitey Z1 tablet were growing at a rate of thousands per day, many of which were quality reviews with pictures. 3 days later, Jie, an anchor in a faraway deep town, officially opened a series of programs titled Shanghai Electrical Appliances Inventory, in which he wanted to reveal the Shanghai electrical appliances that are selling like hotcakes on the internet, lest consumers be victimized by the pitfalls. Cottage appliances. Don't look at him cheap, but don't buy poor quality, easy to break. Just a lot of them will also have safety hazards. You see, I have a few cases here. Are poor quality electrical appliances charging fire, triggering fires, and cell phone explosion combustion, will be blown up by the disaster of the people. So cottage appliances are quite harmful. We are here today to take stock of the market in the sale of Shanghai electrical appliances, so that everyone can avoid the pit, and prevent. Jay made his opening remarks on the air, and the netizens enthusiastically posted pop-ups in agreement. Relying on his powerful anchor aura, the popularity of the live broadcast room quickly climbed. With more than 100,000 people watching online, Jay is inspired to start the first cottage electronics broadcast. The brunt of the e-waste that has been all over the internet lately is the white Z1 tablet. Speaking of this by DZ1 tablet, it also has a bit of a connection with me. It seems that when I purchased it, it was not yet on fire. A lot of people went to follow the trend to buy it after seeing my live broadcast on that day. It's my pot. I shouldn't have publicized the cottage product. Now that I've made up for my mistake, let's take a look at the shortcomings and hazards of this tablet. Jay clicked on the Z1 tablet's Shake Shop page just for publicity. We see 99 yuan, or off-the-shelf status, sold on more than 10,000 units. This tablet appearance is very delicate, but the kernel function is quite weak. The implementation of a large software or game is now the original form. People do not be deceived by his cheap price. Buyback will be like me, can only be used to change the stainless steel wash basin. As a result, the netizens in the live broadcast room immediately issued a haha words, filled with a happy air. He then clicked on the product reviews, to show the netizens how people are reviewing this product. Those bad reviews are the most intuitive user experience. Check it out, guys. These comments say, Jay's fluent utterances were suddenly stuck, as the first buyer's show left him speechless. My family lives in the northwestern mountains. My daughter to the internet class. Before they have to walk for miles to go to classmates' homes, borrowing people's tablet computers. Inconvenient. My daughter is very much wanting to have a tablet computer of their own, but other tablet computers, easily $1,000 or $2,000, is too expensive. Well, in my chance to see the White Emperor Z1 tablet computer. Good looking, loud, clear image. The price is also cheap. Money can buy down. And now my daughter at home will be able to internet class, and the elderly at home, but also have something to spend their time. Thank you, Bitey Factory. Thanks to Z1 tablet computer. I am a mountainous area people, not too good at the internet, or let someone else to help me type this paragraph. If the manufacturer can see, please give me an address. I would like to mail a little bit of earth eggs to you guys, to talk about the intention. This article is the buyer's show sent by Jean Xiao, with a few pictures below. As you can see in the photo, Jean Xiao's family is considered to be a family. Her home has only a few pieces of old and peeling paint wooden furniture. There are many broken holes in the concrete walls, and the electric lights are all incandescent lamps connected by a wire, and sitting on a cot made of wooden planks, holding a flatbed smile. Xiaoya very happy. Another photo, of two elderly men who were bedridden, looked at the drama on the flatbed and smiled, revealing their only two teeth. There is also the dark and rough-skinned Jean Xiao, who is standing outside the house. Beside her is a basket with earth eggs, which she wants to send to the Bitey Factory, and she has a happy smile on her face. However, in this photo, you can see the dilapidated houses, peeling siding, and straw-lined roofs, all of which give you the side eye. With such a simple and dilapidated house, it even feels like you're watching a period drama. At this moment, not only Jie cannot say words, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room also sparse a lot. Are some exclamation words and ellipses? A moment do not know what to say. Jai silently slid the page and continued to scroll through the comments below. I always heard that tablet PCs are good. I wanted to buy one for my wife so she can relieve her boredom in bed, but it was too expensive. Then I bought this Z1 tablet after a friend's recommendation, and now my wife can watch TV dramas while lying down, and she's much happier. In this buyer's show, a bedridden middle-aged woman can be seen, and with her missing legs below her, she is actually a disabled person, and at the moment, the woman is holding a tablet, happily displaying it, with her favorite TV series Legend of Zhen Huan playing on it. From this photo, we can see that the furnishings of this home are simple and outdated. The bedding is the kind of big red and green style of the 80s and 90s. The ceiling is actually old newspapers, and the only thing on the table that counts as an electrical appliance is a semiconductor radio. Now this Z1 flatbed. Let this rural couple reap the benefits of happiness. And they are sincere in their comments. Jez's expression, already somewhat tangled, trembled slightly as his fingers continued to scroll through the comments below. Bought this tablet computer online. Really cheap and good. Around the small children are gathered in my home to watch cartoons, like when I was a child. The whole village are gathered together to watch a black and white TV scene, but then the black and white TV is really expensive, and now the tablet computer is much cheaper. I used a few days. Very good to use. Everyone to buy. There is nothing wrong with it. If used is not good, you can come and scold me. This buyer's show was also accompanied by a photo of a group of plainly dressed children, each of them sitting on a small pony and watching intently the pleasant goat playing on his Z1 tablet. These children's clothing styles are also varied. Some written Huaqiang fertilizer, some printed with the second spring flower art exhibition. All do not know where to exchange for cultural shirts. Some children wear shoes with toes exposed. Apparently this is also a group of mountainous areas. Some of the children wore shoes with their toes exposed. Obviously a group of children from the mountainous areas. And this buyer is an old man of about 50 years old. His house is a dilapidated brick bungalow. The door is wooden. The window paste is used to block the wind of the plastic cloth. Everywhere reveals the primitive atmosphere. Similar to this kind of positive feedback. Scroll down enough, thousands of comments. More are only a paragraph. And even have a typo comments. These are some people who are not very good at typing to leave. All show that these people who buy Z1 tablet, the vast majority of these remote mountainous areas or rural areas, and the few scattered bad reviews are from some of the city's digital enthusiasts. Now Jie knows why Z1 tablet sales are so horrible. It turns out that they are all bought by people in remote mountain villages. Many of the netizens in the broadcast room did not know until this moment that there are so many low-income people and poor people in our country. What is a serious slab of garbage in their case is a rare treat in the hands of these mountain dwellers. Could it be that we were wrong about the Z1 tablet? For the first time, the thought crossed Jay's mind. Chapter 11, New Objectives. After seeing the buyer's show of the White Emperor Z1 tablet in the shake shop, the netizens in Jay's live broadcast room were, collectively, silent. In their eyes, $1,000 or $2,000 for a tablet PC is easy. However, for those in the low-income group with a 3-digit monthly income, that $1,000 or $2,000 is a very expensive commodity. And the emergence of the White Emperor Z1, to meet their needs, these low-income groups, do not require the tablet, cannot run professional software, also do not require the original God, cannot 60 frames, want just a cheap, and can meet the basic needs of the tablet. Undoubtedly, Whitey Z1 did it. Even the iPad, no matter how strong the A-series chips are, is not suitable for them. As you can see, there are no junk products, only unsuitable people. Apple and Samsung's products are geared towards high-income earners, while the Whitey Z1 tablet is tailored for low-income earners. Now you understand why Z1 sales are so high. It turns out that the buying public is concentrated in remote areas, a group that has been ignored on the internet, occupying a huge group of hundreds of millions of people across the country. Anchor Jia sighed. He was now regretting it in his heart. Just now he was saying that the White Emperor Z1 tablet was garbage. And then this buyer's show hit him hard in the face. The flat panel that he hailed as garbage was a very good electronic product in the eyes of the mountain people, bringing them happiness and joy. And those smiles on the buyer's show were sincere and unacted. The people don't like the White Emperor Z1 tablet because of the performance of pulling the crotch, poor sound quality. But they used to benchmark Z1 tablet as thousands of dollars of high-end tablet. However, these shortcomings for the mountainous people, but completely unimportant. They just need to be cheap, can be used. These 2 points is enough. Jia pondered for a long time before speaking. I apologize for my lack of rigor. The Z1 tablet is not considered electronic waste because it has not yet received a single quality report. And it has popularized tablet computers for the residents of the mountainous region despite its performance and configuration of pulling the crotch, which is considered to be a meritorious deed. It's just a mistake. There's not going to be a company designing a tablet specifically for the poor, is there? I think so. Trying to sell a junk product that ended up being an accidental fire and bought by mountain dwellers. Live room. There is also a considerable part of the people with a skeptical attitude. Anyway, their deep-rooted thinking is not a moment can be transformed over. Cheap no good goods is their creed. Cheap goods is synonymous with shoddy. In any case, this live broadcast, Jia cannot continue. He said to the netizens sorry, and then off the air. He had to digest the news. But this buyer's show incident, which also quickly festered and caused hot debate among netizens, sparking discussion about the low-income group that makes up hundreds of millions of the country's population, is a step forward, sparked by the Whitey Z1 tablet. At this time, in the deep town of Whitey Electrical Processing Factory, Zhou Yang was happily listening to the Financial Sisters report. Their second batch of flats is sold out and most have already arrived. This time he sold a total of more than 35,000 units of Z1 tablet, sales of more than 3 million, and a net profit of about 500,000. This amount of money is too timely to pay this month's employees' salaries, but also to ease the pressure of arrears. The most critical thing is, from the beginning of the production of Z1 flatbed, until now is only about 10 days, and made so much money, catching up with Zhou Yang's dad's reign, the factory's income for a year. The factory workers, all of them are talking about the fact that the small factory director is superbly capable and will surely be able to lead their White Emperor electrical appliance factory to take off. When Big Sister Finance left, Zhou Yang began to check his system harvest. Over 35,000 units of this Z1 tablet were sold. Rewards are being calculated. The system then prompted, excellent performance this time, rewarded with a set of automated parts production line. Points accumulated to 40 points. Zhou Yang hit interested. The system is also too good. Actually directly rewarded him a set of production lines. Zhou Yang viewed the production line description. This set of production lines can produce some screws, plastic gaskets, and some small basic components. In this way, the future small parts can realize self-sufficiency, so that the cost and can save a part of the full good news. Zhou Yang also inquired about this kind of production line, which is worth at least millions of dollars. Then the system arranged for the personnel to deliver and install the production line. Their Baidi electrical factory plant was still very large, and there was plenty of space to place the production line. Uncle Song Dae, the workshop director, watched the new equipment on the horse, happy beyond words. For many years, the factory finally has new equipment, which also means that the factory is about to change the old look into a new one. It's still the little factory director who has the ability. Our factory is going to be prosperous. Sand lamented. Zhou Yang smiled when he heard this. This was natural. He had the super factory system, and in the electronics industry, he was God incarnate. Now hiring for customer service. Zhou Yang took on the role of customer service himself before it was all in place, responding to customer reviews. For the favorable comments throughout, Zhou Yang just copied and pasted to reply. Thank you for your trust. Whitey will continue to provide you with quality service, mainly because there are so many comments, and if he has to think about replying to each one, he's going to be a maven after replying to them all. However, there were seen to be some customers' comments that made it impossible for him to reply directly with copied words, such as Jin Xiao's buyer's show that was liked by many netizens and ranked number 1. After thinking about it, Zhou Yang typed a reply. I'm glad that Baidi's products brought you a good experience. We will continue to work hard to provide better products to everyone. Then he responded to those particular buyers' shows with heart. Soon, though, he noticed a lot of country shoppers, all asking in the comments if Whitey had any cheap TVs, because these families do not yet have a TV. Just look at a tablet. I feel that the screen is too small. A long time is not good for the eyes, especially the old people have bad eyes. It is even more difficult, and some even have to be close to the screen in order to see. Zhou Yang was suddenly touched by the so-called needs of the masses, which was his goal, and it seemed that the next electrical appliance he was going to research and develop was determined, and that was the television. It just so happens that this is the year of the World Cup, and a number of customers have mentioned that they would like to see the World Cup in a couple of months, so this request can be fulfilled. Zhou Yang immediately called up the system mall and checked the various TV drawings inside. There's a really wide range of drawings for the system, and the old-fashioned ones have CRT TVs, or big belly TVs. The newer ones are LCD TVs, ultra-thin ones, oversized screens, and even transparent and scroll screens, making Zhou Yang look at them. This time, the goal is still to make an inexpensive television set so that people in the mountains at large can afford it, but limited to only 40 points. Then pick from the 40-point range. The good thing is that with 40 points, you can already redeem the drawings for one of the better televisions available today. If we talk about which TV set is strong now, undoubtedly the Sony Dafa is more fragrant. Then Zhou Yang chose the brand of Sony. To redeem the drawings, the first thing to consider is the screen size and configuration. Too big a screen. It means that the cost of the promotion. If this TV he have made hundreds of dollars, or even thousands of dollars, it is destined to have no connection with the rural market. It must be compressed to the extreme cost. Then you need to choose a small size TV, but the TV screen size should not be too small. Too small for the elderly is not convenient to watch. Then synthesize. 55 inches is undoubtedly a more moderate size. Now that the dimensions are set, the rest is just a matter of picking the best configured drawing. Big deal. Downsizing. So Zhou Yang locked on to a model of a popular TV set that was on sale. Chapter 12 Redesign. Sony XR55A90J, 55-inch 4K Ultra High Definition HDR Borderless OLED Full Screen TV. This is the model of TV that Joe Young has chosen. This TV, priced at $10,999, is one of the more upscale TVs out there. Whether in terms of screen, configuration, or face value, it's all respectable. And there really aren't too many televisions on the market that can outperform it. Redeem this Sony TV set drawing, Joe Young said to the system. The system replied. Redemption was successful. 40 points were consumed, and one Sony XR55 and 90J TV drawing was obtained. The drawings arrived, but the system then added. Feeling the call of the masses. Additional challenge task, produce a TV set with a favorable rating of 96 or more. Monthly sales need to be more than 50,000 units. If the task is completed, a rare drawing will be rewarded. Suddenly receiving a reward from the system, Joe Young was very pleasantly surprised. The rare drawings would require 50 points if they were to be drawn by lottery, so it would be very cost-effective to just complete this quest and make money while getting the drawings rewarded at the same time. This challenge task should be well accomplished with good reviews. It's the 50,000 units sold per month that will be difficult. Perhaps this elaboration is not allowed, and selling 50,000 units a month is quite a challenge. Joe Young inquired about the 4K TV sales list of the Jingxi shopping platform. The top of the list is just over 10,000 monthly sales. Want to kill the top of the list in many brands? Then you need to have the means to crush peer competitors. Joe Young has already found the answer from the Z1 tablet, which is the extremely low price. It doesn't matter if the configuration is low, as long as the price is also favorable enough. All the disadvantages become advantages. That is, the ultimate cost-effective. Even Xiaomi is hard to beat. Thinking of this, Joe Young began to modify the drawings. First of all, the big cost of the TV is on the screen. The original model is a 4K screen, and rural people, the demand for 4K is not high. Then it is lowered to 1080p, which can be used. A screen of this size is much cheaper. The original model uses Samsung production OLED screen, one of the best screens on earth. The price is naturally the first echelon. That naturally want to change. It will be replaced with domestic BOE. But Joe Young called to ask BOE's suppliers. The cheapest 55-inch screen to 800 or 900, which defeats the original purpose of the low price route. It seems that BOE, a large manufacturer of the screen, cannot be chosen, or to ask the suppliers who often work together. There is no cheap and good screen. Joe Young then called to ask the most familiar supplier, Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu's first name is Lu Shui, and he is also an old acquaintance of Joe Young's father, and the two sides often work together. A 55-inch screen? The cheapest would be $700. Right, any lower won't work, Lu Shui said. Joe Young frowned. This definitely won't work. He has to make this TV the same degree of low price as the Z1 flat panel, or else he will be sorry for those expectant mountain customers. What about the screen below 55 inches? I want the cheapest. At the same time, it can't be too small. 32 inches or more, but it can't hurt my eyes, Joe Young said. Currently marketed TV sets, the cheapest 32-inch TV, in the 500 yuan to 800 yuan price range, if not cheaper than these, more than half. There is no advantage to seize the market. The cheapest screen? I do have one. I'm afraid you won't be able to use it. At this time, Lu Shui said something. Oh, tell me, why can't I use it? Joe Young came to be interested, so he pursued. Lu Shui said, this is the inventory backlog panel. 41 inches, unconventional size, backlog of 20,000 pieces, are 3 years, you all want to give you according to the scrap price. 55 a piece. Save space. Yes, Joe Young agreed, but he was curious as to why someone would produce so many unconventional sized screens. It is important to know that, limited to process and other reasons, the size of the TV set is usually 32 inches, 43 inches, 50 inches, 55 inches, etc. And the production of non-conventional sizes requires the redesign of circuits and the modification of certain components, which will cost additional design costs. Manufacturers generally don't try unconventional sizes unless they can guarantee that this particular model will be a big seller. But this is not a matter for Joe Young. He has the system. He can modify the drawings as much as he wants. The system will help to perfect it, and the modification cost is zero cost. In addition, the production line of spare parts given by the system has been assembled and started to produce them one after another, so that the parts can still save some of them. The screen is finalized. Then the processor. This processor is Snapdragon's. That's definitely not good. As a cost-effective first choice, that's definitely the friend of the common man, MediaTek, especially the generations that were comprehensively crushed by Snapdragon. Because they can't be sold, the price is really low. Though long since discontinued, There is nevertheless plenty of stock in the national marketplace that can be received for slightly more than scrap, at $10 a piece. It's not like it's unusable to have 32 GB of RAM and delete it to 3 GB as well. Stereo channel is also cancelled. Can listen to the sound on the line. The interface, which a few dollars it, too expensive. In addition, for the rural market, there are a lot of backward equipment that must support the AV interface, and only keep a USB. For expansion, the Z1 tablet has been criticized by users for not being expandable, so let's keep an extra port for this bigger TV. As for power supply boards, backlight boards, and all that, there are some bargains out there that are absolutely fair. Some for a few dollars, some for $12. When these were designed, Zhou Yang clicked OK, and then the Super Factory system automatically optimized the censored version of the TV set. Super Factory system, drawing optimization in progress. Optimization is successful, triggering a lucky strike. Extra reward for shell opening molds. Zhou Yang was pleasantly surprised, not expecting this to work, but it would actually trigger luck and give a mold. There may be laymen who do not understand the value of molds, but these molds are necessary props for the production of injection molded shells. With molds, in order to make each shell exactly the same, the production of a new electrical appliances, you need a new mold, but the production of new molds need to be cost. Small molds are only a few $100 or $1,000, but large molds can cost tens of thousands or even six figures. The mold of this TV set by Zhou Yang is worth thousands of dollars, to say the least. The money is not much. The key is that it takes time. From proofing to modification, the mold to be exactly the same as on the drawing. Sometimes 10 days and a half months are possible, which is too much time. And now the system directly gift a shell mold. As long as the injection molding plant, that take the machine can produce shell, saving is valuable time. Now that the new drawings have been determined, Zhou Yang the first time to find a rubber hardware products factory, ask them to produce shells, molds to provide their own, so that only need to pay a cheap price on the line. Of course, the pursuit of cheap is one aspect. Zhou Yang will not choose inferior products. Other accessories, Zhou Yang personally go to the supplier Uncle Lu to see the sample. Chapter 13 Selection of Accessories. Xiao Zhou Ah. These samples are here. See for yourself. After Zhou Yang came to Lu Shu's company, he let the salesman bring out the relevant accessories and let Zhou Yang choose for himself. Components. By the naked eye is very difficult to detect, but the Super Factory system comes with the basic function of parts detection. As long as Zhou Yang after contact, can automatically screen out the best quality spare parts. Super Factory system, the test is over, and products with a pass rate of 99 or more have been selected. The system had feedback, and Zhou Yang realized that the system picked mostly products produced by a small factory with no reputation. This is called rock electronic accessories. In addition to the lack of fame, the quality is still excellent. After all, the system has been certified. Alright, I'll pick these. Zhou Yang pointed out the accessories picked by the system and then placed an order for 50,000 sets each. So many? But this brand's accessories, I only have 1,000 or so here. Not enough, Lu Shui said. Then the others that have the goods are ready for me first. Zhou Yang ordered a batch of parts from Uncle Lu. And as for the more important power supply boards, backlight boards, etc., Zhou Yang decided to personally contact this manufacturer called Granite, called the number on the package and a middle-aged man answered the phone. After asking for the right person, Zhou Yang said he wanted a large number of power supply boards, backlight boards and other TV parts. What? You want 50,000 sets? We can supply them. The manager of the other side received a phone call was very surprised, because their factories are not famous. The product backlog cannot be sold. Few people buy. Has been on the verge of closure. Now it is difficult to have an order. The backlog of products in the warehouse can be sold, and even have to increase the production of full power. I want at least 50,000 sets. I want quality and quantity, and the price can't be expensive. Can you do it? Zhou Yang asked. Yes, we can give you the lowest price. Granite's manager took it very seriously. They now had more than 10,000 pieces in stock in their warehouse. As long as Zhou Yang signed the contract, they would immediately start production, and they would be able to get all the numbers together within a week. As long as the quality of your products is consistent, I will need them in the long run. Zhou Yang's words made the manager act immediately. They needed the order too much. In large quantities, he could guarantee the quality, and these payments would save them from going out of business. This rock company is not far from Shiguan City. The manager came over with samples in the afternoon, to sign a supply contract as soon as possible. After checking the components, which were exactly the same as those on Uncle Lu's side, Zhou Yang chose this one as the supplier. He chooses raw materials, not the expensive ones, but only the most suitable ones. He chose this granite company's parts. Although there is no fame, but there is an advantage. That is, because they want to make a brand name, give a very favorable price. The quality is okay. This is enough. Especially in line with the current product ideas of the White Emperor Electrical Factory. Now that the raw materials are taken care of, the next step is to wait for them to arrive and start production. And in the past few days, the factory has recruited more than 30 workers to come in, all over 35 years old, with an average age of 39 years old, half men and half women. These people cherish to be able to find this job. The salary is in the middle of the industry, which is enough, at least more stable than delivering takeaways, driving a network car, and 5 insurance and 1 gold, is a better choice for these unemployed people. Zhou Yang sent down the TV assembly drawings in advance, so that the old staff can teach the new staff as soon as possible, and the following will usher in the peak season of production again. Factory Director Zhou, a little artisan girl has been recruited as per your request. Do you want to see for yourself? At this time, Big Sister Ma, who was sitting in the office, reported to Zhou Yang. Oh, I'm coming. Zhou Yang was thinking about the artwork when the person arrived at his post, and he went to the big office. The furnishings in the large office are relatively simple. This is one of the few internal offices in the factory. And today there is just one more young face. A young girl with glasses who looks just 22 or 23 years old. White Emperor Company mainly recruits employees over 35 years old. That is the workshop position. Not recruit young people. For example, the position of art worker, the age of the big instead of wages to be high. After all, there is work experience and the painter's salary is not expensive. In order to pursue the cost-effective. So the art worker was recruited at just graduated not long after the fine arts graduates. Sometimes young people use it well and it works wonders. Hello factory manager. This beauty girl called Zhang Yisan timidly called out when she saw Zhou Yang, mainly because she didn't expect that the director of this factory was actually so young, and even a little handsome, making her heart beat slightly faster. Oh, you're a graduate of our Deep Town Beauty Academy. Zhou Yang was looking at Zhang Yisan's entry profile. Yes, Zhang Yisan replied. That's good. Now I'll give you the first task. Design a new product teaser for our online store page, called Whitey 41 TV. Zhou Yang stated his requirements, and at the same time he named this new TV set, 41 being the screen size of the TV set. Okay, Zhang Yisan opened the laptop he brought, mainly because in the past, the company did not have the need for artwork and was not equipped with high-performance computers. To do the design, you can only let the art workers bring their own computers to use. In addition to their own computer is also used smoothly. The follow-up Zhou Yang definitely want to give the little sister of the artwork with a high-performance computer. This new product teaser image, write the name, post a picture of the TV, and as far as the price is concerned, write it starting with a 1 and the last 2 digits are question marks. Zhou Yang stated his requirements, and Xiao Jiang began to design quickly on the computer. Okay, you design it and show it to me, and if it passes, help me publish it all on the online store. Zhou Yang finally had a helper, so he could free up more time to supervise production, as well as other management work. As for the actual selling price of the Whitey 41 TV set, Zhou Yang had yet to finalize it. He went back to start costing. The maximum cost is $55 for the display. Other accessories, 1. 3 pieces upwards. The final accounting, the cost of $101, actually broke through the triple digits, but also just over 100, compared to the Z1 flat panel so small. This TV is so large, but can control to such a low cost, mainly due to the maturity of the TV industry chain. After all, televisions have been in millions of homes since the last century, and tablets, too, have only been around for a few years. In terms of the direction of digital R&D, it's generally relatively difficult to make smaller and thinner, so that's why the cost of a small flat panel is not comparable to a TV. So the cost is $101 and the selling price is set at how much? Zhou Yang closed his eyes and contemplated for a while, decided to get a shocking price, just sell 148 yuan, so that a TV can make him earn about $40, more than the Z1 flat panel to earn a lot more, and 148 yuan 41-inch TV, in the same size is basically unbeatable, because the market on sale of the new 32-inch TV, the lowest is also to be 499. This White Emperor TV is a much larger size, only to the price of the 32-inch less than 1/3 of the price of the 32-inch. It definitely has the power to rule. Before she got off work that day, Zhang Yisan called and said that her publicity drawings were ready and asked Zhou Yang to go over and take a look. Zhou Yang then rushed to the main office to see what this new artisan could do. Chapter 14, Is the White Emperor here for charity? Zhou Yang nodded slightly when he went over to check the artwork. In the end, it was the young people who did the accompanying pictures that were youthful. A Whitey 41 television set that was showing gorgeous pictures that looked and felt good. Okay, that's it. Joe Young clapped his hands and settled. Then factory director Joe, how much are we selling this computer for? I can make a genuine merchandising picture in advance. 148, said Joe Yang. What? Jang Eason asked, blinking in disbelief. How can you buy a TV for $148? Which is probably not enough to go out for a nice meal. When she made this promotional picture before, she thought that the one-word price was just a gimmick, but she didn't realize that the owner was really going to sell it for $148. Is this profitable? The Conca TV that my family bought, the cheapest model is still more than $1,000. Jang Eason said. Next to the office sister laughed. This you do not know it. Our white Z1 flat panel, only 99 yuan, are sold off the market. The response can be good at. Don't worry, our small weak factory director certainly will not lose money, but also to our factory revenue, when we can raise wages. The office elder sister was quite trusting of Joe Yang and took the initiative to explain for him. Joe Yang said, just 148 yuan, now it's almost time to go home. You can just design it tomorrow. I expect that within 5 days, the first TV will be produced. Okay, I'll make sure to design the pattern as soon as possible. Jang Eason thought it was so amazing, and she wanted to be the first to see what this amazing TV looked like. Before she left work, she posted this new product teaser on the various online shopping platforms of Whittier Electric. Originally this didn't raise many eyebrows. After all, Whitey doesn't have a great reputation on the internet. From the previous tirades and vilification, to a slight uplift after the Shake Shop buyers show incident, it can now be said to be a mixed bag. However, those buyers who couldn't buy the Z1 tablet every day, after doing their farm work, or getting off work, went online to see if it was in stock at Whitey's store, and instead of the tablet being temporarily out of stock, they saw a new product preview, a TV with a one-letter prefix and a triple-digit price tag. Hey, come look, Whitey's coming out with a TV set, says it's going for over $100, a mountain dweller, informing a friend next to him to come and see it. 100-odd TV, it can't be, can it? Old Lee's family in our village just bought a small TV, so little big, and it cost more than 800. The good friend didn't believe it, but Whitey's previous tablet was only 99. This TV is over 100, so there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. TV can be the same as the flat panel. You see the flat panel is only a little bit, while the TV catch up with dozens of flat panel size. You see the volume is so big. I think the TV set at least to sell 300 or 400. You think, then, that the 1000 or so is a fake? Well, city people can lie. It says here that it will be revealed in 5 days. If you don't believe me, we'll see in 5 days. If I guess wrong, I'll buy you a drink. If I guess right, you buy me a drink. Deal. Here two mountain dwellers are discussing it, and some can't quite believe that a TV that big would sell for over $100 anyway. If a 41-inch TV set can be sold for more than $100, then for so many years, they have been TV set manufacturers, harvested how much money in vain? However, there are also customers who believe in Baidu. They are basically people who bought the Z1 tablet. These days feel that the Z1 tablet is too good to use, so they have a good feeling about the brand of Baidu, and now they find out that Baidu is going to come out with a new product. Of course, they harbor curiosity and want to try it, and they are these rural residents. Many homes are missing a TV, even if someone has a TV set at home, are 10 or 20 years old, often flashing snowflakes. In addition to the speaker does not ring that are ringing damaged products. With an old TV like this, the value of repairing it isn't as good as rebuying a used one, so I just don't repair it and deal with it. They don't earn much, they are shy, and they can't afford to replace hundreds or thousands of televisions. Now whether this group of mountain village residents can realize TV freedom falls on the White Emperor 41 TV set. Digital dismantling blogger Lei Shuhang. The fans rose some in the past few days. The main he did that period of White Emperor Z1 dismantling video, so that everyone can see this cheap tablet computer. Workmanship is not cheap, but also let some of the fans who watched his video enjoy a wave of benefits. Those mild needs of the fans purchased the White Emperor Z1 tablets, the current use of the good, in line with the needs of the people, but save $1,000 or $2,000, the wave of the genius to earn. Soon, while doing the video, a netizen left a comment below Lei Shuhang's video, asking him to pay attention to the Baidu 41 TV set, which is now teased as selling for more than $100, which is a really shocking price, and I hope that the blogger will also do a disassembly, to see if the TV, which is not conscientious, if conscientious, then these needy users can spend a few packs of cigarettes to add a TV to their homes. Lei Shuhang agreed. Okay, I've been paying attention. Once it goes on sale then, I'll definitely grab one to dismantle. Although not advertised, but relying on the traffic brought by the Z1 tablet, there are still a considerable number of people who have found out about the upcoming Bitey 41 TV set, and they are looking forward to it. On the eve of the listing of the TV set, the customer service people of Bitey Electrical Factory online store received feedback from many people. They cannot buy Z1 flat panel. Hope to hurry to stock up. Zhou Yang before the production of 55,000 units of Z1 flat panel, and still did not meet the needs of everyone. The low end of the market still has a lot to offer. To produce is also simple. Zhou Yang into another 10,000 sets of Z1 flat panel components. In the production of television sets in the intervals, will also produce some every day, put on the online store to sell, in order to meet the needs of the people. Zhou Yang these 2 days basically live in the factory, because the parts of the TV set, one after another to the factory. The employees are divided into 3 shifts. Assembly, although hard, but Zhou Yang to give them a generous bonus, will not let the employees work hard to stay up all night. Shift work. Now is the time to work overtime to impact production. This Whitey 41 TV, higher profit margins, and there are challenges to the task in hand, so it is Zhou Yang ready to turn the tide of the battle, cannot afford to lose. Zhou Yang lived in the factory, supervising the production together, checking the quality of the outgoing TV sets, and everything was in order. As the launch date approached, more and more well-packed televisions accumulated in the warehouse of the White Emperor Electric Factory, ready to cope with the surge of purchases on the day of the launch. This time he expects to produce a batch of 20,000 televisions. Not that he doesn't want to make more, but he doesn't have that much money on hand, so he can only wait until the first batch of televisions are sold out, and then purchase the next batch of raw materials to realize a positive cycle. There is no way, mainly because of the previous debt is too much. The liquidity is limited. Wait until this batch of TV sets sold out, can greatly relieve Zhou Yang's financial pressure. Zhou Yang is very confident in the sales of the new TV. White Emperor Z1 flat panel did not do any publicity. In a few days the sales of all the leaps and bounds. Then this White Emperor 41 TV surely will also copy the legend. Because it's a TV set built specifically for low-income people, it's a blue ocean that hasn't been explored by other companies. For tomorrow's new product launch, Zhou Yang had also contacted the courier and logistics, ready to ship at any time. Time flew by, and in the turn of the day it was the day that the Whitey 41 TV set went on sale, at 10 a.m. The sale will begin promptly on all of Whitey's online shopping platforms. The time is now 7:59 a.m. And many shoppers are already holding their cell phones, waiting, because 8 a.m. is the moment when the selling price of the Whittier 41 TV set will be announced, with the second hand pointing to the 12 o'clock position. The product page of the White Emperor's shopping platform, at the same time, was replaced with a page of the actual selling price, which clearly read, 41-inch large-screen TV, surprise sale price of 148 yuan. This time, stunned the shoppers guarding the screen. They one by one, waiting for the eyes, very surprised. They never thought that one day, such a large-size LCD TV will be sold to the public at such a low price. They see the same platform, other similar-sized TVs, are around $1,000, and they can't help but have a question in their mind. That is, does the Bitey factory make money? Whitey isn't here to specialize in charity, is he? Chapter 15, Shocking Price, $148 for a TV set. Hey, did you see that? Whitey's got a new TV. 148 of them. A 148 TV? Used? No, brand new. That's the special little TV. Isn't it about 10 inches? The same size as a flat screen. I've seen Peach Treasure seldom. No, 41 inches brand new. Believe it or not. Crap, it's really a 148 TV. It must be a temp who marked the wrong price. Hurry up and buy it. There's no more store after this village. A conversation similar to the one above played out in many parts of the country after Whitey's online store announced the price of the 41-inch TV. Most people, upon seeing this price, assume that either the website is wrong or this is a scam. Because there hasn't been a big 41-inch TV in the history of the country that's been priced as low as the 148. As the saying goes, if something goes wrong, it must be a demon. And most people expressed their disbelief, thinking that this online store would be doing right by the people if it didn't send a TV model. However, there are also users of the Z1 tablet, who believe in the strength and sincerity of Whitey, and instead of questioning the price, they feel that the price is right. So small a tablet PC sells for $99, so big a TV only sells $148. According to the volume to calculate, can be said to be more cost-effective. After all, the tablet is only 10 inches, And this big TV 41 inches, catching up with the area of several put together the Z1 tablet, that is certainly the customer earns. Add to that the fact that they really needed a TV at home, and they were glued to their phones, ready to start snapping them up at 10 o'clock. The scene played out across the country, with thousands of people nationwide, to say the least, all waiting for the moment at the same time. Digital dismantling blogger, Lei Shuhang, has also booked his alarm for a 10 o'clock grab. 10, 9, 8, 7, countdown is up. With 9:59 hands to 0, 10 o'clock sharp, the flagship store of the major platforms in China's White Emperor, unified open purchase link. Purchase, payment of $148. Your item will be shipped within 24 hours, so please be patient. The user is relieved to see that the payment has been made and feels that they have earned it. After all, Whitey is a regular store. If the TV is good, they can enjoy the product. If it's not good, return one for $3, and make a profit on the purchase. The consumer never loses. Lei Shuhang also grabbed one. He grabbed it, went back to look at the link, and found that it was still available for purchase. It seems that this TV, unlike the Z1 flat panel, is not so sought after. But really, it's just a lack of publicity. And a lot of people are at work at this point and need to be off work before they have the time. So usually for the first day of sales, they count 24 hours of results. Zhou Yang was in the factory, staring at the backstage data, and realized that ding dong dong ding dong, there were thousands of orders sold in an instant. When the newly recruited customer service staff saw it, they all looked happy too, not realizing that this cheap TV would have such hot sales. At the moment, their office, there is a 41 TV set playing. Looking at although it is all made of plastic sense is a little strong, but after all, cheap So these customer service, but also feel good about their own factory TV, and so back in the future there is a need to also buy maybe also can mix an internal price. In this way, Whitey 41 TV sets, the 5,000 units prepared in advance of the fire sale, were sold out by about evening. Those who didn't get one have also been consulting with customer service about when new TVs will hit the shelves. Zhou Yang then said, another 2,000 units will be shelved on each platform, but the shipment date has been changed to within 72 hours. At the moment, the courier is at their factory warehouse, pulling out truckload after truckload of televisions, and soon the warehouse is stacked with new TVs that have been sold out. Now they have to rely on 3 shifts of production per day, so the delivery time has to be extended, and it's kind of a pre-sale. The workshop director, Song De, came to talk to Zhou Yang before he left work and said that at this rate of production, in less than 3 days, they would not have enough raw materials. However, this was a bit of a problem because Zhou Yang's liquidity, all of which had been used to purchase parts, was now basically empty in his account, and the funds of the online store. You need to confirm the receipt of goods by the customer before the account will arrive one after another. At least a few more days, or even wait until 7 days to automatically confirm the receipt of goods. So Zhou Yang now do not have the money to stockpile raw materials. This is not good. If we wait until a week after the return to order parts, then the yellow flowers are cold. This month will not be able to hit the challenge task, so we must find a way to solve the problem of raw material supply. Zhou Yang then personally called to go and supplier Uncle Lu, and the manager of the Rock to explain the situation. He also want to order the follow-up raw materials, but need to wait until at least a week. Cannot pay back. Seeing the other side hesitation, Zhou Yang put the backstage sales results to show them. Within 1 day, thousands of TVs were sold. This data, simply hanging other TV brands. Perhaps it was Zhou Yang's sincerity and that drive, and eventually Uncle Lu and Granite Company, willing to gamble once. Early supply. Thank you all for your support. I'll settle your payments first thing when the money comes back. Zhou Yang expressed his thanks on the phone, and when he hung up the phone, he waved his fist excitedly. Now the parts are available, and will not delay the production of TV sets. But soon, the treasurer uncle, who was with Zhou Yang in the inventory, poured a pot of cold water on him, because the other parts were available. But the most important part, the display screen, had not yet been ordered. Yeah, forgot about the screen problem. Zhou Yang just thought, he is busy today, not only to promote production, grasp the quality, but also to look after the online store sales, and contact takeaway logistics. Really is busy head. But it's good to know that it's not too late to wake up. The previous 20,000 screen is to buy the inventory backlog. Uncle Lu's side is no longer available, and other suppliers will not have 41 inches of this particular size of the stock. That is to say, Zhou Yang and then want a 41 inches of display. Then you can only go to the manufacturer directly customized. Seeing that it was already too late, Zhou Yang dismissed the idea of calling and waited for tomorrow morning to contact the other party. That night, Zhou Yang is still living in the factory. When he lies on the folding bed, it is already 11 p.m. Before going to sleep, he wants to go to the major websites to see what the netizens have to say about Baidu, the great cottage factory. Shame on technology. Junk. As soon as you open the website, these words fill the interface, which is the impression that many internet users have of Baidu. There's no way. Whitey's main focus is the ultimate price/performance ratio, so all the features that can be cut are cut in exchange for a very low selling price, and that texture is certainly not as good as similar products costing dozens or hundreds of times as much. These netizens are basically frequent internet users, with good financial conditions and digital products, coupled with stereotypical prejudices. They have a poor impression of the Baidu factory. In their eyes, low price means junk and cheap is no good. Sooner or later, you will understand my bitterness. Zhou Yang didn't get angry because his thoughts were not destined to be understood by these netizens, but as long as the low-income crowd could enjoy it, he had achieved his goal. Zhou Yang quickly turned off the lights and went to bed. Tomorrow would be the day he would continue to hit the sales record. Chapter 16 Bargaining TV Panels. Turning the day, Zhou Yang woke up, washed his face, and came to the factory to do a few exercises to move his body. Little plant manager, up so early. The factory security guard, the grandfather, smiled and greeted. Their factory mainly recruits employees over the age of 35, like security guards, such as less physical positions, using the older, this Tanning Tan Moncler outlet online, but also 55 years of age. Don't look at Master Tan's gray hair, but his spirit is good, and he looks after the house, not at all ambiguous. He was an old employee from the early days of Zhou Yang's father's factory, and he had feelings for the company. When he saw Zhou Yang, he treated him the same as he treated his juniors, and often brought good food to him from home. Good morning to you too, Master Tan. Zhou Yang greeted him, and Master Tan gave him the breakfast that he had brought with him. This is his old companion steamed xiaolong bao. Zhou Yang is not polite, took the lunchbox and tasted one. A bite of the soup flowed, really fragrant. Seeing that Zhou Yang likes to eat, Moncler Outlet Store Tan was so happy that the wrinkles on his face stretched out. Zhou Yang's father and son are good to their employees, and all these old employees are willing to work well and have a good relationship, which can rarely be seen in other enterprises. When he finished eating, Zhou Yang opened his computer to check last night's sales. Yesterday at dawn, also sold out dozens of units. Really good. Now it seems that sales are no longer a problem. The key is the subsequent supply of raw materials. Nowadays, factories are working 3 shifts to maximize production, so they can't afford to stop production because of a lack of raw material supply. So Zhou Yang waited until 9 o'clock in the morning, and after estimating that the screen producers were at work, he called. Hello, is this Huaxin Technology Company? I'm planning to buy a batch of screens. Zhou Yang then said his needs. Want to order a batch of 41-inch screen, parameters and his previous purchase of the batch of accumulated pieces on the line. He wants the specification of the screen. Only Huaxin, this small factory to produce, like BOE kind of big factory, has long stopped producing this backward and low unit price of low-end screen. 41 needs to be customized, $200 a piece. The other party quoted directly. Zhou Yang was speechless for a while. His Baidu 41 TV set, the price of the whole set is only $148. This piece of screen is more expensive than his TV set. How can this still be sold? Is there a cheap one? At around $50 a screen, the quality can't be bad. Zhou Yang asked. Which is so cheap? Now prices are soaring. If it is a 32-inch regular screen, but can be cheaper, $110 a piece, the other party replied. It's still too expensive. And isn't it a rip-off that he had a 41-inch before and now he's switching to a 32-inch and upping the price? That's going to trash the Whitey sign. As soon as he saw that he couldn't communicate, Zhou Yang hung up the phone. Now things are in trouble. Where to find the same 41-inch screen? Being troubled, the supplier Lu Shui suddenly called. He asked Zhou Yang. There is a batch of 70,000 pieces of 42-inch TV screens. He wants it or not. 42 inches? That's fine. I'll take it as long as it's cheap. Zhou Yang replied. I'm also asking for someone. I'll send you over a phone number and you can talk to him yourself. Lu Shui then sent a phone number in the capital, but he instructed that he was not familiar with that person, and he did not guarantee the quality or credibility, and asked Zhou Yang to see for himself. Okay. Zhou Yang thanked Uncle Lu for the reminder and then dialed the number. Hello, I heard that you have a batch of 42-inch TV screens? Zhou Yang asked. Yeah. What's your name? The other asked. By the sound of his voice he was a man in his 20s. My name is Zhou Yang. What's your name? The other party said his name was Lin Shuai. and then talked about the origin of the shipment. It turned out that this is a batch of low-end screen to be exported to the Curry country, are ready to ship in the Deep Town Wharf. The Curry country businessmen but sit on the ground to cut the price. Said that this is a batch of customized screen. They don't want to sell out. Let them cheaper than 1/3 of the price. Or don't want it. This is clearly blackmail. Lin Shuai was furious. He would rather this batch of goods rot in the hands, but also will not be commissioned. Otherwise, how to mix in the business circle in the future? He refused the blackmail of the Curry country merchants, and in the end, he only earned back a small deposit in hand. Then this batch of goods is piled up in the harbor. It has to be handled, and it has to be handled nearby. Otherwise the storage fees and logistics costs will increase the cost additionally. So Lin Shuai shouted everywhere to sell the screen, and it happened to be seen by Lu Shui. So he recommended it to Zhou Yang. How much for a piece? What kind of panel? Zhou Yang asked. Lin Shuai said, $100 a piece. This batch is a custom 42-inch TV screen, 60 Hz IPS screen. It's too expensive. 50 pieces is okay. Zhou Yang said, you're too ruthless with this Dragon Slayer. 50 pieces, I lost my pants. No way. Lin Shuai didn't agree with the price, but from the chat, Zhou Yang perceived that this Lin Shuai seemed to be a rookie in the shopping mall, and actually told the bottom line of the shipment. That gave him room to press the price. But then again, if he wasn't a rookie, he wouldn't have been screwed over by the Curry nation. It was important to check out the goods before haggling over the price. So Zhou Yang decided to go to the pier to see for himself. He immediately drove the plant's commuter minivan to the Deep Town dock. Finding the location, he met Lin Shuai at the pier. The other party looks unexpectedly young. Looks just 23 or 24 years old. The clothes on the body is not vulgar. Are branded goods. A set of add up to at least tens of thousands of dollars. The phone or iPhone 14 Pro Max 1TB version. On this phone on more than 10,000. Looks like the family is not bad. Or else this batch of millions of dollars in the hands of the pressure of the goods is still not very anxious. Replaced by someone else is estimated to be on the mouth or on fire blisters. And he didn't have how many sad faces. Hello. Zhou Yang met and shook hands with Lin Shuai. Then he took Zhou Yang to the container. Once opened, it was full of neatly yard panel packages. You pick yourself at random. I have formal procedures here. There are quality problems, can go to the manufacturer to exchange. Lin Shuai said. Zhou Yang then went up to pick it out and touched his fingers on it. Finding that the screen had a good texture, the system also started checking at the same time. And after sampling several screens, it fed back. Sampling passes. The current pass rate is 100. This is only a container. Zhou Yang in order to insurance. And more to check more than 20 screens. Are qualified products? And there is nothing wrong with the procedures. Is a batch of regular products. The goods are okay. The price will have to be negotiated. Zhou Yang is going to plan to talk about the price. Want his White Emperor TV set has a profit. This panel price cannot be higher than 65 yuan a piece. The previous batch of 41-inch screens in stock were not as good a quality as this batch. The size was comparable, but the circuits would have to be redesigned if they were to be used. That's not too much of a problem. The key is to have a cheap unit price or you can't buy it either. 55 a piece. Zhou Yang came up and pressed the same price as the previous batch of backlogged panels. Can't sell it. I'm losing too much money here. 85 pieces. Lin Shuai also took the initiative to lower the price. Zhou Yang took a look at the fact that he actually agreed to cut the price. There was still room for a price reduction here. He then analyzed to Lin Shuai. This batch of special screen panels, not if he took over. It is difficult for the next person to eat. After all, to design a separate circuit for this screen, need to spend additional design fees, molding fees, etc. Plus he puts it in the marina. Storage fees and wear and tear. At least a few $1,000s a day. And selling it a day late is a loss. So he might as well sell it to him early and cheaply. $60 a piece. Zhou Yang gave an extra $5 for the offer. It's also too much of a loss. No. Lin Shuai was said a little hesitant, but he admitted that Zhou Yang said the truth. This batch of panels in the dock has been put for half a month. Every day in the sticker. Anyway, has folded the capital. It is the problem of folding more, folding less. Boss Zhou, you go up a bit more. I'll lose a lot of money, going back can be embarrassing. Lin Shuai gave Zhou Yang a cigarette. Zhou Yang waved his hand. He didn't smoke. Zhou Yang re-examined this batch of panels. The quality of this panel is not to say. Then the previous batch is much better. He also really like. Since this is the case, Zhou Yang quoted a ceiling price of 65 pieces. He would rather make $10 less per TV set, but also want the quality of the TV set to improve a little. 65. It's okay, but you have to take all of these 70,000 tablets before you can do it. Lin Shuai considered it and agreed. Deal. With a smile on his face, Zhou Yang high-fived Lin Shuai and struck an important deal. Chapter 17 Disassembling the White Emperor 41 TV set. The two reached a preliminary intention. But Zhou Yang cannot have a few million, can pay off the goods at once. He first paid a deposit. The remaining settlement after a while. As long as he can convert this batch of panels to capacity, then he can pay back the money one after another. Lin Shuai didn't seem to care much about the arrival date. He only cared about whether Zhou Yang was a formal company and had to sign a formal contract to do so. So that afternoon, Lin Shuai arranged for a logistics company to pull the container to White Emperor, and he got rid of a hot potato. On the way to the White Emperor company, Zhou Yang said to Lin Shuai that in the future, we should be long-minded. Foreigners have a big bad heart, especially the curry country customers, cannot do business with them without paying the full amount. I know, treadmill, pit old me, I'll make them pay for it later. Lin Shuai cursed. When he came to the White Emperor company, Lin Shuai also visited the factory and found that business was very hot here, and the workshop was in full swing producing televisions, a thriving scene. This also dispelled Lin Shuai's concerns. He was also scared of being cheated and worried that Zhou Yang was also a crook who had coveted his goods. Zhou Yang will not lie. The two then signed a supply contract, stamped with the official seal, so that both sides are guaranteed. Before Lin Shuai left, he left a business card of his. It turned out that he opened an import and export trading company, doing import and export business of a variety of categories. After Lin Shuai left, Zhou Yang looked at the company piled up for 55 million raw material panels, slightly stressed. The next step is to change the raw materials into capacity. Zhou Yang first time to modify the drawings. 41-inch and 42-inch panel do not look just 1 inch larger, but the design are to follow the change. Suddenly changing the design. For other manufacturers, it was definitely a laborious and big project, but for Zhou Yang it was easy. He directly opened the system's modification interface and started to modify the drawings. The drawing of the Whitey 41 with the screen changed to 42 inches, with a couple of screw holes that had to be adjusted slightly, and a slight change in the circuitry, quickly completed the design. Super factory system, modification completed, triggering a lucky strike, obtaining the corresponding mold. This time, I was also lucky enough to get the molds so that I could give them directly to the housing manufacturer for subsequent supply according to the new ones. With this batch of 70,000 panels, Zhou Yang would not have to worry about panels for more than a month. Zhou Yang also notified the artisan Xiao Jiang, and asked her to redesign a picture, that is, to change the White Emperor 41 TV set, into the White Emperor 41 Pro TV set, that is, the improved model. The screen is a little bigger, and the quality is a layer higher. But Zhou Yang does not want to increase the price, even if it is a benefit to the customer. This kind of midway upgrade, only because his capital is not enough, resulting in the screen to replace the variety. If the money later, you can directly customize a batch of major raw materials. There will not be this problem. The raw material problem was taken care of, and sales of TV sets remained brisk. By the end of the second day, another 4,000 units had been sold, and in 2 days combined, 10,000 units had actually been sold. On this sales, in which shopping platform, absolutely all is the sales level. His goal is the monthly sales of 50,000. Look at this situation. Completed should be relatively easy. However, you cannot be too relaxed. Now the bottleneck is the capacity, and the online store everyday sales are going down. After all, want to buy a TV set of people? These days have bought. The rest of the possibility of not knowing, then we need to promote it properly. With Zhou Yang's current financial resources, advertising naturally cannot afford to put, but you can find another way to spend a small amount of money to do big things. The buying group for the Whitey 41 TV is the low-income people in the country, so just target them. These people like to buy is some agricultural tools and seeds, fertilizers, and some cheap household goods. Zhou Yang contacted the printing factory, ordered a batch of shopping bags. This thing is not expensive. Customized thousands, tens of thousands of customized also customized, and then united with some of the sales of the larger agricultural tools of the e-commerce business, or go to the outskirts of the countryside. The group rental housing in many places to go to the free distribution of shopping bags. And on top of these shopping bags, there is the advertisement slogan of Buy D41 Pro, good goods plus quantity without price. Buy D, understand it. Free shopping bags, but not many people will refuse. A person with a shopping bag out of the house, walking in the street, it becomes a mobile-free billboard. Other people see, may be attracted to 148 yuan a TV set, thus increasing sales. While Zhou Yang's side was in full swing promoting production and advertising, dismantling blogger Lei Shuhang also received the first batch of White Emperor 41 televisions he purchased. Once Lei Shuhang got it, He set up the camera and started making an unboxing video. First let's look at the packaging. Modest, paper shell with foam, and the accessories inside are simple. Just a power cable, an HDMI connection cable, and actually a vintage AV cable, and a remote control, 2 7 batteries, and a TV stand. Once Lei Shuhang set up the TV on the workbench, he began to critique it from the outside. The appearance of this is very plastic, or maybe it is all plastic. The material used is not a good material. There is a kind of roughness to the touch. Is this intentionally made like this in order to be frosted? But the texture of the TV would be a lot better if you could work a little bit on the casing material. Lei Shuhang gave the White Emperor 41 TV a 5 out of 10 on the appearance item. Not quite passing. As well, the materials and color scheme of the Whittier 41 are in the middle of the pack within many TV brands. Then he connected the power cord and saw the power light come on, and Lei Shuhang pressed the start button of the remote control. The TV lit up with a huge Whittier logo that looked striking. Another masterpiece of the Whittier brand. However, the boot up time was a bit long, taking over 10 seconds, mainly because the processor used in this TV is a few years old model. After that it goes to the setup screen, where it prompts to link Wi-Fi, or connect to a video signal source. Lei Shuhang then connected to the home Wi-Fi and used the internet to watch TV. Built in here is Cool Meow Movie and TV. Lei Shuhang did not apply for a membership, so he picked a free TV series to watch. And when he logged in, he heard the sound of the TV set and saw the screen. Lei Shuhang was shocked by the sound and picture at that time. The screen color looked rather odd and felt a bit distorted. The sound is even more shocking, such as the White Emperor Z1 plate kind of sound quality. The sound is big, but the sound quality is the same as the broken bellows. Only to ensure that you can hear clearly, used to listening to good speakers. Feel that this is the destruction of the ear. In order to make a comparison, Lei Shuhang moved the Sony TV set at home, played the same program and videotaped it separately. The colors are really distorted compared to the Sony. The sound pulls the crotch. The response to pressing the remote is slow, and the built-in storage is already full, so you basically can't load any apps. The good thing is that the TV comes with a port for an external USB flash drive or hard disk that can be cobbled together to install other apps. The next step is to test various performance and metrics. Lei Shuhang found that the White Emperor TV set does not support many high-tech functions, such as intelligent voice, Bluetooth transmission, camera, etc. And the picture quality is supported up to 1080p, 50 Hz, and it can't transmit some high frame rate images. Overall, this TV is a poor performer, with poor picture and sound quality and other experiences. Lei Shuhang finally gave the BY-D41 TV a rating that it works, with a laundry list of drawbacks, but the pros are also obvious. At $148, this is still a good deal if you only need the TV for a soundbite, and it's cheaper than a lot of stale, used TVs. My opinion is that this TV is only for a small percentage of the population, so let's buy on demand. Lei Shuhang recorded the last sentence and ended the video. When he edited it, he published the footage online, not realizing that it would spark a frenzy of discussion. Chapter 18, Two Very Different Attitudes. Isn't this just a crap cottage TV? I think so. It's the same virtue as the Z1 tablet. Nothing but cheap. What can I buy this TV for? The sound is torture to listen to. The colors are distorted. It doesn't support high brushing. The games all turn on with stuttering. It's a big mistake to buy it. Netizens are back to criticizing Whitey's products. Also, basically urban families. Every family has a TV. And this traditional home appliances will generally choose a good. Thousands of dollars are not uncommon. Take to watch movies, play games is very cool. We also take this good experience for granted. However, they do not know. In the low-income mountainous areas or rural areas, there are still many people cannot afford to buy a TV. They do not need any high brush, do not need to sound quality and color reproduction. They only need to be cheap. Can watch these two requirements? That's all. At this moment within the village of 10 Mile, the courier came to the house of the village head Zhang Fugue and delivered a big guy, which is the BY-D41 TV set. Zhang Fugue was one of the first users to buy it, and now it has finally arrived. The first thing he did was install the TV in the bedroom. He had a 60-inch TV set in the living room of his house, but he later realized that it was better to lie on the bed and watch TV, but a TV would be $1,000, or even $2,000 or $3,000, so he didn't give it up. He heard that Whitey had come out with a TV set and made his first pre-order because the Z1 tablet had given him a good impression and he already had confidence in Whitey as a brand, so he wasn't worried about quality. When he bought it, Zhang Fugue connected it to the power supply and turned on the TV. His wife, G. Bigfoot, also rushed over, then saw the White Emperor logo and said at once, "Isn't this the same manufacturer as the flat panel? How much is it?" $148, Zhang Fugue said. G. Bigfoot exclaimed, It's so cheap. The 60-inch one at our house cost more than $4,000 as I recall. Right? Yes. Zero is higher than Whitey TV. Then he started flipping through the TV and connected to the internet with Wi-Fi. Turns out most of the TV shows in there cost money. It wasn't hard for him, a part-time mobile installer, to find a mobile set-top box and hook it up to watch mobile TV programs, with a monthly discount of only a few bucks a month, which was quite a bargain. Not bad, hey, pretty clear. G. Bigfoot praised. It's also loud. Similar to that flat panel. Zhang Fugue commented. After watching it for a few minutes, the couple felt that the TV was good, and they couldn't pick any faults for the price. Even the big TV at home wasn't much better than Whitey's. As for the appearance of the product, both husband and wife are not concerned. Can spend $148 to buy a TV? Basically do not care about the face value of the appliance, even if it looks good. An extra $100 or $200 doesn't seem like a good deal. And doesn't that money buy a dozen pounds of ribs to eat? It has to be said that spiritual pursuits and enjoyment of life only exist in affluent families. And for families in poverty and on the breadline, they still save what they can and avoid all impractical consumption in their lives. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with $148 being able to buy a TV that you can watch properly. It smells better than spending an extra $1,000 or $2,000 on another big brand. And not only does it smell good, it smells great. Inspection of the goods is correct. Zhang Fugue is very satisfied. He took a picture of the White Emperor 41 TV set, posted on the circle of friends, so that the villagers in need can buy this TV set. As the village head he was still qualified. Of course he had to share the good things and not let the villagers spend money in vain. Some villagers saw it and followed through with the purchase, and their families have long been short of a TV. G. Bigfoot suddenly thought that the last time she talked to Jean Xiao, she said that the old people in the family's eyes were uncomfortable watching flat panels because the screen was too small, and it was just right that there was a TV. So she went to Jean Xiao's house and told her about it. A $148 TV set, or a Whitey's. Jean Xiao came to be interested then. She inquired at the county mall before, and the cheapest 32-inch TV set cost $700 or $800, with a small screen and so expensive. Not so with the Whitey 41 TV, which has a much larger screen and a price tag that has been scaled down several times, just right for the home. But it's going to be $148 yet, and when these groundhog chickens I'm raising grow up and take them to be sold, I'll have money to buy a TV. Jean Xiao thought about it, and felt that the elderly watching the flat screen is too inconvenient, but also with the daughter's study conflict. So the family urgently needs a TV set. Bite the bullet or can afford it. What are you waiting for? I'll lend it to you. Just give it back to me when the time comes. Key Bigfoot is genuinely good-hearted and was ready to place his order immediately. Jean Xiao said with embarrassment, "Thank you so much. G. Maisie, wait for a week. I will be able to sell the chickens and pay you back then." G. Bigfoot waved her hand, signaling that it was out of the ordinary to say that, but after she logged into the shake shop, she froze, as the link didn't seem quite the same as the one her husband had bought, because this shows a link to a Whitey 41 Pro TV. It says additions, not price, and says the screen is upgraded at the same price. An upgrade so soon? Do you want this upgraded version of the TV? The version I bought at home seems to be sold out. G. Bigfoot said. Okay, Whitey's stuff is good. Anything? I don't understand. Jean Xiao said. But it's still on pre-order. It says it ships in 3 days. And this Whitey stuff is good. It's just always a wait. G. Bigfoot even spat a word when he placed his order. Jean Xiao said. If more people buy it, it will naturally be in short supply, which means that everyone likes this TV and you won't lose money if you buy it. Needless to say, the attitude of the mountain residents towards Whitey's appliances is very different from that of the netizens. G. Bigfoot placed his order and then waited for the new TV to arrive. At this time, Jai, who was live in Deep Town, was still interacting with netizens. A netizen then warned in a pop-up that Whitey had come out with another $148 TV set for him to buy and try out. Whitey's got another TV set? Jia is very puzzled. Z1 tablet so cheap. This TV is as low as $148 a piece. This business in the end to make money? He's not in manufacturing, but he knows about the cost thing. It can't be that TVs cost so little, can it? One of Jia's more recent moments of fire was the time he unboxed the Whitey Z1 tablet, and he's trying to find a good topic even as the live stream traffic has dropped back for a while. Now that Netflix has mentioned it, he'll just try to broadcast another unboxing. So he opened the link to the BuyD store on the spot, and suddenly found that the BuyD TV 41 Pro, still in pre-sale, and the monthly sales of this concubine actually had 7,000 plus. You know, this White Emperor 41 TV set has only been on the market for a few days. This is sold to 7,000 units. It is unbelievable, and it is still an upgraded version. He also rises a strong interest. Buy it. Jai placed his order on the spot. After that he left it unattended and waited until 3 days later when the same city courier delivered the TV. Jay then turned on the live stream to unbox this super cheap TV at home. Chapter 19, 1 week, 50,000 units. As you can see, there are very few accessories. This exterior color scheme is not great, and the case material pulls crotch. Jay unboxed it and reviewed it with the audience, and the exterior was not in the eye of the beholder anyway. Afterward, connecting the TV, he had to see the quality of this TV, but this time, Jay had the foresight to plug his ears ahead of time for fear of contamination. The interface appeared after Whitey's logo flashed, connecting to the Wi-Fi with that rough ringing sound that shook the audience in front of the screen. Ah, my titanium alloy dog ears. Netizens were spitting in the pop-up screen. It's not that it's so loud, but the sound quality is rather poor, and can't be compared to everyone's kind of active noise cancelling, bass-heavy stereo, Dolby-certified high-grade headphones and speakers. That is, to the extent that you can hear a ringing sound. Even if the sound is fine, the color of the picture isn't quite right, is it? Jai was showing a Peppa Pig cartoon, and it felt like all the colors of Peppa Pig's clothes in it were different from the rest of the TV. He moved the Whitey 41 TV set next to the big 100-inch Samsung TV in the living room for comparison, and both played the same cartoon at the same time. This contrast is quite obvious. Jay's home this big TV specially bought to play PS5 games, display effect and sound quality, all-round crushing White Emperor 41 Pro. The difference is visible to the naked eye. With distorted colors and a single function. Here's how we try to play a game on a Whitey TV. Jia was the anchor. He had all kinds of gaming consoles, and immediately took out 3 mainstream consoles, separate PS5, Switch and Xbox Series, to take them one by one and test them. First the PS5. When hooked up, Jay's big Samsung 100-inch TV showed 4K 60 FPS, while the Whitey 41 TV was only 1080p, blurry to the naked eye. In order to make a fair comparison, Jia also purposely adjusted the Samsung TV to 1080p as well, but the display is still different. In summary, the $10,000 Samsung TV has a smoother picture, better color contrast, and crushing sound. Next turned on a variety of unique Samsung TV features, with significant picture quality enhancements and features like picture-in-picture. But the Whitey 41 doesn't have any of these features, and doesn't support many HD settings. Subsequently switched to Xbox Series consoles. The effect is also similar to the previous 2 TV as long as placed together. People can clearly feel the gap between the two. So Jai said to the audience, now you know, if you're a gamer, then you definitely have to go with Samsung or Sony, or you're just sorry for your eyes. Netizens have said, I'm not a game party, and I don't choose White Emperor 41. I don't want it for nothing. This TV is only good for changing facepalms. Over 100 pieces of electronic junk. That's right. I can't believe a normal TV set can be sold for so low. They must all be defective parts. Everyone looks down on the Whitey 41, but some of them says disassembly blogger Lei Shu Hang, its internal workmanship is still okay. For light use, this TV is too cost-effective. And, at only $148 with a 1-year warranty, what kind of bike do you need? But this person was soon sprayed by other netizens, saying that he was a water army of White Emperor, and jokingly said what is the group number? There is money for everyone to earn together. Anyway, many of those who tuned in to watch Jia were game fans, and game fans naturally pursued the picture, and all of them had good TVs or monitors at home, so they naturally turned their noses up at the White Emperor 41 TVs, which were mainly low-priced. The netizen who had spoken up for Baidu quickly drowned in the pop-ups that sprayed him. Jia then replaced the Switch console connected to the TV. This Nintendo's machine is very magical. The output of up to 1080p, just right to apply the White Emperor, and lock 30 frames per second, which makes the White Emperor 41 and Samsung TV, did not pull too big a gap. Jia then spat. NS in the end is the equality of all beings game machine. Actually White Emperor 41 can easily manage. It seems that if it is the old Rens players, want to save money, choose this White Emperor or can. The netizen then said, not to choose. The home TV is not only used to play NS, the family also want to watch TV. If you buy this kind of TV back, not to be scolded to death by my mom. Jia smiled and shook his head. This TV really does not have any advantages. In addition to cheap, save this more than 100 does not make sense to them. These high-income people, they need high-quality audio-visual needs. Obviously the White Emperor 41 TV does not meet their needs. They would rather buy Samsung. Sony, do not want a White Emperor 41. Jia finally tests the movie effect of the White Emperor 41. If you watch the kind of movie with black edges, but quite a texture, because the White Emperor 41 comes with a filter. It looks like a kind of nostalgia, which Jia did not expect. Looks like Whitey TV isn't useless. As Jia was talking, his phone rang, a call from an old friend of his that he hadn't seen in a long time, coming to Deep Town to play with him. Jia was so happy that he forgot about the TV, hastily shut down the live broadcast and went out to meet his friends, while the White Emperor TV set, which has been rotating various movies at home, now that Whitey TVs have fully transitioned to the 41 Pro version. The 20,000 regular 41 model TVs that were previously produced have been completely sold out, and basically the sales are in the mountainous or rural areas, because logistics take time. The 5 days after the opening of the sale was the time when Zhou Yang's funds were the most strained. The good news is that this status quo was alleviated 5 days after the TVs were sold, and as users confirmed receipt of the goods after receiving them, the Whittier online store account received payment for the goods. A week later, White Emperor 41 and 41 Pro 2 models of television sets, a total of nearly 50,000 units sold, and every day there are thousands of orders. This monthly sales results, hanging a number of veteran television companies. As for those online criticism and slander, Zhou Yang simply do not have time to pay attention to. The majority of netizens and not his customers. Scolded again Ferocious also does not delay his TV set sales, because the people who buy TV sets, and scolded him on the internet, is simply a two-way people. That's what the saying goes. Those who curse won't buy, and those who buy won't curse. Zhou Yang was waiting for a sales record of 50,000 units. Then he would be rewarded. However, the sales of White Emperor's 3 sales platforms, combined, had already exceeded 50,000, but there was no hint of mission completion. So Zhou Yang asked the system in a puzzled manner. The system replied, the challenge mission has 2 assessment goals, monthly sales of 50,000 units, and a positive review rate of 96. The current reviews have not reached 50,000, so the mission requirements have not been met. Zhou Yang understood that he would have to wait a few more days then. He has been coordinating production supplies, and paying close attention to production for some time now, and Whitey's electrical processing plant is running at full power, and he maintains his credibility by making the first payment to his suppliers for the goods he recovers, creating a positive cycle. Soon, the White Emperor TV sales hot data topped the 3 major e-commerce platforms of the TV sales list. Even the previous TV sales champion TCL, also in the same month by the White Emperor, exceeded. Some people who follow the TV field are wondering, what kind of manufacturer is Whitey? How come I've never heard of it before? Haven't heard of it is normal. So far White Emperor has not played a single advertisement. Sales rely on consumer word of mouth, so most people have no impression of White Emperor. Only read some digital circle news people. Only heard of White Emperor, and that's still because of the news brought by the Z1 tablet. These people cannot help but be a little curious, so a little bit to understand the situation of the White Emperor TV, the results of seeing the price. All Spartan, almost shocked off the jaw. Chapter 20, the reporters come for an interview. Is there any way in hell there's a $148 TV? There's a zero missing, right? Anyone buy this scanty, cheap TV? People naturally didn't believe it, but they clicked on the sales link and were dumbfounded on the spot when they saw the monthly sales. Swiped data, right? This is the first feeling of ordinary people. So low price. The configuration is sure to chi rotten incomparable. So cheap is estimated to use the garbage secondhand parts, can be used for a week or burnt incense. Disposable TV is the nickname given to the Whitey 41 Pro by internet users who have not used it and have come to this conclusion, largely empirically. Before the concubinage platform, there are extreme cheap electrical appliances, but buyback also use a few times on the reimbursement. It is estimated that this TV is the same. The general good point of the plastic shell, half to dozens of $100. This price is certainly not with good accessories. There are also many righteous netizens, directly reported the White Television, saying that it is a brush. Soon the shopping platform launched an investigation, but the results of the investigation showed that they were all real sales, because every transaction was documented and there was no falsehood. The lack of successful reporting suggests that the sales are real, and it caught the attention of a digital circle reporter in training. Jiang Shuqi, studying in Shamshuipo University, majoring in media, has just graduated from college this year and is currently working as an intern reporter at Shamshuipo Business newspaper. She was currently worried that there was no good news. She had long been tired of reporting all day long on some lazy business news such as the chairman of such and such a company cheating with his secretary, and such a tycoon fighting over his family's assets. She held her heart and vowed to find a good story. This day she was browsing through the posts on the internet and suddenly noticed the incident of the Bitey TV set, which piqued her interest then and there. How is it possible that a $148 TV is still the top monthly seller on multiple platforms? Jiang Shuji's first reaction was fake news. but the link to White Emperor's products was still well up on the website, ready to be viewed. Her instincts told her there was news to be had, so she started collecting clues online. With a $148 TV set, there was already some attention online, and there were also anchors or bloggers who unboxed and disassembled it, so it seemed that the quality wasn't as bad as expected, and she also counted the sales of all of Baidu's online stores, which added up to a horrifying 50,000 plus units, which was $7.4 million in sales. This number may be rare for the big TV manufacturers, but Whitey is a small, unheard of factory, and the fact that this TV has been on the shelves for only a week and has sold so much, and that's without advertising, is something that has to be marveled at. What kind of business is it that focuses on producing these ultra-low-end appliances? Can it make money? Jiang Shuji decides to investigate to the end, and after she learns enough information through the internet, she decides to go to Baidu's factory in person to take a look. Saying yes, she grabbed her backpack and recorder and headed out. At this time Zhou Yang just put a sum of 250,000 yuan to the screen supplier Lin Shui. Originally thought that such a small transfer every few days, the other party will get tired of it, but Lin Shui did not reply at all. Later, after inquiring about it, Lin Shui seems to have a big name. His dad is a big entrepreneur, and he is a rich second generation who doesn't have a lot of money. No wonder the willingness to sell millions of goods to him is not much of a concern, so it is the family has a mind. That afternoon, the security guard came to report that there was a little girl outside who was coming for an interview. Reporter? Zhou Yang came to be interested. This is a good opportunity. If Baidu is in the news, it will greatly benefit the company, so he personally went to meet. When he came to the door, he saw a girl with a ponytail, plainly dressed, wearing light makeup, somewhat thin. Hello, I'm Zhou Yang, the factory manager of White Emperor Electric. Zhou Yang reached out and said, hello, I'm Shuki Jiang, the intern reporter of Deep Town Business News. Jiang Shuji was slightly surprised in her heart when she shook hands, because she didn't expect that Baidu's factory manager was actually so young and a little bit handsome. Professional ethics, though, kept her from moving, and she made her own request for an interview. Okay, come in and talk. Zhou Yang expressed his welcome and led her into the factory. Zhou Yang then took Jiang Shuji around the factory. Originally thought that White Emperor's products were so cheap that it should be a small cottage factory with junk parts piled up everywhere. But it turned out that the actual situation greatly exceeded Jiang Shuji's expectations. The whole White Emperor factory production is intense and orderly. The workers are full of spirit. The factory is clean and hygienic, and there is also a production line of the latest type of parts. Looking at these conditions, how does it not look like a cottage factory? After getting permission, Jiang Shuji took a few pictures of the factory. When the factory tour was over, Zhou Yang took the Jiang reporter to his office, where he conducted an interview. Jiang Shuji prepared the interview script. Her first question asked, why do you produce such cheap appliances? What is the purpose? Will lose money? Zhou Yang smiled and said, the goal of our White Emperor is to let the people of the world realize the freedom of appliances. As for losing money, that's impossible. Although we don't make much, but with a thin profit, we still make money. We won't lose money. Jiang Shuji asked again. The internet is currently slamming the products produced by White Emperor as electronic garbage. What do you think? To believe that the eyes of the masses are bright. Our Z1 flat panel, sales of more than 50,000. So far there are still people seeking to buy 41 series TV sets, sales of 50,000. Oh sorry, today has exceeded 60,000 units, still in short supply. This explains everything. Everyone recognizes the electrical appliances. Could it be garbage? After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he showed Jiang Shuji some buyers' shows from the shaking store. When she saw these mountain residents, after using White Emperor's products, revealed sincere smiles. Jiang Shuji was deeply touched. She seemed to understand why. With all the one-sided denigration and abuse on the internet, White Emperor still occupies the top of the sales list. Then what is your profit margin for producing these low-end products? Jiang Shuji asked. That's a trade secret, so I'm sorry I can't answer that. Zhou Yang didn't say everything out loud. After that, Jiang Shuji asked some other questions, and Zhou Yang answered them all. Jiang Shuji finally inquired, I would like to ask, will White Emperor produce other electrical appliances besides tablet computers and televisions? Of course, Zhou Yang said. We at Baidu will continue to research and develop, and we will produce whatever the people need. This sentence was said with a strong voice. Jiang Shuji firmly memorized it, and went back. She was going to publish what she had interviewed. Thank you for your cooperation. Jiang Shuji stood up and shook hands with Zhou Yang after getting a satisfactory interview. Zhou Yang politely sent Jiang Shuji to the factory entrance and watched her leave by car. Zhou Yang was in a happy mood now, and it was estimated that his challenge task would be completed by the time this story appeared in the newspaper. What Zhou Yang didn't know, however, was that a subsequent breaking news event had made Baidi 41 TV set a hot news topic, and triggered a competitive crisis. Chapter 21: The Nokia of Television. Anchor Jay meets up with an old friend and has a great time. He did his part as a host and kept going crazy with his friends for 2 days in the city, not even going home in between. They went to have fun during the day, sang and clubbed at night, stayed at the hotel in the wee hours of the morning, and did have a good time. On the third day, when his friend was finally leaving, Jai went to the station to see him off. The process, which he also live-streamed, had viewers seeing the scene of Jai's brothers parting ways. "Take care, buddy. Call when you get to the place." The two exchanged goodbyes and waved goodbye. After that it was easy. Jai was sitting in the back of a special car, kept the live stream on and was chatting with netizens. More than 2 consecutive days of outdoor live content has finally come to an end. Some senior netizens still remember the previous live broadcast. Whitey 41 TV said after the unboxing, "Is not to continue to go to change the stainless steel wash basin? The faceplate won't be replaced. And going by the piss-poor nature of the Z1 flat panel, the TV might even go up in the second-hand market and make back its investment." Jai is now finely tuned to create a thrifty persona. Everyone laughed and said, "How can this TV go up in price? Flat panel." Many people are following the trend. More than one casually throw that do not take up space. "This TV cannot be, get it to the home. The volume is so big. The general public cannot be curious to buy, and the online store has always been in stock. There will not be a second-hand increase in the price of the situation." With Jia's income, it doesn't really care if the price goes up or not. The program is effective enough. He returned to the neighborhood and walked without turning off the live stream, which he used to mix up the live hours. When he arrived at the door of the house, suddenly his ears heard the screams of a woman from the room, as if a tragedy had taken place. "Wait, what's that sound?" Jia's face changed as he put his ear close to the door of the room, and he could hear all sorts of tense ghostly noises from inside, which turned out to be a TV show or movie playing. "Oh, it's the sound of the TV." Yago paused again in his speech and exclaimed crap as he remembered that he had left the TV on in a hurry. "Damn, this low-end TV has been on for 3 days straight. Don't let it smoke and catch fire from overheating. I've only been renovating my house for a short while." Jia was really startled and hurriedly opened the door to the room and rushed in. The originally expected poor quality TV set, which was left on for a long period of time and the wiring shorted out and caught fire, did not happen, and the house was still in the same condition as before he left. Netizens also followed the surprised. According to their conception, more than 100 electrical appliances that are disposable. Fire and electricity are normal phenomenon. This cheap white Emperor 41 TV, continuous work can have 3 days. Actually no change. Let a person surprised. Jai reached for the back of the TV to try and see if it was hot. The netizen hurriedly warned, "Don't touch it. Be careful of leakage." Leakage is not going to happen. Although Jay didn't like the crotch-pulling performance of the Whitey 41 TV, it turns out that its quality can't be faulted. At least it doesn't leak. He touched the back of the TV and found it to be warm. The energy consumption was definitely okay, and he estimated that he could watch it for a few months without any problems. "Allow me a moment of convenience." Jai said he was going to shush, but he didn't pay attention to his feet and tripped over the power cord of the TV, and he fell, and the TV was ripped out of the TV stand, and it snapped, and landed upside down on the hard tiles. Crap, how unlucky. Jai rubbed his aching knee and moved it around. Thankfully the bone was fine, leaving a bruise at best. Looking back, the upside-down white Emperor TV on the ground actually had sound coming out of it. It was pretty tough. This didn't even break. When he went to pick up the TV, he was already prepared for the screen to shatter. But the TVs were only $148 apiece, and it wouldn't hurt him to break them. The anchor lost $148 for this fall. Wouldn't it be better to break it and save yourself the mental burden of throwing it straight in the trash? Netizens have chimed in. However, when Jai picked up the TV, the live netizens were collectively shocked, because the TV screen, a crack is not there. Crap, no, it can't even be broken like that? This TV set is divine. Hey, I see Whitey as the Nokia of the TV world, with TVs that can be used to smash walnuts and deflect bullets. Netizens are surprised. They just clearly see the TV fell on the ground is how hard, and still aside first, such a vibration are not bad. Suspect that the screen is made of iron. Anchor, take a quick test to see if there are any dark wounds. Netizens are not quite convinced that this $100-odd TV set is so well built. Jia also came to be interested. He began to adjust the various parameters of the TV set. Also played a movie and connected to the game console but did not find any problems. He ended up using the traditional TV fixing technique and slapped the TV hard and it still didn't budge. Jia also couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Bullshit. The biggest advantage of this White Emperor TV has been found by me, and that's resistance to falling. Netizens also found his selling point. This TV is for couples who often quarrel and drop the TV. It does not hurt to fall, but also simply cannot be broken. This is not a perfect match. Save money and can eliminate anger. There are also netizens brainstorming. Said this is a fan-specific models of TV. Look at the World Cup, their own support team after the loss. You can despite the TV set to take the air. Whacked after not delaying to see. Makes sense. Jia was also inspired by the netizen's brain. Then this White Emperor TV set he will not deal with. Stay dedicated to watching the national football game. When the TV smashed up at all does not hurt. Not to mention, this new demand, which was developed only because of an accident, really increased the sales of Whitey TV sets, and at least hundreds more were sold that day. All bought by viewers who had watched Jia's live broadcasts, just to prepare for watching football, or other sports programs. After all, these people have had bitter experiences. Their families have already smashed 2 or 3 televisions. They just can't afford to consume anymore. And it's Whitey who lets them vent and smash it while watching the game. Simply the greatest product in the world. When this live broadcast, which was edited separately, was published to the major video platforms, it quickly went viral because of the interesting content. When people look at it, they give it a thumbs up and call Whitey the Nokia of the TV world, with a hardness comparable to that of a tank. And at only 148, what more bike? Whitey is teased by netizens as a must-have TV brand for grumpy people. With the spread of this terrier in the network, Whitey TV, but also stepped into the public eye. 148 yuan TV so resistant to fall. Those who do not move to crack and spend the screen of high-grade TV. How there is a face to sell. This time, the news has again piqued the interest of disassembly blogger Lei Shuhang, who disassembled his own Whitey TV set in order to verify the inner workings of the set. The internal circuits, not to mention the workmanship, were so solid that he cracked the secret that TV screens don't break when dropped after some research. For one thing, the screen is a soft material and not glass, and is flexible enough to soften the impact. Of course, the most crucial thing is that the quality of the screen is really over the top. Can use this kind of quality screen Whitey TV? Really is the conscience of the domestic enterprises. With the release of Lei Shuhang's video, it has taken the heat of the White Emperor 41 TV set to a new level. Chapter 22, Drawings of Washing Machines. Meanwhile, within the 10-mile village, in just a few days, the villagers, after visiting the Whitey TV set in the house of the village head, Zhang Fugue, all thought it was good enough to buy one for themselves, so that more than 20 households bought it from this small village alone, including Jin Xiao's family. After several days of waiting, Jin Xiao finally received the Whitey 41 Pro TV set from the postal courier, and she couldn't wait to open it. She was not good at assembling TVs, or her daughter Xiaoya was smarter, and with her research, mother and daughter put the TV together. The mother and daughter both cheered the moment the TV was turned on, as the screen was so much bigger than a flat screen, and the picture was clear and loud, perfect for them to watch. So Jin Xiao put the TV set to the old man's room. Put the TV table legs have been gnawed by mice, so use Xiaoya's exercise book pad feet, but does not affect the viewing. As for the TV programs received, it was the mobile network TV installed by Zhang Fugue, except for the live broadcast which was not too easy to watch. Other movies and TV dramas, operas and so on could be watched casually. Yes. Two old people see such a big screen play opera. Face are happy flowers. They are bedridden for several years. Feel that today is the happiest day in a few years, and will never be bored again. Life has a run for its money. 2. Jin Xiao saw his parents so happy. Heartfelt gratitude to the White Emperor factory. It is White Emperor produced flat panel and TV, so that the entertainment life of their family rose to a dimension. The family also finally smiles constantly, and the previous sighing and moping has been completely different. So she found G Bigfoot and had to go publish a buyer's show to thank Whitey for his kindness. Such scenes, one after another, were played out in different villages, where everyone enjoyed the pleasure of the Whitey TV set and reciprocated with their sincere buyer's show. Inside the editorial office of the Deeptown Business Journal, Jiang Shuji, a newcomer trainee reporter, handed in her press release about the Whitey electrical factory, which drew praise from the anchor. Not bad, no to follow the hotspot. I have heard the story of this White Emperor TV set, recently quite hot. Still want to send someone to interview it? I did not expect you to interview it first. Performance is good. Next month you will be transferred. With some encouragement from the editor-in-chief, the piece was published. This press release contains not only the interview, but also Jiang Shuji's own analysis and opinions. Before the deadline, she calculated the sales of Whitey 41 TV sets, The whole platform has 65,000 plus sales now. According to the calculation of each unit 148 yuan, sales have been more than 962 million yuan, which is a really amazing figure. Even if the profit margin of this TV is even lower, it is estimated that there is $1 million of net profit, and the key TV has been on the shelves for only about 10 days. And if you make $1 million in 10 days, then you are going to net $3 million in a month, which is simply an eye-popping figure. This article was sent out. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, coupled with the previous public opinion storm, which makes the White Emperor 41 TV, has become a phenomenal hot news, but also let the White Emperor TV, for the first time, attracted the attention of peers. People also realized that it was so profitable to produce low-end TVs. For a while, the major TV brands finally realized that the reason for their lower shipments in the past half-month was because of the White Emperor 41 series of TVs, which had grabbed most of their orders for low-end products. As for high-end TV set brands such as Sony and Samsung, there is little impact because the buyers are two different groups of people. Among them, Xiaomi TV, which focuses on low-end and cost-effective, has been hit the hardest, which has aroused their strong concern. Xiaomi TV manager called a meeting with the engineers under him to study the mystery of the success of BYD TV. The manager's eyes gleamed as he stared at the engineer and asked, "Tell me, if we produce this 41-inch TV, can we get its cost down to less than $148? The engineer frowned, then shook his head. According to our current process and raw materials is impossible. The minimum can be compressed to more than 500, plus some other costs may be able to reach 600 or 700. On the basis of the selling price of 1,000 yuan, the net profit of about 300 yuan per unit, to build a 41-inch TV that costs less than 100 yuan, unless the cheapest parts are used, and also the obsolete models from a few years ago. But we have R&D costs, all counted, and sell for 148 yuan. It is definitely a loss." The manager was upset that the engineer he hired for such a high annual salary could not solve the problem for him. The cost-effective synonymous with the enterprise cannot be built. So how did BYD build it? And look at this sales momentum. Seems to be profitable inside. So go on. Their products are not competitive. Low-end products sooner or later eliminated. The manager then commanded, "I order you to buy a Whitey TV set back immediately and study it to see how they do it." Engineers do not dare to delay, immediately order, and out of their own pockets to expedite delivery. They will arrive tomorrow to start research. By the time they got to day 2, the engineers received the Whitey 41 Pro TV. They started disassembling it for reverse study and were amazed. Unlike the expected cottage quality, the internal construction of this TV is noteworthy, and even has the shadow of high-end TV design. So it can be said that upgrading the accessories and using the original circuitry can build a high-grade TV. So it can be seen that Whitey has spent a lot of effort on this circuit diagram. This makes Xiaomi's engineers not understand. Counting R&D costs. How can not spread the cost? Do not understand how Whitey compressed the cost to below 148 yuan. In fact, engineers do not know as the Zhou-Yang change in design circuits are the system to help complete this part of the cost savings. You can save a lot of cost. So normal businesses cannot fight with him in the price war. Just when the White Emperor TV set has become the object of study of enterprises in the industry, the sales of the White Emperor 41 Pro TV set also officially exceeded 80,000 units. And this is only in half a month's time results. This sales is really horrible. Hit the other brands of low-end TV. The sales of only 1/3 of the original, or even lower, was crushed without the slightest power to fight back. After all, there are not many consumers can refuse a normal can watch TV, but also resistant to fall. Have a warranty, not much worse than other brands of the same size TV, and the price of $148, which makes the White Emperor TV become the industry's explosive product. Zhou Yang, on the other hand, had officially received the system's mission reward prompt. Super Factory System, challenge task completed. White Emperor 41 series TV sets, monthly sales of more than 50,000 units, and the positive feedback rate of 96 or more. Special reward for a rare drawing. Yes. Zhou Yang excitedly waved his fists in his office while he prepared to open this rare drawing. The drawings are virtual and come in a small virtual gift box that you need to open yourself. Open the rare drawings. With a command from Zhou Yang, the system opened this mysterious drawing for him. System prompt, obtain one drawing of the limited edition higher double barrel wave washer. Laundry? Zhou Yang was surprised, not realizing that the drawing this time was a washing machine. Chapter 23 Newcomer Orientation Mission. Zhou Yang raffle won the higher washing machine drawing, but this drawing is different from other drawings. There is a limited edition label. After inquiring about the system, I learned that this washing machine, which Haier developed, was not brought to market. The drawings were set up the year before, but when the design came out, it was judged to be behind the times. Nowadays, people's standard of living has improved. The pursuit of quality of life, this old-fashioned wheel washing machine, is the 1980s and 1990s began to popularize the style. The function is backward, and now has been quickly replaced by the drum-type washing machine. Drum-type washing machine is not only good-looking, but also has many functions. Washing and drying in one, comes with sterilization, timing, everything interconnected, etc. Is not semi-automatic wheel-type washing machine. Fast-paced city people are inclined to favor the drum washing machine. This led to the wave-type washing machine. Sales are getting lower and lower, and the buying public is mostly urban and rural low-end market. Customers are price-sensitive, are willing to choose cheap products, so the major washing machine companies, gradually reducing the production of traditional wave-type washing machine. Wave washing machine will begin to involution. Like higher this not launched on the death of the wave washing machine, is because a lot more fancy features, plus the use of good materials, resulting in the cost of becoming higher, was denied by the management. So out of the first death, was higher snow. However, this washing machine drawings, but by Zhou Yang through the system accidentally drawn, and because there is no market, and even directly out of use, there will not be imitation, plagiarism and other negative impact. Zhou Yang checked this drawing and found the same problem as higher. This washing machine, if built, would cost more than $500, plus all kinds of losses and labor. It will be on $600 or $700, and when it comes time to sell it for about $1,000. This price is so inflated that it is no wonder that it will be denied. So it's not so much the features that lose out on this wave-type washer, but the product positioning. But this drawing was given to Zhou Yang at the right time, and he was the best at cutting down the configuration. Now that Whitey's two products rely on the mountain village market and have achieved success, Zhou Yang certainly intends to continue to take the route of extreme cost-effective. Then the next product is this washing machine. Zhou Yang opened the drawing editing interface and prepared to delete it. Ding! Triggered the newcomer guide task. A drawing should not only delete. Science and technology lies in innovation and application. This modification of drawings need to have innovative items than the original drawings, and recognized by the market. The monthly sales volume of 30,000 units, the positive feedback rate of 96 or more, can be rewarded with a set of shell injection molding production line. Note that, in advance, you need to prepare the required plant. Suddenly received a prompt. Zhou Yang surprised and happy, just got the parts production line, so that he can reduce the cost of a cut. This time to provide the shell injection molding production line, so that you do not have to look for other manufacturers every time to customize the shell. Looking for other manufacturers to customize, but also worn out, because the White Emperor's products are low-end. Selling price of low profit is less. Those shell manufacturers are less willing to do, are in the rush to do high-value orders, so like now Z1 tablet shell supply, it is subject to constraints. Want to produce in advance but also to pay the expedited fee, and look at other people's face. It would be great to have your own injection molding line. It's not just a matter of saving costs, but also saving time, a lot of time. So this newbie orientation quest is a must. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and opened the editing interface when he was ready for anything. First of all, the original metal aluminum alloy material shell, all replaced with hard plastic. The cost can drop $100 or so at once. Then the electronic control panel, which costs a few $dozen, and the user also has to learn the cost of a bunch of buttons do not know how to start, which also all change, and to replace the mechanical knob, quite retro, although the look of the earth, but the accessories are good to buy. Uncle Lou, there are a lot of obsolete old models of electronic parts, to strive for the knob panel set of parts within $6 all done. Then comes the motor, which is the biggest cost. The original higher washing machine has a powerful motor that is expected to be able to wash 10 kilograms of clothes, which is necessary in rural areas because of the need to wash heavy fabrics such as duvets, and then this motor cannot be cut down or it will not be suitable for the rural market. But the original imported motors are too expensive, actually close to $100 bucks. That's definitely not going to work. Look for a domestically made replacement, preferably at a cost that can be compressed to within $20 or $30. As for the liner, there is no need for any high-grade plastic. General plastic on the line, characterized by wear-resistant, not easy to break, lest it affect the product reputation. But the disadvantage is that the friction is a little big, running up the noise. None of this is a problem. Zhou Yang has come to the realization that for the rural market, low price trumps all the bells and whistles. Prepare to complete the modification of the moment. Zhou Yang suddenly found a problem. The original version of the washing machine, there is a bionic C spray construction, can be in the cylinder body, multi-directional jet of water. The purpose is to fully wash the clothes. But the original version of the spray water flow, there are subtle small motors and circuits to drive, which is several tens of dollars more cost. Zhou Yang certainly cannot want. That also need to be deleted. But this function all cut. Feel a little pity. The washing machine will have no novelty. Zhou Yang considered. Decided to be retained. But those small motors cannot be used. Otherwise the cost cannot be pressed down. Must think of a way to use the C-wave spray function without spending money. Seeing the water inlet on the drawing, Zhou Yang had an idea that he could use the water pressure of the faucet above and the gravitational potential energy to press the water out of the spray opening, which would also save some costs. The principle is similar to a watering can. This saves another few dozen dollars. The drawings were basically set and completed, but Zhou Yang delayed clicking OK because it would not complete the task. This time, the newbie orientation task has him to design brand new features, which is not good. Innovation costs money, plus a new function. There will be new parts. The cost goes up. The more complex the function, the higher the cost. Against Zhou Yang's consistent design ideas. So how do you design a brand new feature? That's going to start with the actual use of the customer. He was not a rural user. So Zhou Yang decided that he would find a target customer to contact. He immediately went from the shopping backend of the online store to find customers whose shipping address was in the mountain village area, and then called them. Hello there, I'm a member of the Whittier Appliance Company and I'd like to do a little research with you about washing machines. After Zhou Yang made the call, he promised to complete the research and give them a gift bag, which could be offset with a coupon plus a souvenir if they purchased White Emperor's products next time. As soon as he heard there was a gift, that customer knew what he was talking about. A washing machine. I've bought one before. It didn't last long before it broke down and I've been throwing it around the house. Not durable. Can't wash big clothes. It's useless. For a while, Zhou Yang received a lot of user feedback, but one thing that stood out was the lack of durability. There are multiple brands involved, and if one brand doesn't last, it's a quality issue. But if all of them don't last, it's not a quality issue, but perhaps a problem with usage habits. So Zhou Yang asked these users in detail about their habits, but learned a shocking information. That is, these rural users often use the washing machine to wash vegetables, potatoes and radishes and other things with outer skin, washed, and then fed to the pigs or eat themselves. Now Zhou Yang knows that washing vegetables is not the same as washing clothes. There is a lot of sand and dirt on it, which can lead to damage to the washing machine and increase the failure rate. There you go. Wouldn't it be innovative to design a washing machine that can wash vegetables? Zhou Yang's thoughts opened up at once and decided to do just that. Chapter 24 Researching New Features. If you want to wash vegetables in your washing machine, then you need to make the tank and agitation unit not too sharp where you will break the vegetables. Again, add a filter to get the sediment out. This is relatively simple. Zhou Yang altered the drawings, set up a filter device in the washing machine outlet. The finer sediment can be discharged with the sewage. The discharge of large pieces of sediment. Set up a collection tank. Regular cleaning is good. As for the washing mode of washing vegetables, it is definitely different from washing clothes. Agitation should be even, not too fast, and rinsing is the main thing. This requires a separate option on the panel for washing dishes, which is also convenient and easy to understand. Drawing design complete, no innovative options. When Zhou Yang added the dishwashing function, the system was automatically completing the design, but it was not judged as innovative. The dual combination of a dishwasher and a washing machine isn't actually an innovation? Zhou Yang was a bit puzzled. He went to Baidu to check, and found that the washing machine that can wash vegetables is not original. As early as the beginning of this century, there are companies have launched a washing machine can wash vegetables, but belongs to a niche product. The price is not very cheap. Urban customers cannot be used. Rural customers think too expensive, not pleasing to both ends. It did not implement up. Then this would be difficult. Zhou Yang's mission objective could not be accomplished. It seemed that in addition to washing dishes, a new function had to be added to make it work. But the main purpose of a washing machine is to wash things. So what else can you wash besides clothes and dishes? Zhou Yang began to think about what appliances with the word wash. Bath. Dishwashing. Wait, dishwasher? Zhou Yang suddenly thought of a household appliance. A washing machine that can wash dishes. This is indeed a field that no manufacturer has touched on. But it is still a bit difficult to realize the function of a washing machine to wash dishes. First of all, the size of the washing machine makes it unsuitable to add a dish rack. And if you make it a rectangular tank suitable for washing dishes, it won't be suitable for washing clothes, and it will leave dead space. And a dishwasher is one where the dishes don't move and you let the water flow, which is very different from how a washing machine operates. At the moment, it seems that dishwashers and washing machines are so different that they don't seem to be compatible. But things happen for people. So Zhou Yang locked himself in his office and spent the entire day writing and drawing, just so he could find the commonalities between the two appliances. After carefully checking the construction of the washing machine, Zhou Yang suddenly found a point that could be utilized. That is, the original C-wave type of spraying device, which is similar to the dishwasher. It's just that after his previous deletion, the force of the spray by water pressure and gravity wouldn't be enough to clean it. So, wouldn't it be great to add some small motors as appropriate so that the cost increase is under $10 for an extra dishwashing function? Said to do, Zhou Yang slightly modified the previous drawings, plus a few small motors to control the force of the spray water column, so that you can ensure that the water spray force can better clean dishes and clothes. But this will not clean. It is necessary to slightly modify the way. Add a round dish rack in the bucket, let it in the washing, slow turn, so that the fixed water jet can spray to most of the area of the dishes after the water, so it will be much cleaner. Just do this, will be more than the normal dishwasher water consumption is a little larger. But people who use washing machines for dishes per se are generally trying to save money and trade their utility bills for comfort, and won't pay attention to that little bit of water usage. So this one's got the makings of a mess. After designing in this way, the drawings were automatically corrected, and then in the system interface, it began to display the simulation video of the finished product in use, giving Zhou Yang an all-round demonstration of the functions of this washing machine that washes laundry, dishes, and integrates the 3 washes into one. Only in the simulation animation, this washing machine could easily deal with laundry and dishwashing. It was the dishwashing that was slightly less effective. There were many places that could not be rinsed clean. The system prompted, failed to modify the new function. The dishwashing effect is not satisfactory. The system negated the modification. And not every modification will work, but it doesn't matter. Failure is success, his mom. Need to think of a better way. Currently, because the dishes are all stacked together, the middle part of the sheltered part of the water flow is always not sprayed. Then we need to design a more ingenious way. But Zhou Yang, after a day of trying, also did not succeed. To the late night, Zhou Yang felt a little dizzy, so he decided to watch a movie. First relax, turn on the TV, see the recent movie in TV drama. It feels contrary and cloying, all kinds of detached from reality, watching people sick. Zhou Yang then flipped out the old movie Taiji Zhang Sanfeng, or Watch This Eye Candy. As a result, when he saw one of the paragraphs, Zhang Sanfeng said, "Let go of the burden and run towards a new life." Zhou Yang was suddenly enlightened, which gave him inspiration. He sat up from the bed, opened the system drawing editing interface, and began to modify it. Yes, he gleaned the direction of the revision from the movie. His design idea in the morning was to design a superb washing machine with comprehensive functions, but the dishwashing function was never as good as it should have been, caused by his too much pursuit of perfection. Want to save money and still want to be effective. However, it is impossible to find only the optimal one. After a meal of Zhou Yang's maneuvering, he finally found a breakthrough, which was to discard the washing on the back of the dishes. The average person eating and washing dishes, the back is less likely to be stained, so that you only need to put the front of the dishes on the outside of the dishwashing rack, directly in front of the spray stream, so that the front side will be rinsed clean. As for the back side, regardless of the time, will be indicated in the instructions, can only be cleaned on the front side of the stains, the back side of the dirty recommendations for hand washing, or clean the front side, and then transfer to the reverse side and then washed once again. This is outdated in terms of functionality, but it's getting to the point where it's working without significantly increasing the cost. Ding! Washing machine design complete. Add dishwashing function. Recognized as a new function. Please name this washing machine. Now a pleasant beep came from the system, finally recognizing the new feature. Someone had invented a washing machine that could wash dishes before, but a washing machine that washed vegetables and dishes was the first of its kind, and now there was a prerequisite for getting the job done. After thinking about it, Zhou Yang named this washing machine White Emperor 3X Washing Machine. 3 is 3 kinds of washing: laundry, washing dishes. X is the pinyin of the word wash, so it is easy to remember. System: the White Emperor 3X washing machine drawing was successfully designed, triggering a lucky strike and obtaining the corresponding mold. Trigger lucky again this time. Not sure if I'm taking care of the newbies or not, but I'll be able to save time and a couple $1,000 again anyway. The next step is to buy accessories, but it's getting late, so that will have to wait until tomorrow. Before going to bed, Zhou Yang checked his current points, relying on a handful of Z1 flat panel sales, plus the hot sales of White Emperor's 41 series televisions. He now had 61 points to redeem for ordinary drawings, but there wasn't anything too good in the drawings, so he just build up his points and wait until he was on 100. Then he'd exchange them for something good. The system was giving more and more benefits, and in a month or so, It was estimated that he would be able to pay back the $5 million he owed, and he would be able to sleep soundly. Joe Young still dealt with the night on the folding bed in the office, and he would go home to sleep when the production was on track later. Chapter 25, Whitey TV? Turning the day. Joe Young started shopping for parts for the washing machine. The first is the liner and shell. He gave the drawings to the injection molding factory and chose the cheapest and most wear-resistant materials. However, the injection molding factory is now very tight production tasks. You need to wait a while to produce. It is very delayed. There is no way. Just this production cost is cheap. In order to reduce the cost, can only choose this one. Then you have to wait patiently for a period of time. The good thing is that the factory is now in full production of televisions, so there is no delay and it can wait. Joe Young thought in his heart, this should be the last time he looked for the accommodation factory. And in the future, the production line rewarded down. No longer need to be subject to this restriction. Subsequently is some panel small accessories. This kind of accessories to find Uncle Lou on the line. Bulk purchases. Of only a few cents. As for the number of purchases, Joe Young temporarily set 50,000 sets. First look at the pre-sales and then say. As for the largest proportion of the cost of the motor, Uncle Lou here also have goods. The motor is a traditional industry. What models are available? And even can be directly customized. Customization costs money and time. Joe Young chose among the models that are readily available. And he has only two requirements. One is cheap and durable. And the other is sufficient power. Joe Young here in Lu Shui. Several of the same type of motor lined up. He went from hand to check. System, the Golden Bull 73W. A motor meets the requirements. The system gave a hint. Found a suitable motor. This motor is very cheap. And good quality. Joe Young proposed to 50,000 sets. The back may also need to buy goods. It got a fairly favorable price. 31 yuan. Another big head is the shell and cylinder. The factory quoted 28 a set, plus the rest of some messy materials, screws, rubber hoses and other small parts. His own production line can be produced. In the end, Whitey 3X washing machine. The cost of about 75 yuan. This price made Joe Young breathe a sigh of relief. Finally not breaking the triple digits. Then in his usual fashion, the washer must be selling for $99. Less than $100 for a 3-in-1 washing machine. So there should be a certain degree of competitiveness. Joe Young is optimistic about the prospects of the washing machine. Next, Joe Young let the artisan Xiao Jian start designing the publicity pattern. But this time the launch of the new product will be later. At least half a month. Mainly because the injection molding factory side delayed the time. Just as Joe Young was preparing to produce washing machines, the Whitey 41 TV set was selling in full swing, with another 20,000 units sold in the following week. In the first half of the month, the three major online shopping platforms combined to wildly sell 100,000 TV sets, which became a phenomenon in the TV market, triggering widespread concern. 100,000 Whitey 41 TVs, totaling more than $10 million in sales, could definitely make some of your peers blush. If you want to say what's great about the domestic market, it's undoubtedly following the trend. See buy D TV set to make a lot of money. Cottage small factories have been on the cheap TV. Quickly launched $100 price of cheap TV sets, even cheaper than the buy D TV set, priced between 120 to 130, which is undoubtedly more attractive. For a time low-price TV sets swept the market of Huiqiangbai in Shenzhen, and also went online in the online store of Concubine. However, the products of these small cottage factories were not as good as the Whitey 41, and one after another, they had quality problems. On this day, the anchor Jia was live broadcasting. Suddenly there is a fan called Don't Step on My Chelsea in his live room quarrel, constantly in the pop-up screen area brush screen. Garbage anchor? Just know how to bring garbage goods to enrich yourself. The quality is so bad. I'm going to complain about you and expose you. Jia is puzzled. He seldom carries goods. Even if he carries goods is to promote a variety of video games, because he is a game anchor. However, this netizen called Chelsea actually said that the quality of the carries is poor. This is not scientific, at best. Said that the game is not good. Why do you say that the quality is poor? Are you mistaken, friend? If you don't find the game fun, you can request a refund from the manufacturer. Jia said in the live broadcast. Don't Step on My Chelsea said. What game? I'm talking about the TV you brought in last time. I watched it for a few days and it was scrapped. It didn't light up. And when I said I'd return it, customer service ignored me. Whitey TV set? Jay was just wondering. He never brought anything to Whitey. And that previous unboxing video was at his own expense. Heaven and earth. He didn't even compliment Whitey with a few kind words. Just a couple after realizing that the TV was resistant to falling. And he didn't charge Whitey a dime. which isn't even a bandwagon. Jia patiently to explain, but the "do not step on my Chelsea" students do not listen to, and then disappeared from the live broadcast, and then Jia received a backstage warning, saying that he should regulate his words and behavior, be careful with the goods and so on. Jai just got very upset and it was a no-brainer. He turned back to the netizen and couldn't find him, but there were others on the air who had had similar experiences. Another netizen called Retreat. He said he also bought a white Emperor TV. The frame has scratches, yellowing. Suspect that it is a second-hand. Jia felt wrong. He had bought the white grain products twice. The quality should not be so bad. I guess there is a misunderstanding somewhere. He added that retired netizens asked the situation in detail. When the retreating netizen sent over a photo of the whitey TV he bought from WeChat, Jai instantly recognized that it wasn't a whitey TV at all. Bro, it seems like the one you bought is not a whitey TV. It's not that different from the one I bought. Jai came to his room and compared his TV set with the one in the netizen's photo, which was different in logo size, shape, and detailed arrangement. Could it be a new product from Whitey? Jai then managed to get the address of the online store from Retreat.com. He wanted to see what was going on in person. As a result, the link to the product was sent over. And when he saw the long list of titles, Jia knew something was wrong. Although the name of the product has the word by D, but at the end there is an additional by D words. The bottom of the product page shows that it is by D TV. The TV priced at 138 yuan is not a genuine by D TV. Then carefully observe the photos provided by the Retreat netizens. There is no Lagoon the TV set, only the manual and the box with a line written on the White Brother trademark. Deliberately make it look like the White Emperor 2 words, which is a cottage product customary. This is the usual practice of cottage products. It's been a long time since I've seen it, so Whitey has a cottage product. Jai sighed. And then he went to chat with the customer service of Whitey's store, asking them if the TV was Whitey or Whitey. Customer service said they were Whitey, cheaper and better quality than Whitey TVs. Anyway, it's a lot of talk about smallpox. Naturally, Jai didn't believe it, and in order to trip everyone up, he placed an order for one on the spot. But the shipping address for this TV is wrong. It's not in the city. It's in Hiroshima. It's a good thing the two cities aren't too far away. A day or two, while Jia was waiting for the goods to arrive, people have been posting online that they have been screwed over, saying that the quality of Whitey televisions is so poor that they are second best. There is a saying that good things do not come out of the door. Bad things spread thousands of miles. The whole network of television monthly sales champion, with a number of special products to open sales, it began to use poor quality products to fool consumers. Such a news headline appeared in some irresponsible media pages. They don't go for interviews and understanding of the situation. Just based on what netizens post in the bar and other places, the screenshots become their own news, and use gimmicks to attract people to click on them. As for what the truth is, they don't care, they only care about their own traffic. I have to say, these people are a disgrace to the news media. This matter, too, was quickly discovered by Zhou Yang, because some customers who bought cottage products couldn't find after-sales service, and actually ran to their White Emperor online store to get angry and ask for a refund. Zhou Yang, after understanding the original story, felt that this thing is so strange, and this also effectively affects the sales of the online store. It must be clarified. On the one hand, he had the online store put up the content of "Beware of Counterfeiting, Serious White Emperor trademark," and on the other hand, he got the media to dispel the rumors. The person Zhou Yang is looking for is Jiang Shuji, the driver reporter. Chapter 26, Whitey's TV Buyers Show. Hello reporter Jiang. Zhou Yang finds Jiang Shuji and invites her to the factory again. Jiang Shuji was also interested in this news, because she was relying on the last report that White Emperor Company had turned around, so she also paid attention to the follow-up news. She went to the office in the factory and saw that there was already a Whitey TV set on the desk. Yes, there's more than one kind of cottage TV. Like this brand, it's 100 as in 1,000, Emperor as in Emperor. This one is priced at $128, which is a living hell $20 cheaper than a genuine Whittier TV. Zhou Yang bought back. See this imitation TV. Hanging Gas did not laugh. This shell is not brand new, and the original logo parts was pasted a sticker in front of the reporter's face after tearing down. Found that the top is written in the Chrysanthemum brand. Zhou Yang then said to Jiang Shuji, Chrysanthemum TV, the factory have closed down. The last batch of products, according to the record, should be 6 years ago. Then this TV is just a second-hand Chrysanthemum TV modification. At least 6 years ago goods. Here to paste a trademark as a brand new sale. Jiang Shuji also felt outrageous, so she recorded, turned around and published in the business newspaper. asking consumers to keep their eyes peeled to avoid being cheated. However, some people do not know how to think, found that the White Emperor is wrongly accused, began to change the way to spray, said the White Emperor so low price? A violation of the anti-unfair competition law, but also reported to the relevant departments, and even used the theory of the victim's guilt, distorting the facts to say that it is all because of the White Emperor sold too cheap. Bad line, only to let some bad businessmen drill the loophole. This opinion, though not mainstream, is also prevalent in some online communities and affects some people. And in the meantime, the Whitey TV set bought by Anchor Jai has arrived, and he was the first to unbox it live. As soon as he opened the box, he turned pale. This accessory just sees a whiff of poor quality. Jai covered his nose. The TV housing had a pungent odor that made him put on a mask and open a window to ventilate the room. He previously unboxed by DTV, although that TV has a single function, but there is absolutely no odor. This cottage by D would be too much of a disgrace. By the time he turned on the TV, his eyes were less comfortable and he felt more flickering. The colors are distorted. And that's enough of that. Let's look at the effect of playing the movie next. Holy shit. What is this? Why do the characters occasionally have a reddish edge to them? Is this a special effect? Jia was shocked to see the movie screen. The anchor has earned it. Watching a movie on this Pakdi TV set is actually different from ours. It's worth it. Netizens have chimed in because they can see that it's a faulty TV. The color display is abnormal and obviously broken. Isn't this the same as when I was a kid and used a magnet on the TV? It's all discolored. Yes. Anchor, try it with a magnet. The netizens quickly began to fling. After all, anyone can see that the TV is a cottage industry and there is no longer any need to test it. Good. Jai thinks it's a whole job, and the show is sure to explode. So he gets a magnet, and as soon as he sucks it in, the whole TV is a mess of colors, similar to a haha mirror. Netizens are laughing and jerking. They have discovered the use of this cottage TV. It is for fun. After all, watching programs on this TV is simply destroying the eyes. Jia felt uncomfortable in his eyes after watching for half an hour. This TV is definitely toxic. He then picked up his cell phone to get feedback from the store about how the TV was also too trashy, only to have customer service start playing dead and not answering. When I complained to Concubine customer service, it said that the store had been closed down because of too many complaints. Sure enough, when Jay went to chat with customer service again, he realized that he could no longer open the store. But can I still return this TV? Jia, this complaint has no way. Can only admit it. Spend $138. Just bought a real electronic junk. Return cannot return. Some of his fans explained that these stores are temporary application. Margin is very little. While the heat of a wave of wildly sold products, such as being complained about when they have withdrawn cash away. So Jia, this TV money has to not come back. Jia is not a poor person. To not come back. Then he will have to dismantle this TV set. After all, this kind of garbage, keep it is a disaster. So he carried the TV to the garbage collection point, took a stick on the spot and smashed the garbage TV live. Bang bang bang. Jai was very relieved to fight, and he jumped on the TV and stomped on it, and soon the shell was crushed, revealing the parts inside. Wait, brothers, guess what I see? From the rubble, Jai saw a label attached to the circuit board inside with a production date that was actually from 2012. Good lord, this is the real deal. This Whitey TV. It's a converted used TV from 10 years ago. No wonder it's so crappy. When he threw all the TV sets into the recycling box, Jack called for everyone to buy or to go to a regular store, like the flagship store of the White Emperor he bought is good. Other places, it is easy to be cheated. A new fan came to ask, I'm about to buy the White Emperor so cheap TV TCL, Samsung, Sony, Millet, which is not better than it? Jia then said, buy electronics is to live within your means. Lack of money on the White Emperor. It's not like you can't watch it. Not bad money on Samsung, Sony. With this explosion of Jia smashing cottage TV, many frequent internet users, or look down on Whitey, that more than $100 of television, and those cottage has no essential difference, coupled with the fact that there is also the business sector, which has launched an investigation into the unfair competition of Baidu. There are many people who believe that Baidu is a pest that destroys the television industry and should be closed down sooner rather than later. As a media person, Jiang Shuji couldn't bear it anymore. So she took to her personal video account and angrily denounced this kind of speech. You can't deny the value of Baidu TV just because you don't need it. Haven't they seen the buyer's show of the Z1 flat panel? In order to correct the misconceptions of this part of the jet-setters, Jiang Shuji opened a live video stream to record the buyer's show of the White Emperor 41 TV set, so that they could see how the reaction of the masses who actually bought the White Emperor TV set was really like. Jiang Shuji clicked on the buyer's comments of the Baidu Shake Shop. The first one was a buyer's show with pictures of two bedridden rural old men wearing white undershirts with holes and yellowing. The two old men were full of wrinkles, but their faces showed genuine smiles. This pair of old people are Jean Xiao's in-laws, and their old couple laughs a lot as they watch the opera playing on TV. And careful netizens, see the appearance of the family. Put the TV table is broken. The table leg is still padded with a book. Then the live broadcast of the netizens were silent. They wondered if the people who bought Whitey's TV were all these mountain people. Also they are wondering if the country is really that difficult. It goes against their perception. After all, in short videos, everyone is earning millions of dollars a year, driving a Panamera, Cullinan, everyone is a high roller, and our country is an industrial powerhouse second only to the old United States. So there shouldn't be a place like this. Yet the truly experienced netizens are saying that this is what is happening to hundreds of millions of people in the country. They can spend a couple hundred on a fast food meal, but for $100 or so, they'll be able to buy a TV that they can watch for years. They, the city people, the pursuit of quality and enjoyment, to buy a big name TV, and those people, the monthly income is even less than 1,000 yuan. If you want to watch TV, you can only choose the White Emperor. After all, Samsung and Sony can catch up with their income for a year. Seeing that the netizens in the live broadcast room were silent, Jiang Shuji shook her head. Only such a fact flung in her face could quiet these easily incited netizens. She flicked her index finger across the screen of her phone and the review page continued to scroll down to another surprising buyer's show. Chapter 27, 80 cents on the dollar for research and development. Just the next comment is a photo of a classroom in a mountainous area where a group of children are using homemade desks made from bamboo, and the walls in the direction of the blackboard are peeling off the siding, revealing the dirt residue behind them. It wasn't even a house built of concrete and bricks, and it is in this one shabby classroom that the Whitey 41 television set, which is at odds with the rest of the picture, sits. A video from this buyer's show, where children can be seen reading English phonograms aloud, based on the scales on the television. Jiang Shuji looked at this buyer's message. He said he is a mountain village teacher. The class is all left behind children from 10 miles and 8 villages. They are paid a meager salary. The teaching materials are simple. He teaches these children language, math, English, art and music and physical education by himself, because there are only 3 teachers in the whole school, and each teacher takes all the children in 2 grades. Because I speak with an accent, so my children have not been able to learn English pronunciation well. Good thing I purchased the Whitey 41 TV set. Only use my living expenses for a week is enough. The display is still very good. After playing the standard English teaching, the children's pronunciation correctly up, thanks to the Whitey TV set, so that the children learn the correct knowledge. Seeing this scene, the netizens of the live broadcast room is again a silence. Why our country still have children to go to school in such difficult conditions? Some people can for a schoolroom throw millions and millions to buy schoolrooms. However, we all do not know before. In a remote mountainous area, there are some even teachers and tables and chairs and benches cannot afford to match the elementary school. Can you leave your address and contact info? I'd like to send you a little supply. There were a lot of enthusiastic netizens who left comments below this buyer's show right then and there, hoping that this person would see it. Jiang Shuji continued to scroll down to find these positive reviews with pictures inside. A considerable part are living in remote mountainous areas. Many of them live in dilapidated cramped house. From the photo, the only electrical appliances in the house is the White Emperor TV set placed in the middle of the house, below the row of men, women and children. These are the right and left neighbors to see the TV. Everyone's face is the expression of novelty. Isn't it good to watch TV at home by yourself? Why get together to watch TV when you can watch whatever you want? Comments on the answer given. Because the family to buy TV is nearby miles, the highest income households. Last year, selling grain earned several thousand. Today there is still a little bit of money on hand. Bought a TV set, the right and left neighbors ran over to see, and even in order to save electricity, the pitch black house never turned on the lights. There are countless other buyer shows like this one, and the many netizen jet-setters who have watched it have come to realize once and for all that the White Emperor's television set, which is so disliked by them, is really the only affordable entertainment for these mountain dwellers. It's not just a TV set, it's also a window to the outside world for them, who are closed off from the rest of the world. At this moment, even the most foul-mouthed sprayer also silently withdrew from the live broadcast room. This situation, how can he still spray White Emperor TV? With the White Emperor TV as the enemy, that is equivalent to offend the nation's hundreds of millions of low-income people. The sprayer himself do not dare to commit public anger. Jiang Shuji saw that the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were finally harmonizing, so she said to everyone, if you don't like an item yourself, don't try to discredit it. The trash in your eyes could be the treasure in someone else's heart. After Jiang Shuji finished speaking, she closed the live broadcast, and then published the video inside her personal account. Soon, this video, in the short video platform, was pushed to the popular. This kind of positive energy video, but also gained the approval of the official jitterbug, equivalent to another wave of heat for the White Emperor, attracted a wave of heat. At this time, netizens are curious. In the vortex of public opinion in the White Emperor electrical factory, why has not been vocal? This is not scientific. If put aside to other brands, hate to make this heat into network marketing. Maybe it's because Whitey is a new factory and doesn't know how to utilize the traffic yet. So everyone begs Jiang Shuji to interview Whitey again to find out what they're up to in the factory. So Jiang Shuji a short time, the third time to the White Emperor electrical appliance factory, only to find a few law enforcement vehicles of the industrial and commercial sector parked at the entrance. Whitey, censored. Zhou Yang has been a bit of a criminal lately. The TV was selling well, and suddenly he was reported to the online store for brushing sales. Of course, this time, he had submitted his evidence, and the three major platforms had not investigated the problem, and the store was still operating normally. What followed was that there were a lot of cottage products, under there by D's banner, selling some labeled and modified old TV sets, seriously damaging by D's reputation and interests. The good thing is that this threw the media and netizens to dispel rumors. Finally, the stores selling counterfeit TV sets are closed down. The market returned to normal. However, this was not normal for 2 days. Whitey was reported again, this time much more powerful. It was the personnel of the Trade and Industry Bureau. It has been reported that you are using low price dumping to destroy the market, which is unfair competition. Please cooperate with our inspection. When the industrial and commercial personnel arrived at the factory, they saluted Zhou Yang and then had to check his accounts. If this time it is to be investigated out that Zhou Yang utilized the below-cost price to sell the White Emperor 41 series TV sets, then it will violate the law and will face a heavy penalty. Zhou Yang was a bit depressed, but he did not say anything. After all, the cleaner the clearer. So he took the law enforcement officers and came inside the office. He called the office elder sister, and the finance and other people, and moved all the relevant information out, so that the industrial and commercial personnel can check at random. The businessmen stayed partly to check the evidence and partly to check in the workshop. After a brief investigation, they found that Whitey Electric actually had no violations. It's very unreasonable, because in their impression, the TV cannot be so cheap. These industrial and commercial law enforcement officers, each of them have a TV at home, basically from $1,000 or $2,000, never seen 148 yuan TV. All they had to do was check the purchase price of the parts, which, when added together, exceeded $148, and then Zhou Yang would be in deep trouble, and would be issued a huge fine, and in serious cases, the factory would even be ordered to shut down. However, when they looked at the purchase invoices for raw materials, each of which was justified and normal taxes were paid, there was no room for doubt. The entire television set, costing around $100. That's not scientific. The law enforcement officers were also confused, and they whispered among themselves that if what they had investigated was true, then this 41-inch television set, which cost just $100, and which they had spent a couple of thousand on, would not that make them an ingrate. The facts are right in front of us, and these law enforcement officers have to believe that they seem to have been cut out of the TV business. It turns out that it's not Whitey who is not competing properly, but other TV companies, who are price gouging and monopolizing the market. Now the tables are turned. It's embarrassing for law enforcement officers, who start out all serious and ready to write a ticket, only to fail to find out what's wrong and prove that they've lost money buying a TV. How nice it would have been if Whitey had put the TV on sale earlier. They wouldn't have had to spend that extra $1,000 or $2. However, the captain leading the team was experienced, so he questioned Zhou Yang and asked him why he didn't have any R&D expenses. You know that the R&D expenses are also the heavyweight of the cost, just like the chip, which is nothing more than the same composition as the sand, but it is because of the high R&D expenses that a chip made of sand is going to be sold for hundreds and thousands of dollars. So if Whitey counts the R&D expenses of the TV set, it might prove that he is dumping the product at a low price. There are no R&D costs. Zhou Yang calmly told them that he explained that this television set, which was drawn by himself using his spare time, had no additional expenditure of money, so the research and development cost was zero. Seeing the crowd's disbelief, he continued, maybe it's not rigorous to say so. If you have to count the R&D costs, the paper and pens consumed need to be counted. A few sheets of paper, plus and half a tube of ink, roughly worth 80 cents? Zhou Yang reported the cost of research and development, so that a group of law enforcement officers collectively speechless. They live so big, Who has seen 80 cents of research and development of the TV set can still be a big seller? It refreshed their perceptions. In any case, they didn't find any evidence of any violation of the law by Whittier Electric and had to pull out. Joe Yang and his Baidi Electric Appliance Factory, once again, withstood the inspection and test, which is true gold does not fear the fire. Chapter 28, So Many Spammers. Reporter Jiang Shuji's business law enforcement officers left. I know they did not check the problem. Otherwise it is not this style, at least to write some tickets. Feeling that this was very good news fodder, she greeted the gatekeeper and entered the factory. Jiang Shuji has been here more than once, and Moncler Outlet Store also knows this young female reporter. Register to enter. Zhou Yang received a notice from the gatekeeper's grandfather and came to the compound to pick up reporter Jiang. Inside, please. Zhou Yang welcomed Jiang Shuji. Some of Jiang Shuji's articles had also brought a lot of traffic to their Baidi factory, and inwardly he hoped that she would come for more interviews. When she got to the office, Jiang Shuji took out her recorder and script, then asked the business people about the inspection they had come to do. Zhou Yang then told the fact that he was maliciously reported for unfair competition, but the law enforcement officers did not find any evidence and left it unsettled. I can't believe there are people this bad. Jiang Shuji expressed his amazement that White Emperor seemed to have a bit too much negative public opinion lately. Talking about this matter, Jiang Shuji opened Weibo, Jitterbug and other platforms to show Zhou Yang the comment section. Now there are a lot of people on the internet, denigrating and abusing Baidi's products, talking about the shame of China's manufacturing industry, e-waste replicators and other titles, which are found below almost every video about Baidi. Have you not considered, in your defense, speaking online? Jiang Shuji asked curiously because she saw that Zhou Yang didn't seem to be angry at all. If it were her, she probably would have gone online and broken heads with the person who scolded her. Zhou Yang rarely look at Jitterbug and microblogging. The company applied for the official account, but also let the special operation in the management. He this time or for the first time seriously in the look at spraying his remarks. Whitey's products are garbage. They break within days of buying them. In this comment, Whitey's operation has replied below, asking the person to just apply for an exchange in the store, and if it's really a quality issue, Whitey will be responsible to the end. However, the man didn't reply and seemed to go offline after spraying. There are also a lot of spammers. Zhou Yang clicked on their profiles and found that they are all kinds of abusive statements, focusing on spraying Baidi and other electronic products. Quite obsessive. And I do not know how Baidi's products have offended them. You're not angry or explaining? Jiang Shuji asked curiously. What's the point of getting angry? Sparring with these spammers and sailors? That's not playing right into each other's hands. Zhou Yang said with a smile. White Emperor seems to have a bad reputation online. There are always people saying that it is cottage, low-end, etc. I don't know how I offended them. Jiang Shuji said. Zhou Yang said. These people, in fact, their identities call out. Do you know the saying that only peers are abjectly hateful? Jiang Shuji asked in shock. Could it be that all these spammers were sent by the competitors? 80%. Zhou Yang continued. How do you think White Emperor electrical appliances offended a person so deeply? If he is a user of White Emperor, it's good to return the product if there is a quality problem. Our White Emperor's products, basically, only exchange but not repair, or even can be returned directly, and not our White Emperor's users. Things are not even bought. Then there is even less reason to spray us. So the probability is that these spammers are found by competitors, and it can be seen that most of them are robots replying in there. This is someone who has written a crawler program. As long as it searches for the keywords of White Emperor, it will automatically make spamming remarks below. I can't believe this is still happening? Jiang Shuji was a bit surprised. It was the first time she heard of this new style of spraying people. In fact, this is the real business war. Film and television drama business war are playing stocks, acquisitions, new product competition. However, the real business war is to pull out the network cable, grab the official seal, poisoning, including buying water army black opponents. Zhou Yang then said, domestic cell phone circle, automobile circle, this kind of buy water army behavior. Are those manufacturers play bad things? After all, break people's wealth such as killing parents. A manufacturer to make money, others cannot earn. Of course, want to black you. In order to prove his guess, Zhou Yang clicked on a letter video site, casually found a cell phone news, and saw the comment area Yin and Yang, targeting a few brands on the tear. A lot of spammers in the chaos. And then there are also brand diehard fans in the spontaneous defense. It's almost become a specialty. Zhou Yang put down his cell phone and said to Jiang Shuji, so, the harder others curse Baidi, the happier I am. Being envied by my peers means I've succeeded. Jiang Shuji nodded and gave this a record. But she still suggested that public opinion was a double-edged sword. Ignoring it was never the best policy, and she hoped that he would respond. Zhou Yang felt that the Jiang reporter had a point, and had not been responding. The group of people were even more arrogant, and thought that he was easy to bully. And network war of words used well can play a better effect than advertising. Zhou Yang thought about it, and then had an idea. Decided to start from the White Emperor washing machine. It is officially in the Jitterbug, Letter Station, microblogging and other places. Register their own personal account. Used to win netizens against the line. In addition, Jiang Shuji is also more concerned about the news of the new product of Whitey. Zhou Yang revealed that the new product is a washing machine with 3-in-1 function. 3 functions? Is it the 3 functions of washing, dehydration, and drying? Jiang Shuji asked. No, the other 2 functions are also for washing certain items. Zhou Yang intentionally sold out. Jiang Shuji was just so curious that she couldn't wait to see the 3-function washing machine to see what the magic was, but she would have to wait a few more days for it to go on sale. At the end of the interview, Jiang reporter asked, Whitey initially owed a debt of 5 million. By Zhou Yang to take over, but became red hot, and now Whitey TV sets wildly sold 100,000 units. He has not paid off the external debt? It's halfway paid off, Zhou Yang said. His 41 TV sets sold more than 100,000 units. Even if the later because of the screen, the cost has to improve. Just according to the profit of 40 yuan per unit, that is also 4 million net profit income, of which 2 million used as a hoarding of raw material startup capital. The other 2 million to pay off the external debt. Very good. Whitey is very promising and good luck with your product sales. After Jiang Shuji interviewed the material she wanted, she shook hands with Zhou Yang and then left with her backpack. And Zhou Yang proceeded to make his rounds in the workshop. Today the workshop is full of assembling Whitey 41 Pro TV sets, which are currently the company's flagship product. After selling a whopping 100,000 units in the first half of the month, demand is still brisk. The main reason is that the price is cheap. A low-income people to buy. In addition, there are townspeople to buy a place to put in the bedroom and other places, which makes the TV set every day can also be sold out hundreds of thousands of units. Sales are more stable. No matter how much joy there is in cursing Whitey on the internet, the people are honest, and when it's cheap and the quality isn't bad, they're willing to pay for it. Zhou Yang then came to the warehouse to inspect the place, where all the raw materials were piled up. Not only the parts of the TV set, but also the parts of the washing machine. In fact, most of the parts of the washing machine have arrived, just missing the shell and liner. Cannot concentrate all the industrial chain in their own hands, it will be so stuck in the neck. The same thing is not available, can only continue to wait. Zhou Yang felt that the parts problem had to be solved as soon as possible, and that would require a little bit of scheming. Chapter 29, 3x Washing Machine Launch. With the Jiang reporter's interview in the newspaper, the netizens were surprised to find that Whitey actually released a preview of the new product. Is a washing machine with 3 functions. And the selling price is as cheap as ever. A washing machine is actually as long as a double digit. What are the 3 functions? The netizens don't understand. Everyone then started the quiz. First of all, the first function of a washing machine is of course to wash clothes. So what about the remaining 2? I'm guessing it's just washing and drying. And getting 3 functions on purpose is just a gimmick. Soon there were others who objected. No, looking at the shape, this is obviously an ordinary double-cylinder wave washing machine. This kind of washing machine can't possibly have a drying function. Now it looks like the second feature is dumping. What about the third? Sterilize and disinfect? Either that or add spices. It can't be a washing machine with a built-in TV or speakers, can it? I have to say that the netizens brainstorming, people really think that there is this possibility. Anyway, Whitey 41's TV is cheap. In the shell of the washing machine to pull out a hole. Integrated to TV does not seem to be a big problem. The idea of watching TV while doing laundry is absolutely genius. How much fake alcohol have you drunk? Built-in TV sets are also thought out by you. Why don't you want to add 4 wheels underneath to sit in the washing machine can be on the road to run it? When this group of oddball netizens heard about it, it was a good idea. And a drivable washing machine was definitely an industry first. Netizens have said that if this washing machine is roadworthy, they must buy one. The comments section of this news was quickly brought crooked building into a collection of genius brainstorming. The latter netizens also said that the integration of a space shuttle up there, the next time the moon landing, will rely on the White Emperor washing machine. There are a lot of good things to eat, netizens. Keep on urging. Let Whitey hurry to release the purchase link of the washing machine. They cannot wait to buy the washing machine that can go to space. Honey, we can't get a washing machine in space at our store. The customer service at Whitey's online store answers so many of these questions every day. While the customer service told these things to Zhou Yang as a joke, Zhou Yang was happy. Because this was the heat. The more abstract the netizens discussed, the higher the fame of Baidu. However, the netizens' anticipation is up, and the washing machine has to go on sale online as soon as possible while it's still hot, now just short of the injection molding factory shell and liner, mainly because they give the production to arrange to the very back. Zhou Yang was prepared to expedite the fee. Finally, the shell production plan in advance. After 4 days, Whitey received the first batch of injection molded washing machine housings. At this time, the sales of white background TV sets have leveled off, a few hundred units per day, and there is currently a lot of inventory in the warehouse. So Zhou Yang has decided to produce 3x washing machines for the entire factory production line. On the same day, the first 3x washing machine successfully rolled off the production line. So Zhou Yang planned to do a test, and by the way, shoot an instructional video to teach customers how to use the 3 functions. First up is the laundry. This is the easiest. According to the type of clothes into the cylinder, adjust the washing time and mode. The knob will start timing. At the same time, the water inlet hose began to feed water, and when it reaches the right position, it will automatically stop the water, and then begin to agitate the laundry. After 10 or so minutes of washing, the clothes have been cleaned, and then put into the side of the dumping bucket. Cover the lid. The dumping bucket began to rotate like crazy. 2 minutes after the end of the dumping, take it out. It is a well-washed and dehydrated clothes. Zhou Yang showed this dress in front of the camera, proving that the White Emperor 3X washing machine, the ability to wash clothes without saying. After all, if the washing machine can't wash clothes well, then it's too funny. This was followed by the second function, which was washing dishes. Zhou Yang took out a bag of carrots, potatoes, and apples bought from the food market and put them all into the water. Then the knob chose to wash the vegetables in 1 gear, covered the lid, and a buzzing sound came from inside. The force of the water flow for washing vegetables is much less than for washing clothes, mainly because I am afraid of spoiling the vegetables and fruits. Washing vegetables and fruits, just wash the floating soil and dust. The important thing here is that there will be sediment, which is then drained out and the whole water flow is ebony black. Then the inside started spraying and rinsing again, and after waiting for a while, the water stream turned clean and clear, and that was done. Zhou Yang opened the lid and took out the vegetables and fruits inside. The potatoes and carrots that were still full of dirt were now clean. Next, either peel them, or simply rinse them and put them in the pan. If you wash apples in large quantities and are concerned about wax on the surface, you can add detergent to the wash in a variety of ways, so the user can choose the one that best suits their needs. The third function is to wash the dishes. Zhou Yang began to show the third function. This said, the surrounding employees are wide-eyed, did not expect the washing machine can also be used as a dishwasher. Here to wash the dishes we'll have to use a special dish rack. The used plates and bowls are facing outward, aligned with the spray opening. Cover the lid, knob to the dishwashing gear, added detergent. You can wait to wash clean. While waiting, an employee on the sidelines asked, "Plant manager, can this be washed?" "It should be fine. We'll just see about that in a bit." Waited nearly 10 minutes. The end of the dishwashing, open the lid. You can see the shiny as new dishes. Except that there is no drying function here. You cannot ask for a washing machine priced at $99, but also with drying. Then the other counterparts still do not want to live? This video was filmed. Then Zhou Yang personally, using the computer to edit the video, put on the online store page, so that customers will know how to use it when they see it. After the successful test, the Whittier 3X washer went live across the web for a flat rate of $99, the same price as the Z1 tablet. This immediately shocked the crowd again. And the netizens were talking about it. A washing machine for $99 and 3 wash? This White Emperor is quite capable of organizing life. I just don't understand why Whitey's appliances are so cheap while others are several times his price. Is Whitey too cheap or are others selling them too expensive? Some sober people say, the reason why the White Emperor is so cheap, because the function is less. With the accessories are a few years ago, and the main rural market. Want to experience the latest technology, and comfortable experience? Then certainly to buy other products, but if it is for the ultimate cost-effective, with the concept of can be used as long as it works, then the White Emperor is the good choice. To say that the general washing machine, the internet is not interested in, but this White 3X washing machine is not the same, actually can wash vegetables and dishes 3 in 1, the ultimate pursuit of lazy people and thrifty people. So this time for the ad cover. Zhou Yang also asked the art worker Xiao Zhong to push the envelope and write down that if you buy a White Emperor 3X washing machine, you can save money on the dishwasher and the dishwasher, saving thousands of dollars at once, and that the White Emperor washing machine is really a good buy. I don't believe it. It can actually wash vegetables and dishes all in one. Is this going to force me to become a chef? I have to buy one to try it out. Many netizens decided to buy it immediately, which triggered a new round of new product rush. Chapter 30, First Day of Explosive Orders. At this moment in the White Emperor Company, Zhou Yang and several customer service and online store operators are staring at the time on the computer screen, waiting for 10 o'clock to open the moment of sale. Drop. 1000. Factory manager, our Whitey washing machine is sure to become a hit, the operations staff said joyfully. Zhou Yang hanging heart finally fell into the stomach. His own 3X washing machine is considered to be accepted by the market. However, he was a little strange. Even 41 TV sets, when the sales were not so hot, how a less common home appliances than TV sets washing machine. But there is such a fierce momentum of purchase? At the moment he doesn't know the reason why. In fact, the real reason for the hot sale is because of the high level of attention on the Whitey appliances, and it also has to do with the innovative dishwashing function of this washing machine. Previously, Whitey, both Z1 flat panel and TV, because of the limited functions, the purchase of most of the remote areas of the population, but this time is different, because of the hot terrier circulated on the network, so that people know in advance the existence of 3X washing machine, and washing vegetables and dishes function very suitable for the needs of the urban population. Geeks can talk 388 rechargeable cards, 648 to buy skin, but do not want to spend thousands of dollars to buy a dishwasher. Now only 99 yuan, you can buy a dishwasher that will wash clothes, and besides, even if the function is not good, 99 yuan cannot be a loss there. The White Emperor store and supports 7 days without reason. Then there is no reason to refuse such a genius design of the washing machine. So half of the sales of 3X washing machines are contributed by the urban population. In the past, there were fewer female customers for flat screens and televisions, but this time there were more female customers buying washing machines, especially if you are a single young person. It's nice to have a 3X washer to wash dishes and groceries on a regular basis. You can imagine, a city worker to work overtime to go home, has been tired of a stinking sweat, but also to endure the hunger to cook, and so eat. It is estimated that the lazy do not want to move. Then at this time, in the change of clothes, it is the dishes to wash. After eating the dirty dishes into the washing machine, they do not have to care about, and so on tomorrow. Wake up from sleep and then clean up can be, which is too much of a hassle. Even if someone doesn't think it's hygienic to put dishes and laundry together, it's perfectly fine to use it as a separate dishwasher or washing machine. After all, the price is here. The 3X washing machine is particularly suitable for people renting and simple landlords to save money. With such a design, it solves the pain point needs of many urban people, and it's understandable that it can explode the list. Zhou Yang, after seeing such ferocious orders, immediately went to notify the workshop to cease the production, the warehouse to hurry up the order shipment, to use the fastest speed to deal with these orders. At this time within the 10-mile village, the village head Zhang Fugue came back from outside and said to his wife Ji Dafu when he entered the door, "I see that Whitey has come out with a washing machine again, so place an order and buy one back. We have a washing machine at home. Why did we buy it?" Ji Bigfoot asked in disbelief. Zhang Fugue then said, "People, this washing machine, only 99, and can wash vegetables and dishes. In the future we do not have to fight because of who brushes the dishes not, and do the dishes?" Ji Bigfoot asked in amazement. "Yes, that's what it says. I can't get busy on my side. You just buy it. It's only 99 anyway. It's not too expensive. It's not even a bad deal to give it away." Zhang Fugue was too busy, grubbed up 2 mouthfuls of rice, ate it in a few mouthfuls with salted vegetables, wiped his mouth, and went out to work again. G. Bigfoot clicked on the favorite store and found that White Emperor was indeed new, but she had purchased it a little late, and the webpage already showed that it would be shipped within 72 hours, but she wasn't in a hurry. Late is late, as long as she could receive it. At this time, there were very many other people who were waiting to receive the goods just like G. Bigfoot. In a mountainous area in the north, within the village of Red Flag, a man in his 40s, his skin is tanned by the sun, the calluses on his hands are so thick that they have almost lost their fingerprints, and the clothes on his body emit a smoky sweaty odor. This one looks like he is busy from the fields all day until the sun goes down before he goes home. Returning from the field, he unlocked the door and as soon as he entered, the family's pair of dragon and phoenix children gathered around. "Dad, Daddy, cuddle." The 2 children were only 4 years old, dressed in thin clothes, dirty and dragging clear snot from their noses. The man lovingly picked up the 2 children inside. It was too much work for him to raise this pair of children on his own. This peasant man called Gungwowa. A year ago his wife died of illness. He became a man, and as a father and mother, both to earn money to support the family, but also to serve the children. Life is very difficult, but even more difficult he held on. Usually he went out to work on the land. He locked the children at home. However, when he dragged his tired body back, saw the well-behaved son and daughter, the cold heart only had warmth. "Daddy, I'm hungry." That's when the daughter spoke up. Okay, Daddy's cooking. However, the two big fat pigs in the family's pigsty, both of which had been starving all day, were squealing in their pens. But they weren't as important as the children, and Gung Wowa had to cook for the children first. At this time the courier outside shouted, "Gung Wowa, your courier has arrived. Why do you always lock the door during the day?" Coming, Gung Wowa pushed the door to see that a washing machine ordered for him by one of his relatives had arrived and he signed for it. He looked at the brand on the box. By D. Sounds strange. Gung Wowa has only seen Swan, Haier and other washing machine brands. This by D has not really heard of, but relatives say it's very good to use. Read the slogan, said you can wash vegetables and dishes. He came to interest, immediately plugged in the electricity, connected to the hose, the potatoes sub-radish, pumpkin and whatnot thrown in which to clean it. However, he then went into the house to cook. By the time he'd finished laying down the noodles with shredded meat and squash, the two kids gobbled them up. Gung Wowa also took a bowl, came to the washing machine, opened the lid to see. The dishes are actually all washed. The original are all dirt Carla, now all polished and clean. Save him to wash. Then he finished the noodles in 3 or 2 bites, and chopped up all these washed vegetables, put them into a big pot, and then poured in the stick noodles, with a little less salt, and began to cook the pig's food. While he was cooking the pig food, Gung Wowa was reading the manual of this washing machine and realized that he could also wash the dishes. So he was amazed and followed the manual, put the leftover dishes from the children's meal into the washing machine and pressed the switch again. Then he had to go and look after the pig's food, and when it was ready and cooled, he gave it to the pigs, and looked back at the dishes, which had really been washed and cleaned. This washer works so well. Gung Wowa was pleasantly surprised because the washing machine actually appeared to have 3 functions, which he had never heard of before, and it worked well, saving him a lot of time. Then he finished feeding the pigs and bathed the 2 children. After the bath it was already a bright moon, but Gung Wowa couldn't rest yet. He still had to wash the children's dirty clothes. He also took off his dirty clothes and put them into the washing machine together, casually poured in washing powder, and waited for the washing machine to do its work. He wanted to see this time if the machine was really all-powerful, and the clothes could be washed clean. Chapter 31 White Emperor is really a financial product. At his home in Hongqi village, Gung's 2 children were already asleep, while Gung was still in the yard, washing clothes by moonlight. The Whitey 3X washer was running and humming a little too loudly, which is why he didn't do laundry in the house for fear of disturbing the kids in bed. After rinsing and dehydrating the clothes, the washing was finally done. He picked them up and looked at them in the light of the house. The stains were all cleaned, and the clothes still smelled faintly of laundry detergent, like the clothes smelled back when his wife was still around. Gung Wowa then tears in his eyes. Life is even more bitter. He is an old man to carry down, so he dried his tears, clothes to dry on. By the time he carefully made his way to the bed and slept next to the baby, he looked at the clock at just after 9, an hour earlier than usual, which is how much time the Whitey 3X washer had saved him, and how much less tired he was. Gung Wowa planned to go tomorrow to thank his relative for the washing machine he ordered for him. The White 3X washing machine, which has become a new favorite in the home appliance circle, has been sold out after a few days, and although the factory can assemble hundreds of units a day, it still can't keep up with the demand. The workshop director approached Yang last week and told him that he was still too busy to work 3 shifts and needed to recruit more staff. Now there are already dozens of people in the factory, and if there are more people, we have to add production lines and continue to increase manpower. But this all requires funds, and now the external debt has not yet been paid off, so it is not yet possible to expand production. I know, after a while, I will definitely expand production, Zhou Yang promised the workshop director. Production is now at its limit, and only pre-order links will follow. If a newly released electrical product is so hot that it's off the market, it's basically a big brand product, such as Huawei and Apple cell phones, many of which need to be snapped up, or even purchased from scalpers at a price increase. However, this time it is the opposite, is actually a new factory, and rely on cheap appliances to start, which makes many peers who do washing machines feel puzzled. This $99 washing machine, is it really that good? Domestic counterparts is the inner volume. They found their own brand of wave washing machine. These days the sales of all the waist cut the word may not be used appropriately. It should be said that from the ankle to start chopping, the sales are not as high as 1/5 of the previous high, completely unable to sell. For example, Swan, Haier, the United States, Millet and other washing machine companies, also immediately began to purchase this washing machine, to buy back to reverse research, to see in the end White 3X washing machine, what is the magic? However, to the disappointment of these manufacturers, the delivery time are delayed to 5 days later. It will take several days to receive the goods. They can only wait while watching The White Emperor, a new electrical factory, in a big sale. One of the many appliance companies, along with many others, who are begging for a 3x washer, is disassembly blogger Lei Shuhang. He hadn't known that Whitey had come out with a new product, or a fan had told him about it and wanted to see him dismantle Whitey's product again. His 2 previous dismantling experiences had given him a pretty good impression of Whitey appliances, and when he saw that a number of his fans had asked him to come and dismantle it, he agreed to the request without a second thought, ready to buy the hot-selling washing machine. However, he ran into the same dilemma as he did with the Z1 tablet, which was that it was temporarily out of stock, and by the time he bought it, it was backordered to 5 days before it could be shipped. It's horrifying to see that a few days after the opening of the sale, White Emperor's Shake Shop alone has already sold 3,000 plus sales, which is not at all like the achievement of a small manufacturer. In the face of this dilemma, Lei Shuhang also opened the Salted Fish app in a like manner, and bought a second-hand washing machine on it to dismantle. The result is really found. The same city someone out of the unopened box 3x washing machine. Selling price has 299 yuan, but also asked to pick up at home. A whole $200 more than the selling price, which is equivalent to the second-hand value-added 200. This value-added rate is really horrible, and already does not comply with the theorem that the price of the electronics factory is dropped. Whitey's products are really financial products. No contest. This time Lei Shuhang was all convinced. He decided to place an order, and he immediately contacted the other party. He himself had to use cargo pulling back the washing machine. On the way there, he also did not forget to send a dynamic reminder to his fans. Although the new products of the White Emperor will increase in price according to the law, but the scalping of electronic products as a scalper is improper behavior. Even if it is the scalper who poured the iPhone, those scalpers, as usual, they will lose their money to the bottom of the sky. So it is better not to hoard the products of the White Emperor for the sake of a little bit of small profits. There's no such thing as scarcity when it comes to products that make it to the production line, and scarcity is only for the days it's on sale. After that the stuff is worthless. You're overthinking it. His fans immediately replied to him that all of Whitey's stuff is big and limited to 1 per account initially, so it's inconvenient to stock up if you want to, and with this washing machine, storage is a big problem, so it just doesn't fit the scalper's needs. I guess the guy who sold the washing machine this time is a case in point. When Lei Shuhang found the seller of that washing machine, checked that it was correct, and paid for it, he asked the man why he bought the White Emperor washing machine and still didn't unseal it, instead of selling it secondhand. The seller boy said, "Make a little money. Whitey's new products will be sold a few days before. Can grab one, and then hang it out for sale. Sell it or not. Use it yourself. Anyway, it's also cheap." Lei Shuhang had to admire the seller's economic acumen, and it was really earned by him. A dismantling blogger like him needs the hotspot, so he has to make the video as soon as possible before the heat passes and no one watches it. Then the washing machine markup is even more expensive. When he went back in the van, Lei Shuhang still swore in his heart that the next time White Emperor came out with a new product, he must be the first to buy it, so as not to be an ingrate again and always pay a high price for a used one. When he got back home, he went straight to disassembling it, this time by turning on the live stream. Lei Shuhang opened the box and took out the foam. Inside is the body of the White Emperor 3X washing machine. All the accessories are placed in the inner liner of the washing machine, including manuals, warranty cards, dishwashing racks and so on. Because of this washing machine, a rare 3-in-1 series, Lei Shuhang consulted the manual before using it. Laundry, vegetables, and dishes, the latter 2 functions are new. So let's take a look at what he's got before we start. Lei Shuhang decided to do the performance test first, and the first step was to do the laundry. He put on the dirty clothes, added laundry detergent, and adjusted the knobs. The knobs are so retro too. I remember washing machines when I was a kid that looked like this. Lei Shuhang is right. This point after 80s fans more sense. When I was a child all these knob panel washing machine, and now are all button form. Then when the washing machine was working, the noise was a bit loud. Lei Shuhang measured it with a decibel meter. It was around 40 plus decibels, which was already considered a bit noisy. This washer is not quiet, so customers with quiet needs can pass. Lei Shuhang commented, "When the laundry plus spinning, I feel that the laundry function is moderate and can meet the needs of use. Next it is time to test the dishwashing function." Chapter 32 Dismantling. Lei Shuhang read the manual of the White Emperor 3X washing machine. It said that it was recommended to wash vegetables and fruits with skin, hard, non-leafy vegetables and fruits. Then he picked potatoes, tomatoes, watermelon, pumpkin and so on, and put them into the washing machine. And he picked some celery, beans and other ingredients in order to do the verification, and then turned on the wash button. Here, in order to see the internal working mode clearly, Lei Shuhang used a screwdriver to block the detection device, so that the washing machine began to work without closing the lid. Fans tuning into the live stream saw vegetables and fruits begin to agitate in the washer, first with a stream of water rushing over the liner, then a rotating spray, and slowly the water on the bottom began to collect and the fruits and vegetables floated. At first the water was dark gray with sediment collecting in it. The downspout started working and discharged a lot of sediment. Here the amount of water in and out. When almost half of the water inside, melons and fruits are immersed in the water, tossing and turning, bumping and spraying everywhere, so that all the floating soil on the top of the rinse clean. After that it starts to drain a lot of water, slowly turning slower until it finally drains cleanly, and then it is washed again by spraying fresh water from above. Lei Shuhang took out a bunch of melons and fruits, and found that the washing was not bad. Basically cannot see the soil, only the tomatoes are a little soft, the celery leaves are washed and almost gone, but also accidentally played a role in passive picking. He actually developed the picking function of the Bitey washing machine, but it cannot do perfect picking, such as leeks, parsley and other vegetables. It is not good to put into the washing machine to wash. It's pretty ordinary. What's the point of this feature? Why don't we just peel it? Waste of water. Might as well wash it myself. But this look and see what you can do dishwashing feature didn't sit well with viewers. The average geek and office worker doesn't usually cook either. So this is a dishwashing use that most people don't use. The third test began next, and that was washing the dishes. Lei Shuhang took out a few bowls that had been eaten at noon, with rice residue on them, and also took out 2 clean plates with oil and soy sauce sprinkled on them, and put them into the washing machine together, selecting the dishwashing gear. Then the washer gets to work, in much the same steps as washing dishes, but here the spin speed is a bit more aggressive, as the dishes are hard and stronger and not afraid of damage, because there was no lid. Some of the water flowed outside, and Lei Shuhang hurriedly put the lid on, lest it crumble everywhere. When the wash was finished, Lei Shuhang realized that the wash was quite clean, and if there were still stains on the back, he could turn around and wash it again. What the heck? It's not as good as a dishwasher. You can only wash one side. Washing dishes is a gimmick. How much water does that waste? It costs more water than a normal dishwasher. Clothes and dishes together. How disgusting. Especially for my husband who throws his underwear and socks in the washing machine. Gee, it's stomach churning to think about it. What's wrong with the manufacturer who designed this feature? The netizens are trolling again, which has been a mandatory phase for new products from Whitey's Appliances. Lei Shuhang is just a dismantling blogger. The function for the time being did not go to the review. Anyway, these 3 features is simple, can be used. As for the suitability of other people, that is benevolent to see the wisdom of the people. Next he dried the washer, then disconnected the power and began to disassemble the internals. It's made of all plastic and should be cheap, costing a couple dozen bucks. After removing the shell, Lei Shuhang commented, the case was opened to reveal the motor and some of the construction inside, which was very simple, and after simple disassembly, it was all presented to the camera. This 3X washer uses a motor that seems to be a universal model. Lei Shuhang photographed the model number and searched online, and sure enough, it was sold on Alibaba, and he was able to buy it for more than $60. The audience gasped. This one motor is $65, so the rest of the equipment is worth $34? Simply unimaginable. Lei Shuhang said, it should be very cheap to pick up in large quantities, but it's also tens of dollars, and these shells and parts, how can they be tens of dollars? I think it's hard to control this $99 selling price, and I don't know how White Emperor saves money on costs, and actually manages to keep the price down to a double-digit number, and it feels like they're really here to be charitable, Lei Shuhang said and removed the circuit board. Looking at the workmanship is also relatively solid, or White Emperor's usual style. The only thing that surprised him were the little motors that controlled the flow of the water, which were ingenious. These little motors should have been designed with a lot of thought. It's unimaginable how Whitey controls costs when this design and royalties are added to the cost. After Lei Shuhang did the disassembly, he started to put the washing machine back together. He decided to stay and use it. Although you already have a washing machine at home, with these unique 3 functions of the Whittier 3X washing machine, plus the cheap price, an extra one is not a bad idea even if you use it for washing mops. Lei Shuhang ended up commenting on the air, I think the white 3X washing machine, or very characteristic. Of course, there are many shortcomings, noise, general material, 3 washing modes, clothing and dishes, food mixed together, a little unhygienic, other is not bad, the price is its biggest highlight. If the pursuit of cost-effective, to buy on a will not lose. After Lei Shuhang edited the live broadcast process and posted it online, it triggered another big discussion among netizens. Anyway, flirting and disliking accounted for a large part of it, and such arguments as electronic garbage went on and on. At the same time, the 3X washing machines purchased by the major washing machine manufacturers arrived, and their engineers immediately began testing and disassembly. Function test is completed. 3 modes performance are ordinary, that is, will be able to use. The internal construction is even more simple. This texture is far worse than their wave washing machine. After all, their company washing machine with the material, basically every item, are better than the White Emperor washing machine with material, and also more beautiful, in line with modern aesthetics. The kind of knob-type button. High intelligence claims to be retro. Low intelligence is ugly explosion. Designers cannot accept. Finally, the manufacturer's designer commented, "It's too simple a build, and nothing but this little motor spray, a bit of hire." The leader then asked if they could build a washing machine for about $100. The designer said yes, but the profit is very low, and there is even a high probability that you will lose money. And a production of 99 yuan washing machine. The other hundreds of dollars of the wave washing machine will not sell, all to be forced to stop production. Plus 100 yuan washing machine profits are low, and the White Emperor has seized the market. And White Emperor to compete with the low-end product line is really unwise. Giving up multiple of its wave washer products for a $100 wave washer that will lose money is a losing proposition any way you look at it. But no matter and cannot. The low-end washing machine has been sold, but instead of the White Emperor washing machine sales are rising, which has become a difficult problem for the leaders of various washing machine manufacturers. The leaders quickly made a decision. That is, first suspend the production of low-end wave washing machine, keep 1 or 2 high-end $1,000 price wave washing machine, so as not to compete with the White Emperor 3X washing machine. After all, can afford to buy a $1,000 wave washing machine. It is unlikely that people will go to buy the 3X this kind of cheap washing machine. As for drum washing machines, they are not affected for the time being, and the two have different consumer groups. And many manufacturers believe that people who buy whitey washers are cheap stinking grifters, not quality customers to be ignored. Now when the White 3X washing machine came out, whether those washing machine manufacturers admit it or not, it had an impact on them, among which Hire Company was the most surprised, because they saw that the internal structure of the 3X washing machine was so familiar, and it couldn't be said to be exactly the same as one of their unlisted washing machines. It was practically identical. Could the drawings have been stolen? Hale's man was startled and immediately went to open the safe to get the dusty drawings. Chapter 33, Online Matchmaking. The people from Hire Appliances, at first, thought that their washing machine drawings had been stolen, but after opening the safe, they found the drawings properly sealed inside and untouched. It's odd that there could be a product so similar to their design style, but that's not the point. The point is that this one washer at the $100 price point rubbed their low-end wave washer on the ground. Since the Whitey 3X washer came on the market, they have not been able to sell their low-end wave washers. Less than 20 were sold in a week, many of which were just sold and returned. They must have turned around and bought the 3X washer. After all, Whitey's washing machine gimmick. 3 washing modes, the most critical is cheap, which is the most deadly. After all, in the domestic business enterprises, know what the domestic market is like. The price is cheap is the king. The pursuit of quality is only a few people. Soon, the head of Hire's washing machine business also made the same approach as other companies. The low-end wave washing machine all clearance disposal. Only 1 or 2 models of high-end wave washing machine to keep. They will focus on doing high-end and quality. This is separate from the low-price track at Whitey's and won't create competition. Needless to say, the fact that Whitey has allowed all of their peers to avoid the competition speaks volumes about their success. Even the big players in the same line had to give in. But the netizens felt that the 3X washer was garbage. They didn't look at the sales. They just looked at their own feelings and felt that the 3X was just jeopardizing the market, dumping at such a low price. Then who's going to do R&D? Whitey then became the scum of the national brand in their eyes, the black sheep. For a while, the comments on the internet simply could not be watched, and all kinds of big hats were put on the White Emperor. Some netizens buy a 3X washing machine and post a video on B-Station, Jitterbug, etc., saying that it's not bad, which results in a bunch of spammers, some of them cursing dozens of floors at a time, making a mess everywhere. On this day, Zhou Yang stayed at the company until after 8 o'clock, and he drove home in the factory's 8-handed minivan, one of the few assets his old man had left him. Zhou Yang returned to his home, an old raggedy little house of more than 60 square feet, which is not worth much in other cities, but is a meat and potatoes in a place like Deep Town. Unfortunately, this is a small property, so you can only live in it, and it's not worth much to sell it, so you can live in it yourself. Zhou Yang hadn't been home for some days, so as soon as he came back, he opened the windows and ventilated the room, then cleaned up a bit, went to take a shower, and got ready for bed. After taking a shower and lying comfortably on the bed, Zhou Yang opened his cell phone and logged into his account to check out the news and other content. Soon, he found a video about the Whitey 3X washing machine. A young single man living in a rented house, who bought the washing machine, felt it worked well, and put in a good word or two for Whitey. Just one simple video like that and 24 people below saying how bad and offensive it is that Whitey washing machines are garbage. Zhou Yang saw one of the content with the highest number of likes is, the designer has a pit in his brain, washing clothes and washing vegetables and dishes together. How do you think? Zhou Yang then replied below, hello netizen, I am the White Emperor factory director Zhou Yang. I want to clarify that the washing machine only provides 3 cleaning modes. It is not mandatory that the 3 must be mixed. Feel unhygienic. You can only use the laundry function, or only use to wash melons and fruits or wash dishes, so that there is no problem. Zhou Yang's screen name was White Emperor's Master, so it kinda looked like factory manager's number. Soon that netizen started spraying, who are you to come and pretend to be a BYD factory manager? The washing machine came out with a feature. Why don't you let me use it? Zhou Yang is considered to be a great online barbarian. Really no reason to stir up 3 points. He said, the washing machine is just a tool. How to use is the customer's freedom. Just now it was you who said it was the 3 functions together is not hygienic. How do you want to use them together again? Do you want to use it together or not? So much so, some melon netizens are below to send bursts of laughter emoticons. This dislike is real. However, the sprayer was not going to be easily defeated, and he was soon replying again. You're telling me what to do. I'll use it if I like. 3 washing modes put together is a brain-dead design anyway. Zhou Yang then returned to him. If the 3 modes interfere with you, you can return the product to the manufacturer, and we will send you a washing machine that castrates 1 or 2 functions. The White Emperor 1X washing machine and 2X washing machine are worth having. This reply from Zhou Yang could be considered quite soulful, directly disliking this spammer plus barber so much that he didn't reply to the message for several minutes. Some netizens saw this reply and came to give Zhou Yang praise. Nyo BYD factory manager, this is a good move. All of a sudden let the spammers subside. Whoever says that the 3 functions together are unhygienic, then send him a 2X or 1X washing machine. Save them from spraying again. However, I just finished disliking a spammer, and another who said that Whitey is electronic garbage with a strange quality cloud. Zhou Yang also followed the reply. If there is a quality problem, you can find customer service to deal with the solution. It is our reason. Exchange, refund, whatever you choose. As for the one who said that BYD is electronic garbage, Zhou Yang denied it even more. He replied, if a washing machine that sells tens of thousands of units in hot sales is still electronic garbage, then what are the other washing machines that sell tens or hundreds of units per month? Have to use the price to judge the garbage or not? Then you should not drink a few dollars a ton of tap water. That is garbage. Go buy thousands of bottles of imported spring water. That should not be garbage. Ha ha. Other netizens were amused again when they saw Zhou Yang's reply. They felt that the White Emperor sect leader was also too funny, and soon attracted a bunch of people dedicated to watching Zhou Yang dislike spammers online. Just watching the war of words is enough to keep them entertained all night. Zhou Yang then added, I admit that some of the parts used in the White Emperor washing machine are old parts, but that is all in order to control the cost. Had to think that. Stacking materials anyone. I can also design a washing machine of more than $1,000. But, you know, Zhou Yang used ellipses in key places, because there was a possibility that what he said could be interpreted maliciously. So he used ellipses so that intelligent people would know what he was expressing, and he wouldn't be caught in a speech impediment. Online matchmaking. Zhou Yang is not a rookie. When he went to school, he was also a veteran of mixing with posters, and has a wealth of experience in matchmaking. Someone just said, White Emperor with low price dumping. Destroy market competition. This will make the enterpriser not to do research and development, but all in the low price to engage in the inner volume. White Emperor is to one's own strength. Pull the whole domestic manufacturing industry underwater. Zhou Yang immediately replied, you are also too high on our White Emperor. If we were that capable, we wouldn't be a small factory. Why we White Emperor do low-end bargains is to meet the needs of our customers. Some users just want to enjoy services at a cheap price. They urgently need appliances that are not so rich in features but cheap enough. Just like the Z1 flat panel, the 41 series of TVs, and the 3X washing machine. If not for us White Emperor, they might have to spend hundreds or thousands of dollars more. Would you say Huawei's cell phones sell for 5 or 6 grand? How about Apple's computers selling for $10,000? Of course they are good, and they have pushed the development of the same kind of products. But can every countryman own one? Our current stage of business philosophy at BYD is to let the people of China realize the freedom of electrical appliances, instead of looking at high-end electrical appliances and sighing in wonder. This text was sent out, sound and thought-provoking, and instantly gained hundreds of likes. Jets, of course, there are still reasons to nitpick, but most netizens are clear-eyed people. Agree with Zhou Yang's statement. Is not the quality of the stuff is not bad, sell cheap and there is wrong? Is it possible to sell an appliance for hundreds or thousands of dollars and be comfortable with being cut off from the leaks? Then these spammers are too cheap to spray low cost. Cheap whitey out of business so people can feel better about paying more for appliances? Those spammers aren't too bitchy. They're eunuchs. The spray caused public outrage. So some netizens played a harmonic stunt, which led to a burst of laughter from the audience reading the comments section. That's when the original spammer showed up and weaseled his way into claiming that it just wasn't right for whitey to introduce a 3-function washing machine, that it was unsanitary, unclean, and that it irked him. Zhou Yang then said, then you can buy 3 washing machines so that one specializes in laundry, one specializes in dishes, and the other specializes in dishes, so there's no delay. Jet added, it takes up too much space. Zhou Yang suggested, then it's better for you to go and buy separate dishwashers and dishwashers. The cheaper ones are about $1,000 a piece, so you won't have this trouble. Dishwashers are too expensive. Jet added. This made everyone laugh. 3X washing machine has 3 functions. You think it's unhygienic? Let you buy a dishwasher to wash separately and it's too expensive. Dare I say this guy is a blowhard. Everyone could see that this was a spammer deliberately picking a fight. So some netizens backed up Zhou Yang and told this spammer to hire a babysitter so he wouldn't have to obsess over the issue of Whitey's washing machine having too many features. Of course, seeing as how this jet setter is jumping up and down over a $99 washer, he basically can't afford to hire a babysitter. In any case, Zhou Yang's first event against the netizens ended in his victory. Chapter 34 5 Functions of a Washing Machine. Zhou Yang disliked the Jets. These golden words, quickly popularized on the internet. Netizens are as fun to watch. Those barbarian spammers who chased after the White Emperor's products to bite, like a mad dog with a disease. The crazy strength is obviously abnormal, and frequent internet users can see that this is a paid water army. Real customers aren't like that. If there's a quality issue, big deal. Return it and don't buy it. Whereas people who don't like the cheap feel of Whittier won't order at all and won't have any bone-deep hatred for Whittier because there's no profit entanglement. Any brainless spray? Chasing after the black netizens must have destroyed him some kind of interests. As for what interests, that everyone knows very well. With the Whitey 3X washing machine selling like hotcakes, netizens are surprised to find that other brands of low-end wave washing machines are on sale with unprecedented discounts and most of them are out of stock. Basically, all the bobbies under $1,000 are off the shelves. It can be said that the White 3X washing machine, with its own strength, the major washing machine manufacturers of the wave washing machine under $1,000 yuan, all beat out. This kind of record can only be described as strong and invincible. 3X washers are killing it, under $1,000, no contest. Looking at the White Emperor 3X washing machine, half-a-month pre-sale sales have broken 90,000 units. Peers are red in the eyes. Some small factories and began to follow the trend, began to produce 68 yuan 5 functions of the washing machine, respectively, washing clothes, washing dishes, washing shoes, washing pets, and cheaper, and all of a sudden shocked the market. Because of the experience of the last time the cottage Whitey TV set was seized, these small factories crowned their own names, some called the Black Swan, some called the Small Fish Washing Machine, and so on, to see the people dazzled with Whitey's involvement. It's amazing that the domestic washing machine offerings, all rolled up to double-digit price points, can only be described as magical. After Whitey washing machines have been out of stock, there are a lot of people who think that this new 5-function washing machine that has appeared is cheap and affordable, so they spend a few $dozen and buy this miscellaneous washing machine home. It arrived quite quickly, shipped on the same day and arrived in 2 or 3 days, but once I used it, it was all different. First of all, this washer is very small, only about half the size of the Whitney 3X. Still a single tub, and doesn't come with a tumble dry function. Secondly, its material is all plastic, and the workmanship is very rough, with a few screws fixed together. Smell and a smell. Looking at it, there is a sense of cheapness that comes to the surface. Say it's a 5-function washer. Let's just say the most basic laundry. Put in 2 or 3 coats and this washer can get stuck. Later users found that basically can only wash not more than 2 coats of clothing volume. Winter coats simply cannot wash. There is a kind of small horse-drawn car feeling. Since you can't wash clothes, you can wash dishes, and the purchaser puts melons, pears and peaches in it, and the result is the same undead washing speed. After washing, the drain hole is blocked, and it doesn't come with a filter inside, so every time I wash vegetables with mud, I have to manually clean the water outlet hole, which is annoying and doesn't get it clean. Waiting to test the third dishwashing function, the customer found that it is still an agitation speed. In these options, the speed is similar, and there is no water spray device. The washing mode is the same. It is said that there are 5 washing modes, but in fact, the washing machine washes in one way. The dishes are even more difficult to wash, and after washing them, grease and rice particles still stick to them, and it's a lonely wash. As for washing pets is even more speechless. None of the pets can tolerate being churned by the washing machine soaking water. The moment you hear the noise, the direct stress jumped out. Simply cannot be used. I thought I had found a washer that was cheaper and more affordable than Whitey's, but it turned out to be a fool's errand. Maybe it shouldn't be called a washing machine. It should be a big toy, just for kids to play with, not for home use. People just realized that the original Whitey 3X washing machine, which was sprayed with mediocre results, is actually so powerful that it's really a throwback to the goods. When these customers who bought the 5-function washing machine wanted to return it, customer service just shrugged it off, saying something like no refunds if it's unpacked, and at most give a $5 bonus rebate. Customers complained also to no avail, because the pre-sale agreement inside the unpacked non-refundable provisions, blamed the customer did not read and understand, can only eat a dumb loss. So many people started giving bad reviews to the store, yet the store sells dozens or hundreds of units, and then they've closed the store and left, turned around and opened a new one to keep fooling people, because of the stirring of Pure Cottage products, so that the sales of the White 3X washing machine suffered a little bit, but there are also thousands of units sold every day. Now the prompts to urge the shipment every day to make the White Emperor customer service anxious. It is fed back to the factory director Joe Young. Joe Yang is also a headache. At present the factory has just expanded a group of people, has almost 100 people scale. 3 shifts still cannot solve the problem of 3X washing machine oversupply. Daily production of thousands of washing machines, but not enough for a few days ago the order, and now the production of a serious clamping. The shipment of time delayed again and again. To the White Emperor's sales and reputation has been adversely affected. Now the black people on the internet have been saying that Whitey learns from Mr. Lay, saying that he monkeys, hunger marketing, etc. Deliberately open a low price to attract customers. Just do not ship. Heaven and earth. Now that Whitey is sending out thousands of deliveries a day, it's already producing at its fullest capacity. Just as the workshop director once again approached Joe Young and asked him to expand production, Joe Yang felt that it was indeed time to expand production and recruit people. Recruitment is relatively simple. Now more than 35 years of age, there are not a few companies and he grabbed, as long as the wage to open enough, easily recruit hundreds of people into the factory. Just the production line is not very good. First of all, the automation of the new production line is too expensive, at least a few million. The company's current cash is not enough. The loan, the bank does not know people, to be approved at least 10 days and a half months, not necessarily approved. Distant water cannot quench the thirst of the near. That only seems to go one way. To get a used line, Joe Yang suddenly thought of a person, that is, the rich second-generation Lin Shuai. This kid is not bad money, and the doorway light, ask him maybe there are gains. So Joe Yang called Lin Shuai. Last time the two were bonded because of the screen. The payment for the goods has been settled. There is a good trust. This time Joe Yang called. Lin Shuai heard about it, then said to help him to ask. I didn't expect to hear back from Lin Shuai in the afternoon. My friend does have an electrical production line, but it's old equipment. It's someone else's factory closing down and offsetting the debt to him, because it's too old. No one wants it with an offer of $500,000. You can ask him. Okay, I'm on my way. Joe Yang did what he said he would do, and based on the contact information Lin Shuai gave him, he contacted that friend. You're Lin Shuai's friend? Ah, then come over to see for yourself. Pull away if you fancy it. I'm out of town and can't return for a while. Lin Shuai's friend also fell at ease. Let Joe Yang himself to Shiguan City, his factory, to see. Joe Yang immediately purchased a high-speed train ticket and soon arrived in Shiguan City. After taking a cab all the way to his destination and seeing that it was a processing plant, he explained his intentions and the doorman led him to the warehouse. As soon as he opened the warehouse, Joe Yang's eyes lit up as he saw an entire semi-automatic production line for electrical appliances. Before Lin Shuai also said that this is the old equipment. The result is much newer than they use in the factory, which is the product of 7 or 8 years ago. It is the maintenance is not in place. Look more shabby only. Clean up a little bit. This will be able to use. Joe Yang checked. All kinds of parts are all together. Even if it cannot be turned on, he went back to repair it. The next step is to talk about the price. Chapter 35, White Emperor expands production. Lin Shuai's friend was out of town, so Joe Yang and he negotiated the price over the phone. If you sincerely want it, pull it for $480,000. Lin's friend said. Joe Yang assessed this set of production line. If it can be run, then the price is more reasonable at about 500 to 550, 000. If it cannot be run and need to be repaired, then it is necessary to subtract a 50, 000, 450, 000 to not lose, so he intends to cut the price more. 400,000. Joe Young quoted a price that he could not lose in any way, thinking that the other party would come back to about 450, 000 and he could agree. Okay, then you're responsible for pulling it away, and I'm not paying for shipping. Unexpectedly, the other party directly agreed, which made Joe Young stunned on the spot. Did I bid too low? Now Joe Young seriously suspected that he had underquoted. However, he is at least a factory manager, cannot do things that go back on their word and continue to offer. Anyway, 400,000 is low enough. Then according to this price deal, it's not good that the other party is quick, but they are grumbling and obsessing about the tens of thousands of dollars. Now 3x washing machine sales are in full swing. Joe Yang is not short of money lord. Directly paid 400,000 cash. This set of semi-new production line to hand. Now it was time to think about how to ship it back. Joe Young found a local logistics company and asked them to help him ship it back. It's not easy to ship such a big guy, and the other side has different rates. If you go by the weight it's $1,000. They don't guarantee bumps and damage. It's the price of shipping scrap metal. This certainly cannot. This set of production line is intended to be shipped back to use. So according to the fragile goods level of transportation, the final tons of production line, the charge of 9,000 yuan, they are responsible for the original seal to the deep town. Joe Yang was in a hurry to use it and did not care about the shipping cost, so he let them arrange for loading and unloading on the same day. The main thing about this freight was the loading and unloading, and they got about a dozen lads on their side to find forklifts to carry the goods individually to the trucks. By now it was already nighttime, so Zhou Yang returned to his factory in a van. At this time in the factory, part of the workers are not yet off work, and when the goods are shipped over, they start unloading. It was too late in the evening. The production line was unloaded into the factory yard. Zhou Yang let the workers cover the production line with canvas, and then go back tomorrow to carry it into the factory. When the next day, the workshop director Uncle Song De saw the boss actually really bought the production line back, happy as a child. Mouth cannot close the smile, touching the production line of the hand especially gentle, like when he was young to caress his wife's face. Then Song De directed the staff to start moving and installing this advanced production line. Yes, in the eyes of the seller, this is the elimination of backward production line, but here in Whitey, it is the first advanced electrical assembly line in the factory. Fortunately, the factory site is large enough to pack out the empty plant. Song De and row of newly recruited employees, together with the handling and installation. This installation took 2 days, and the moment it was assembled and energized, Zhou Yang watched from the sidelines, hoping that the equipment would start up, which would save another maintenance cost. Plugged in and turned on, but there was no response. The machine didn't start. This extinguished the enthusiasm of the employees around them, who had expected to start work today. Going to contact the gaffer who fixed the machine. San sighed. This time it was going to break the bank again. However, Zhou Yang received a prompt from the super factory system. Slight line failure detected in the production line. Do you choose to repair it? Fix it. Zhou Yang was very surprised, not realizing that the system had the ability to repair production lines. Maintenance in progress. Progress 30. Progress 66. Progress 99. With the system's constant prompts, Zhou Yang squatted at the machine line, loaded with a variety of instruments to measure the contact, and the system also in a few minutes, helped him repair the line. Drop! With a soft click, the entire production line screen and indicator lights lit up. It was already in a startable state. The fault of the production line had been repaired. It was only then that the system replied. This system can repair production lines and electrical equipment that are slightly malfunctioning, while those that are too serious cannot be repaired. Zhou Yang understood. Like the kind of picking up a wheel, have to repair to the extent of a car. The system will not be able to finish. Some minor malfunctions is its specialty. The factory manager deserves to be a college student. He can actually fix the production line. Song De, the workshop director, stuck out his thumb in praise. This said Zhou Yang a little red. This is not he repaired, but the system repaired. Undergraduate college students to learn the knowledge of the theory-based maintenance of such hardware knowledge but teach not much. It seems that there is work to learn more maintenance with the system. After all, the art is not always dependent on the system. Next, Zhou Yang asked the workshop director to mobilize some of the old employees to help bring new employees, so that they could familiarize themselves with the production line as soon as possible to ensure that the production was running. Song De assured, no problem. Small Joe factory director, you rest assured. Today debugging day, tomorrow is estimated to be able to formally produce. By then our factory output absolutely doubled more. He was relieved to have this assurance, which would finally solve the problem of not keeping up with production. This solved one of the biggest difficulties plaguing their white empire, the problem of yield. Just as Whitey has made up for the shortfall in production, 3X washing machines are still selling like hotcakes, with some people going so far as to buy dozens of units at a time. One of these charters in Hiroshima is like this. She bought a small building not long ago, renovated it and prepared to rent it out, becoming a newly knitted chartered house. But she was also worried that although she had gone for a simple and cheap style of decoration for the building, she had already spent millions on the renovation and had very little cash left and could not afford to assemble the appliances. A quick trip to the appliance store would cost another couple $100,000 to outfit all her upstairs rooms with appliances. So there's no money for a new bag. For a little rich girl like her who doesn't like to take out loans, borrowing money to buy appliances is a bit humiliating in front of her relatives. Just when the chartered woman is worried, in the street suddenly saw someone carrying a shopping bag of White Emperor. It is written on the White Emperor TV set 148 yuan a. She was immediately interested in the query. The price is really not deceived. And the buyer show. See all the sincere comments, which makes the chartered woman is very happy, and finally found a cheap electrical appliances. Compared to other 40-inch TVs that are $1,000, Whitey is only $148. Not to mention there are Whitey washing machines that are only $99 a piece. So that's a lot of money to save when you can purchase both sets for just over $200. She immediately placed an order. Whitey 41 Pro TV is in stock, but currently Whitey 3X washing machine is still limited to purchase. And now that the production is up, only 2 units can be purchased per account. Then she sent the link to her friends and family group, so that her friends and relatives can buy it for her, and she can use the cheap and good appliances. When the goods arrived, a whole big truck was delivered directly. The chartered woman personally turned on the machine to verify the products. The TV and washing machine fully meet the daily needs. This kind of cheap electrical appliances, it is simply for her rental room. She likes it too much. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars saved. So you can buy a few more gold bars to manage your finances. After getting a taste of it, the charters asked Whitey's customer service if they had air conditioners and refrigerators as well as water heaters so they could still save a fortune. Upon learning that there wasn't one, the charterer gave customer service the advice that Whitey should hurry up and develop other appliances, and she couldn't wait to purchase them. The chartered lady is just one of the Whittier users, and there's also a young couple at Seabrook Farms who have begged for a 3X washing machine. Chapter 36 Whitey's washing machine works great. At this time of year, the weather is already in the fall. The south is still wearing undershirts and pants, but the north is already very cool at night. The 851 farm, located in the North Great Wilderness, is a vast expanse of black earth arable land that is being cultivated with large-scale mechanization. Xiaorju was then hired to drive the harvester on the farm. Now that the fall harvest has begun, it's a busy time, so he goes out early and comes home late to earn a few taels of silver each month, and his wife stayed home to run the house and raise the kids. Although his wife did not work, farming and housework were not at all easier than working, but more tiring. Let's say washing clothes. Late fall tap water has been very icy hands. In order to work convenient, always can't care to wear rubber gloves, which makes her hands frozen red, cold wind blowing, will be dry cracked and bleeding. When Xiaorju came back, but his wife had already brought up the hot meal, and they were a family of 3, eating happily. But when the food, Xiaorju found his wife's hand with a band-aid, uncovered a shocking large mouth. The skin is cracked. Xiaorju was so distressed that he built a stove fire at night and used hot water to soak off the old skin of his wife's hand. He carefully smeared it with snowflake ointment, held his wife's hand and baked it together in front of the fire. This is a unique treatment for cracked skin in Seibei, and a husband's way of caring for his wife. Although this helps to ease the pain of cracking, if you still get into cold water and cold wind, your skin will crack again sooner or later. Xiaorju, who loved his wife, said that the family should buy a washing machine, which would save a lot of exposure to cold water. Doing the dishes and washing them in warm water will be a lot better when the time comes. It's better not to buy it. The cheapest washing machine costs 7 or 800. You have to save up for this month's paycheck. The second uncle's children to get married, to accompany the gift. Almost winter. The family to add winter clothes. We also want to buy a house. People praise our children smart. In this town school are delayed. It is best to go to the county town to buy a house. Can go to a good elementary school and secondary school? We are suffering for a lifetime does not matter. Cannot let the children grow up to farm, when even a daughter-in-law cannot ask for. The woman was talking about spending money. Listening to Xiaorju a burst of heartache. Why would they ever want to live so hard? But the society is like this. Hard for nothing but $3,000 a month. The days are tight. and now want to buy a washing machine for his wife cannot, so that he, a man of the north of the Sibei province, is disappointed. When he came to the house and took out his cell phone, but found that someone in the circle of friends showed the White Emperor 3X washing machine that his family had bought, actually washing clothes, vegetables and dishes all around, which immediately made his eyes light up. And the most crucial thing was that it only cost $99, which made Xiao'erju not believe his eyes. He has never seen such a cheap washing machine, $99, in all his life, and before that, he could at most buy a razor and an electric pusher. When could he buy a big washing machine? He immediately called his friend and asked in detail how the Whitey washing machine was. My friend immediately praised the washing machine for its resistance to build, leather, and pretty good features, and he was ready to buy another one dedicated to washing clothes, and the other to washing vegetables and dishes, which was a real bargain. So good? Then I also buy a. No, I quit smoking for 2 months, directly buy 2 units, also one to wash clothes, one to wash vegetables and dishes. My wife will not have to hand again in the water. Xiao'erju was very happy. On the spot let his friends send him the link. He bought 2 online. A few days later, Xiao'erju received 2 washing machines. During the day, my wife didn't dare to open it for fear of breaking it, and when Xiao'erju came back at night, she started to cut open the package and unseal it. Thick foam and paper shells, so that the inside of the washing machine after long-distance transportation, there is not the slightest damage. Tearing off the plastic film, then remove 2 plastic-based washing machine, plug in the electricity, connect the water pipe. This trial, but also really good, whether it is washing clothes, or washing vegetables, washing dishes, can save labor, do not have to hand always soaked in water. By the time Xiao'erju's wife and others got their clothes, they were already tumble-dried, so they could just hang them out to dry. And the other washing machine is for washing dishes and dishes. First test the dishwashing function. They put the dish in the wash. It washed fairly clean, rinsed and ready to fry. When we finished eating, we put the dishes in the rinse and they came out really clean. The woman was amazed. She had never touched a dishwasher before. She didn't even know that there were machines in the world that could wash dishes. It was such a labor saver. That's a nice washer. Better than the ones at the mall. This must have been expensive? The woman rubbed the casing of her Whitey 3X washing machine and said lovingly, "Good is good. But Xiao'erju's wife can't afford to give up again. Let her husband return all the washing machines. These 2 washing machines must be very expensive." She estimated that 1 unit might cost thousands, and 2 units would cost more than 2,000, which would be worth most of her husband's monthly salary. It's not expensive. 2 units is less than 200. I quit smoking and bought it with my cigarette money. Xiao'erju grinned. Wife incredulous. How can this be possible? Such a good washing machine. How 2 units only 200? To do charity did not do so. Really, believe it or not. Xiao'erju then took out the purchase link, and his wife then believed it. I thought appliances were expensive, but it turns out that I hadn't made a major purchase in years and didn't realize that appliances had evolved to be so cheap. In fact, the couple still misunderstands that it's not the appliances that are cheaper. It's just the whites alone that are cheaper. After trying it for a few days, Mr. and Mrs. Xiao'erju were so satisfied with the Buy D3X washing machine that he confirmed the receipt to show his gratitude, not only typing a positive review, but also sending a buyer's show with pictures. In the picture, his wife is full of smiles, standing in front of the washing machine, respectively holding up the cleanly washed white shirts, and white porcelain bowls, which are cheap and good to use Whitey washing machine cleaning. Really a friend of the family. Xiao'erju also attached, said it is the White Emperor washing machine quack good. XIN brothers right. The old bull beep. Then everyone saw the words full of northern Serbian dialect and was amused, so they gave a nod of approval, topping the top of the buyer's show on the concubinage platform. Then this buyer's show was seen by the anchor. Anchor Gia has been deeply tied to Whittier's products lately, and any video reviewing a Whittier product has been on fire, which has given him a taste of what's to come. So he's ready to do an unboxing video of the 3X washer as well. But he gave it a miss because he became a little young man and was sick for half a month. And it wasn't until he had recently fully recovered and he saw the many favorable buyers shows that he was born to continue to do the unboxing video of the 3X washing machine. But now that the 3X washer has made a name for itself, and many digital bloggers have come out with unboxing and teardown videos, it's a little late in the game to do an unboxing. So Jay came up with the fancy idea of buying both a $68 washer with 5 features that goes hand in hand with the Whiteout 3X washer's reputation, and doing a crossover review together. When Jay received his $68 washing machine, he immediately live-streamed the unboxing session. When he unpacked the cardboard boxes of the 2 washing machines, he was taken aback at the difference. Chapter 37 Mission accomplished. Jai had 2 washing machines in front of him, and from the packaging, you could tell the difference. On the left is the Whitey 3X washing machine, packed tightly, with plenty of foam material to protect it during delivery. The $68 little black duck washer on the right, on the other hand, is just a thin cardboard shell box with a few token pieces of foam inside that has been crushed and warped in transit, along with dents and scratches on the casing. And with the same plastic casing, the texture of the two washers differed greatly. The Whitey 3X is unimpressive casing-wise, but there's nothing majorly wrong with it, while the little black duck washer, on the other hand, smells oddly like a poorly made children's toy. When it comes to looks, it's the Whittier 3X washer that wins hands down. When I unpacked it, I saw the little black duck washer, which is just a single tub with no tumble dry function and much smaller. Look at the power table in the manual. It is even worse, almost double. This small black duck motor power is low. The washing volume must also be limited. Because of the conservation of energy, the need for less electricity, that do less work. This is a junior high school students will be the knowledge. And Whitey washing machine can easily deal with 8 to 10 kilograms of clothing. So in the first laundry function competition, Whitey washing machine washing clothes is very smooth. And the small black duck washing machine, it can only wash 2 coats, and then a little bit more. Turn up the effort. There is a kind of small horse-drawn car feeling, and by the time it was done, because of the lack of power, the black duck washer didn't wash the clothes cleanly, and the grease that was purposely sprinkled on the white shirt stayed on them, in contrast to the Whitey washer, which washed them cleaner. When it comes to the vocation of laundry, the Whittier 3X washer once again wins hands down. Then there are features like washing dishes and dishes. Another double win for the Whitey washing machine. As for the unique shoe and pet washing functions of the little black duck, they are no different from the previous laundry functions and are completely gimmicky, so there is no need to compare them. In the end, Jay made the comment that apart from the price, the little black duck washing machine is nothing. There is a say, this little black duck washing machine is pure electronic garbage, for children to play too dangerous, as a washing machine and not enough. Suggest really don't be greedy cheap. Add a $30 can buy White Emperor. What can do? Jia rarely praised the White Emperor products, mainly because there is no comparison, there is no harm. The original he felt that the White Emperor is very garbage, and now have seen the real garbage cottage products, only to know, the original White Emperor is very conscientious, although cheap, but the quality of the product is absolutely enough for some price-sensitive users. That is a good product properly. But as far as this washing machine is concerned, it's ugly as hell and I can't look at it. But the netizens in the live broadcast room, who still held prejudice against Baidu, were still in the minority. All Jay can say is that everyone has different needs, whether it's Whitey, or higher, or Midea. It's up to you to make the purchase. Whitey isn't for all of them, but it's certainly for some. Jay takes a look at the buyer's show in Whitey's online store to corroborate his claim. In the buyer's show, there are chartered women who are praising Baidu for its good use and saving money. And there are also remote mountainous areas, buying for their families, saving money and labor. And the photos are their pleasant looks with thumbs up. It can be seen that the purchasing crowd of Pak Thai is definitely not only the poor. Isn't that rich woman who owns a building also using Pak Thai? As long as it solves a need for the customer, it's a good product. I don't use it for free anyway. The sight of Whitey makes me sick. Certain netizens are as prejudiced against Baidu as ever, and with hatred between the lines. Those who don't know think that Baidu has stolen his girlfriend, and one has to wonder about his identity. But more of such netizens do not delay the sales of Whitey's washing machines. After 20 days, Whitey's finally reached 150,000 units sold, a report card that is nothing short of horrifying, basically several thousand units a day, putting other washing machine companies to shame. There are companies that can't sell so many washing machines in half a year. At the same time, the phenomenon of Baidu also attracted the attention of many enterprises. They are also ready to develop low-end appliances, want to come to grab this untapped low-end market, and with such hot sales, it also allowed Zhou Yang to successfully complete the system's mission and receive a reward. Super Factory System, completing the Novice Guide mission. White Emperor 3X washing machine sales reached the standard, and the positive feedback rate is above 97, rewarding a set of advanced injection molding production line. After Zhou Yang received the tip, he excitedly waved his fist in the office, and when some other clerks saw it, they laughed and asked the factory manager if he had won the lottery. Zhou Yang laughed. I'm happier than winning the lottery. Our company will add an injection molding production line soon. Really? That's great. We're a big factory too, the clerk said happily. It is also true that the current Baidu has developed from the previous small workshop-style electrical factory to the current scale of having 2 electrical assembly lines, a parts production line, and more than 100 employees, which is already considered a medium-sized electrical factory, and now add an injection molding production line. Then in the future, the product shell. They can do it themselves, and can save part of the cost. In the future, the cost of their White Emperor's electrical appliances to further reduce, so as to obtain more profits. At the first time, Zhou Yang took this good news and informed Songde, the workshop director. Really? That's great. Uncle Songde is 49 years old this year, but he is still as handsome as ever, and he is overjoyed to see the factory expanding. Zhou Yang sensed that Uncle Songde needed to be promoted. Zhou Yang then held a meeting with the factory management. Anyone above the team leader, a total of 12 people, attended the meeting. In the meeting, Zhou Yang appointed the former workshop director Song Di, promoted to deputy factory director, in charge of the whole factory production, while the person in charge of each process, recommended by Song Di appointed. In the future, the business will definitely get bigger and bigger, and there will be more management positions, so all the personnel should work hard and get promoted and get a raise in salary, which is just around the corner. As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, all the employees were rubbing their fists and preparing to do something big. Then, Zhou Yang handed over the job of organizing the new plant and making room for the injection molding production line to Songde. Previously, Zhou Yang also felt that his dad rented such a large area of empty factory buildings. It is a waste, but the result is that after he took over, in just 2 months' time, all the factory buildings are filled. And if you want to expand again, you have to find another location. His old man, it seems, wasn't completely unreliable. After the meeting was adjourned, the employees left the conference room, but Songde didn't go. He raised a question, because among the many departments, their factory didn't have a research and development department yet, and at the moment, the scientific research all relied on Zhou Yang alone, fearing that he would be too overworked. It's okay, I'll just mess with the scientific research alone, Zhou Yang said confidently. He has a super factory system. Then some of the large enterprises in the R&D capability is also strong. There is no need to spend tens of millions of dollars a year to hire those R&D engineers. This part of the money saved, sent to the ordinary staff, but also so that everyone can get a high salary, conducive to product quality enhancement, which is a virtuous cycle. So what new product are we making behind the washing machine? Sounder asked. Now every time they have a sales explosion at Whitey, it comes from a new product, and whenever a new product comes on the market, that's the beginning of an oversupply. Now that the sales of Whitey's flat panels, televisions, and washing machines have stabilized, if you want to make more money, then you will inevitably have to develop new products. New products? Zhou Yang is also thinking about it. He is now system points. Already has 133 points. Can exchange a better kind of drawings? It's about the next business strategy of the company. So you have to be a little more careful and need to look for an appliance that makes money and addresses the needs of the people at the same time. The new product will be on the market soon. Zhou Yang assured Songde that he then went to his office and prepared to pick the next electrical products to be produced. Chapter 38 Research New Products Electric Vehicles. First of all, with Zhou Yang's 133 points, there are many types of electrical appliances that can be exchanged, such as cell phones, refrigerators, air conditioners, electric fans, sweeping robots, etc. Basically, commercially available ones can basically be exchanged unless they are transported by cars, airplanes, or ships, which are more expensive per unit. So the next step is to examine what appliances will sell well in the fall and winter. The first thing to rule out is the more seasonal appliances such as air conditioners, fans, refrigerators, etc. These appliances are at their peak of sales only in spring and summer, so you need to wait for 6 months before saying anything. For winter appliances, there are heaters, little suns, electric blankets and things like that are good to consider. But that's just from seasonal considerations. It also depends on what the people need. Then Zhou Yang went to ask the customer service. Let the customer service statistics. Received the customer mentioned the most times what appliances. Ding. That's when the system sent a prompt. There's no need to go to customer service. This system has automatically tallied up for you the items that have been requested the most times by White Emperor's customers. Zhou Yang saw the list of tips given to him by the system. And at the top of the list, it was clearly a two-wheeled electric vehicle. Electric cars are also considered a type of electrical appliance, except that they also belong to transportation. After a little bit of reading, Zhou Yang understood, because the country had recently enacted a law that required all electric vehicles to be replaced with the national standard, so that many people would be forced to repurchase electric vehicles. Generally riding an electric car, our working class, repurchase an electric car, basically to $2,000 or $3,000. For the working class to half a month's salary. So there is a lot of pressure, especially at home more than one electric car family. It is a heavy burden. These customers then gave customer service advice many times, hoping that Whitey can come up with a cheap and good electric car, so that they can save a little cost. After all, now the pressure of life is too much. Rent, utilities, daily necessities, powdered milk diapers, there are all the money, and everywhere else you want to save as much as you can. Seeing the customers' voices, Zhou Yang was touched. His purpose of taking over the White Emperor was to benefit the people. Then the opportunity did not come. Simply, his next new product, to produce electric cars. So he went through the systems drawing categories and chose transportation. There were subsections of transportation such as bicycles, electric cars, and balance bikes. And Zhou Yang chose electric cars again. Electric car drawings are also a wide range. He is currently 133 points of points. You can exchange a mid-range electric car drawings, but after looking at it, Zhou Yang are not very satisfied. These drawings are too common, if then simplified. The performance and configuration is really not enough to look at. You have to choose a better one. However, Zhou Yang quickly realized that the models he could look at all needed 135 points or more in points, and 135 points for the electric car drawing was a watershed. For the sake of the quality of the drawings, Zhou Yang chose to wait for a while. Anyway, these points were growing slowly, and when they rose to 135 points, he would be able to exchange for a drawing of his choice. Zhou Yang supervised the production next, and by the evening off-work stage, he had actually waited for the points to grow, and was now just shy of the full 135 points. Redeem me the drawings for the Bach S2 mountain off-road motorcycle. Zhou Yang said he added to the shopping cart drawings model. In the drop sound, he has accumulated more than a month of points, so empty into zero. At the same time he also obtained the drawings of this electric car. Bach S2 mountain off-road electric bike. The mall price of 10,999 yuan, 10,000 yuan of electric car. Far more than the average ordinary commuter car. This electric car is built for mountain environment, has a variety of functions. As soon as he got his hands on it, Zhou Yang couldn't wait to open the editing interface. He wanted to take this high-grade electric car and modify it into a new national standard electric car that everyone could afford. The most important thing about an electric bike is the powertrain and the battery. So first look at the battery. The original Bach S2 mountain bike is a lithium battery, removable. If you are worried about the long charging time, you can even buy an extra battery and replace it at any time. A single battery. The range is up to 45 to 50 kilometers. The average commute is enough. If too long a distance, it is not suitable for electric cars. Can choose a motorcycle or car is more appropriate. This renewal cannot be deleted too much. Zhou Yang first went to ask the supplier Uncle Lu. Ask him how much lithium batteries apiece. Batteries for national standard electric cars? You kid, electrical appliances sold well. How to get into the electric car again? It's your old man has never done an electric car, which is a different channel from home appliances. Lu Shi still takes care of Zhou Yang. He heard that Zhou Yang inquired about the battery situation. Instead of first considering selling the goods, he advised him to calm down as an elder. Lu Shui is well-intentioned. It makes sense. After all, the line is like a mountain. Electric cars and home appliances is really quite a big difference. However, Zhou Yang wasn't fighting alone. He had the super factory system behind him to back him up. So he smiled on the phone and said, Uncle Lu, it's fine. I'll ask around first to see if there's any screw-ups. That's fine. I'll tell you. Ordinary 48V lithium batteries, the cheapest 500 apiece. High capacity, with fast charging 1200 apiece. So expensive. Zhou Yang is not expected. A battery on the big hundreds of thousands. No wonder those electric cars to sell thousands of dollars. But with such a lithium battery, that his battery car selling price is also thousands. Not in line with the style of the White Emperor. Is there a cheap one? Zhou Yang continued to ask. Lu Shui said, the cheap battery is the lead-acid battery. The low-voltage one is at least $60 apiece. But advise you not to use. Too many problems. Security is not good. Those batteries on fire. Most of them are lead-acid batteries. Not safe. Zhou Yang certainly do not use. And then cheap also do not use. His procurement standards is cheap and safe to use. Does not meet one, he did not buy. So he inquired carefully and learned that there are two other types of batteries. Price and safety. Between lead-acid and lithium batteries. One is a graphene battery and the other is a black gold battery. In fact, these two batteries essentially also belongs to the lead-acid batteries, but because of the addition of graphene, a new material, so that the safety and performance of a substantial increase in the price is much cheaper than lithium batteries. The so-called black gold battery is actually a graphene battery with some alloy materials added inside, and there is a small increase in performance. Overall, the quality and selling price in ascending order would be lead-acid batteries, graphene batteries, black gold batteries, lithium batteries. Of course, on top of the lithium batteries, there are advanced batteries developed by various manufacturers, which are sold at a higher price. And that's not something Zhou Yang should consider. After weighing the options, Zhou Yang chose graphene batteries, which were batteries that balanced safety and cheapness. Only this graphene battery is not cheap. 48V. The range should also be able to guarantee in 30 kilometers. Charging and not slow. The minimum are 105 yuan. This leads to this electric car, which is not likely to sell for double digits anymore. There's no way around it. And you'll have to sacrifice a bit of cost for the sake of safety. And the only way to completely squeeze the cost out of an EV is to wait until you've built a battery factory yourself as well. So Zhou Yang chose a graphene battery worth 105 yuan. This performance, obviously cannot meet all the customers' need. Zhou Yang also consider, launch a variety of models, want a greater range and fast charging, then the price will have to be raised. Then let the customer choose. Next, it's time to choose a motor. Chapter 39 White D21 Electric Vehicle. Nowadays, there are many kinds of electric car motors, so Zhou Yang is looking for them at Uncle Lu's place. Uncle Lu really found him a batch of sources. This batch of high-power motors is quite cheap, only 90% off the normal national standard motor. Normal motors can't be this cheap. The reason for the low price is because these motors don't comply with the national standard. The output real speed is greater than the national standard of 25 kilometers per hour. This batch of motors is built before the implementation of the national standard. When the motor casually built, too much power is not enough, but the new rules and regulations come out. These motors cannot be sold. The manufacturers produced this batch of tens of thousands of motors became a hot potato, everywhere to find buyers, and finally can only reduce the price of the sale, because this is a motor produced specifically for electric vehicles. Unless it is supplied to foreign countries, domestic manufacturers are willing to use a limited motor for safety and cost considerations. This high-power motor in the absence of export indicators and qualifications, it becomes a backlog of inventory. Zhou Yang heard, this is not exactly for him. He decided to inspect the goods, qualified to use. After systematic testing, the quality of this batch of motors is not problematic. Then choose it. The reason Zhou Yang can use this batch of motors is because this drawing, which is the mountain variable speed electric car. There is a self-contained variable speed device inside, which usually limits the output power of the battery. It can only output 25 yards per hour. And when you're going uphill, then this high-powered motor comes into play. General trolley in the uphill. Because the kinetic energy is converted into gravitational potential energy, resulting in a reduction in speed. However, relying on the variable speed function of the drawings, the battery completely releases the power, so that the motor horsepower is fully open, which can be in the climbing, but also can reach the speed of 25 yards. And so long as the end of the climb, the detection system will again be forced to limit the battery's output, to restore 25 yards of even speed, which is more than the other GB electric car, more than a constant speed climbing function. For other enterprises is a chicken ribs of high-power motors, but in Zhou Yang here, it has become a customized model, simply tailored, with the motor taken care of. Tires were next. Tires are also a high-cost component. Good tires, 7 or 800 pair, can reduce noise, quiet and also beautiful, but does not meet the concept of Zhou Yang. He sifted through Uncle Lu's side and just picked from the cheapest. I ended up picking a basic tire, which has a hard texture and only one abrasion-resistant property, while other things such as quietness and comfort are worse, which means it's noisy and rides upside down. However, those who can buy the White Emperor electric car are not expected to come for comfort, so Zhou Yang gave up comfort and focused on low price and wear resistance, and being able to use it for a longer period of time is the hard truth. In the end, this cheap version of the tires, along with the wheels, cost $60 to get done. As for the casing, it's the factory's new injection molding line that does it, along with other small parts that also save him a lot of money. Eventually Zhou Yang added mirrors, sponge cushions and other accounting. The cost of this electric car is 267 yuan. At this price, it was also the most expensive product Zhou Yang had ever built, but still feel too high. Zhou Yang continued to look at. Performance can be reduced, then the price can still talk about. But the price on Uncle Lu's side was already very low. Unless Zhou Yang could increase the demand to more than 1 million sets a year, the manufacturer could give a favorable price. Now Zhou Yang is the first time to enter the field of electric cars. No bright performance, so temporarily cannot pressure the price. If you make achievements in the future, you can take the performance of the White Emperor electric car to cut the price with the manufacturers, but also further compression of costs. Zhou Yang decided that this was it, and the pricing for this electric car was set at 299 renminbi. He made less money, mainly so that everyone could have an electric car that was easy to ride. System prompt, design successful. Please name the new electric car. Zhou Yang thought about this electric car, the first transportation vehicle of the White Emperor, then it will be called D21. The letter D is the pinion of electric, 2 means two-wheeled, and the last one means the first product. If there is a second generation of electric car in the future, it will definitely be called D22. System, D21 electric car modified successfully. Zhou Yang got the drawing, but this time it didn't trigger a lucky strike and there was no more mold. But it didn't matter. He already had the injection molding process in place, just so his employees could practice how to make it from the mold. Then, Zhou Yang began to stock up. He handed the drawings to Song Di, and asked him to arrange for the immediate change from the manufacturing of washing machines to the manufacturing of electric cars gradually. However, the electric car, this 299 yuan selling price, or a lot more than the previous 99 uniform selling price, sales are certainly not as good as other products, so the factory production line, only to free up one to assemble electric cars, the rest of the production of washing machines, televisions and other old products. This is a more reasonable distribution. The parts arrived relatively quickly, and now relying on Baidi's reputation, Uncle Lu's side is also willing to ship the goods in advance, as long as the payment is settled on time. The other limitation is the injection molded shell, which will probably take a few more days to produce. Then a few days later, the White Emperor D21 two-wheeled electric car can be officially launched. A mandatory process for new product launches is, of course, product promotion. Zhou Yang gave this task to the artisan Xiaojiang, to design their electric car promotional image to look good, but also to indicate that it is in line with the new national standard, which will have sales. When Whitey's new product teaser was sent out, it sparked instant attention. Whitey actually built a car. People still can't believe it, and it's an EV that's a bit out of Whitey's usual style, as the asking price is actually $299 a piece, with the premium range version going for $389, which is far more than any other Whitey product. This White Emperor is now in its original form. Right, with a low price to attract traffic and heat, and then began to increase the price to cut leaks. That's right, can't we afford to sell the electric car for $99? RNM, refund. There were online bandwagoners, but there were also loyal Whitey users who came out in defense. Come on guys, even if it's a bicycle, have you ever seen a 99? An electric car is also cheap at $299, okay? Now the smallest one on the market, the electric car, are 7 or 800. And the speed and range are low. This 299 from Whitey should not be too bad. Let's wait and see. There are a lot of people who are going to buy the new national standard electric car. See the new preview of the White Emperor. They think wait a little bit to say, if the White Emperor electric car is really good, then they will earn. As long as the 299 electric car, or very fragrant. Unlike other Whitey products, the 299 price tag still affects its hotness. And some people take a wait-and-see attitude as they feel that 299 is too expensive, and that the electric bike is not suitable for use in mountainous areas, and on dirt roads in the countryside. This makes the attention of the Whitey D21 electric car not as high as other products. As for some questions and abuse, Zhou Yang is not on the mind. Every White Emperor products listed, basically is the top of the netizens scolding, and then cursed the sale. If suddenly one day no one scolded, Zhou Yang instead to doubt whether he lost his heart. Product design failure. Chapter 40 Modified treadmill. 4 days later, Whitey's first prototype of the D21 electric car officially came off the production line. This prototype car produced a total of 2, mainly because the injection molding process has just been inaugurated. We all lack of experience, so in order to be on the safe side, so the first manufacturing out of a few samples, assembly of finished products to see the effect, and by the way, sent to the trial. Zhou Yang is the world. The first contact to the D21 electric car people. He sat up. Feel a little. This cushion's soft and hard moderate. The size is also more suitable for his body type. If it is 1.89 m big and tall, it is possible to appear a little small. But that kind of big and tall, there aren't many of them in reality. So a medium-sized man like Zhou Yang is in line with the vehicle's mainstream demographic. Plant manager, put your helmet on. Deputy plant manager San handed over a helmet. Thanks. Zhou Yang was thankful that safety was the first priority, so he put on his helmet and then pressed the start button, and with a turn of the throttle on the handle, the D21 tram started up quickly and then reached the 25-yard limit. After 2 turns in the yard, Zhou Yang found that the place was too small for him to exert himself, so he rode out of the factory to field test it on the road. This black and red color scheme electric car looks very beautiful. He rode on the road. There are also many pedestrians around. Casting gazes. Accelerates. Stops when it reaches the upper speed limit. Good control. It's not that the motor won't run, but the national standard limits it to death, and there's a fine for exceeding the standard. The brakes are firm and there are no sharp noises. They are stable and reliable. The steering is nimble and the turn signals and headlights all work as they should. There was also to test the uphill shifting function. Zhou Yang found an uphill slope, twisted the throttle to the bottom and rushed up. By this time, there was also a GB electric bike beside him, joining him on the hill, and the two of them sprinted up together. As a result, by the midway point, the power of the man's car began to be insufficient, and the speed dropped, while Zhou Yang's D21 electric car, which still maintained a speed of 25 yards, steadily rushed to the top of the slope. At this time, the speed changer began to reduce the battery output power, and the car's speed has been kept at 25 yards without overspeeding, which made Zhou Yang very satisfied. When Zhou Yang finished his test and was ready to turn around and go back, the man on the bike, who was also climbing up the slope, shouted, "Hey man, what brand of car do you have? It's actually so fast going uphill." "Whitey D21, Zhou Yang said. "Whitey D21? The man was puzzled, so he said he'd never heard of it. "And where did he buy it?" Zhou Yang then said that it was not yet on the market, and asked him to just search for Baidu in the online store, and it was only in the last few days. He then rode back to the office and everyone gathered around and asked how he was doing. "Very good. I've tested all the other features on its book, and there's one last one left, and that's range." After hearing Zhou Yang's words, Songda called up a young man and told him to ride up and time the ride until he ran out of battery. Zhou Yang, however, felt that once in a while it was okay. For a long time, this was simply a torture. It was better to use a machine to measure the range. $30,000 a unit. When Zhou Yang inquired about the professional testing equipment, he was staggered. $30,000 is enough for him to produce how many electric cars? He couldn't afford to spend so much money on a piece of test equipment. Professional machines are too expensive. But Zhou Yang thought of a trick. That is, to buy a treadmill, adjust the hourly speed, and then find a mechanic to weld a rack. As long as someone next to them is watching, you can carry out the test. A treadmill, cheap at 2 or 3,000, was quite a bargain at a discounted cost, so it was quickly operated, and 2 modified testers were welded up that afternoon. Employees put 2 fully charged D21 EVs on it and clicked on the timer to test the range at different rates, so I'm sure the data will be available soon. Previous product testing, in fact, are the system to help complete, generally can only be measured cannot not be used normally, like battery life test and other detailed data, but also need to complete their own. This time, the treadmill magic modification test machine is only a stopgap measure. When White Emperor has money, he will definitely build a professional product testing center, which is a necessary procedure to move towards internationalization. Zhou Yang is very concerned about the test data. When the first-hand data comes out, he can send it for review, and it can only be marketed and sold if it passes the review. This time it's just a two-pronged approach, and by the time the approval is over, this side of the warehouse can also have thousands of units in stock, so we can deal with the initial burst of orders. After a few days of continuous testing, it was proved that all the indicators of the Baidu D21 electric car fully met the national standard, and it also passed the audit of the relevant departments and was allowed to be listed for sale. A week later, the Whitey D21 electric car was officially on sale. Uniform time is still 10 a.m. The major online store platform, White Emperor Store D21 electric car, put out a sales link. When 10 o'clock rolled around, all of a sudden the orders exploded. Hundreds of units were sold in a second, and in a minute, 1,000 units were sold. Even though this minimum price of $299 is the most expensive product Whitey has ever made, it still can't stop the enthusiasm of customers. Despite the poor online reviews, there are still a lot of people who believe in Baidu, relying on its good reputation, and they are willing to believe in its quality once again. Among those buying people is dismantling blogger Lei Shuhang. Lei Shuhang's previous several times of dismantling the White Emperor products were bought back from the second-hand market at a high price, and this time he had a long memory, and he started to buy it on the first release, without the need for the middleman to earn the difference in price. It just so happens that he doesn't have an electric bike yet, and if this one fits the bill, he plans to keep it and ride it himself. Meanwhile, all over the country, there were a lot of people placing orders at the same time. Among them was Zhang Fuguei, the mayor of 10 Mile Village. Zhang Fuguei has been a hardcore fan of the White Emperor, now the White Emperor's products. His family every kind of one, and even used to buy a few more White Emperor flat panel, given to friends and relatives' children. Anyway, cheap, 99 yuan a, not expensive, gift out there in face. And this time, he bought the electric car for his wife, G. Bigfoot. He goes out to work and rides a motorcycle. But motorcycles require a license, and G. Bigfoot doesn't have one, and they're too heavy for her to ride. Now she rides her bike in and out. Summer is okay, Winter riding a bicycle is too suffering, and mountainous environments riding a bicycle is too exhausting. When learned that the White Emperor out of the electric car, Zhang Fugui the first time to give his wife, it should be good. He believed in Whitey's products, so he didn't even check the instructions in the webpage in detail. Waiting for 3 days later, his family received a large express delivery, which is exactly the White Emperor D21 electric car arrived. Looking at such a big packing box, Zhang Fugui unpacked the box with his wife at noon. Cutting the ties and opening the cardboard box revealed a white line motorized car inside. It looks very nice and has a pink pattern on it. Key Bigfoot fell in love with it at first sight. This one is for the ladies. Now Whitey has its own injection molding factory, so the shell has a variety of colors. Currently there are 8 color styles for customers to choose. Also relying on the original drawings, the car's styling has been designed by a famous artist and is not only not ugly, but even a bit hip. Zhang Fugui took out the car and put it on the ground. He looked around the car. The car was really all new. New shell, new tires, not like the internet saying that White Emperor used parts. He has hands-on experience repairing equipment, second-hand or first-hand. Zhang Fugui can tell the difference. This is the real first-hand electric car. Then he told his wife to get in the car and try it. Bigfoot got into the car and felt quite comfortable, except for the lack of a helmet. Zhang Fugui looked at the package. Only some manuals, chargers and so on, and no helmet. It does not matter. Let the 299 yuan electric car and then send a helmet. A little bit to say. He then took his own helmet and let his wife put it on first. And then Zhang Fugui taught his wife how to drive so that she could skill up first. Bigfoot pinched the handle of the electric car. Did not expect to whoosh scampered out, almost fell on his head. That's a lot of power for an electric car. Chapter 41 Electric Vehicle Review. Be careful, Zhang Fugui reminded his wife. Bigfoot tried a few times before he got the hang of the electric car. You can't twist the throttle to the bottom at once. Twist it slowly so that the acceleration is more peaceful. Honey, riding a bike is easy. Bigfoot quickly got the hang of it. And it was much easier than riding a bicycle, because he didn't have to balance much, and he didn't have to pedal, which was very energy efficient. Right. Or the wife is smart. Zhang Fugui quipped. It's a great car. Whitey stuff is just cheap. When Key Bigfoot returned to his doorstep after a ride, he praised it, because everyone else buys electric bikes that start at $2,000 or they can't be used in the mountains and can't even climb a hill. Something like the Whitey, which climbs without stress and is cheap, is especially good for them. So in their home, they added another Whitey product. At the moment, the disassembly blogger, Lei Shuhang, also received a big delivery, which is the Baidi D21 electric car. This time he grew up and bought it ahead of time, and this time he finally didn't have to pay a high price for a used one. Lei Shuhang bought a 299 yuan electric car this time, but spent some more money to buy a high-range battery as a spare, so that both configurations are complete. The difference between the regular and range D21 EVs is just the difference between the batteries. He also opened a live stream this time to come along and open the box, which also attracted a lot of netizens, because Whitey is now a little famous and is launching new products very quickly, basically launching one in less than a month. They also want to know if this electric car, which is priced more than ever, is worth it. The casing is much improved and the color scheme looks good. It's no wonder this car is $200 more expensive. It's much better than a TV or washing machine from the first impression of the shape. Lei Shuhang gave the appearance aspect a favorable rating at first glance. It's no wonder, because this time, the injection molding shell, our White Emperor's own production, will save the cost, are used to improve the quality, so the same amount of money, than other outsourcing parts of the assembly plant, the material to be better than a grade. Then it was time to go downstairs for a ride, and Lei Shuhang strapped his cell phone to his body and then used his first viewpoint to go for a ride outdoors. 25 yards isn't very fast, so there's no danger of him explaining it live as he rides. The acceleration is still good. It's silkier, and it doesn't feel any different than one of those $3,000 price point electric bikes. That one sentence is a very big compliment. The Whitey D21 only sells for $299, a tenth of the price of those electric bikes, which is the equivalent of a living advertisement. A netizen then said in the live broadcast, "Anchor, you've been recharged, haven't you? And you're actually helping by D say good things." Lei Shuhang said, "I review all of them, but I can't avoid having a subjective perspective. So if you don't trust me as a person, you can refer to other people's unboxing videos. It's true that for an anchor, it's a persona that runs the show, and if none of them believe in the reviews he's doing, then there's no point in watching his videos. Others still believe in Lei Shuhang because many of his fans, who have purchased digital products on his recommendation, have had better experiences. and they let the blogger ignore the skepticism and do a good review. Lei Shuhang is also considered a veteran blogger, and of course he was not affected as he proceeded to continue his experience reviewing this electric car. The brakes are sensitive. It's just a little bumpy when crossing the pits. Users who need comfort should pay attention. You can choose a vehicle with advanced shock absorption, or match a high elasticity sponge cushion by yourself. The speed didn't decrease when climbing the hill. This favorable comment. In the past, I only experienced on the variable speed electric car. I didn't think that Whitey's 299 yuan electric car actually also has a variable speed function. Lei Shuhang quickly discovered the car's biggest selling point, with a variable speed function, which is only available in the advanced electric end. To be able to experience it on a triple-digit electric car, Lei Shuhang felt that this function alone was worth 299, and everything else was a bonus. Whitey being Whitey, there are still little surprises. Lei Shuhang rode all the way for a few kilometers and finally returned home. He pushed the electric car up the stairs, and the next step was the disassembly process. Next, Lei Shuhang dismantled the electric car into a pile of parts. You can see that the parts and workmanship of the D21 electric car are very good. The motor also has a model number, which can be found online. These are definitely not any three-dimensional products, and White Emperor is still the same cheap, but very formal enterprise. Query every accessory. All meet the national standards, which is rare. 299 yuan can buy a national standard electric car. For the fresh demand users, is a good choice. However, in the end, when assembling the vehicle back, Lei Shuhang still named a few shortcomings of the White Emperor D21. One is that the comfort is not good enough. The second is that there is no lock and helmet delivered. You need to provide your own. And the third is that there is only an online store in the purchase. There is no offline physical store, so you can't experience it in the field. So he suggests that you must look at the blogger's review and feel that it suits you before you buy it. After all, if you return it, the shipping cost of this piece will be hundreds, catching up with the price of a small half of the car, and it's not worth it. After the evaluation, Lei Shuhang left this D21 car, because the performance can be enough and cheap, enough for him to use for daily travel. Although he has a car, but sometimes go to the grocery store to buy food, or electric car is good. Do not have to think about the parking problem. The roadside can be parked in any place, and do not worry about traffic jams, and you can even ride the bike in the grocery store, which is the car does not have the advantage. Then, Lei Shuhang took this review video of his and posted it online. He's not the only one reviewing the Whittier EV. He's kind of a neutral test. Of course, there are those who sing the opposite tune, and there is a blogger who specializes in vehicle reviews, named Xiao Pingping, who came up with, well, the exact opposite of Lei Shuhang's comment. In the review video, it gives the Whitey D21 a good spanking. Stingy, no accessories whatsoever. The casing material is so poor that the slightest scratch flowers and is unsightly. The tires are too hard. The damping is bad, and it hurts my butt doing it. The headlights are too bright, dim at night. You can't see anything and it's a safety hazard. The range is too short. The battery doesn't have fast charging. It takes hours to charge, and it's impossible to use it in a hurry. It's so noisy, you'd think it was a motorcycle if you didn't know. In short, this little ping to the White D21 electric car. The whole out of the 7 sins. There are 7 major shortcomings. The last recommendation is a garbage car. Do not recommend buying. This melon netizens are confused. Some people evaluate good, some evaluate bad. This in the end should listen to who? In response, the netizens also argued a lot. Many people thought of the account Bitey Boss. Have Joe Yang. Want to see Bitey Boss in the face of accusations and negative news? How to answer. Soon after work, Joe Yang, who was lounging around on the internet, noticed the situation. It's not good enough that your own product has little black spots. He came to the defense on the spot. Seeing Joe Yang appeared, many melon eaters netizens have moved their ponies, prepared peanuts, beer and ham sausage, ready to watch the show. Chapter 42, so cheap, it's not a scam, is it? I admit that the White Emperor D21 electric car has many shortcomings, but not as bad as Xiao Pingping blogger said. Normal use is still possible. Of course, compared with the same configuration of $2,000 or $3,000 or so of electric cars, in the comfort and the richness of the accessories, there is indeed a gap. But now is the market economy. We White Emperor D21 electric car, but also just to many consumers more than one choice. If you do not like, or cannot meet your requirements, you can choose other brands of electric cars. We White Emperor never force consumers to buy our products. We will never force consumers to buy our products. You need it, and then place an order. White Emperor Electric reminds again, please rational consumption. Joe Yang replied with a paragraph such as the one above under Xiao Pingping's post. making the netizens waiting to see the scolding war. All of them froze. White Emperor's boss actually didn't curse. This connotation is too good, right? If it were an ordinary boss, he would have jumped to his feet and cursed little Pingping's 8 generations of ancestors. Then the netizens also reacted. Yes, no one forced people to buy White Emperor. Feel bad cannot buy. Spend 10 times more money. Completely can buy a high-grade electric car. Send helmets, locks, and cushions are also comfortable, but also silent, etc. Grabbing 299's motorized vehicle and spraying it to death is a bit unmartial. This is like the Nokia Senior Machine, iPhone 14 or cell phones. But the function, Apple cell phone wins, but cannot say that the Senior Machine is pure garbage. Cannot online shopping, cannot brush jitterbugs, etc. That also want to look at the price and then talk. A penny to do a penny thing. Cannot ask for the Senior Machine will also be the Apple cell phone to do the job. The Apple is not long ago went out of business? The features of the device are there. Just go with what you need. No point in grabbing the cheap stuff and spamming it. Some sensible netizens feel that as long as the quality of Whitey's products is fine, there is nothing wrong with it, and you cannot buy it, but you do not have to denigrate it from many sides. So the question is, why are there still so many people on the internet who hold on to Whitey and spew nonsense? This is an interesting topic. Sensible netizens will say that those who understand that it is just a matter of interest. I think the Whitey electric car is pretty good anyway. There were a few netizens who spoke down the line, and they didn't speak at length or even follow up with a response, because this part of the world only goes on the internet once in a while, posts a comment, and has to go to bed early, as they have to go to work tomorrow. Lou Bayami is one such person, who purchased the white D21 electric car for the beaters. He received the car has been 3 days, riding very smooth, every day back to charge, get up in the morning to unplug the power on the go. The electric car has become an indispensable means of transportation in his life. He came from a poor background, with an old man and siblings at home, and he came out to work before he graduated from junior high school to supplement his family's income. When you get paid a few $1,000s a month, you only keep a few $100s and send the rest to your family. But last month, he encountered a difficult thing, because the factory relocation, to rent them a new dormitory, 5 or 6 kilometers from the factory. Basically the other workers, either riding a bicycle, or buy an electric car to and from work, otherwise rely on the walk. Then, time is too long, but also too tiring. They also need to work overtime, often working 12 hours 2 shifts, and then spend an hour on the road. It is a little bit too much to eat. However, Lubao Sia inquire, electric car to 2 or 3,000 a, even if it is second-hand, but also more than 1,000. Buy a bicycle. Now cannot find a second-hand bicycle. Only one remaining bicycle store. The cheapest Phoenix bicycle is also $500 a, which catch up with Lubao Sia a month of living expenses. He is really cannot afford to give up. However, his family is more difficult than him. Looking at their own monthly living expenses of 500 yuan, Lubao Sia intends to eat 1 meal a day less. With 2 months, save out of a bicycle money, so that there is no delay in remitting money to the family, but also to facilitate their own work. Although sometimes dizziness from hunger, but Lu Bayami did not say a word. When hungry, go to drink a bellyful of tap water, endure and pass. During the time he was saving up, he was occasionally able to rub a co-worker's car to and from work, but more often than not, he walked, and the time he spent walking on the road each day was more than an hour. Every day after work, dragging the tired body, but also in the dark road walking, if not forced to live. Who wants to suffer this crime? In Lu Baoxi in the hard life, someone recommended to him the white D21 electric car. The car can be cheaper than a bicycle, but also electric, to and from the speed faster, so that every day to and from work, 20 minutes will be enough. It's so cheap, it's not a scam, is it? Lu Baoxi in frequent online shopping, heard a lot of online scams. He thought the electric car cannot be so cheap. Whitey's stuff. Don't worry. Old Lee's tablet. The TV sets we bought in the next few dorm rooms are all Whitey's. Didn't you see that? Hearing the worker say this, Lu Bayami's eyes lit up at once, because White Emperor's things were just cheap. In fact, it had long since penetrated into the hearts of this group of beat workers. So it's something from the White Emperor. Then I'll buy it. Lu Baoxi made up his mind. 299 yuan, although it is also very expensive, but he has been saving money to save money for meals. With half the price of the bike can buy an electric car. He can afford it, so let the workers to help him buy one, because he is still using the cottage old people's phone, cannot buy online. 3 days later, Lu Baoxi received the White Emperor electric car. Ride on. Feel too comfortable. Throttle twist, the car will run forward. Then he walked can be much faster. Good. That's great. Ru Baoxi's mouth closed with laughter. He felt it was the best value he had ever bought, so much so that when he was on the phone, he talked to his family about it. Wah! How can you buy an electric car? That's expensive. When the family heard that he bought an electric car, then shocked, let him quickly returned, said that is too expensive. They cannot afford this kind of family. He also has younger siblings to go to school. The elderly need to take medication to see a doctor. To buy a car of $2,000 or $3,000 can play a considerable role. I bought a Whitey's electric car. It's not that expensive. It's only 299 grins. When Lu Baomei spoke, his tone of voice was filled with pride. He is not so unthinking of his family. If it is 2,000 or 3,000 electric cars, he would rather walk every day, but also will not go to buy. And at $299, it's not cheap, but he saved it, and he can use the back of his car to bring his factory girl later, so he can't say he'll start a marriage. In short, this electric car, for Ru Baoxi the standard of living, played an obvious role. When Lu's family heard that it was the brand of Baidi, suddenly felt very familiar, which is not the next door neighbor's home. Buy a brand of television? Oh, it's the manufacturer that builds TVs. No wonder electric cars are cheap too. Their TV is also good. When you come back in the new year, our family will buy a White Emperor TV. Then we can watch the Spring Festival Gala together. Lu's family this moment, because of the appearance of Baidi, so that their lives began to colorful. This scene is not an exception. In a rural area in the north, drove a van. A man got off the car, then unloaded a White Emperor D21 electric car. This electric car, or 389 yuan renewable version, is the man to buy, to give his dad's gift. Dad, look what I got you. The men were screaming with delight outside. Soon, an old man in the house appeared, his head rooted with silver hair upright, a bit of bad management frame. Looks like a stubborn old man who is not very good at talking. How to buy an electric car? So old and expensive. I don't want it. Take it away. The old man didn't buy it and had his son return the car on the spot. In his perception, electric cars are all big items, several $1,000s apiece. He has never used such expensive things in his life. However, the man smiled slightly, knowing his dad's temperament. He was used to being frugal and never used expensive things, so he bought the White Emperor electric car this time. Then he told his dad about the best thing about the Whitey electric car, which was that it was cheap. Chapter 43, Whitey is so good. This old man farms in the countryside and grows a lot of vegetables, and when they are harvested, he walks more than 20 miles to deliver them to his son in the county. Every time he has to carry a heavy burden, heavy stretcher bent his waist. Someone to see him hard, said he can take the bus, but here in the city and town buses, round trip to several dollars. The old man does not want to. A few dollars can buy half a basket of vegetables. Take the car to send is also too wasteful, so he insisted on walking to send the vegetables, rain or shine, even if the round trip to the time half a day, even if each time to walk the legs are sore, but also at all costs. The old man's son felt sorry for his dad and told him not to send it, but the old man was stubborn and never listened. He should send it. Finally got no trick. The son will give his dad to buy a Dia electric car. The results of his dad the next day led his son to return the car, not to return him to smash. He said he has never used such expensive things, cannot be old to break the ring. The old man was stubborn and said no, so his son had to return the car. Later he asked his dad how much was the most expensive thing he could accept. When the old man thought about it, he said it was $300, and that he had bought a TV and a bicycle when he was young, which added up to $300. With a $300 car, it seems that you can only buy a bicycle. But the old man's son accidentally saw a video of the White Emperor electric car, and instantly fell in love with it. Isn't it tailor-made for his dad? So this time when the man brought the Whitey D21 EV to his dad, he made it a point to emphasize that it was the $299 EV that wasn't overpriced. This is a good car for sale $299. Do you think your old man is that easy to fool? Return it now. The old man glanced at the appearance of such a new wave of electric car, which at least say several thousand. He will not ride. Really? The links are all here. The man then pulled out his cell phone and showed his old man the link to purchase. And the page for the item was all there. And it did say from $299. What kind of electric car is so cheap? A bicycle conversion? The old man was only half convinced now, and he circled around the Whitey electric car and didn't find anything cheap about it. Dad, it's true. This factory of theirs, they make things just as cheap. Don't worry about riding, the man said and let the old man try to ride the bike. The old man was willing to give it a try only when he heard it was cheap. He went up there and felt it was much easier and cheaper than a bicycle. And after 10 minutes he fell in love with it, a smile on his wrinkled face. Of course the old man knows that he is tired, and he did not take a car or ride a bicycle before to save money. And now that there is a cheap and good car, the old man certainly will not reject it. He left his good body behind and was able to grow vegetables for his son for a few more years. The man took a look at the state of his dad, then laughed, and also felt that he had to order his dad a Pak Thai TV set, so that the old man usually have entertainment facilities, without always listening to the decades-old semiconductor radio. Whitey's stuff, all cheap and not overpriced, will be his dad's royal brand from now on. The family, father and son, had their satisfaction. While in the rented house in the urban village of Dingnan City, the family ate at a simple table made of wooden planks, and the meal was cabbage, potatoes, pickles, with some white rice. The only few slices of meat were also chucked by adults into the bowls of children in elementary school. This family of 5 is the in-laws, son and daughter-in-law, plus a grandson. They are migrant workers. The whole family is crowded in a 30-square-foot rented house, living in bunk beds. Usually a curtain is considered to protect privacy. Their family is worried at the moment, because the company working a long way. The family saved money, before buying 3 electric cars, including a need to delivery. Cannot leave the electric car. However, the recent local policy, need to be January 1st next year. We have to replace all the national standard electric car, which makes this family is not rich, adding insult to injury. Replacement of 3 electric cars at once, adding up to several $1,000s. A person's monthly salary is not enough, but also 2 people's wages together, and they have to save up to give their son a down payment to buy a house in the city, which feels like too much of a loss. So they're all worried. We're not changing cars. What else? The old father was the first to speak, with irritation and indignation in his tone. The wife next to him was advising him that if he was caught by the traffic police in the future, he would have to be fined, and it would be unbearable to be fined every day. Fines are more aggressive than one another. They don't know how to raise wages for our people. They can't survive. The price of housing has gone up to what kind of prices? Don't the people above know that? The old father was very angry, but was still talked down by his wife and son. The whole family, including my mother-in-law, works as a janitor on a nearby street and doesn't need an electric car. So that leaves 3 people who will have to tighten their belts and buy a new state-of-the-art car. Look, you guys, Whitey's electric car, only $299. At this point, the daughter-in-law surprised her and showed her husband her cell phone. What electric car is so cheap? It's a scam, isn't it? The family didn't quite believe it. They just hadn't heard of such a cheap electric car. My daughter-in-law grabbed it and said, "Really? It's a Whitey. My coworkers recommended it to me. They all bought this one and said it rides great. And it's cheap. No pressure to replace it." If that's the case, at $300 a car, then 3 cars in the family would be taken care of without $1,000. So that's still in the realm of acceptable. The old father was also interested. Busy daughter-in-law to ask a good question. The quality of the car. Do not buy to ride 2 days on the bad. My coworker said it can be used well. Why don't I try it tomorrow and buy it if it's good? Daughter-in-law said. Okay. My elderly father agreed. And now the family's hopes of saving money fell on the Whitey electric car. When the day passed, my daughter-in-law had already tested her colleague's car and felt that it was no worse than those $2,000 or $3,000 electric cars, so she used her own salary and bought 3 of them. One of the dad and her own car. Just choose the basic model of 299 yuan, while her husband needs to deliver takeaway. He chose the 389 range model, so that their family with less than 1,000 yuan, to solve the problem of replacing the national standard electric car. When they got on their bikes, they all gave Whitey a big thumbs up for thinking too much about the people and solving their immediate needs. These customers, all of them, are just one of the customers of Pak Thai. Each customer has a different motivation to buy Pak Thai's electric car, but they all enjoy the dividends of the low price. While the $299 price tag is, by far, the most expensive among Whitey merchandise, that's who you have to compare it to. At $299, that price is overwhelming when compared to other GBEVs that cost thousands of dollars, which has allowed the White Emperor D21 to sell out 150,000 units in a frenzied manner in half a month's time. This resulted in Whitey's production not being able to keep up again. Fortunately, an additional production line has recently been opened, and Whitey is now fully producing electric vehicles to ensure market supply and demand. This sales result has completely stunned a host of electric car brands. It was thought that with the wind of this mandatory replacement of national standard electric vehicle sales could see a blowout, but it's all spewed out here in Whittier. Whitey D21 electric car. All the features that should have. Each is not very strong, but it is not bad, as long as the user is not demanding. To buy one is definitely not a loss. It is also at the expense of the White Emperor has no offline stores, Some people like to go to the physical store shopping experience. This part of the customer does not believe in online shopping, so it limits the sales. Otherwise, the White Emperor's sales can be doubled several times. Yet even this sales volume was enough to shock other peer companies, who met overnight to discuss response options. Chapter 44: Shocking Peers. Whitey shocked a bunch of his peers, among them Dia electric vehicles. One of them. Inside Dia's workshop, a Byte D21 electric car was dismantled in large pieces, with a field of parts spread out on the floor. Their leaders just don't get it. The parts don't look too bad, so why can they sell them so cheap when their cheapest electric car, with all the other features neutered, is 4 or 5 times as much as Whitey's? The engineer then said, Whitey's circuits have an excellent design and use parts that are the cheapest and most durable, and we've also inquired about the fact that Whitey has their own parts and injection molding process, which also allows them to further reduce costs. Dia leaders are not convinced. They can do all these. Can they make a similar cheap model? If no longer out of low-priced products to seize the market, then this batch of national standard electric car dividends, to be robbed by the White Emperor, the Dia electric car, will also lose the basic plate. Now not only Dia, other brands of Lianqian 2,000 yuan price of electric cars, all sold out. This half a month, the sales of successive decapitation, and is down the neck cut. Your technical department. You must design a low-priced electric car, and it should be fast. Just use the existing model to delete and modify. The requirement is to be able to compete with the White Emperor electric car, and seize their market. When the leader gave the word, the people in the technical department started to work all night long. However, looking at the construction of Baidu's electric car was very simple, but when they started to do it, they realized that it was not easy, because even if they used the same parts as Baidu's, but the small part of the gearshift, they couldn't use it, and if they were to research and develop it, it might take a very long time plus tens of thousands or millions of dollars in cost. The leadership has spoken again. The gearing features can be left out. Now all they want is cheap, and pedal to the metal. However, the electric car built by the technical department with reference to the White Emperor electric car still had problems. Even though their material input price was very cheap, the costing by the people in the marketing department, the cost of this car also reached about $400. It can't compete when it's less equipped than the Whitey, but costs about $100 more than what people are selling it for. One of the reasons for this is because they have rebates on their sales to maintain physical authorized stores and give retailers concessions, whereas Whitey sells directly from their online store at almost zero cost, which creates a huge gap. If it has to cost the same as Whitey's, then they'll have to cut all the brick-and-mortar stores and move to online sales as well, and scale back on R&D and lay off more than a large chunk of the tech department. However, this is impossible. Entity-based sales. Is the Dia company for many years to build the sales network? If unauthorized changes, it is like self-defeating martial arts. That Dia directly reduced to a third-rate small factory. No need to compete. May be directly out of business. What about this? Then the low price then cannot be high price and cannot be sold. Is there Dia electric car factory? Was a new small factory to defeat? Something has to be done. To solve this dilemma, the owner of Dia electric vehicles gave the manager a death warrant. As far as this sales performance is concerned, if it can't be resolved, then there will definitely be layoffs. And this incompetent manager, then he will definitely be the first to be fired. According to the general idea, that's to develop the high-end and avoid competition with Whitey, which is what a lot of big manufacturers do. But Dia cannot. They are focused on doing electric car brand. Their hottest products is in the 2,000 or 3,000 price point. If the hottest products lose competitiveness, it can be directly announced closure. Like Haier, the United States and other large factories do not do this one product. They can also live. And Dia cannot. They must find a way, and the White Emperor front hard just now line. The failure is almost to be reduced to a third-rate small factory. Manager is worthy of the future of the generation of the mind. He quickly thought of a way. On the one hand, let the Ministry of Technology to develop a cheapest national standard electric car, the price as low as possible. Even if it does not reach the level of 299, it should not be far from it, so as to take advantage of their Dia's market share, to reclaim the low end of the market occupied by the White Emperor. But if this is done, without too many advantages of the 2,000 or 3,000 price point of the electric car, are going to be unable to sell, which affects the fundamentals of Dia. They then learn from the practice of cell phone manufacturers, make a new brand, called Didi, specializing in the brand of the volume of less than 1,000 yuan, so that not only can mimic the White Emperor's online sales method, saving costs, but also in the physical store of Dia, the addition of a sample car, to give the customer the opportunity to experience, so that it is even more advantageous than the White Emperor. The big boss thought that this method was feasible. So Dia urgently opened a new brand of DD electric car. At the same time, the technical department has also developed a censored version of the low-end electric car. This car all used the cheapest configuration. Made out of the texture than the White Emperor D21 is worse than the first level, and the cost can only be compressed to about 350 yuan, and then low on the pressure can't go down. This also made the big boss very annoyed. The parts are similar, and they have partners who can buy at the lowest cost. Why is it still not as low as the cost of a small factory in Whitey? The technical department can't do anything about it. For simple parts, they can press it down to below 300, but counting the labor costs such as R&D, that cost invariably goes up. It's actually the final piece of the puzzle that separates them from the cost of the Whitey EV. White Emperor is backed by a super factory system, eliminating the cost of research and development, and the salaries of many engineers, which is more than hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, millions of dollars, and the White Emperor take price because of the presence of Uncle Lou, will not be very high. On the other hand, although the purchase price of certain components is lower than that of Byte, the addition of the R&D department makes the cost go up, but it is higher than that of Byte's small factories. So by the time their DD electric car hit the market, the Whitey electric car had been on sale for a month, selling a wild 350,000 units in a month, catching up with the yearly shipments of some electric car factories. This is also dependent on the peers lining up. You can't find any electric bike on the market that sells at the $300 price point that still performs well. This also hit the major electric car brands. In addition to a few electric car brands, such as Dia, launched the same 400 yuan price of electric cars, relying on the advantages of offline sales, back to a city. Other brands were killed by the White Emperor route. The product simply cannot be sold to cope with the national standard electric car to replace the wave of the goods, immediately to become a backlog of products. And after the DD brand built electric cars at the $399 and $449 price points, the era of electric car enrolls arrived for good. However, other electric car brands, because of the high cost, so that their price is too much more than the White Emperor D21, sales are far less. So that month, one after another, electric car companies announced that they have switched to another business or retired from the market. Whitey D21, which won the first place in the electric car shipment list for that month, was also featured on a local financial channel and became a phenomenal product. This kind of noise also attracted the attention of Li Ju, the leader of the local business department in Shamchun. He suddenly realized that there were actually such excellent electrical enterprises in the city. After letting his secretary bring White Emperor's products, he was surprised to find that all the products produced by this White Emperor were extremely inexpensive, far beyond perception. Is Whitey a cottage industry, or is it dumping at low prices? Li Ju couldn't make sense of it, so he arranged to go down and visit the Byte factory next week to inspect it. And this news was then notified to Zhou Yang by the local civil servant. Chapter 45, Solving the Yield Problem. Zhou Yang was busy supervising production at the factory these days. The factory has recruited a new group of workers, but it still can't afford the surging purchases of electric cars. This day nearly 10,000 orders. They were not a professional electric car manufacturer, so even if the whole factory is producing electric cars, still cannot catch up with the order quantity. Zhou Yang by the daily call for goods. Noisy headache. Whitey's production of more than 2,000 electric cars a day is already the limit, which is completely unable to catch up with the supply and demand of the market. Watching a lot of orders on the online store was cancelled, and then customers cannot wait. Turn to go offline to buy the DD and other electric cars, which is equivalent to guarding the gold mountain. They do not have time to dig, while watching the gold mountain was dug by others. That feeling of having money but not being able to earn it is very unfriendly. Zhou Yang then felt that he had to do something. He could no longer be teased by the netizens with titles such as Monkey Playing and Lay's Second, or We'll Outsource It. Zhou Yang thought of a way to outsource the order to other electric car manufacturers, and then shipped back to Byte. Labeled with a brand can be shipped out of the factory. This is in the electrical industry, is very common phenomenon, just like Apple, Huawei and other big manufacturers, also looking for Foxconn or BYD OEM, compared to building a low-end manufacturing line themselves, or looking for OEM is more suitable for the development of leading enterprises. Now that Whitey can't keep up with production, then OEM is a very good solution. As far as Zhou Yang knows, there is an electric car factory in Shenzhen City, which is on the verge of closing down, so it should be possible to find them as OEMs. I think it's okay, but this cost and quality, it's not good to control. Uncle Song Dae, the deputy factory director, reminded, quality is good. Failing to deduct their money is the cost, and it's definitely going to even out some of that. Zhou Yang began to estimate that they originally earned only $40 or so per car. If outsourcing processing, then this part of the profit. It is necessary to give the outsourcing company, otherwise no one will do. Then they don't make money producing it. Now in front of Zhou Yang, there was only one way left to raise the selling price, but put the 299 yuan selling price, raised to 349 yuan, although the profit is preserved, but he can already foresee how customers should be verbally attacked, saying that the White Emperor low price cheated to the traffic, and then increased the price to cut leaks. Zhou Yang also feels that if it is raised to the 349 yuan price point, there will be little advantage in competing with electric cars such as Didi, so the price cannot be raised. If prices can't be raised, then cuts need to be made in material costs. Currently batteries and tires, two of the biggest cost sources for EVs, would be a good place to think on. Previously, because Whitey is an emerging company, there is no bargaining power in the cost, given not the most favorable price, but now it is not the same. A month of 350,000 units of the order volume, enough to scare, can become a bargaining chip to go to the manufacturers to negotiate. So Zhou Yang took the high-speed train and went to the battery factory first to negotiate. When Zhou Yang gave his name, no one recognized him, but after he said he was the factory manager of Baidi, the other party stood in awe, and a manager of the sales department warmly received Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang opened the door to explain the intention. He is ready to purchase your company's batteries in large quantities, hope to give a favorable price. That's certainly not a problem. But that kind of large customer pricing requires an annual battery demand of 1 million units or more to be available. The manager on the other side said, as long as we can have a shipment of 1 million sets a year, we can make a profit. No problem. Zhou Yang promised that they could sign the contract. With 350,000 units sold in 1 month, he's confident that he'll sell out 1 million EVs within a year. As long as the electric car market still exists, there will be sales for their Baidi electric cars. Word of mouth. The other manager was about to sign the ordering contract on the spot. The contract stipulates that White Emperor needs to reach an order of more than 1 million sets of batteries in a natural year. And if it fails to do so, then White Emperor also needs to compensate the battery factory for the ex-factory price of 1 million sets of batteries, in accordance with the contract. That is to say, after signing this contract, 1 million sets of batteries, Whitey must buy them away and pay for them even if they can't be used. This is nothing for Zhou Yang. He signed his name directly. Then the battery is done. This piece of battery, you can save the price of 25 yuan to 30 yuan. The other thing was the tires. And Zhou Yang also went to the tire manufacturing plant. He also asked for a procurement contract on his side. But the EVs are two-wheeled, so that would require the purchase of 2 million EV tires. There is no problem with this. Zhou Yang signed the contract, so that the tires apiece. A pair of tires will be able to save 10 to 15 yuan. This time, the cost of his electric car is reduced by about 40 yuan. Even if you go to the OEM, Whitey also has a profit. So Zhou Yang next hoof. He and the deputy factory director Song Day, respectively ran a few electric car manufacturers. The situation faced by those few electric car manufacturers is very serious, because the products cannot be sold, the workers cannot pay wages, are about to close down. This is certainly a credit to Whitey Electric Vehicles. At this time, Zhou Yang came to the door, bringing assembly orders. As long as they give them White Emperor OEM, one electric car will have a profit of $30 or $40. If you can produce 1,000 units a day, it is tens of thousands of dollars of profit. The more you produce, the more you make. It was better to produce electric cars for their peers than to go out of business. So they agreed. In the end, Zhou Yang and Songde, a total of 3 electric car manufacturers in the neighborhood, found for them OEM. This time, these professional electric car factories of theirs, together, can produce more than 10,000 per day, which greatly relieves the pressure of Baidi's supply. Moreover, the parts of these cars were all provided by Baidi, and they were only assembled, so there wasn't much difference in terms of quality. And besides, Zhou Yang had also sent out goods checkers to supervise the production of these foundries. After Whitey found an OEM and supplied in large quantities, the order problem was greatly alleviated. Some large swaths of unfavorable online voices disappeared, and many people who wanted to change their electric cars chose the cheap and good Whitey. Whitey D21 electric car is good or not? Those buyers shows in the online store have said it all. These buyers, either shy, or trying to be thrifty, or factory purchases given to employees for commuting, this low price, all of them subjected to the pleasant. In the end, more than a month down the line, so many of them are quality reviews with pictures. The reputation of Whitey. I have to say, although the White Emperor electric car sales are hot, but there is really no imitation products, because the imitation cost of the electric car is too high. Batteries and motors plus shell assembly, There are 1 or 200 cost, plus postage, maybe other people on the hand, feel out of the good and bad to be returned, which makes counterfeiting unprofitable. So the market, there is no White Emperor electric car cottage products, and a little over a month later, Whitey has sold 400,000 EVs, which is a net profit of $14 million at $35 per unit, making Whitey's first 8-figure income. Now that Baidu's liquidity was unprecedentedly sufficient, Joe Young painstakingly repaid the arrears he initially owed. At this point, the $5 million of debt left to him by his old man, Joe Young, has been fully repaid. The achievement was a welcome one, and the system sent him a congratulatory message. Chapter 46, Receiving Conceptual Cell Phone Drawings. Super Factory System, pay off your external debt. Congratulations, get the debt-free achievement. Rewarded with a rare drawing. The system actually has this kind of reward. It's really good. It's not in vain that he inherited this sinkhole opening and turned it into a profit. At present, the electric car is sold in full swing, and the sales did not show a decline. Mainly on January 1st next year will be the national implementation of the new national standard electric car. So the replacement of the car has become a rigid demand. The good thing is that now the electric car has OEM, so that the production capacity is still all keep up, but also at the same time to save some of the bad benefits of the peers. This wave, Whitey, can be said to be a win-win situation, both their own money, but also to save the peers' unemployment rate. With such good sales momentum, it's not uncommon to close one. Since I drew the drawing, then of course I had to open it and look at it. Rare drawings opening in. Congratulations on triggering a lucky strike and opening 2 sheets of rare smartphone concept drawings. The Super Factory system opens up the drawings, only this one is not like the old ones. In the past, drawings have been made with brands and specific models, such as the flat panels and televisions that came before them. But these 2 cell phone drawings, but there is no brand and model, and still 2 sets. One set of high-end flagship models, the other set is a low-end volume models. Directly give a good distinction. Joe Yang viewed the drawings, then asked the system, this is in the end which family's cell phone? Feel to see the internal design, as if they have not seen similar. The system replied, this is a conceptual cell phone. A conceptual cell phone researched by a foreign research institute, but due to various reasons, the research institute has closed down, and these 2 drawings from 3 years ago were discarded. Turns out, since there's no branding, there's no infringement or patent issues, which is great. But with the rate at which the cell phone world is launching new phones every year, this 3-year-old concept phone won't be launch ready and outdated. Will it? Joe Young carefully checked the cell phone drawings, surprised to find that this is a modular design. Similar to the computer assembly machine, a variety of accessories can be replaced. Even 3 years ago, as long as the design, as long as the latest CPU and other chips to put up, can still run, the only thing to consider is the chip's power supply requirements. If you need to be high power supply accessories, only need to add supporting power supply circuit can be. This was very simple for Joe Young, who often deleted drawings. To get started without difficulty, he examined them and was absolutely certain that the 2 cell phone drawings, when plugged into the latest hardware and screens, would be perfectly suited to become new cell phones and, in a few years, could be upgraded so that a set of templates could be used for several generations. This set of drawings rewarded by the system is a bit interesting. At the same time, it makes perfect sense to have this buried concept machine successfully marketed before the efforts of so many researchers are ruined. However, Joe Young has not been exposed to the field of cell phones, and the field of cell phones within the volume is very serious. He has to look at the current trend and configuration of his peers before deleting. Do know your enemy and know yourself. Joe Young then spent 2 or 3 days watching the recent launches of major cell phone manufacturers. There's Xiaomi's Lei, Huawei's Big Mouth, and Apple's Cook, and they all have their own launches. But soon Joe Young found a problem. That is, now a lot of manufacturers are looking for beautiful women as product managers, either sweet-looking, or show hun show legs, do not care about how people's cell phones do. At least the geek's attention is attracted to the past. Attention is economy, and as long as more people are paying attention, even if this phone doesn't make money, you can mix it up and add visibility to the brand as a whole. It's a trend that may be off-putting to some, but it works really well and has to do with the brand's tone. Brands with a predominantly young clientele need to mess around like this to be popular, and have long legs so that people will buy the phone. Joe Yang then pondered, if Baidu made cell phones, did he also hire a big beauty to sell cell phones? If he's not going with the flow, what style of phone is he going to make? Or what is the main customer base? In the current cell phone market, there are hipster brands that focus on young people, high-end brands that serve high-end business people, and Redmi, which focuses on value for money. But it seems that there are just no ultra-low-priced brands that serve low-income people, who make up half of the country's population. Zhou Yan logged into a shopping site to check out the prices of low-end cell phones. Some of the old phone is cheap, $200 or $300, but that are missing a lot of features. Cannot online shopping, brush, jittery voice and so on. Can only receive phone calls, as a flashlight. The cheapest big screen smartphone, also in the $600 up. The configuration is also very bad. Low-end models of the processor, and 32GB storage. So the space, load a few software on the full, but also cannot take pictures to record video, because there is no space to store. Once you choose a large space, high memory models, then the price is also up to $700 or $800. But the price of $700 or $800, for some people, it is indeed considered expensive. These low-end machine, because of the lack of configuration, with a short period of time to be lagging, will soon be eliminated, not more than 2 or 3 years, may not be able to use the card, forced to change the cell phone, which will give the financial constraints of the crowd to bring a great financial burden. Zhou Yang, after consideration, then understand the road he wants to take. Then according to the 2 cell phone drawings, he is going to do 2 different kinds of cell phones, both focusing on the ultimate cost-effective. That is, the price must be low. One type of cell phone is a cheap, build-resistant, low-end model, preferably priced under $300, that can be purchased without stress and without always having to get a new one. Another kind is to some need performance game party. Business people prepare for the high-end business machine, but those Apple Huawei cell phone, not move $5,000 or $6,000, or even tens of thousands of dollars. The price is too expensive, so most people are looking at the machine side. If Whitey can get the price of its flagship model down to less than $1,999, it would be like Xiaomi back in the day, and would absolutely shock the cell phone world. Lei, founder of Millet, when it was hard to beat down the price of the phone, but unfortunately, the back of Millet changed. In order to impact the high end, the price of the phone has also become unattainable for people. Zhou Yang felt that the cell phone market, it is time to come to a revolution. With a sense of mission, Zhou Yang then began to modify the cell phone drawings. The first thing that was modified was the low-end go-to cell phone models. Cell phones, the most important thing is the processor, which is like the human brain. There must be a smart brain to drive the whole phone. It wouldn't be like choosing a CPU for a Z1 tablet. A low-end MediaTek processor from a few years ago wouldn't be suitable. It would affect the phone and would require a proper budget increase. It was time to ask the supplier. And now Zhou Yan definitely wanted to choose the most cost-effective chip. Right now it's just the Qualcomm Snapdragon 660 Rarebitch, but you have to order more than 500,000 pieces at a time to get it. Want it? Uncle Lou's side also knows Zhou Yang's needs, and directly recommends him the most cost-effective processor. The Snapdragon 660 is a mobile processor released by Qualcomm in 2017, built on a 14nm process, with its biggest selling point being the introduction of feature modules and technologies previously only available in the Snapdragon 800 series of flagship platforms. Seeing the information, Zhou Yang is very satisfied. Although this is 5 years ago the chip, but the performance is not much behind. Back then is also a high-end products, and also compatible with many new features, can support the release of his cell phone performance. The bottom line is that this chip is quite cheap at only $80 a piece. Why is this chip so cheap? Zhou Yang asked in a puzzled manner. Uncle Lou said, Qualcomm side to engage in bundled sales. Want a piece of HN 2? We have to buy a piece of 660. Those big manufacturers bought so many over the gas chip has no place to use. We have to dump, but not retail, only packaged for sale. More than 500,000 tablets. The cost of sales, they just want to go back to the capital. Qualcomm doesn't care? Zhou Yang asked in wonder. Chip manufacturers, in general, can have agreements that do not allow the resale of chips. That would destroy the market. Hey, now it's all messed up. Mainly other MediaTek, Tiger Ben and other products up. Qualcomm felt the pressure. In order to protect the sales of high-end chips, just turn a blind eye. Uncle Lou, as a member of the profession, knows some of the insiders. Touché. I'll take the chip then. Zhou Yan clapped his hands and settled. This Qualcomm is said to be eating the old capital, but the chip is still leaner than the camel is bigger than a horse. Then MediaTek's chip to be stable, but quality is also good. The phone with a few years does not card. It depends on it. And Uncle Lou's side, but also in Zhou Yang relationship is good. Generally do not have to cut the price. Give the lowest price. Uncle Lou plays the role of a middleman. He made a phone call, when the dealer directly to Zhou Yang shipments to the factory. As for the 500,000 pieces to start, this is no pressure. Zhou Yang believes that his phone certainly can sell more than 500,000 units. Now that the processor for the low-end phone has been determined, It's time to determine the chip for the flagship phone. Chapter 47: Ordering a Screen. The current high-end cell phone chips are undoubtedly Apple's M series, and Qualcomm's Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, and MediaTek's Tengwit 9000. As for Huawei has its Kirin chip, it's currently discontinued for well-known reasons, which is very unfortunate. However, Apple's chips are not for sale to the public, and the high-end chips are left to MediaTek and Qualcomm. So the White Emperor's flagship cell phone processor, the first choice is Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. It's just that the price is really not cheap. A simple estimate, with a Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 phone, plus a high brush screen, and 256GB or 512GB of storage, as well as some small parts of the mess, basically the cost of $3,000 or $4,000, which in other high-end models did not pull the gap. Maybe this idea of piling up material is wrong. Zhou Yang thought about it and suspended the design of the high-end flagship model for the time being, opening the way with the normal version of the phone first, and then working on the high-end flagship phone after familiarizing himself with the cell phone market. So now continue to design the ordinary version of the phone. In addition to the processor, the phone's other cost big head is the screen. A lot of cell phone screen catch up with the machine a small half of the cost of construction, and the phone screen, directly related to the shape and size of the phone size, also affect the face value, the low-end volume of the screen. It does not need to be too good, as long as it is not too brittle. Do not hurt your eyes. The other performance is a little worse, are acceptable. After all, the phone is not like a TV. The display performance of high requirements. Last time to Z1 flat screen procurement screen has recognized a number of screen manufacturers, can directly find manufacturers to talk, but Zhou Yang call over the phone. People manufacturers simply do not pay attention, because they have not heard of the brand of White Emperor. It's no wonder. Whitey is just currently in a few categories. Do disrupt the industry? But the phone has not done. People these manufacturers specializing in cell phone screens do not know him as normal. It's embarrassing. People don't even take it seriously. And then going to the door and having to build trust. That drags on for too long. That's why it's better to find someone you know. Uncle Lou's side of the screen, because he is also from the above big dealers to take goods. So more through a hand. In his place to buy the screen is not cost effective, or to find other people. And Lin Shuai, the last time is to buy White Emperor 41 TV screen to know. He that time is to find manufacturer's customized screen. So this time Zhou Yang has a screen purchasing needs. So the phone to contact him, to see his side cannot contact the cell phone screen manufacturers. This is so familiar. A buddy of mine's family owns a screen factory. Lin Shuai said lightly. This dating surface is really bullish. He then said that the last batch of custom TV screens was ordered from a friend's factory. Zhou Yang then asked him to help contact. He wants to customize the phone screen. The requirement is cheap and durable. The cheaper the better. Everyone wants a bargain. But you might as well talk to my buddy in person. I'll push him to you on Twitter. Lin Shuai said and sent Zhou Yang a WeChat friend business card. After Zhou Yang added it, he said that he was Lin Shuai's friend, and they were considered friends of friends. Hello, the screen merchant, called Wu Baoliang, then established contact with Zhou Yang and came up with a common greeting. Hello, I want to buy a cell phone screen. The requirements are cheap and durable. Large quantity. Zhou Yang was also very honest, and came up to throw out his requirements. Oh, no requirements for other parameters? What about the size? Wu Baoliang asked. Size doesn't matter. I'll take whichever size is cheapest for you. When Zhou Yang said this, the other party laughed. It was the first time he had encountered such a purchaser. Generally, the designers of cell phone manufacturers have a well-designed drawing first, and then purchase the screen according to the drawing, and then the screen manufacturer quotes the price. And like Zhou Yang, the size does not matter. The price is the first. It is estimated that only exists and the manufacturers do not have drawings, waiting for the screen in place, and then start designing the odd company. This Wu Baoliang really crooked guessed right. Zhou Yang relies on the super factory system, really is the first to determine the accessories, and then modify the drawings, is also considered a unique industry. Wu Baoliang suddenly thought, since the factory warehouse, there is a backlog of cell phone panels, and that panel can only cut 6 inches or so small screen. And because of the performance of the low end, so it was left over. If Zhou Yang can accept a size of around 6 inches, it is possible to get it cheaper and treat it as a clearance. Wu Baoliang said, 6 inches, straight phone TFT screen, 1080p 60 Hz, 800,000 pieces or more to support the order. Each piece can give you to 78 yuan. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. Actually so cheap, this must be good. But he did not quite understand the specific parameters of TFT. So he grabbed the time to Baidu. Super factory system, there is no need for Baidu. In this system, all the information on various electronic products is stored. the system suddenly gave Joe Young information about the TFT screen. TFT, that is, thin film field effect transistor, belongs to the active matrix liquid crystal display in a TFT screen. Material response time is relatively fast, about 80 milliseconds, and the viewing angle is large, 130 degrees or so. TFT cell phone screen material is a good brightness, high contrast, strong sense of hierarchy, the color of the bright and vivid. The disadvantage is that it is more power consuming. The downside is just the power consumption? Then this is just right. Joe Young found that he found the right person. I did not expect such a cheap price, but this requirement is also very scary. 800,000 pieces of ordering. The general cell phone small factory cannot afford to order, and to make sure that their cell phone sales only, otherwise not sold, all smashed in the hands. Okay, I'll take this one, Joe Young said. Although the cell phone screen is twice as expensive as the screen of the Z1 tablet, but the performance is also much better. Joe Young feels very worthwhile. Compared to Uncle Lou's side, a screen is cheaper than 15 yuan or more. Doesn't it matter if it's 6 inches? That's all part of a phone with a smaller screen, Wu Baoliang reminded. Indeed, even if the current mainstream cell phone, the screen is relatively small iPhone 14, then iPhone 14 screen is still small. The general public do not like it too much. People generally like the big screen. For the small screen, it feels more costly to the eyes, and look less than the big screen atmosphere is not pleasing to the eye. That's okay. Joe Young does not focus on the size. Compared to less than that 0. A few inches, cheaper tens of dollars is the most important. He supplied the consumer population. Should not pay attention to the screen size, really. If you want a large screen, he next time the Z1 tablet to add a communication module, forget it. Let them use a 10-inch screen to make a phone call, so it should be able to satisfy those unique people. So the matter was settled, and the other party sent Joe Young an electronic contract, which could only be signed to start stocking up for production. Nowadays, relying on the development of technology, electronic contracts are convenient and fast, without the need for people to run to the scene, but also more secure and reliable. Joe Young then signed the e-contract, which only required him to produce the screen and ship it within 7 working days, after paying the deposit. With the screen taken care of, it was time for Joe Young to procure other components, like memory cards and such. Choose 64G to start, 128G to cap. If you still need to expand, keep a card slot so that customers can expand themselves, even if expanding 1 TB is enough. There is also the charger. The charger is procured from Uncle Lou, adhering to the principle of being able to use. Joe Young chose a very cheap 18W slow charger, and even the charging cable is only less than $8, in line with the positioning of the product. In addition to charging slower, there is no drawback. After all, Apple for many years 5-volt 1-amp users have flocked over. It is clear that the user for fast charging, not so high demand. As for the speakers, microphone, camera and other accessories, are able to use the principle. These are selected low-end models. Packing a few tens of dollars can be done. And with some of the phone's small screw parts, injection molded casing, and so on, determined, the design of this one phone is pretty much done. By this point, however, other appliances are ready to be finalized and named. But there is an additional process to cell phone design, which is to determine the operating system for the phone. Chapter 48 Xian Nu's cell phone operation. The current operating systems for cell phones are Google's Android, Apple's iOS, and Huawei's Hongmeng. As for the non-mainstream Symbian and Windows systems, they have been eliminated from the market. Because Apple operates the iOS system for self-production and self-sale, there is no choice for the Apple system. Then Joe Young can only choose one between Android and Hongmeng. Among them, Android is the choice of most cell phone manufacturers, and the software ecology is also complete. So many years can be separated from Apple's iOS system, which is enough to show that it is powerful. The Hongmeng system developed by Huawei is also very good, with a mass base. So there is no need to worry about no one buying a phone with the Hongmeng system. Wait, why must we use someone else's operating system? Can't we develop our own? Joe Young suddenly thought of a problem. Using an operating system developed by someone else's factory felt a bit faceless as an evening system owner. Sure, Super Factory System immediately replied. This system, it comes with full intellectual property rights of the cell phone operating system, compatible with Android and Hongmeng application. After using, can make the phone performance release enhancement of 15, the use of smoothness over the current stage of the other operating systems on the market, and no bug. Whether to choose to use the new operating system? There really is a new system. Then of course I'll use it, Joe Young said joyfully. The full cell phone operating system code has been made available for download and can be named for it. The system replied. Joe Young considered for a moment. thinking that his factory name is by D, so also give the operating system a mythological name, simply called Xiannu Cell Phone Operating System. A White Emperor and a Xiannu are just a natural pair. White Emperor 1 cell phone, which is a perfect match. Super Factory System drop sound. Issued a prompt, the new phone has been successfully designed, has been automatically optimized. The phone and the operating system fit 130, please name it. The fitness actually appeared 130, such an exaggerated value. Zhou Yang felt incredible. However, according to the simulated cell phone interface in the system, Zhou Yang used it and found that it was really extraordinary. This Xian female operating system seems to be in his White Emperor cell phone is a perfect match, made 1 + 1 is greater than 2 effect. Indeed, than any other operating system is smoother. This time picked up the treasure. So it's time to come up with a name for this bunker of a phone. Given that cell phones in the line are named with a trademark plus a number, then one's own cell phone is called Whitey 1, meaning the first generation of Whitey's cell phone. If in the future to do the flagship phone, then the name of the White Emperor 1 Pro, and then upgraded. It is called Pro Max, and then upgraded again. What plus? Ultra suffix name. All to use, which is enough to name with. Super Factory System, White Emperor 1 cell phone design successful. Zhou Yang got the drawings of the hard designed cell phone. Then he called Song De, the deputy factory director, and solemnly handed over the cell phone drawings to him. Cell phones. San flipped around in amazement to watch it and particularly enjoyed it, because cell phones make money now. Otherwise those manufacturers wouldn't be launching several new phones a year, advertising every day, and having free money for marketing. Now the cell phone is the most widely used digital appliances. People cannot watch TV one day, cannot play the computer one day, but it is difficult not to touch the cell phone one day. The cell phone has become an essential companion to the same human electrical appliances. A day without brushing a few hours of cell phone. It is difficult to sleep. White Emperor before the flat panel, TV, washing machine or electric car are welcomed by the market. If this cell phone is built, surely can also be popular in the market, make a lot of money. But when he saw that this cell phone system was actually an unknown Xianwei system, Song De objected. How about switching to Android? This Xiannu system is unheard of. Don't have any bugs. San's fears are not without merit. Don't worry. This Xiannu is our self-developed system. It works well. Zhou Yang said. Self-developed? When? Song De is very puzzled. Although he is old, but also has been learning new knowledge. Know that the cell phone system of these things all rely on computer programming. He has not seen the small factory director long time fiddling with the computer, which when it completed a self-research system it's something I researched with my friends during college. Zhou Yang had to tell a well-intentioned lie. So that's how it is. You're really great. Plant Director Zhou. You have a wide range of friendships and such great classmates. Uncle Song De gave a thumbs up and after praising it, he immediately took the drawings to the workshop. He has to arrange the molds, manufacture the phone shells, get the parts production line, start producing small parts, and at the same time coordinate the warehouses. And when the other parts are shipped, then start the assembly production. Of course, the first thing to do is to train the staff as well. After all, they have not made a cell phone before, and something so delicate must be done with care and caution. So there was a lot of weight on the deputy factory director Song De, who immediately worked overtime to implement it. As for Zhou Yang's side, although he had designed the cell phone, his work task was not over yet, as he still needed to account for the selling price and cost of this cell phone. The main two major components, the processor and the screen, accounted for more than half of the cost of the entire phone. The other parts are able to save the province, relying on their own factory parts and injection molded shells, and ultimately calculated that the entire cost of the White Emperor 1 cell phone in the 240 yuan or so. Following past pricing strategies, it looks like a base model with 64 GB of storage would make more sense to sell for $299 apiece. But selling $299, Zhou Yang feels that the selling price is still too high to be the same price as an electric car. Zhou Yang thought about it, clenched his teeth, and decided that he wanted to be a little more shocking, and the price would have to be lowered. He felt that the phone would be a big seller, then make up for the loss in cost by going for volume, and eventually Zhou Yang decided to price it at 288 yuan. That's enough to make over $40 a cell phone. He expects to sell 1 million units, so that's a profit of over $40 million, which is substantial enough. Then the final price of the Whitey 1 phone is set at a shocking $288. This price may not seem to have much advantage, and some of the price of the elderly machine is comparable, but with not bad hardware and self-research additive Xian female operating system. The actual use of the experience is the same as 1,000 or 2,000 price of cell phones. Only spend a few % of the price. You can experience $2,000 price of cell phones, which is absolutely attractive. Anyway, Zhou Yang was confident that as long as people could use his BYD-1 cell phone, they would definitely know the wonders of the BYD cell phone. Now that the preliminaries of cell phone production are taken care of, all done, the only thing left for the White Emperor 1 cell phone is to be advertised and manufactured. New product publicity. Zhou Yang has done more than once. The first step is definitely to make publicity pictures. Chapter 49, Leadership Inspections. White Emperor 1 cell phone specifications are determined. It is necessary to enter the publicity and distribution process. Zhou Yang let the artwork Xiao Jiang began to design publicity pictures. Zhou Yang from the system pulled out the promotional picture of the phone, which is the front photo. As for the price column, Zhou Yang let Xiao Jiang only gave 3 question marks, meaning that the phone is priced at a 3-digit number. But exactly how much? Wait until the eve of the release. He will announce. Also, with the whole self-developed system thing, it would be good to announce it all together when the price is finally released, just to be on the ball. In addition, Zhou Yang has already had experience with several previous new product releases, which were sold out right after the launch, and then the production capacity couldn't keep up, causing a certain negative impression. He's going to wait until it's adequately stocked this time before he puts it on sale, lest he gets sprayed by the netizens again. This promotional image, which is only published on the page of Pactai's own online store, and no other advertisements were placed, which is Pactai's tradition now. A manufacturer to launch a product, that certainly want to make a profit, and if the product is advertised, this part of the advertising costs, certainly to be discounted into the cost, and ultimately reflected in the selling price. So the harder a commodity is advertised, the higher the gross profit, and Whitey's main focus is on the ultimate price/performance ratio, to keep the price down, so the advertising costs are saved when they can be, relying on the customers to promote themselves as if they were tap water. Right after the White Emperor 1 cell phone promotional picture was released, the netizens who saw it were collectively dumbfounded, and were completely dumbfounded by this East meets West behavior of White Emperor, because Whitey's product line, it's so irregular, starting with the Z1 tablet, then TVs, washing machines, to the recent big-selling electric cars. None of these products are next to each other. Tablet computer belongs to digital products, television sets, washing machines belong to the large electric appliances, and electric cars belong to transportation, even higher, media and other large electrical groups, but also did not include these product lines. After all, each enterprise have their own good and familiar track. Unauthorized entry into other unfamiliar areas is to pay tuition fees, the failure of the example of the absolute more than the success of the more. And White Emperor never seems to know what is called the beginning of everything is difficult. This new product one after another across the track, this time actually in the case of electric car sales, not to strike while the iron is hot, the sale of bicycles, and even helmets, old man music and other related products, actually began to enter the domestic mature and involution of the cell phone market. It is not the old star hanged himself, too long life, BYD drifted away, not selling his electric car properly, ran to develop cell phones, think the cell phone circle will be like other industries, low price can be rampant, that is, low-priced cell phones cannot be used. I gave my father bought 600 yuan large screen phone, simply card cannot be used to download a WeChat Alipay on the space, especially difficult. Whitey light low price, what is the use of that kind of digital garbage? White send I do not want, why not? You can get a stainless steel wash basin instead. This time around, netizens, it seems, are even more underwhelmed by the White Emperor 1 phone than they were when the other products were launched. After all, Whitey's other electrical appliances are not necessities of life. However, cell phones are a must. Basically everyone has a cell phone in the age of cell phones, and everyone usually knows the most about cell phones. Trying to get people to buy a cell phone and replace the one they're currently using in favor of the wittier one is going to be very difficult. The mainstream cell phones that are sold now are at the $1,000 to $2.999 price point, a price point that is popular for its moderate price and performance, and its ability to do everything. And the two cheap phones, which everyone has basically used to open an app for half a minute, are the equivalent of passive withdrawal. The previous Android phone basically use a year or two. Is this kind of lagging state? That's why people will be so respected Apple phone. After all, Apple phone with 4 or 5 years will not be stuck. People don't think much of Whitey's phone anyway. However, some say that if this phone sells for $100, it's not impossible to consider, because of the price of $100, cheaper than those with buttons of the elderly phone. Give parents elders is not bad. The elderly have plenty of time, and not afraid of lag. Isn't $100 a 3-digit minimum? Not likely, is it? Netizens also think it's too incredible. They even buy their own screen online, with a shell, are more than $100, not to mention that this is a brand new cell phone. Sparrow. So cheap. Unless it is 7 or 8 years ago the elimination of the accessories. Assembled is more or less the same. 80% are eliminated components. After all, Z1 tablet. Isn't it the old parts assembled a few years ago? This cell phone is also estimated to rely on the ultra-low price to attract those low-income groups. When the price of the Packed E1 phone was not announced, netizens were engaged in a lively online discussion, largely looking down on it. Some of the regular customers of Packed I are looking forward to this phone, but they will have to wait until the price is announced. If the Packed I1 phone is cheap and okay, then you may want to buy one. If it is also a big few hundred apiece, then there is really no need to replace the phone. After all, it's not as if people can't use the torrents or older phones they have in their hands, and after all these years, there's no need to get a new one just for a low-end phone. The White E1 phone was not well received when it was first introduced anyway. Just as the netizens were in the midst of a heated discussion, Zhou Yang also received a notice from his superiors that the Li Ju leader was coming to visit the White Emperor. Zhou Yang did not do much preparation. Anyway, how White Emperor usually? The leader came or how? At most the door to pull a welcome banner, the factory to do a bit of hygiene. At 10 o'clock in the morning of this day, the leader arrived outside of the Baidi factory. As expected, they had a total of 4 cars and came down with a dozen people, all of whom were staff members of the business department of Deep Town, and they were led by Director Li Ju to visit the newly promoted big taxpayer, Baidi Electric. Welcome to the leadership. Zhou Yang and Songde came to the entrance of the factory to welcome. Oh, are you Zhou Yang, the owner of the White Emperor? Li Ju was curious. Even though he had already been on the information and knew that White Emperor had only developed after replacing his young boss, the fact that Zhou Yan was so young was still beyond his expectations. Yes, Director Li, please. Zhou Yang enthusiastically invited the leaders to visit the factory. Then a large group of leaders, all of them went into the interior of the White Emperor for a tour. As you can see, Whitey's plant is clean and tidy, and there are some plants and trees that look good. When you enter the workshop, you will see that the employees are in the process of intense production. The factory's main production products have now changed from electric cars to cell phones. Seeing that the workers were assembling cell phones, Li Ju was curious. He remembered that there didn't seem to be any cell phones among the products that were hot in Baidi. Aren't you selling electric cars lately? Why haven't you seen any production? Li Ju asked. Oh, our factory is transforming. Electric cars are currently outsourced to peers, and we are focusing on the manufacturing of cell phones, Zhou Yang said. Oh, so that's it. Li Ju felt that the White Emperor is so amazing, outsourcing the big fire products, but to produce a new product that has not been proved by the market. This Zhou Yang's vigor is indeed extraordinary. However, Li Ju has little resistance to outsourcing factories. There is also a deep town city of electric car factory. If there is no White Emperor outsourcing that factory before the bankruptcy, fortunately there is an order from the White Emperor, only to stabilize the situation. It can be seen that Whitey is not only a big taxpayer, but also drives the normal operation of other enterprises, which can be considered as a great merit. Li Ju curiously picked up an assembled cell phone from the production line and nodded as it felt small and textured in his hand. White Emperor gave him a feeling, and other enterprises are completely different. Li Ju said to his subordinates, go back to White Emperor's successful experience. More publicity. Modern enterprises, we must quickly transform to adapt to the changing market. The staff took note of this and will go back to Publicize and implement it. However, this trick is known to everyone, but unfortunately, the phoenix feather that really do, and only Zhou Yang, such as this, with the backing of the super factory system, have this bottom, said the transformation of the transformation. When Director Li Ju had finished his tour all the way through, he suddenly noticed a very amazing phenomenon that made him pay extra attention. Chapter 50, Rewarding a Launch. Li Ju realized that the workers in the Baidi factory were all middle-aged and older people, and that in the factory, apart from the factory manager, it was almost impossible to see young people in their 20s. He then curiously asked Zhou Yan what was going on. My factory only recruits workers who are over 35 years old and have been socially optimized, Zhou Yang said. Now the leaders were stunned. It was the first time they had heard of a business owner who had taken it upon himself to recruit employees over the age of 35. In the past, these middle-aged employees were the mainstay of labor arbitration, working for many years and then being laid off by companies as they got older, euphemistically called optimization. These optimized middle-aged social animals, with a generous severance pay, can no longer find a suitable job, and most of them end up as free entrepreneurs, delivering takeaways and couriers, or driving dropshippers, and many of them are having a hard time. So the question arises, How is it that Whitey's Appliance is able to do just the opposite and specialize in hiring employees over the age of 35? Because it's my family's motto. Zhou Yang stated his reasons and shocked the leaders who came to inspect. Ancestry? That's a new word. Director Li Ju laughed. Zhou Yang said seriously, it is what my father asked for. He said that other enterprises are not benevolent. After using the workers, a kick, but White Emperor cannot contribute to the crooked. And the middle-aged employees over 35 years of age. No more about the hard work of the work. The work of the seriousness of the work is relatively higher. So in our White Emperor electrical factory, there is no excessive physical labor. Recruiting middle-aged employees is just right. And the benefits outweigh the harms. Not bad. Insightful. This time Li Ju all had to praise. Young Zhou Yang also left a deep impression on him. He has planned turnaround to publicize the practice of White Emperor Electric. Set up as a typical. So that the country's enterprises have a good look. Can not just focus on the interests of the recruitment of young people, and more importantly, we must make some contribution to social stability. Whitey is to be commended for doing just that. When the visit was over and their leader and his party left, Li Ju sat in the car and said to his men, such an enterprise should be supported. Okay. The men immediately went to do so, and soon after, Zhou Yang received a piece of good news. Whitey Electrical Appliances has been awarded as a civilized enterprise of civilization and new style by the city and enjoys a tax reduction quota, which is quite affordable as it can save at least $1 million of tax a year according to the revenue of that month. So good. Zhou Yang was indifferent to awards and whatnot, but this tax break was a real reward, and it seemed that he had recruited employees over the age of 35 to contribute to society, and society had rewarded him. However, that wasn't the end of it, and the system followed with a reward alert. Ding! Received an official reward from Deep Town. Honor added. Worthy of praise, this system presents an additional press conference. Please continue to work hard. Press conference. Zhou Yang was bright at that time. He had grown up watching other big brands opening launches. He had never experienced one. The main reason is that it takes money and even more visibility to start a launch. And Whitey's reputation is not big yet, and he doesn't have the money to organize a launch. So the launch can't happen. Now that the system was giving away a launch, it couldn't have been better. And it was just as well that his White Emperor 1 cell phone needed a chance to be publicized. It's a sleepy man with a pillow, and it's just the thing to take advantage of. So Zhou Yang on his network account published this news. White Emperor Electrical Appliance will be a week later. By the factory director Zhou Yang personally held a new White Emperor 1 cell phone conference. At that time will be the whole network live. Please pay attention to. This published preview does not matter. Immediately received a vote of netizen cynicism. Bull beep. The launch of the same product. This is called specialization. Or shabby. Everyone else finds a beautiful woman to publish. Can't White Emperor even afford a beautiful product manager? You want the boss to take on the job himself? Sell your battery car and washing machine well? What's the point of coming to the cell phone circle to get involved? Is Xiaomi not cheap enough? Or is Apple not selling well? BYD low-end goods can beat which counterparts? Everyone is not optimistic about this launch. After all, cheap phones, the market above a grab a lot. Performance has no advantage. Buy to do what? The last cross-border to do cell phone appliance manufacturers seems to be called GRI. The results of spending a lot of money to build a cell phone can only be sold to their own employees, become the laughingstock of the industry. Many netizens who have praised BYD before are also saying this time that BYD has drifted, thinking that he can do a good job with TVs and washing machines, and then he comes to do cell phones, not knowing that the technology content of cell phones is mostly more than other home appliances, and it is not something that can be easily played with. It's okay, I hope Whitey doesn't get discouraged. What with this failure? Go back and keep building cheap appliances. We still love you. Afterwards, some good netizens, but also forwarded this launch message of Zhou Yang to Millet, Oppo, Huawei and other companies. Said there is a giant enterprise in the industry to come to the cell phone circle. You are afraid? As a result, these cell phone manufacturers have never heard of BYD's name. After all, BYD was only famous in the home appliance circle and electric car industry before. The cell phone world does not know his name. The official operating accounts of some well-known cell phone companies are treated as spam and simply choose to ignore them. Other companies are playing a trick, sending an emoticon of I'm so scared, which seems to be afraid, but actually looks down on such a small factory, because they searched on the eye of the sky. The registered capital of this White Emperor Electrical Appliances is only 100,000 yuan. This money, not enough for them to broadcast a network advertisement. And the White Emperor's previous products, the most similar is only a 99 yuan cottage tablet. These cell phone manufacturers' operation after reading almost did not laugh spray. They were just thinking, This group of sand sculpture netizens are really idle. A small factory said to build a cell phone actually come to them, but where they look squarely at it, are considered to be their loss. After all, as a cell phone company, employees know that the phone, not so good to build, drops. Seeing the news that BYD sends a new cell phone, there are not many manufacturers to respond positively. Enough to see that BYD is just a small new cell phone circle, not valued by peers. Netizens quickly lost the enthusiasm to pay attention to, with the launch getting closer and closer. During this period of time, Zhou Yang stayed in the factory every day, testing the White Emperor 1 cell phone that they had just shipped out. He was now on a White Emperor 1 cell phone, honorably becoming the world's first White Emperor cell phone user. White Emperor 1 cell phone because of the Xi'an female system to strengthen the optimization. Although the processor is Snapdragon 660, but the general application, running up absolutely no problem. Whether it is brushing the Shake Voice Fast Hand, or online shopping language chat, all no pressure, and even play the big fire of the original God game. After adjusting the quality of the picture, can be about 30 frames of smooth operation, and will not be seriously hot. Zhou Yang, fully mobilized hardware capabilities. Zhou Yang feels very smooth to use, and those $1,000 or $2,000 of cell phones, there is not much difference. The only more regrettable is the camera and sound. Because of the consideration of cost issues, adhering to the principle of can be used on the line, external sound is to listen to aloud, and the camera, and only 1300 W pixels, which is years ago the level of the camera, cannot shoot macro and wide-angle lens? Inevitably some pity, but wanting a high-quality camera and experience will have to be addressed in a subsequent flagship phone. This White Emperor 1 phone, which is just a walk in the park. Now everything is ready for the east wind. As for the White Emperor 1 cell phone will be welcomed by the market or not, it will depend on tomorrow's press conference. Chapter 51, not 1288, only 288. Turning the day around, it was finally the day of the press conference. Outside the door of BYD Company, a large number of journalists had gathered in the morning, more than 20 of them, who were well-known local and foreign media, and they were all journalists who had come to attend the launch of the new BYD 1 cell phone. This makes a lot of people waiting to see the White Emperor joke. A big drop. Originally thought that White Emperor, such a small factory, the most to a tabloid reporter, did not expect to attract so many media. It is estimated to spend a lot of money. Anyway, they don't believe that these media were recruited on the basis of Whitey's own influence. These people were right in thinking that the media reporters were indeed not attracted by Whitey, but were influenced by the system given launch. For this new product launch, also to save costs, did not go to rent a hotel and conference hall, but directly in the White Emperor factory to build a shed, moved some benches for the media friends to sit, so that a simple launch site was set up, and a lot of launch that high-tech style is different. White Emperor 1 cell phone launch is very grounded, on a huge White Emperor cell phone poster as the background, about the price of the part, but also with a red cloth covered up, full of mystery. These reporters are also whispering below. They have never seen this kind of conference, even if they have seen a lot. Full of primitive feeling. They do not know why the unit leader let them come to participate. That's right. This time it's a direct mechanical descent from God by the super factory system, so that these media outlets will send people directly to the conference. And as for why, it's all a variety of coincidences. Some of them are the bosses who happen to see the news of White Emperor. Some are recommended by friends. Anyway, these media colleagues who are usually familiar with them are all concentrated here at this moment. Hurry up and get started. We have to go have a few drinks with our peers after we finish in a while. These reporters were urging in their hearts. By the time 9:30 a.m. rolled around, the new White Emperor's cell phone conference opened on time, because he couldn't afford to hire a beautiful product manager. Zhou Yang personally came on stage to explain. Hello, audience and media. Zhou Yang first said his opening remarks. Then he waved his hand on the stage. The expected applause did not come, because these news reporters, who did not know Zhou Yang, had no reason to cooperate with him. This caused Zhou Yang to be a bit embarrassed. Snap. However, at this time, applause rang out from the stage, and it turned out to be Jiang Shuji, a reporter from the business newspaper, who was applauding. She is the earliest reporter to contact BYD. To say something jokingly, that is to watch BYD grow up. She knows BYD's strength. This time even opened a press conference. There must be a bigger breakthrough. The few others who applauded were the few big sisters and clerks in BYD's office. They all admired Zhou Yang very much. He was able to turn BYD from an electrical factory on the verge of closure that owed $5 million in just 2 or 3 months, into the current profitable online business. They all felt immensely proud of him. The applause was also all from the heart and therefore quite enthusiastic. The other reporters looked at the few people who were genuinely applauding, and gave a few perfunctory claps, which finally gave the conference a bit of a normal look. Thank you all for coming. So let's get down to business. The product we're going to release this time is White Emperor's first smartphone, the White Emperor 1 phone. With a 6-inch screen and Snapdragon processor, it can run today's mainstream mobile games smoothly. When Zhou Yang was introduced on stage, this group of journalists were shocked, because there is no other manufacturer in the country, except Huawei, who was able to develop its own operating system. This can be of historical significance, but the questions quickly came. This self-developed operating system, is it really good? Will there be adapted apps? Seemingly seeing the reporter's questions, Zhou Yang, after briefly introducing the hardware configurations, explained to them that his Xiannu system was compatible with Android and Hongmeng applications, and that everyone could download it with confidence. Compatible with Hongmeng and Android software? What is this? An Android sleeve? Or a Hongmeng sleeve? The reporters were a bit confused. However, seeing the Xenon Systems interface, which runs with smooth swiping, it feels as if the phone seems to be pretty good. Live Zhou Yang opened a game of King of Glory. Looking at the smooth screen inside, this phone seems to be sloppy. I estimate that the price of this phone is between 1,000 and 2,000. Nothing unusual, except for a self-developed system. No features. A male reporter whispered from below. When Jiang Shuji heard this, she said, "You guys are not paying attention." Before the White Emperor 1 cell phone released a promotional picture. The price is 3 digits. According to the style of the White Emperor, this cell phone is priced at not more than 350 yuan. What? 350? This male reporter from Capital News laughed on the spot. If this phone goes for under 350, I'll eat it on the spot. Around the other reporters are also laughing. Are laughing at this new female reporter does not understand the line. This configuration of the phone, obviously is 1 or 2,000 yuan price configuration, and still self-research system, even if it is the Android set of shells, but the scientific research costs at least is also a few million level. This phone plus the cost of research and development, certainly will not be less than 1,500. Can say 350 yuan price? This Jiang Shuji is still really stupid cute. Jiang Shuji was ridiculed by her peers, and her face reddened with shame and indignation at that time. Although she was a newcomer, she had her own judgment, and she was familiar with Baidu. Of course she knew that Baidu couldn't possibly build such an expensive phone. She said at that time, "Okay, then let's make a bet. If Baidu's phone doesn't cost more than $350, you eat it. If it's more than $350, I'll eat it." These again the other male reporters to laugh. See Jiang Shuji quite tender a little girl. No one and her general knowledge won't show his face. So the Capital News reporter said, "If I win, and do not need you to eat the phone, you just wear hay silk high heels. To us seniors, dance on the line." Okay, bet. Jiang Shuji agreed to the bet out of righteous indignation. The other male journalists were also interested, and some of them took out their cell phones and filmed the segment as a fun joke. They all wanted to see this beautiful young counterpart dance for them. Although Jiang Shuji has confidence, but after the heart cannot help but burst. She has never worn hay silk high heels. That is not her style of dress. So she next prayed in her heart, "I hope that Zhou Yang to give a little more power. Pricing is not more than 350 yuan, or else she will be disgraced to lose a lot of people." So the reporters on the scene were watching, and the final selling price of the phone. So I'm not going to sell the answer. How much is such a self-developed system and balanced performance phone going to cost? Now reveal the answer. Zhou Yang pulled the red cloth in front of the poster, which fluttered down to reveal 288 at the back. 3 shocking numbers. 288 yuan. White Emperor 1 cell phones all network uniform price. Gripping or not? As soon as Zhou Yang shouted this, Jiang Shuji could be heard letting out a cheer from below as she had won the bet, while the other male reporters were petrified and frozen. What? 288? Boss Zhou, you didn't miss a 1 in front of it, did you? Said the disgruntled male reporter from Capital News. According to his understanding, this White Emperor 1 cell phone, selling 1288 to be reasonable. How to just buy 288, not as expensive as the elderly machine. This is not a joke. However, it is the 288 selling price. White Emperor currently has no more than 4-digit selling price of the product. This 288, but in the super factory system under the auspices of the only made. Except this one, no other. That's right, the White Emperor 1 cell phone is 288 yuan. Child's play, Zhou Yang reconfirmed. At this moment, the reporters under the stage all raised their hands high, and they had countless questions they wanted to ask at this moment. Chapter 52, Edible Cell Phone? Seeing so many reporters on stage asking questions enthusiastically, Zhou Yang designated one of them to ask a question. A male reporter got up and asked, "May I ask you if this is considered false propaganda? I see you demonstrating the phone. The performance is good. Or self-research system, why is the pricing so low? Selling at a loss is not a gimmick to attract traffic? It was a bit impolite to ask this, but Zhou Yang answered seriously. It's not a gimmick. I've gone through a special manufacturing process for this phone. It's low and high performance. I also have a strong parts supplier that gave me a very favorable cost price. So the cost is low. Even though it's selling for $288, the factory is still making a profit. It can't be that it costs more than $200 and sells you more than $1,000 for you to think it's reasonable, right? If you still feel that the White Emperor 1 cell phone is sold cheaply, then you can come to me to buy goods, and then sell them out at $1,000 apiece. I believe that it must be very profitable. When Zhou Yang finished speaking, the other reporters couldn't help but burst out laughing. Indeed, if the cost of Whitey's cell phone is really cheap, people selling at a low price cannot still pick on people's faults. Is it when the leak, high-priced cell phone is comfortable? But still, some journalists do not believe it, because on the market, there is no such excellent low-cost phone, and one has to doubt its authenticity. On the side, there is Zhou Yang's cell phone in the live broadcast, and at this moment in the live broadcast room, the pop-ups are flying wildly, and the netizens are even more unbelieving that the White Emperor 1 cell phone is so bullish. They think that Zhou Yang is bragging, must have got an engineering machine for appearance. The real phone performance is very pull crotch. The big sister in the office on the side was helping to manage the live broadcast room, and when she saw all these comments, she was furious, and then went on stage to talk to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang to the scene of the reporter, and the audience in front of the screen. A unified answer, this is not an engineering machine, is the standard model for external sales. If you do not believe it, I can hereby promise that if you normal channels to buy the White Emperor 1 cell phone and my demonstration of the performance of the larger difference, I am willing to return 1 to compensate 10. The male reporter of Capital News on the stage. His face became ugly. If what Zhou Yang said was true, then he had lost the bet. Wouldn't he have to eat his cell phone? But he's not willing to admit defeat just yet, because as long as it's proven that Whitey's phone is not what it appears to be, and that the demo model doesn't match the retail model, he still has hope of flipping the script. So he stood up and asked for a Whittier 1 phone on the spot to do the verification. There's no need to buy it. I've prepared a White Emperor 1 cell phone for each of you media friends who came to the launch. If you don't mind, feel free to take it and use it, Zhou Yang said with a wave of his hand. There were a few big sisters from the office, taking the new cell phone boxes and distributing them down below. Other new product launches will also give some gifts, but Zhou Yang is poorer, cannot afford to send expensive gifts. Just take their own White Emperor cell phone to give away. Anyway, a cell phone cost only 200 yuan. Send these more than 20 units is not heartbreaking. Thank you, Whitey. These journalists are very happy to come here to attend the launch event and also receive gifts. And when they see this exquisite cell phone box, they feel that this cell phone has a good texture. But the thought of this phone is only 288 yuan. It feels a little bit against the grain. After all, so little money, not enough to eat a hot pot. So cheap phone. The function is still strong. The look is not ugly. This is not in line with the scientific principles. In the end, how to build it? No. It's possible that these are specially selected machines that you made on purpose. I'm going to pick them out inside the warehouse. That's when the male reporter from Capital News made the slightly rude request. Zhou Yang was stunned, suddenly realizing that this request was not bad, and it was just the right time to go to the warehouse and shoot his ample inventory. Well, this reporter is pretty cooperative. So you can add chicken legs. Zhou Yang was inwardly satisfied and smilingly agreed to the reporter's request. He then paused the conference, live cell phone in hand, and led the male reporter to the warehouse. When he came to the warehouse, he saw boxes of finished White Emperor cell phones neatly stacked, which amounted to tens of thousands of units. And this was the bottom line that Zhou Yang dared to shout that the inventory was sufficient. The male reporter was satisfied when he saw so much stock. After all, the factory is to lose money again to make money. There must be a limit. So many high compatibility and low-priced cell phones, even if it is a big factory, cannot afford to lose money. So he was sure that this is the retail version of the phone that White Emperor is ready to sell to the public. So the male reporter went deeper into the warehouse from the back, opened a large cardboard box, and picked out an intact and unopened White Emperor 1 cell phone from inside. The male reporter took the new cell phone. So he said to Zhou Yang, "Can I exchange the cell phone I sent with the one you have in here?" "Sure," Zhou Yang replied with a smile. "These are in stock and barcode before shipping, so it doesn't matter if you just change them now." Satisfied with this, the male reporter returned to the scene and unwrapped it on the spot in front of everyone, ready to verify the phone's performance. Power on, activate. And then the Xian system logo appeared, a classical comic beauty so beautiful that it resembled the Xian of the 9 heavens, the background desktop of the phone. In order to test, the mail reporter downloaded a King of Glory game in person to see if this phone and the demonstration of the same. Other journalists also found this interesting and turned their cameras on this fellow journalist. They also wanted to see what a $288 phone actually looked like in action. As a result of the use of the mail reporter, the feeling is very smooth. And the state of Joe Yang demonstration process, not the same. Looks like this cell phone is bull. $288 can be a game console. Yeah, is the self-developed system so smooth? Snapdragon 660's processor. It doesn't heat up and can run software and games perfectly. The light of China. One by one, the reporters on the sidelines couldn't help but compliment. The cold sweat on the mail reporter's face came down at that time, because the White Emperor 1 cell phone sex can be strong. That means he lost in a big way. At this moment, the mail reporter's eyes fluttered and searched out of the corner of his eye, and at once he saw Jiang Shuji looking at him. This beauty. Just kidding, kidding. The mail reporter laughed and snorted, mostly because he didn't want to eat his cell phone. Elder, a promise is a promise. Manly man. Words spoken cannot be counted. Oh. Jiang Shuji's smiling words made all the other peers burst out laughing and coaxing from the side. Bet with a beautiful peer ate a cell phone. This is too much news. Breaking point. Other reporters are all the camera. Cell phone on the pier. To film eating a cell phone live. The mail reporter of Capital News has a tangled face. You say he does not eat it. In the future in the circle will not be able to raise his head. This matter will be laughed at by his peers for the rest of his life. If you say if you eat it, this cell phone is so hard. How can you eat it? The key is that it doesn't digest it either. At this moment, the mail reporter inwardly regretted immensely. Had I known that I should have done more homework? This by D factory in the end. Who is the saint? Why can they make such a low price and magical cell phone? This side was in a chaotic mess, and Zhou Yang, who had already finished the conference, came over after seeing it and asked what was going on. He looked down on Bai Di and lost a bet. Jiang Shuji snorted a laugh and then told Zhou Yang what happened. So that's how it is. Good for you. Zhou Yang's heart stirred, suddenly realizing that this was a good point of publicity, and when it was operated well, it would be free advertising for Bai Di. Such a good opportunity. Other manufacturers begged not to come. Zhou Yang immediately stood in front of the media camera, said in a loud voice, "Everyone, and listen to my words." The reporters then looked at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang said, "What we men have said, of course it should count. I, as the host, support this reporter to eat the cell phone. This cell phone, we, White Emperor, are here to sponsor it." Hearing Zhou Yang say this, the others waited to see the show, while the male reporter's face was embarrassed, and in his heart he wanted to curse his mother. What's the point of Zhou Yang following the involvement? However, Zhou Yang secretly gave the male reporter a wink, signaling him to solve the trouble. The male reporter was overjoyed. Finally someone could get him off the stage. So he spoke cooperatively, saying that he would do everything under the command of plant director Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang went on to say, "I've decided that I'll open another small temporary meeting place in the afternoon, and then this comrade reporter and I, we'll eat cell phones together." The surrounding reporters froze, thinking how this factory manager has to be involved in everything. Is this cell phone so delicious? The netizens in front of the screen also looked dumbfounded, wondering if there was another magical configuration of this White Emperor cell phone with edible properties. Edible cell phones, that's old bull. Chapter 53, Another Explosive Order. Because of a beautiful misunderstanding, the netizens thought that the Whitey 1 cell phone was edible. The other journalists, not having much to do anyway, decided to come and watch the cell phone eating event in the afternoon. Then Zhou Yang closed the live broadcast, and then invited the reporters to visit the factory. And at noon, they had a casual lunch inside the factory, and in the afternoon, they held a ceremony to eat the cell phone, and that's how it was arranged. It was also good news to watch, and these reporters agreed. While the reporter was filming inside the factory, Zhou Yang had called the cake store. Of course, he is not really going to eat a hard cell phone, but to ask the cake store to make a giant cell phone cake, the shape of the White Emperor 1 cell phone similar to the afternoon to eat it. At noon Zhou Yang called and ordered a table, right in the factory office, to feast on all the reporters. It's a rather humble place, but the drinks and food are good, and they're all hard-cooked. The table cost a few $1,000s, but it was worth every penny. These uncrowned kings ate very high. The so-called eaters' mouths are short. They will surely go back to give a few words of praise to the White Emperor. Then it will be worth the price. The meal was enjoyed by all, except that there was no drinking. By the time it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yang didn't waste any more time. So he launched the cell phone cake at the place where the morning launch was held. Everyone then realized Zhou Yang's idea, which turned out to be to eat the cell phone cake, and immediately applauded, all praising him for his resourcefulness. Next, Zhou Yang invited the male reporter, who had lost the bet, to come up and cut the cell phone cake with him and distribute it to the crowd. Cell phones, you have to be all together for them to taste good. The reporters laughed a lot. While shooting, they all went up to the stage to take the cake and eat it, tasting the delicious cake at the same time. A fun news was born. After eating the cake, the whole conference is over. The reporters went back to their own. The White Emperor's cell phone conference today, together with the whole process of eating the phone after the meeting, together with the editing sent to the internet. It sparked a frenzy of discussion among netizens. The eye-popping $288 smartphone that can play all the usual software and run King's Honor smoothly is simply unprecedented for that price. Self-developed system, 288 yuan smartphone. After the meeting together eat the phone, and so on a series of hot news items, each of which can attract attention. And these collections together, on the hot search, a $288 cell phone? Isn't that pure hilarity? I don't believe it can be as good as the demo anyway. Most of the netizens, all of them are the same idea as the on-site reporters once. They are judging a new thing by their life experience. Put it on sale. It's a mule or a horse. Bring it out. The netizens are demanding it. On sale, of course, there is no problem. Zhou Yang said in the conference. In 2 days at 10 a.m. Sharp on sale. Mainly to rely on the press conference to attract a wave of heat. Then on sale will play a good effect. The system given new launch proved to be a success. The netizens' appetites were whetted. And the originally unknown White Emperor cell phone, which has attracted attention. Everyone wants to know if this $288 phone is as magical as it is advertised to be. This makes the collection of cell phone links in the Whitey's online store climb straight up, as many as 7,000 or 8,000, knowing that this is just a collection, and that the real amount of orders placed must be several times the collection. Then the White Emperor 1 cell phone, it seems, is about to burst into orders again. At the moment, in a certain mountain village, a group of peasant women were chatting about the Whitey 1 cell phone. Hey, his aunt, did you hear? Whitey has come out with a cell phone. The aunt was surprised and asked, White Emperor? The same White Emperor that has the same brand of washing machine and TV in your house? Yeah, said another older woman, it's that Whitey. Things are cheap and good. This time they've come out with a cell phone and it's only selling for $288. The aunt said, $288, that's expensive too. Almost as much as 2 TVs. Cell phones are different. I saw that factory manager operate it. It can shop online, video chat, and play games. The key is to be able to make phone calls. Don't you always say that you don't have a cell phone and can't chat with your husband who works outside? With a cell phone, you can video chat every day. So, the aunt really moved. Although the family is more difficult, but 288 yuan, eat 10 pounds of meat less can save. Bring is able to go out to work every day and chat with her husband. Can let her husband to see her parents and children. This a little investment, but brings considerable benefits. This deal is cost effective. That's fine. Buy one for me. As long as I can video call, I'm willing to buy it. The older woman has finally made up her mind to get a cell phone to use. That's the cheap price of the Buy D1 phone. Otherwise other smartphones. This older woman really can't afford it. Also in 10 Mile Village, G Bigfoot ran over to Jean Xiao's house in a flurry of excitement, telling her the good news that Buy D had finally come out with a cell phone. Really? How much is it? I can't afford it if it's expensive. Kim Xiao said. Her family, which is already a loyal user of Whitey's, has bought all of Whitey's flat panels, TVs, and washing machines, in addition to the electric car. It cost a small few hundred, but the standard of living has skyrocketed and Whitey has brought a lot of convenience to Kim Xiao's family. Only, Jean Xiao can't do a lot of things because she doesn't have a cell phone, and she's also out of touch with society. So friends and relatives in the field who want to talk have to be relayed through G Bigfoot. If you can have a cell phone, not only can you make phone calls during the week, but you can also do things that you can't do with a tablet, such as online shopping, applying for an online account, making online payments, and going to town to apply for the special hardship low-income insurance. You need to have a cell phone as well. G Bigfoot said. 288. Not expensive Lou. My husband said. Super value. He wants to buy 2 at a time. Inverted use. Said this then is 2 years ago to buy more than $1,000 of cell phones or better. 288. Ah. That's fine. I'll save up and buy one first. And when I apply for low-income insurance, I'll be able to offset the bill. Jean Xiao finally made up her mind to buy a cell phone. She also had to learn online shopping, always bothering G Bigfoot to send her messages and online shopping. She was also too much. Okay, then I'll buy 3 cell phones at once. And Whitey gets a small gift. G Bigfoot happily agreed. And so, with much anticipation, the day finally came for the White Emperor 1 cell phone to go on sale. On this day, Many people opened the White Emperor store page and clicked furiously on the buy button, fearing that they wouldn't be able to grab it. In the past, Pactai's new products were subject to a rush, and although the new product launch said that the stock was sufficient, customers didn't believe that they had to buy it in the first place. 9:59, 58 seconds, 59 seconds, 10 o'clock, 1000. Knowing that it's only been on sale for 1 minute and there are such horrific sales figures, this is really going to explode the order for the Buy D1 phone. Chapter 54, what a blast! 500 movies in 10 minutes. In 3 minutes, Whitey's 3 online stores exceeded 1,000 orders almost simultaneously, and in 10 minutes, each store, one after another, reached about 1,500 orders, totaling 4,500 phones sold. At this rate, it's estimated that we can reach 10,000 units ordered today. You know, White Emperor is just a new cell phone circle, and the name of the small factory, a new cell phone, without any advertising, but such rapid first-day sales, has been a miracle. Some of the people who bought Buy D's cell phone were there to see the self-developed system, some were looking for a bargain, and of course, some were thinking of compensation because Joe Yang had said at the launch that if there was a difference between the demoed one and the cell phone that was purchased, then they would return one and compensate 10. It's not an expensive phone anyway, so it's not a bad idea to buy one and use it if it's real, and if it's very stuck and doesn't work, then a refund of 10 still smells good for a small profit. Of course, the largest number of people in the customer is still some people who just need a cell phone. For a smartphone with a price tag of $288, there are people who need it badly. Seeing such a hot sales scene, Whitey's staff rejoiced and jumped and waved their fists in excitement, because it created another hot product for their factory. However, Joe Young only smiled slightly as this situation was expected of him. 288 yuan of self-developed system of the phone. He himself used very smooth, against the market under 2,000 yuan of cell phones, no less. As long as it is not high-end needs of the user, there is no reason not to buy the last one. Such a hot order has given a shot in the arm to the staff of White Emperor Electric, who are now working overtime to produce cell phones to cope with this surge in orders. At the same time, a number of courier trucks, contacted in advance, have long been waiting at the scene, because they know that Buy D's courier orders are particularly large, and they all drove their pickup trucks to pull the goods. Here are Yuantong, Zhongtong, Postal, Reimer, and other courier, because different areas need different express. Remote areas on the postal EMS, Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai, with the 3 to more quickly save money. As truckloads of cell phones were pulled away, they were quickly delivered to the purchasers. Tong Benshu was a young man in Guangcheng, who likes to surf the internet, is an old netizen, and is also a cell phone circle of understanding brother. He was swiping through short videos when he overheard the White Emperor launch and was amused by the news of the cell phone eaters. Originally thought that 288 yuan was an April Fool's Day joke, but the result is that he watched the whole conference, and found that it is not like a joke. If this White Emperor cell phone is really as strong as in the conference, it is simply unscientific, and all those $1,000 or $2,000 cell phones from other cell phone manufacturers should be back to the drawing board. He simply did not believe that the White Emperor 1 phone was so strong and so cheap. And when he saw that netizens were saying that this self-developed Xian new operating system was just an Android condom, he wanted to buy it to see if the Buy D1 phone is really so good, then his Xiaomi 6 phone can be replaced. And if it's a scam, then the manufacturer can be approached for a refund, because that's what that young factory director of theirs promised himself. So on the opening day of the sale, Tong Ben Trey grabbed a phone, waiting for a day he has been mindful of. Finally in the afternoon, the rookie parcel shows that the courier has been signed for. After work, Tong Benshu first went to the express bird post to pick up the courier back home. Tong Benshu was very good at shopping. He turned on his cell phone video, so as not to be able to defend his rights when his cell phone flips, using a knife to cut open the cardboard shell packaging. Inside is the thick foam, and then cut open the foam. Inside is the beautifully packaged cell phone box, in blue and white color. Printed on it was an image of the classical beauty of the 9 heavenly maidens, and the logo of the White Emperor's cell phone. Tong Benshu is still satisfied with the outer packaging. At least it is not ugly. Tearing off the film, Tong Benshu saw the body of the White Emperor 1 cell phone. He shopped for a cell phone with a starry blue color scheme, a dark blue that was very much to his liking. At present, White Emperor has its own injection molding workshop, can produce many colors of shells, frosted and mirror, and pearl and gradient. So since the injection molding production line given by the system, White Emperor's products in the face value of a piece, there is no crotch pulling. Then Tong Benshu took the White Emperor 1 cell phone in his hand, and it felt a bit more compact. After all, it was a 6-inch screen. which was a bit smaller than any mainstream cell phone. The screen is smooth and the back, though plastic, has a nice texture and doesn't have the cheap feel of a cottage phone. The overall squareness of the phone, with rounded edges, was quite in keeping with his aesthetic. Then Tongbenshu checked the accessories in the package, which contained an 18W slow charger, a card removal pin, manual, warranty card, and nothing else. How stingy. Tongbenshu just wanted to spit. Suddenly thought, this phone is only 288 yuan. If then send headphones, and 120W fast charger, that really is doing charity. These two accessories add up. It is estimated that $100. Seeing as how the phone is so cheap, you're forgiven. Then Tongbenshu began to hold down the on button to turn on the phone, and a Xian Nu logo appeared in the screen, as well as a power on sound effect. The White Emperor 1 cell phone is on. I thought I would have to wait about half a minute, but it turned out to be less than 10 seconds before the system booted up and then the activation process. It's pretty quick to turn on. Tongbenshu, although a Millet 6 cell phone used for many years, but he online and offline experience store, has seen a lot of cell phones. Feel this boot speed, can be ranked inside the phone he has seen. The first few. After waiting to enter the Wi-Fi information and other steps, the activation ended, and the same Ninjago desktop is on the box, popped up. After that it's a help program, the screen goes black around it, and the help program is teaching some instructions on how to operate the White Emperor 1 phone for people who are just learning how to use the phone. Of course, there's a skip option in the upper right corner here, so if you're a cell phone savant, you can skip all this instruction. Wanting to take a look at this help system, Tongbenshu followed the instructions step by step to learn the specifications for the use of the Xian Nu operating system. The operation here, it feels better to understand, somewhat similar to the operation logic of Android. Anyway, Tongbenshu was very accustomed to a few minutes to learn, but there are surprises in the back, and some of the great operations of the Hongmeng system are retained here as well, such as large folders, one-finger drag and drop functionality, and screenshots, which can be taken with 2 knuckle taps, or with a combination of keystrokes, which is very convenient. Here there are also virtual buttons, and hidden button operation mode. For some older people, may like the bottom of the standing button icons, and the child Benshu want to feel the big screen. It used the hidden button mode. Just need to slide your finger along the bottom. You can realize a variety of operations. Very convenient. Once you've seen the instruction, you're officially ready to use the Whittier 1 cell phone. Tongbenshu cannot wait to drill this domestic self-developed Xian female operating system. He wants to see. This is in the end is not an Android shell. Chapter 55, The Surprising White Emperor Cell Phone. Tongbenshu checked the desktop of the phone and found that there were several commonly used software built in, such as WeChat, Jitterbug, Alipay, and the minigame was just a fruit streak. That's all that's pre-installed. The White Emperor 1 doesn't come bundled with a bunch of software like other Chinese phones. This is a matter of benevolence. Anyway, Tongbenshu does not like the new phone to delete a bunch of software they do not use to save space. He prefers the style of the White Emperor 1 phone. Only a few of the most commonly used, and the rest of the on-demand downloads can be. Apart from a few applications, the rest is what comes with the system. There are cameras, galleries, calculators, memos, calendars, clocks, etc. All the software that other cell phones have is here. He opened the cell phone camera and took a picture, and at that time, he found that the camera took a picture with average clarity, and the highest only supports 1080p shooting accuracy, and the video is also 1080p 30 frames per second on the low side of the configuration, and the video that was taken out, there is obvious dragging shadow. White Emperor 1 cell phone, this photo really pulls crotch. Tongbenshu skimmed his mouth. Just want to like the internet is ready to open spray. Zwan's words to the edge of the mouth but cannot say out, because people White Emperor 1 cell phone on the sale of 288. If like Huawei cell phone can shoot the moon, is not it too unsympathetic? That's just going to have to hold off on the spraying for a while and check out the other features first. Flashlight. A bright beam of light fired out. No problem with that one. Opened the calculator, pressed 1 plus 1, and found it equal to 2, which is normal. Viewing the clock and calendar works fine, and these basic functions are moderate. Then it's time to download the app. Open the software market and find just plain old Android software of all kinds. Tongbenshu first downloaded QQ, Taobao, Cool My Music Box and other software. Found that the download is still very smooth. Once the software is logged in, it opens silky smooth as well. Can't pick fault with that. After that, I had to video with my friend to confirm the call quality, and after verification, it was still moderate, loud and clear to hear, just not great sound quality. Next, I opened the music software, and sure enough, the music playback was a bit distorted and the speakers just sounded loud. As a regular listener, This is not something that child Motoki can tolerate, and I'm going to talk about it later in my review of Whitey 1. So what do you do when you need quality listening? Use headphones, of course. Kid Ben Tree has a Bluetooth headset that he bought for $500 and plans to connect it, and it's also handy to see if the Bluetooth link is square. As per previous experience, you have to turn on your phone's Bluetooth configuration and then do an automatic search for adaptation. However, before I could turn on the Bluetooth, there was an alert on my phone screen that the Bluetooth headset signal was detected. Is it connected? What? That's smart? I haven't even turned on the Bluetooth switch yet. Tong Benshu felt incredible. This was the first time in his life he had seen such a smartphone, eliminating the tedious process of connecting to Bluetooth. This has to be praised. And Kid Benjamin Tree decided to make a good point about it in the comments. Next, Tong Ben Trey is going to download a game and play it. He likes to play the original God. Watching the White Emperor's launch, saying that this phone can play the original God. How come Tong Benshu is so unconvinced? Snapdragon 660 phones that can still play original God. Those Snapdragon 8 Plus are going down. Tomboy spat to himself, just waiting for the download to finish to verify it for himself. And at this time, he was violently stunned, because while he was downloading, listening to songs, and with a lot of software open in the background, his phone was actually not lagging at all. It's not scientific. Tong Benshu took out his own Millet 6, which is also a cell phone bought 5 years ago. The processor is Snapdragon 835, which is a little better than Snapdragon 660, and all aspects of the configuration, except for the screen, which is slightly smaller, is a little higher than the configuration of Millet 6. However, Millet 6 running so much software at the same time, there has been some slight lag. Switching software, there will be a noticeable pause. On the contrary, the comprehensive configuration of a little more backward by D1 phone, actually running silky smooth, this Xi'an female operating system. So hanging, Tong Benshu is now interested in by D1 cell phone, a cell phone produced this year. The configuration is not strong even 5 years ago, while the use of the experience is much stronger than the Millet 6. This is the power of the self-research system? Tong Benshu knows that the Android system itself design problems, late updates or patching, resulting in the system is becoming more and more bloated, so it needs more memory, higher configuration to support. As long as the Android system is upgraded, the original cell phone configuration will become more and more card. And this Xi'an new system, in the same situation, but the use of very smooth, worthy of self-developed system, is more advanced than Android. With a ding sound, the original God was downloaded, and Tong Benshu couldn't wait to start playing. Not stuck. Hey! Child Benjamin Tree was pleasantly surprised when he entered the interface, because his Millet 6, although he can play the original God, but it is very strenuous. Card. Frame rate is lower, play it is very painful, and this configuration is a little lower. White Emperor 1 phone, into the original God but very smooth, with the measurement of the frame rate software test, can actually maintain in the 30 frames or so, which is very counterintuitive. My God, Snapdragon 660 can open the original God 30 frames per second. This breaks the limit of technology. Self-developed system on the phone additive so powerful? Child Benjamin Tree was simply pleasantly surprised and couldn't wait to play it. When playing, there were no problems with normal play except for occasional frame drops in certain complex scenes. It is well known that the game is at 30 frames per second and there is no lag when observed by the human eye. Picked up a treasure. Tong Benshu playing are smiling open flowers. He just joined the work of shyness, has long wanted to change the phone, but has been using Millet 6. Is he does not want to change the new phone? Of course not. It's because you can't afford to replace your cell phone because you're poor. He looked at the phone that can play the original God smoothly, collectively to be in the 2,000 yuan or more, and even to be effective, they have to buy 5 or 6,000 flagship phone, which is a price he cannot accept. And now, he only spent enough to treat the goddess to a meal of 288 yuan, and bought a phone that can smoothly run the original God, which is really an unexpected joy, picking up the treasure, and he'd been playing for more than half an hour, and the phone was only slightly warm, not hot, which was better than a lot of cell phones, and the heat dissipation was strong. Drip. Whitey's cell phone sent a low battery warning, but soon Tong Benshu discovered another weak point of the White Emperor 1 phone, which was the power. Just after playing for less than an hour, the pre-stored power was running out, so he connected the charger. This charger takes longer to charge, and the power rises slowly when charging while playing, so it's true that it's an 18W slow charger, but for the sake of his $288, let him go. Today, Tong Benshu is going to have a good time. He has been playing until more than 12 o'clock. Feel the eyes are a little sour. Before the end of the game, this time to close the large game, and then go to open the video, is still not card. Very smooth, This is a cow. This system has the function of automatically clean up the memory. In the end of the large-scale software, the system is still very smooth, better than the experience of Android. As for the Hongmeng system, because Tong Benshu has not used Huawei's phone, so it is not clear, and cannot be compared for the time being. He is going to spend a few days to use this phone properly. As long as it is not bad, then the child Ben Tree must give the White Emperor 1 cell phone a good review. This cell phone is really cheap and good to use. The smoothness of pulling the full, called the cost-effective God machine, and even hang the red rice. Next, Tong Benshu posted a brief review of the BaiD1 cell phone in the digital forums he often plays in, and gave the BaiD cell phone an extremely high rating, with a godly price/performance ratio, worthy of a cell phone for all hands. BaiD1 hangs all the Android machines under 1,500 yuan. BaiD phone, really a friend of civilians, strong and invincible. Chapter 56. Thanks to Whitey's cell phone. Just as Tong Benshu gave the BaiD1 cell phone a very high rating, Li Shufan, a left-behind woman in a remote rural area, also received the BaiD1 cell phone that someone else had bought for her by postal courier. Li Shufan stayed in the countryside to work as a farmer, serving her in-laws, and her children boarded in town to attend junior high school, while her husband worked far away in Guangcheng, basically only coming back for a few days in the Spring Festival, and the couple were separated from each other. May I ask what couple wants to be separated? It's not all about life. Li Shufan family has only 2 acres of thin land, rely on farming. The family even rations are 2 enough. The children cannot afford to go to school. The elderly cannot afford to see a doctor. Her husband, Zhao Taizhu, had to leave his hometown to work in the big city with the village people in order to make a living. In this case, Zhao Taizhu can send more than $4,000 to the family by saving money in a month, which has become the biggest economic source of the family. In order to make a living, the couple could only speak to each other over the years by occasionally borrowing a neighbor's phone, but it couldn't solve the pain of missing each other. And there is an even greater inconvenience. If something happens to a child at school, he or she can only ask the teacher to notify the neighbor by phone, and the neighbor will then relay the message, which is like living in the old society, where even mother and child communication has to be relayed by others. In view of this, a few days ago when the neighbor's recommendation, Li Shufan bit the bullet and spent 288 yuan, bought a White Emperor 1 cell phone, is to be able to see her husband every day, say a heartfelt words, but also at any time to receive the news of his son. The fact is that the cell phone has now become a necessity of life, an appliance that is used more frequently than TV, computer, air conditioning, etc. Utility number 1, bar none. Therefore Li Shufan would rather the family eat 10 pounds less pork, but also to buy a cell phone. Not only her own want her husband, is the in-laws, but also miss their son. When she received the phone, Li Shufan couldn't wait to apply for a phone card, but she didn't know how to use it very well, or she asked a neighbor to help her complete the various settings and teach her how to contact her husband. You call first, ask for your husband's micro signal, and you apply for a number 2, so you can video. The neighbor patiently taught her. Oh, so it's going to depend on this little green gadget video, Li Shufan said plausibly. Never having used a cell phone before, she called the WeChat icon the little green thing, drawing a laugh from her neighbors. But right now, in the afternoon, you can't call, and you can only video chat in the evening, when your husband is off work. During this period, Li Shufan in the neighbor's teaching, took out the phone book, to her son's teacher, sent a text message, explaining that this is Li Shufan's new cell phone number. Something can be called in the future this phone. The child's homeroom teacher also returned the message, saying that she was aware of it, and that her son's studies had been fine lately, so that she could rest assured. Li Shufan moved not to mention how comfortable, as a middle-aged woman for the life of hard work, to hear that her husband and children live well, is the greatest comfort to her. Li Shufan then went home to cook. All the time she was cooking, she went to check the time in her cell phone from time to time, and she felt like the days were passing by, thinking how it wasn't even 7 o'clock in the evening yet, when her husband came back to the dormitory from work and they could only talk as a couple. During dinner, Li Shufan told her in-laws about the cell phone she had bought, which would allow her to video chat with her husband. Bought a cell phone? That's so expensive. My mother-in-law was heartbroken. Their old couple, both from the poor days, poor afraid, living extremely frugal, heard their daughter-in-law said to buy a cell phone. They thought it cost $1,000 or $2,000, very reluctant to give up, because she saw the neighbors around the neighborhood buy cell phones or several thousand. Usually can only sign neighbors really rich. Why ever thought of their own always virtuous daughter-in-law? How to suddenly spend a lot of money? At this time, my father-in-law put down his chopsticks and said, I can return the cell phone, right? If you can return it, let's return it. It's a few $1,000s. Let's save it for our grandson's tuition fees. If we don't call, we don't call. After all these years, haven't we come over? Li Shufan explained. Mom, this cell phone is not expensive. Only 288. We will have a few kilograms of bacon this year, and we will be able to see Taiju every day in the future. That's great, my mother-in-law said in disbelief. What kind of cell phone is so cheap? I've heard before that those cheap $100 or $200 cell phones can't even video. They can only make phone calls. This is the White Emperor cell phone. That is, and the neighbor's home that TV and washing machine is a brand. Cheap and good. Can video. Li Shufan said. Oh, that brand, the stuff is good. My mother-in-law was actually relieved to hear that she had brand trust in Whitey. Then try it today. See if the phone can video. If not, then hurry up and return it. Eunuch instructed. Okay, Li Shufan agreed. Anyway, can not video phone, even cheaper she did not want. Watching the time pass by, waiting until 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Shufan was the first to call her husband. Do. The phone beeped to connect, and all three of them, as a family, gathered around the phone, a little nervous. Hey, who are you? A man's voice with a rough voice came from over there, and it was Li Shufan's husband. Zhao Taiju. Taiju. It's me. Li Shufan shouted excitedly. Her voice trembled when she could hear her husband's voice at home. Taiju, do you hear me? Son, you're off work, aren't you? Are you tired of working today? The in-laws were talking at this point. Just now they were complaining that the cell phone was expensive and wanted to return it, but now they are all talking about how excited they are. What? Whose cell phone is this borrowing? Zhao Taiju asked curiously. This is the new cell phone the family bought, so you can use this to make calls from now on. Li Shufan said. How much did you pay for the cell phone? Zhao Taiju heart some pain. He is frugal. A month only stay a few packs of money to buy cigarettes. The rest are remitted to the family. They still used 3 years ago when they came out to work. Bought a second-hand Android. The screen is broken into cobwebs, also do not want to change. Did not think his wife is at home, but the big money to buy a new cell phone. 288 grins. Cheap. Li Shufan said with a slightly smug look. 288, you're missing a number, right? Zhao Taiju didn't believe it. Li Shufan said, really, it is the White Emperor one. Forget it, we will talk about it in detail later. Taiju does your cell phone have WeChat? If you do, we can add friends and then we can video. Rubbing the Wi-Fi of the neighbor's house, so you don't have to spend the phone bill. I have WeChat wait, what's your name? I'll add you, Zhao Taiju said. Then the couple began a long plus friends activities, because she is not skilled. This time to add friends, it took more than half an hour time. Li Shufan also went next door to ask the neighbors, and more than 2 phone calls, the couple finally added a friend. When Li Shufan initiated a video chat and Zhao Taiju connected over there, the couple met for the first time in addition to the Spring Festival. At this instant, Li Shufan's joyful gaze was unexpectedly full of hot tears, almost crying with joy. It was the Whitey cell phone that allowed the couple, thousands of miles apart, to finally see someone and speak in person. Thank you Whitey cell phone. At this moment in Li Shufan's heart, there was only this one simple thought. Chapter 57, Taking the Dormitory Area by Storm. Taiju, take care of yourself over there. Look how thin you've gotten. In the video, Mom is constantly urging, listening to the heart of Zhao Taiju, who is working outside, is warm and sour. He is already 42 this year, working on an assembly line in an electronics factory, working more than 10 hours a day, with no more than 2 days off a month, and only getting $5,000 a month, which is a hard and arduous job. However, this is not as bad as the sourness of his uprooted. His wife and children cannot take care of. Elderly parents cannot stay around to fulfill their filial piety, so that he is a big man. There are tears cannot be flicked. This can only be all the burdens on the shoulders. Good thing my wife got a cheap cell phone and was able to video him, so that takes care of some of the homesickness. This time both parties talked for over an hour and waited until his cell phone ran out of battery before calling it quits. Zhao Taiju, this cell phone, the battery is already not working. Cannot use a long time, have to charge. The good thing is that he can only use his cell phone after work, so it doesn't matter if the battery is low, but there is no charging port around, so he can't use it while charging, which makes him feel very inconvenient. And the screen that shattered into cobwebs, making it impossible to see his family, made his heart flare up and he slammed his cell phone, which was already dead and turned off, down hard on the quilt. This cell phone sucks, Zhao Taiju cursed. His roommate, who shared a bunk bed in the dormitory with him, then poked his head out from above and said, then buy a new cell phone. It's not expensive. Then my roommate showed off his new Redmi phone, which cost about $1,000 and can play most of the games. Video chatting is no problem, except for some occasional bugs and lagging. There is no major problem. Over 1,000? That's too expensive. Zhao Taiju was not willing to spend so much money to buy a cell phone. He thought of his wife said to buy a cell phone only 288. Called white what came? Zhao Taiju immediately went to charge his broken screen phone and waited for a while before turning it on. Then sent a message to his wife, asking her the brand of her phone. It's called White Emperor 1. I asked our neighbor to buy it online, said Li Shufan on the cell phone box to shoot down. Above a beautiful 9 heavenly basilica is very eye-catching. Whitey 1. I remember. Zhao Taiju opened the shopping software at that time, but it turned out that he did not have an account to place an order, because the phone is rotten, and also do not trust online payment, for fear of being cheated. He simply does not have an online shopping account, so he asked Wang, who was on the upper bunk, to place an order for one for himself. Xiao Wang likes online shopping and he bought his Redmi phone from a website called Jingdong. Okay, I'll search Xiao Wang on the favorite Jingdong mall in a search. The results did not show. Jingdong does not have the store of White Emperor. This is because the Jingdong mall deductions are relatively high. Whitey is to win by low price volume. Selling price of every extra dollar. The impact is very large. So Whitey only in some of the Amoy system, Duo system, jitterbugs that do not draw a point to open a store. Strange. Xiao Wang could not find the store. Decided to change a platform. Concubine Shi is known as the Civilian God Station, low-cost goods distribution center. So he's second on this platform search. Do not say, really found, and see the White Emperor 1 cell phone monthly sales is horrible. Actually have more than 6,000 units. This is only open for sale a few days. A288 cell phone? There's no way. Xiao Wang saw the selling price. Is stunned. Then he said to Zhao Taiju, Zhao brother, this cell phone is only 288. Must be a cottage machine. Cheating. I guess the use of it must be stuck into PPT. What's a PowerPoint? Zhao Taiju is a junior high school culture, and has never touched a computer, and does not know the vocabulary of such high-end software. It's just hard to use. Lagging. Ouch. You can't buy this kind of cheap cell phone anyway. It's the pits. I have to say that Xiao Wang is empirical, still using the old eyes to judge new things, not realizing that today's electrical appliances industry has begun to change the sky because of the entry of Whitey. I can't. My mother-in-law and I video with this White Emperor cell phone. She said it's working great. You just buy it for me. I can't afford any other cell phone. Zhao Taiju insisted on this by D cell phone, and on the spot pulled out the pocket money hidden in the underwear bag, which inevitably carries a little shame. Okay, you owe me this money first. You can pay me when you get your next paycheck. Xiao Wang couldn't stand this kind of manly smell of banknotes, but still helped Zhao Taiju buy this White Emperor 1 cell phone. First of all, if you buy this and don't use it well, don't blame me. After placing the order, little Wang took a precaution in advance. Don't worry, it works fine. Zhao Taiju believes in his wife. She has said that it works well, so it must work well. Then he waited for the phone to arrive. Because of the proximity of the location of Hero City and Deep Town, the delivery was received only one day after the order was placed. Xiao Wang picked up the express delivery when he passed by the post station, so he gave the White Emperor 1 cell phone to Zhao Taiju. Zhao Taiju couldn't wait to unwrap his cell phone, after which he rustily turned it on. Let me help you. Xiao Wang couldn't stand to look at him, helped him to replace the SIM card, and said, I tell you, this cheap cell phone is hard to use. It will probably take half a day to turn on the phone. Before he could finish, however, the phone turned on 10 seconds later, leaving Wang a bit dismayed. Yoo-hoo, that runs pretty smooth. Xiao Wang was a little surprised, took over the White Emperor 1 cell phone, fiddled with it twice, and felt that the smoothness of operation was not inferior to his more than $1,000 cell phone. Xian new system? Isn't this almost the same as Android? This is a skin system. 288 cell phone still researches its own system. Really think others are fools. This is Android skinned. Zhao, you log into video chat for a while. Guaranteed to be stuck. Xiao Wang slightly sneered and returned the White Emperor 1 cell phone to Zhao Taiju. Zhao Taiju, however, felt that this new cell phone is good. Immediately logged on to WeChat, and his wife video. There has long been eagerly awaited. Shu Fan Na, do you hear me? After the video link, Zhao Taiju shouted excitedly. Here, the sound and video are much clearer this time. Li Shufan said happily over there. Really? Then this by D cell phone is really good. Cheap and good. Li Taiju hemmed and hawed. Then he was chatting with his wife, and both of them were over here talking to each other about what was going on around them, with genuine smiles on their faces. Taiju, I'm telling you, our son got 5th place in his class in this exam, Li Shufan said happily. Zhao Taiju was pleasantly surprised. Really? That's too good. This is the 5th place. They are a key class. They can go to a key high school in the future. Li Shufan said, "Well, I told you that our son has a good future. And in the future, our old Zhao family will probably produce a famous university student. Hooray! Good wow! When my son gets into a good university, he won't have to suffer as much as me." Zhao Taizhu happily patted his thighs. This news is better than even his extra 1,000 bonus. This time the couple chatted for another half hour before ending. Li Taizhu put down his cell phone to charge it, and then headed out. "What are you doing there so late?" Xiao Wang from the upper bunk asked. "My son got 5th place in the key class. Let's have a drink," said he went out to the small supermarket to buy a few bottles of erguotu, as well as chicken claws, ham sausage, peanuts and other dishes, and came back to the dormitory a few workers drink on. While drinking, he talked about this White Emperor cell phone, which is cheap and works well. The other workers brought over their cell phones and fiddled with them for a while and thought they were pretty good. Their cell phones are either card cannot be used, or has not been changed for years, or the kind of old phone with buttons, have not kept up with the times. Usually these migrant workers are frugal, do not want to change the cell phone. This moment to see the White Emperor 1 cell phone is so cheap and good to use. They are also moved on the spot to let Wang to help them buy. Wang also wondered. He has used a lot of cell phones over the years, never seen a cheap one like Whitey, and still have such a good experience. It's really strange. When he helped his workers to buy, he was still muttering in his heart, others 288 can have such a cheap and good cell phone. He looked at his own 1800 to buy a red rice phone. He felt like a wrongdoer. Damn. Next time when I change my cell phone, I'm going to change to Whitey. Xiao Wang thought indignantly in his heart. In this way, under Zhao Tiezhu's propaganda, dozens of workers in their entire dormitory area have changed to the White Emperor cell phone. White Emperor 1 cell phone. Popular factory dormitory area. Chapter 58, Hammer Review. Li Shufan and Zhao Taizhu are just the tip of the iceberg in the White Emperor 1 cell phone user group. Anyway, relying on the characteristics of White Emperor 1 good and cheap, it quickly occupied the low-end market of cell phones, basically encroaching on the survival of the cell phone below 1,500 yuan. Other manufacturers are clearly felt. This month the volume of low-end cell phones suddenly sold no more, and so after investigating the reasons, only to find that there is a peer called White Emperor. Out of a 288 yuan cell phone, people open sales of a week's sales, there are already 50,000 units. This immediately made other peers' eyes hot, and they immediately went to buy the White Emperor 1 cell phone as well, ready to see what kind of cell phone could sell so hot. Self-developed system, can play mainstream games smoothly? Sounds a little bit of bullshit, to the price of the elderly machine, but there can be compared to the use of smartphone experience, which simply violates the objective laws of the electronic circle. These manufacturers are also wondering, just when the cell phone manufacturers are working on the buy D1 phone, some of the more informed bloggers in the digital circle have acted. Hammer Technology's host Wang Sledgehammer is one of them. Hammer Technology is a famous digital product review column, often review some tablet, cell phone, sweeping robot and other digital and home appliance products. Host Wang Sledgehammer speak funny and humorous will be a whole living, welcomed by the audience. The whole network fans more than 2 million. King Sledgehammer is doing a live side-by-side review of a $1,000 phone today. It says it's a $1,000 phone, but it includes more than a dozen of the mainstream phones on the market right now, with the highest at 2,999 yuan and the lowest at only $100 price point. Originally, this planning for more than half a month, the entry of the phone are selected. The results of the day before the live broadcast. A netizen to Wang Sledgehammer recommended the White Emperor 1 cell phone. 288 yuan of self-research system. Sounds very bluffing. And this kind of cell phone. Isn't it hilarious that this geriatric phone is on the show? The show's writers and directors scoffed and didn't take it seriously. However, Wang Sledgehammer feels that this self-research system is very effective program. He also heard before this phone was just released. A reporter ate the phone's news is quite interesting. Vaguely a little impression that this cell phone is added to make up the number of people. But this topic of conversation can certainly pull the full. So he forcefully argued that the White Emperor 1 cell phone to add to the review of the session. 288 yuan can be a whole live. This material is very good. When the live broadcast started, Wang Sledgehammer was in the live broadcast room, greeting the audience. Hello, all Hammer Technology fans. I'm Wang Sledgehammer. Today we're here to review the long-awaited side-by-side comparison of $1,000 phones, and here's our leggy beauty. Bringing us today's protagonist. Wang Sledgehammer reached out and pointed, and there was a pretty sister in a little haze silk skirt, out holding a big cardboard box full of cell phones, appearing in front of the camera. This Hammer Technology is to understand the audience preferences. Of course, know that the dry review of the phone, attention is not enough, and the addition of a beautiful young lady, then the male audience and the same as playing chicken blood, flocking to, whisked away, not even whisked away. This leggy beauty is the beauty girl they found to focus on the value of the face, tall and long legs with a playful look. The audience likes to see such a big beauty. Even the attention paid to legs was higher than that of Wang Sledgehammer, and netizens were posting pop-ups saying to make the man next to them who was in the way go away. They wanted to see legs. Of course, this is the netizens in the whole live. Hammer technology soul or speak funny and humorous Wang Sledgehammer. This column who can change is the founder of Wang Sledgehammer cannot be changed. Now Wang Sledgehammer pretends to be obsessed with the long legs of the leggy beauty, and is taunted by netizens who send pop-ups to taunt him that rabbits don't eat the grass around the nest. And there are also people who say that they want to tell Sledgehammer's sister-in-law, which pop-ups brush so much that they can't even see it. And soon there are more than 100,000 people online in the live broadcasting room. As soon as he saw that the whole job had served its purpose, Wang Sledgehammer started to do the right thing. He began to unseal numerous cell phones with leggy girls and introduced the brands and price points of these phones. Here they are sorted by price, starting with the $2,000 to $29.99 price point in the first tier of prices. There are 3 of them, namely, Honor, Xiaomi, and Samsung. Then there is the second price point, $1,000 to $19.99, which has the most variety, with 8 models, namely Redmi, Vivo, Oppo, Meizu, Huawei and others. What's left is the $100 price point, and there are 4 of them, Coolpad, Luico, ZTE, and Baidu. Waiting for the introduction to the White Emperor here, Wang Sledgehammer also deliberately mentioned. This White Emperor is not simple. The price is as high as 288 yuan, but has the same self-developed operating system as Huawei. In a moment, we can focus on evaluating its system, to see what is the difference between it and Hongmeng, Android and iOS. Netizens said at that time, people Hongmeng layout for several years. How many talents? How many billions of dollars invested in the development of Hongmeng? This never heard of the White Emperor small factory. Actually also self-research system? This self-developed system. If not Android skinning, I will eat the phone. As soon as the man finished speaking, other netizens reminded him, hey, wake up. Someone had eaten a cell phone cake right after the launch. The cell phone eating stunt is outdated. Suggest something else to eat. How about considering a gazpacho with durian, black garlic and stinky tofu? You don't even smell good enough. I usually sip into a septic tank. Just eyeing the netizens' drawing style began to become flavorful. Wang the Hammer hurriedly changed the topic. Today we review is divided into several items. The first is the time to enter the system. The time here is to activate and then turn off the phone. Then turn on the time. Now please come out of our studio partners. Each person at the same time to time 2 phones. When Wang Sledgehammer shouted, several people came out around him, and they all held a stopwatch together, pointed at the camera, and started timing. 3, 2, 1. Basically, these phones turned on at the same time. And soon, after 10 seconds had passed, there were phones coming to the desktop one after another, waiting for colleagues to report the information. Wang Sledgehammer made a record. Basically, the higher the configuration of the phone, the faster the start. More than 2,000 cell phones, generally 10 seconds to start, and $1,000 and $100 price. Some need 20 or 30 seconds. The difference is obvious. But here's a surprise. The Whittier One phone boots up in just 12 seconds, which is comparable to the $2,000 price point. Do you have any timing errors here? Wang Sledgehammer asked the leggy beauty. This Whitey One cell phone. That's her on the clock. There's nothing wrong with it yet. I saw it right. Don't believe me, turn on the replay. Legs said. Netizens exploded upon hearing this and condemned it. How dare you doubt our lovely legs and legs? Pull them out and beat them 40 times. Wang Sledgehammer of course knows that legs did not misremember, but only said so on purpose for the live broadcast effect. Has he successfully cheated another wave of pop-ups? Of course. A fast boot up doesn't mean the phone is good. And here's a test of how smooth it is to use. The next thing he knew, he and his studio partner downloaded a bunch of software for their phones and were ready for the big time. Chapter 59, No Lag Review wins 3rd place. The staff of Hammer Technology. All the review phones downloaded a unified version of the software. There are Shake, Taobao, Alipay, WeChat, QQ, Cool My Music Box and other commonly used software. They open these software and turn on the phone, but does not close, and then go to open other software, until the phone has the phenomenon of lag until, at the same time, record the number of open software, found that the lagging phone that is eliminated, and ultimately to see which of these phones to use the most smooth. This is the test to test the phone's non-lagging test. Usually the lagging of the phone is related to the size of the running memory. The phone memory is large, and at the same time can open more software is more. Of course, this is also related to the system. In comparison, the Hongmeng system has a latecomer's advantage over Android. After all, Hongmeng research and development is later than Android, standing on the shoulders of giants. It also avoids some of the drawbacks of Android. So under the same configuration, the use of the Hongmeng system of smoothness, slightly better than Android, but now Huawei's low-end Enjoy model, because of the loss of its own Kirin processor, although pre-installed Hongmeng system, but limited to the configuration, compared to other Android machines, there is not much advantage. So there's still quite a bit of suspense in this no-lag test. In accordance with the routine, the phone is certainly the higher the configuration, the less prone to lagging. Some flagship models, and even the background to open a dozen software as usual. This is the configuration of the advantages brought about by the netizens, then judged by experience. The netizens feel that it must be the price of expensive cell phone performance, like the kind of hundreds of dollars of the entry model, is to accompany the running of the tail to set off the expensive cell phone of the green leaf. Soon, the testers together clicked on the first national software Taobao, clicked on the interface after clicking on several products, all silky smooth. The second software clicked below is QQ, which runs smoothly on all phones, but when opening the third memory hog, WeChat, the $100 machines inside, with the exception of the White Emperor 1, lagged, switching programs back and forth, just a second to 2 seconds apart. It seems that low-end Androids are more crotch-pulling in terms of lag and inability to open multiple pieces of software at the same time because of the small amount of RAM. Phones that are already lagging are out of the ratings. And it's best not to go with a phone that's ranked low anyway for the sake of the experience of using it. The next phone continues to review, and then open the music software behind. Jingdong, Alipay, etc. $1,000 machine one after another defeated. Even Samsung's 2,000 yuan price did not hold up. Switching programs lagged a little. There are only 5 phones left that don't have lag. And that's a combination of high configurations and a well-optimized homegrown Android. However, one of these 5 phones that actually remains a $100 model is the Whitey one. Fake, right? Netizens were popping questions when they saw it. People's $2,000 plus Samsungs are losers eating dust. This $288 phone, what makes it stick? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were brushed frequently, and now no one cared about the other few phones. Those phones with a price tag of 1 or 2,000. Only open so many software. Not lagging is supposed to be. But why can the White Emperor one not lagging as well? 288 to arm wrestle with a couple $1,000 cell phone? Now even the host, Wang Sledgehammer, was a little surprised. Now there's a little situation. The White Emperor one has unexpectedly persisted until now. $288 plus self-research system. Something. Wang Sledgehammer decided that he would conduct an in-depth review of Baidu's phone in a while. So he would now continue with the jamming review. The existing phone is going to continue to ramp up and open one of the more memory-hungry apps, which is Jitterbug. Now there were 2 $1,000 phones that got stuck for a second or so and lost one after the other. At this point, however, the Whittier one phone, and 2 other phones in the $2,000 plus price range, are still alive and well. Incredible. This is the Wang Sledgehammer to the White Emperor 1 cell phone comment. Now only 3 cell phones left. 2 of them are more than 2,000 price. The remaining one is actually the beginning of who did not expect the White Emperor 1. Just look at the White Emperor 1 configuration. The memory is 3 GB. Smaller than the other cell phones. Now basically is a 100 yuan machine from 4 GB, $1,000 6 GB, $2,000 and even 8 GB. How those $1,000 machine? Even the White Emperor one is not comparable to the? Is there a problem there? The leggy beauty also felt that this result was not normal. She tried to switch the other software of the White Emperor 1 phone, and when she did so, it remained silky smooth and did not lag. Or Wang Sledgehammer's sharp eyes. He found that now White Emperor 1 is a little different. It seems that the small animation of the previous switch is gone. It should be that it is almost to the limit of performance, and then the system automatically cancelled the animation effect to save performance. Viewers, there are now just 3 phones left without lag, and we'll see who wins the crown of the final no-lag review. As Wang Sledgehammer's words fell, he and Legs opened all 3 of their remaining cell phones to another short video program, Racer. As a result, this time, the Pacti 1 phone finally lost the battle and already had a slight lag when launching the software. The other 2 phones in the $2,000 plus price range are still going strong. Phew! Many netizens in front of the screen breathed a long sigh of relief. If the White Emperor 1 continues to win, they are going to be skeptical of life. Should think that this phone is not sold 288, but 2,888. The final race continued, and after opening software such as WPS and Twitter, The two $2,000 phones also lagged and reached the limit of performance. Of course, this does not mean that, in this state, the phone software cannot be used, but in the switching of software, the first moment will be stuck for a moment, and then generally can be used normally. This no lag review is over. It's honor, Xiaomi, laughing all the way to the bank. But this test is not rigorous. The results are for reference only. Wang Sledgehammer still made a disclaimer. And then he made a small summary, focusing on the praise of the White Emperor 1 cell phone. Can use such a low price and configuration, but also managed to hold on to the third place. It is really not easy. A moment on its special review. The third item that follows is the popular score session. Usually when a phone is released, the manufacturer will run the score in order to hang the friend with intuitive performance parameters. Here the competition is generally hardware configuration. Wang Sledgehammer chose two software Antutu and LuMaster to run the score test. The scoring starts and after a wait, the scores of both the software are recorded separately. This time, everyone was concerned about whether the White Emperor 1 phone would continue to hang on to a bunch of $1,000 models, and they were disappointed by the results. The ratings were very real, and the White Emperor 1 phone's ratings, on par with other $100 models, lagged behind all the $1,000 models, not to mention the $2,000 models. It is true that before the scoring software, all machines are equal, or to look at the hard power, and finally get the highest rating, or $2,000 of cell phones. Wait, suddenly, a netizen posted a pop-up screen. Using a configuration with such a low rating and still winning third place in a lag-free tournament, doesn't that mean that White Emperor 1's system is awesome and strongly optimized? With that said, everyone reacted to the fact that things did work, and since the configuration was so outdated, the secret to keeping it from lagging was all in the system. Review White Emperor 1's genteel system. The audience has been aroused by the curiosity of the White Emperor's cell phone, and they all find this $288 cell phone particularly demonic. To put it mildly, it's unscientific to have such a crotch-pulling configuration and still perform so well. They all wanted to know how far this White Emperor 1 cell phone could be magical. Seeing the strong demand from the audience, Wang Sledgehammer agreed after considering it for a while. So let's reorder the review sessions and review this White Emperor 1 phone in depth first. The testers, on the other hand, were two people, Wang the Hammer, and the long-legged beauty legs, one in charge of the evaluation and the other in charge of the leg show. Chapter 60, Surprising Evaluation Results. Previously we tested the system smoothness of the White Emperor 1 cell phone. Very strong. It can be said that 2,000 yuan a little no rival. Then we now look at the specific configuration of his phone. The processor Snapdragon 660. The memory combination is 3 plus 64 GB. Basically in other brands of the lowest end of the Android machine a configuration. The screen is 1080p 60Hz. Ordinary. The camera 1200W pixels. Overall this configuration, and a few years ago the release of the Millet 6 configuration is equivalent, and even a level lower. Wang Sledgehammer looked at the configuration of the White Emperor 1, which is mediocre, and the other $100 machine did not open too big a gap, but in use, it is really a world of difference. Other brands $500 or $600 of the lowest allocation of the phone, slightly open to software on the meat of the lagging, and low-end Android machine has an unavoidable drawback. Is to use 1 or 2 years on the lagging cannot be restored to the factory settings are not good. This is a headache. Mainly the configuration of the major software requirements are getting higher and higher. Outdated configurations are difficult to run the increasingly large software smoothly. Now Wang Sledgehammer slides the screen of the Bai D1 phone. Silky smooth, and it doesn't feel at all like it's a $288 phone. So now it's subjected to a performance limit test, using the most popular method of all, running the Harakami. Original God. A popular game, has become a hurdle that all cell phone manufacturers can't get around, and whether or not you can play Original God smoothly is the criterion for judging whether or not this is a good phone. After downloading the Original God with the White Emperor 1 phone, it was up to the face value carrying leggy beauty to log into her game account, and then the live streaming screen was aimed squarely at the phone screen. Yoo-hoo! Not bad. There's no obvious lag when entering the initial interface. This surprised Wang Sledgehammer. Who knew for the first time that the original Snapdragon 660 could actually run the Original God? Here the framerate test is turned on and then you have to adjust the image quality. First Wang Sledgehammer asked Legs to pull the picture quality to the highest, to see if it works. This turned out to be incredibly laggy with only a few frames after reaching the maximum. So it seems that the Snapdragon 660 has its limits. Brother Wang, for a 200 plus cell phone, don't adjust the highest, just pull it straight to the lowest. The leggy beauty took it upon herself to pull the picture quality to the bottom, and then saw that the picture was really smooth to the point that it went to about 50 frames per second, but it was a muddy mess. And Mosaic, and the Walnut Hall Master was muddled into a small zombie. How can I play this? The graphics are so bad, it's not even fun to play. Legs said with dissatisfaction. Don't panic, try adjusting it to medium quality first. Wang Sledgehammer said. Will it work? Legs said, not quite believing it, but when she cranked it up to medium quality, she found that it was actually okay, with over 20 FPS and a slight lag. This is the door. Under the command of Wang Sledgehammer, Legs to adjust the other details of the project, most of the low to medium picture quality. The game actually has about 30 frames per second now, which plays without much problem. Legs started maneuvering Walnut to swipe the monsters, and surprisingly it was smooth, with occasional frame drops, but mostly playable. 288 of the phone original God in the picture quality runs smoothly. How do I feel so fake? Yes, I 1300 bought a cell phone. Cannot play the original God in the picture quality, can only open the low quality mosaic, really crying. I can now return it? I want to buy White Emperor 1. Don't tell me you're 1300. The phone I bought for 1700. The picture quality in the original God is stuck to crap. It's fucking garbage. So, according to the White Emperor 1, it kills all $1,000 machines? As soon as one netizen said this, everyone else was taken aback. Just kidding. If this is true, then other cell phone manufacturers are not to collectively kowtow and thank you. Spent several times the price, but actually cannot dry people White Emperor's 288 yuan phone. They all day labeled technology companies. In the end, what is the research? Many netizens have been muttering in their hearts. A moment to look at the other performance of the White Emperor 1. If it is good, then people with more than 1,000 cell phones, you can sell the old phone, and hurry to buy a White Emperor 1. Better than $1,000 machine, and also cheap. A moment of recycling a small $1,000. Many nimble-minded netizens have already been doing, because they found a huge paradox. That is, the White Emperor 1 is certainly a big brother to overturn the low-end cell phone circle. The future cannot do the White Emperor 1000 yuan machine. There is no need to exist. Then the current players in the hands of the 1000 yuan machine, the second-hand price are all going to depreciate by a large amount. Basically, in addition to some of the brand's die-hard fans and the value of the party, there will be no one to spend a high price to buy the low experience of an expensive. The first time I saw $1,000 cell phone, I saw $1,000 cell phone, I saw $1,000 cell phone. As a result of this live event, accidentally stirred up the second-hand market of the cell phone circle, which has to be said to be an accidental event. Anyway, thousands of yuan level of second-hand cell phones, the price of a rapid dive. Many cell phone vendors lost to iStyle Blue, and later learned that the original is called the White Emperor of the cell phone manufacturers to stir up. They lose money. High-priced cell phone received all smashed in the hands of the loss of a large sum, and therefore hold a grudge on the White Emperor of the cell phone. Zhou Yang recruited a lot of small black. Of course, this is all an afterthought. The site of the phone reviews still continues. After trying the original God, everyone has been impressed with the Buy D1 phone. Netizens want to see where its limits are. The big games have been tested. So here's a look at the other little details. After testing, Wang Sledgehammer found that the White Emperor 1 signal can only support 4G, which is the same as Huawei. It's just that people's Huawei's 4G is also high-end, and Whitey's 4G. It seems to make sense. After all, the price is here. 4G has what? I so far did not open through the 5G traffic. Nowadays it is just faster network speed. 4G and 5G has no essential difference. Right. When the extra hundreds on the 5G phone, the result is that now also did not enjoy the 5G benefits. In the future to buy double not to buy single. 4G phone with, wait out 6G and then change. Netizens have also accepted the setup that Whitey is a 4G phone. There is also the external sound quality of the crotch pulling. White Emperor 1 to the loudest. The speaker mouth are a little bit slightly shaky. And the countryside food market put the kind of poor quality of the big stereo the same way. Wang Sledgehammer teased that this is the legendary dust removal function. Netizens also recognized. After all, 288. To what bicycle? Even if the phone does not have an external, they can tolerate. Next is the Wi-Fi function. The phone does not support Wi-Fi 6 as a disadvantage, but normal connection to Wi-Fi does not affect the speed of the network. Belong to the middle of the road. In addition, there is a small surprise in Bluetooth. That is, intelligent connection Bluetooth. When there is a Bluetooth device in the search, the phone even if you do not open the Bluetooth function, but also can pop up the connection dialog box, eliminating the manual click, and enter the verification code and so on, which is very advanced. It should be the special features of the Xian new operating system. Not to be dark and not to brag, this feature has to be given a favorable review. It's so much more convenient. Wang Sledgehammer then measured some other features. The camera is a little pull crotch. belong to the grade will be able to use. After all, this price, do not expect to be able to shoot the moon. The screen quality is medium to low, except for one does not hurt the eyes. Basically there is no advantage. Energy consumption, color slightly distorted, and even if it will be able to use, there is also the battery. Zhou Yang for cost considerations, only on the cheap 2800 mAh battery, which makes see the value of Wang Sledgehammer repeatedly exclaimed impossible. In today's cell phone are leaning towards 5000 mAh, is to increase the duration. White Emperor 1 is good. The battery is only this capacity. This is trying to break the record of charging several times a day? Netizens began to ridicule, saying that their Bluetooth mechanical keyboard battery capacity is 5000 mAh. This phone is really not as durable as the keyboard. However, soon Wang Sledgehammer discovered the clues, because they had kind of used it for more than an hour. And this White Emperor 1's power didn't seem to drop much. Of course, the range still needs to be tested with a full charge to be reasonable. So Wang Sledgehammer said that when the live broadcast is over, he will do a special job on the range of all the phones in this batch, and then make a list. All in all, using it this way, the BY-D1 phone has a lot of flaws, but the flaws can't be overshadowed, and you can't ask for a $288 phone to do any better, or even some aspects of the performance, better than a phone under $1,999. Wang Sledgehammer then gave BY-D1 a relatively high evaluation. If it is a general user with limited funds, then buy BY-D1 cell phone. The performance is enough to use, not at all inferior to other 1000 yuan machine. This now aroused the interest of many netizens. Intends to turn back and also buy A2. Give the elderly or younger siblings at home. Send out the phone also have face. After all, in the eyes of others, cell phones are generally large hundreds, thousands of dollars. The general public really do not know. The cell phone world appeared $100 machine freak. Sell cheap. Performance is also strong, so that people cannot understand. When the live broadcast was over, Wang Sledgehammer gave a dozen phones a range test, looping the same movie together. The result was a big shock to Wang Sledgehammer, because the White Emperor 1 cell phone, another small miracle. Chapter 61 on the spirit of the White Emperor. The White Emperor 1 phone, in a battery life test of a dozen phones, actually scored in the middle of the pack, with a battery capacity of 2800 mAh. It's hard to believe that it lasts longer than some 4000 plus mAh phones. For this reason, Wang Sledgehammer also specially sent the live video during the test, and after confirming that there were no other factors affecting it, he came to the astonishing conclusion that the Xian new self-research system of BY-D1 had the advantage of strong energy conservation. This self-developed system is really unexpected, actually so good. Wang Sledgehammer in the video gave a very high evaluation. This Xian female system in the experience, not at all worse than Android and iOS, and even has several unique advantages. He is very optimistic about the future of the White Emperor cell phone. By properly developing the Xian new system, in the future, the achievements might even be comparable to Hongmeng. A new manufacturer's self-developed cell phone system can actually be compared to the technology giant Huawei's Hongmeng system, which is already quite a high evaluation, and it can only be said that the Xuannian system, the future is promising. This video ends with a raffle of 20 White Emperor 1 cell phones for the fans. Wang Sledgehammer, in order to attract traffic, deliberately purchased 20 White Emperor 1 cell phone to give fans, so that the cost is also only 5,760 yuan, equivalent to the price of a new Apple phone, and the effect is better. This White Emperor 1 cell phone really is amazing to this digital blogger. When the number of clicks on Wang Sledgehammer's review video began to rise, many people who pay attention to the digital circle know about the White Emperor 1 cell phone. This series of experience reports, so they have to believe in the fact that the White Emperor 1 cell phone is really not lost to the other 1000 yuan machine, 288 yuan. There are more than $1,000 of cell phone experience and performance. The phone bought absolutely super value, cost-effective, all network unbeatable. As a result, a lot of urban people have started to buy Whittier cell phones. Some of them have been using cell phones for years. Some of them just need 2 cell phones for their work and have never bothered to buy one. And seeing as how the White Emperor 1 is so cheap, they buy one for their work, and they don't even have to wait for reimbursement from the company. The White Emperor 1 cell phone is perfect for them. This has given the Whittier 1 phone a small burst of sales. Once again, it used to be mountain users and people in remote areas who bought Whitey phones, but now the urban population is also buying them, making the user base more even. They have a good experience with the BY-D1 cell phone. They will recommend it to others. This kind of spontaneous promotion, so that the fame of BY-D slowly spread in the country. Many people are hearing the name of BY-D for the first time. The original Whitey was only passed down among a select group of people, more rural and among beatniks. And this time, The White Emperor's cell phone is different. A company. A lot of people are using 288 yuan cell phone, doing the thing of $1,000 cell phone. Some leaders and elites will know the beauty of the White Emperor's cell phone. These people feel unavoidable some incredible White Emperor's cell phone this experience. Not to mention selling 288. Is to sell 1288 or sold out? Why this manufacturer's selling price so low? Is doing charity? This is the first impression many people have of Whitey. Yang Yelong is a freelance writer, currently living in Mordor, with a good income. He inadvertently watched someone talking about the White Emperor 1 cell phone. His first feeling was either marketing or scamming, or some kind of attraction for financing. He felt that there was a hot news spot to dig into here, so he decided to find out what kind of product the White Emperor 1 cell phone was. After he bought a White Emperor 1 to test it, it was unexpectedly good. Then it negated the conjecture of the scam. The next step is that Yang is going to check the user reviews of the White Emperor online store to see how the people feel. However, at a glance, Yang was shocked. He never thought that there would be a cell phone that could benefit so many people. The most highly praised user review of the Bitey Concubine Duo store can touch the heart. White Emperor cell phone is really good, cheap and affordable. I and my husband have bought a, so that he is working outside, but also at night every day to see the people. The family will all rest assured. I can also keep track of junior high school accommodation children's learning. Seasonal change can be in time to give the child to the clothes. I'm not quite able to typing. The phone is also to let the neighbor to help buy. This comment is also her to help send. I just want to say to other people, Whitey cell phone is good. By no loss. My family used the beauty of the drop very. This one statement is a bit wordy comment. It is Li Shufan posted. And there is a picture below. In an age-old bungalow, a middle-aged woman with some wrinkles on her face, holding the White Emperor's cell phone rejoicing, while her face is a sincere smile. Among them there is also a screenshot of her and her husband's video. Looking at Zhao Taizhu is also a naive and honest look. It seems to be an ordinary middle-aged couple. The woman stayed at home to plant and serve the elderly. The man worked outside to maintain the household. The child is outside boarding school. Originally, this comment seemed ordinary, but it was the most liked of all the comments. Yang understood at once that this was resonating with everyone. How many young people after 90, in the childhood, is to experience such a life? They grew up as left-behind children. Mom and dad either together, or one of them go out to work, and only the spring festival can see aside. Get together less away from a lot. Is a lot of rural origins of the crowd of the common memory of childhood. What if I miss my parents then? There's nothing to be done. Because of the backwardness of the means of communication, children can only secretly wipe their tears at night when they miss their parents. And they can't talk to their family members when they are bullied at school because most of them only have elderly grandparents at home, which is also an unforgettable past of a generation of special people. And this buyer's show by Li Shufan ignited their memories, seeing that their own childhood bitter past is now relieved by the White Emperor 1 cell phone. Separated couples were able to talk every day and parents were able to take care of their sons who were in school. These people who have had bitter experiences are lamenting how great it would have been if, when they were kids, they had a Paktai cell phone. Such a cell phone is no longer a simple communication tool, but carries people's pursuit of a better life and carries the bond of husband and wife's emotions and father and son's love. The cheap selling price, solid workmanship and uncommon performance of Bitey's cell phone meets the truest needs of the general public, which is why Bitey's appliances are so popular. People have resonance, naturally leave a comment or a like, and so, by the power of the masses, this buyer's show pushed to the top position. Yang closed after seeing. Emotionally, he continued to scroll down the comments. Those people are also praising the White Emperor cheap and good to use. All said that the White Emperor out of the late, if a few years earlier out, will not spend so much money to buy other cell phones, difficult to use and expensive. Yang feels that by D1 cell phone is really a strange brand. This brand seems to be doing charity, not only cell phones, but also TVs, tablet computers, washing machines, electric cars, etc. And even in these products, the most expensive one is not more than 400 yuan, which is simply the conscience of the industry. At a time when electronic products are getting more and more expensive these days, with a hairdryer costing several $1,000s and a floor sweeper several thousand. It's amazing that there are still manufacturers who make some of their appliances and digital products so cheap that it feels like they exist for the benefit of the general public. Yang Yelong could not restrain his inspiration. He immediately opened the computer, quickly struck the keyboard, wrote a commentary article entitled On the Spirit of Bitey, Let Loved Ones Forget the Distance, so that life is more warm. When he had written thousands of words, with accompanying pictures, he published them. Chapter 62, Wait 10 years before you apply for the job again. Yang Ying's fans, most of them are some senior intellectuals and workplace elites. this article of his, but also let many social elites know the White Emperor 1 machine, and even know the White Emperor Electrical Company, which is a company that produces cheap electronic products. Yet it's nice that Whitey's products are cheap but not shoddy, and that they're still affordable for many people. A $99 flat screen washer, a $288 cell phone, a $299 electric car. Each of these products is incredibly affordable. If it is the production of electronic garbage, cottage products, even if, on the contrary, the quality of White Emperor's products is not bad, the performance is not very backward. Even if it is not, a person who does not know how to do it can know that the cost of White Emperor's products is definitely not low. Many people have estimated even the cost of their assembling a unit than the White Emperor's selling price, which is to say that the White Emperor to do the product. Basically there is little profit margins. Yet that's how Whitey keeps doing it, with more and more products. And already some people are jokingly calling Whitey a charity factory. This instantly gave Baidu a lot of fans among the elite, who felt that Baidu fit their aspirations for a better Chinese character. Some elites have been thinking about how to give back to the society, and as a result, they see a company like White Emperor as if it is practicing their ideals for them, which is deeply appreciated by the elites. There have even been a few company owners who have purchased hundreds of Baidu cell phones as an extra year-end gift to all the company's employees. On one hand, to support Baidu Electric, and on the other hand, to give affordable benefits to the company's employees. Even if you don't use it yourself, a cell phone would be excellent to give to a child or relative at home. In this way, the sales of the White Emperor 1 cell phone, 20 days after the opening of the sale, still remain stable. Every day there are at least a few thousand sales. The total sales of the 3 online stores in the 250,000 or so, which is really horrible data. And it's not just cell phones that are selling like hotcakes. Whitey's electric cars, televisions and washing machines are continuing to sell like hotcakes. Televisions sell between 1,000-2,000 units per day. Washing machines sell between 500-1,000 units per day. Electric cars also sell about 1,000 units per day. The Z1 tablet is selling around 100 to 300 units per day. Although the profit per electrical equipment was meager, but could not afford to sell a lot of units, which also allowed Zhou Yang to make money day by day. He now had a rich cash flow on hand, and soon had nearly $10 million of cash flow. This also makes Baidu from a small factory in debt on the verge of closure, a leap into the deep town industrial zone of the popular fried chicken. Every day to Baidu's transportation vehicles are endless, and the logistics center as lively. Those suppliers who came to collect debts before used to blow their beards and eyes to block the door, but now when they come to the Baidu factory, they are all nodding and bowing and also handing Huazi, all for the sake of being able to let Zhou Yang re-enter their goods. However, these people's goods, in addition to Lu Shui and a few other suppliers, no longer match Baidu's strategy today. One is not cheap enough, and the other is not solid enough quality. So Zhou Yang gave a rejection. Before, you were in love, but today, you'll be left high and dry. And Whitey has turned over a new leaf. Now Zhou Yang became a famous entrepreneur in the neighborhood, and the company's employees, the salary is considered very generous among their peers. Now they wear White Emperor's work clothes out, can harvest a lot of people's envious eyes, because Zhou Yang never stingy payroll. The factory efficiency, he gave his employees more pay, each person per month than the local average, at least $1,000 higher. This has made other laborers envious. And many young workers have come to ask these old employees in Baidu's overalls if the Baidu factory is still hiring. That's when the older employees would say, "Sorry, our factory only hires employees over the age of 35. You're still too young. Come back and apply for another job in 10 years. This undoubtedly hurts young batters, who feel for the first time that being young is also a disadvantage. It's not that Whitey is ageist, but it's about giving the more vulnerable older wage earners a place where they can work and receive a paycheck. Society, as always, needs some warmth. White Emperor's employees are now very beautiful in their hearts, smiling every day. But as the factory manager Zhou Yang, these days face sad, because he was again called to the goods phone to make an immense headache. The stock of cell phones that had previously accumulated in a warehouse had been consumed under the raging wave of purchases, and now that the factory was working 24 hours a day in 3 shifts and producing at full capacity, it could only assemble 2,000 to 3,000 cell phones a day, which was far from enough to keep up with the demand. It's actually easy to solve the production problem, and that's expansion. However, before, you could buy production lines and recruit workers to produce, but not anymore, because all of White Emperor's factories are already full of equipment, and there is not enough space, so you can't just sit on the ground in the compound to set up a cell phone, can you? Now that Zhou Yang wanted to expand production, he could only look for a bigger plant. It's good that Zhou Yang now has money in his pocket and can put the expansion of production on the agenda. He then began to pay attention to the information of plants around him, looking for a suitable location for the new factory. On the turn of the day, the office Ma big sister put together a production statement and handed it to Zhou Yang. Generally the company organizes the reports. All let the young girl clerk to do, but White Emperor rarely have young girls, mostly older old sister-in-law. Among them, big sister Ma can use the computer and do things firmly, so the general report documents. She is responsible for it. Big sister Ma then said, "Factory director, our electric car sales have dropped a bit lately, only 1,000 units a day." Sister Ma is right. Whitey D21 electric car peak sales of a few thousand a day, and recently became 1,000 a day. While this figure is enough to make other peers blush, it's still not even close to the sales peak. Oh, Zhou Yang took over the statement and read it. Then big sister Ma added, "I've investigated. It's our biggest competitor in South China. Dia has launched a sub-brand, DD electric vehicle. They are priced from more than 400. Relying on their offline stores and popularity advantage, they've seized part of our market. Do you think our electric cars should also be improved to boost sales?" That's right. How good is our electric car? It doesn't lose to DD's electric car at all. We need to bring some giveaways and grab the market with them. Yeah, improve the model a bit more, with more performance, and knock out the DD electric car. By this time, the other middle-aged, elderly sisters-in-law in the office were chiming in with suggestions. Now they all ride their own D21 electric car to work. Good use of it, but also the factory's free welfare. They give everyone to sell. No worse than those 2,000 or 3,000 electric car. That's why the old sisters-in-law are also confident that they can grab back the market that belongs to them. Whitey, Zhou Yang considered for a moment, slowly shook his head. Now our cell phone is more profitable. After all, manpower a cell phone. While the electric car is basically only a set of sales before the new year. Wait until the replacement of the momentum of the national standard electric car is over. Then the sales immediately atrophied. Now rather than spend a lot of energy to grab a niche market, it would be better to focus on boosting the production of cell phones. When he has the energy, Zhou Yang will develop an improved version of the D21 electric car to compete in the mid-range electric car market, while the low-end D21, just sell it slowly. Zhou Yang said, electric car will not upgrade the model first. Giveaway promotions can be engaged in. So, Ma big sister, you are responsible for it. Go to contact the supplier. We can enter a batch of ponchos or winter windproof gloves as a giveaway, appropriate to engage in a wave of promotions. Yes, MS. Ma was glad that her suggestion was taken. She then heard many customers reacting to the fact that Whitey was too stingy to give away freebies. So with the freebies this time around, there should be a lot more sales. Big sister Ma diligently went to handle the giveaway. And on the side of DD electric vehicle, their leadership was also in a meeting, studying the same object, their strongest competitor, White Emperor electric vehicle. Chapter 63, Misadventure. Dia Company is South China, the largest two-wheeled electric car manufacturers. Their electric cars, half a year ago, but also reigning champion of sales in South China. Its sales network, covering the vast area south of the Yangtze River. It is not that they do not want to open up the northern market, but because of the northern winter cold, the electric car low temperature situation power pull crotch, range big dive, and high failure rate. So several northern provinces electric car are not sold, even if there is, can only be ridden in the summer. So in the electric car industry, it's all about whoever wins the south. In the first half of this year, Dia Company also thought to seize half of the electric car industry. The results in the last month, this plan was mercilessly broken, because they encountered the most powerful competitors ever. The White Emperor D21 electric car came out of nowhere, to 299 yuan from the ultra-low price, sweeping the electric car market. This price is simply ruthless and cruel. The performance does not lag behind the D21 electric car. Hit the many peers routed. They are 3,000 yuan below the electric car, no fight. People only use 1/10 of the price. You can have a normal riding electric car, as long as it is not the family is not bad money. People all know how to choose. Consumers are realistic. Whitey's car is good. They buy it, while other cars are not crushingly good and expensive. Then they don't buy it. This many electric car companies suffered an existential crisis, either quickly closed down and shut down, or forced to switch to the production of motorcycles and other products. Anyway, were blindsided by the White Emperor. It is difficult to turn around. Fortunately, the leaders of Dia were quick-witted, and they quickly responded by making a reduced version of the low-end sub-branded DD electric car in a very quick time. Although they can control their costs and can only start at $400 apiece with slightly inferior performance to the White Emperor D21, They have grabbed a lot of the market by relying on their strong offline sales franchises. The marketing manager, now, is reporting to the big boss on recent sales results. We, DD Electric Vehicle, have gradually seized the market that was seized by BYD Electric Vehicle, and our sales are currently rising by the day. The big boss impatiently interrupted him. I don't want to hear all this phony stuff. Just tell me, how much market share do we have now for DD's electric cars? Our DD electric car, which currently accounts for 30% of sales in the South China market. What? It's only 30%. We used to take more than half of it, and it's still those high-end models. So why are we still so far behind now that we have a cheap model of DD? The big boss was very displeased and had a serious expression. The marketing manager is very difficult. The real reason, of course, he knows, that is not as cheap as the White Emperor electric car, and the performance is also general. If not have the convenience of the offline store can be test drive. It is estimated to have been beaten by the White Emperor route. However, in the face of the big boss's questioning, the marketing manager still needed to find a higher emotional intelligence to answer. He then said, this is because the DD electric car needs the market to recognize it. It still needs a period of time, and also did not have the time to publicize it, so it is not yet popularized. And when our advertisement is placed, the occupancy rate will be further increased. The big boss grunted. Of course, he is not stupid. Knowing that the following people nitpick good words, he asked, what is the current market share of the White Emperor electric car? The marketing manager took over another document, then said, at present, according to statistics, White Emperor D21 electric car, sales in South China accounted for 40%. The remaining other brands, together account for 30%. The White Emperor electric car, actually occupied 40% of their side of the market, or in the absence of publicity, which made the big boss very upset. So he called the management of the company all to a meeting and told them that they had to work out countermeasures with the aim of surpassing Whitey's electric car. The management spoke at length and quickly discussed numerous countermeasures, and they were confident that they would be able to launch cheaper models, advertise more, and gain more customers in the coming year. We expect that by the end of next year, we will recapture 60% of the market share in South China. The marketing manager put out a bold statement. The big boss nodded slightly. This is the right way. He does not believe that the two-wheeled electric car empire that he single-handedly founded will be defeated by a small, unheard-of factory. He wants to let BYD know that the electric car industry cannot be low price, can be rampant. You guys go to check for me. What is the recent action of the White Emperor? I estimate they will not sit still. We'll certainly launch other models, and we fight. You must be ready to respond to the war. Will be the White Emperor electric car, completely stepped on the foot. After the big boss finished his slogan, the men were united in their resolve and threatened to defeat the White Emperor. However, the secretary on the side casually opened BYD's official online store, but found that the original online store page top of the electric car has become BYD1 cell phone, and many pages are given to the cell phone, all of which shows that BYD's recent sales and publicity center is no longer an electric car, but a cell phone. Old boss, they don't seem to be focusing on electric cars anymore. Their focus is on cell phones. What? Once the secretary finished, the big boss didn't believe it and came to check it out for himself. Sure enough, Whitey's electric car, only second on the homepage, and the focus of the promotion has changed to cell phones. And, looking at the 300,000 plus cell phone sales per month, it's far more terrifying than an electric car. After all, not everyone needs an electric car. Even if you want to buy a car, a family to buy a car is enough, while the cell phone is basically a man. So the sales of cell phones can be more than electric cars. Did the low-priced models of the Dia company has understood that the low-priced car profits are too low, purely by volume. A car of $100 cannot earn, and like the White Emperor 1 cell phone, 288 yuan selling price, it is estimated that the profit will not be more than 100 yuan. Then this more than 300,000 sales, it may be millions of dollars in profits, and the sales of electric cars are not so high. The profit is not as good as the phone. It's no wonder that Whitey stores have turned their promotional focus to cell phones, since they make more money on cell phones than on electric cars. The big boss was blue in the face now. He was pissed off. He wasn't pissed off because he couldn't match the sales of BYD. He had the confidence to snatch back the market through time. He was because BYD, who he regarded as his number one rival, actually didn't even take Dia seriously. The big boss felt like he was being ignored. In that case, even if the big boss recaptures the market, that doesn't show up, because the center of Whitey's life is not even on electric cars. They, Dia, were defeated by this one business that casually made electric cars. How could the big boss not be angry? Bastard. You BYD fight a little bit. Okay, we Dia is your competitor. Do not come to build a good electric car. What to build a cell phone? No business. The big boss gave a scolding that made the henchmen dumbfounded. They're thinking, wouldn't it be more advantageous for them if Whitey's focus wasn't on the EV? But how could they, the senior hitman, understand that feeling of the big boss wanting to pursue a challenge? Anyway, BYD really didn't consider electric cars as a fist product, because Joe Yang had a more grandiose ambition. Whether it was an electric car or a cell phone, it was just a paving stone for him to realize what he wanted. I didn't realize that his paving stones have caused so many of his fellow EVs to suffer greatly that they can only be described as misguided. If Joe Yang had the opportunity to face his peers, he might have said sorry. Except that Joe Yang might have been aware of his mistake and would have continued to develop more affordable products in the future. Because that's the spirit of Whitey. Chapter 64, Finding a New Factory. Besides, on Joe Yang's side, he had finally found a suitable factory in the neighborhood after making many inquiries. That piece of plant covers an area of 200 acres. Since the completion of the plant has been idle, not far from the White Emperor factory, only 2 kilometers, the most suitable for White Emperor as the new plant. Joe Yang also specially drove his factory in the second-hand van through the fence to look inside. Steel structure plant are covered. The area is oversized. Here even if it is built a White Emperor industrial park are enough. Can realize turnkey move-in. That can start production. Even if we want to develop other new products in the future, we can just introduce the production line. And there is enough space here. Looking at such a magnificent factory building, spacious area, all too much better than the current factory in BYD, Joe Yang was immediately yearning. He wanted to open a new factory here, but the rent for such a large venue must be substantial, and it's not known who the place belongs to, so I need to ask around. Joe Yang then went to the management office of the development zone to inquire, and was told that this was a model factory built by the development zone committee in the north of the city, and Joe Yang inquired as to how much the rent for this place was. This plant is not for rent. As a result of the staff's words, Joe Yang was dismissed, and this public official was simply too lazy to explain. Joe Yang could not help but feel angry in his heart. There were actually civil servants with this kind of attitude. Since the brats are hard to deal with, he'll go to their superiors and find someone who can run the show. Joe Yang knows the local leaders. His Li Ju official position is the largest. He is the Deep Town Commercial Development Office Director, in charge of the city's commercial development matters. The last time he came to inspect the factory, he specifically left a phone number for easy contact, so Joe Yang called it. It was his secretary who answered the phone, saying that Director Li was in a meeting. Joe Yang then left his name and said that he was Joe Yang from the White Emperor Company and wanted to give feedback to Director Li on something. The secretary of course remembered Joe Yang. At that time Director Li's evaluation of BYD Company was very high, the last civilized enterprise indicator. It was arranged by Director Li, so the secretary promised in one breath that he would notify the leader after the meeting. Joe Yang then went back to the factory and waited, and then received several more calls for goods, all from customers who came to order the White Emperor 1 cell phone, because now the daily production of cell phones is far more than the sales. It leads to spot shipments become pre-sale, and pre-sale date, from 1 day, to now have to be 7 days after the shipment. The longer the time delay, which received a lot of bad reviews of the customers who placed an order, and a large number of reminder calls. Who let the White Emperor 1 cell phone performance is so good, the price is so cheap, online are sold crazy, is a lot of offline cell phone stores, are rushed to the factory cash pickup. Looking at the pink, with sacks of $100 bills, Joe Yang is really hot, but cannot sell them. They want to be tens of thousands of units. The production are given to them. The online store cannot send goods for several days, which will not be the gang of ordering pre-sale of the customers of the old man Torah. So Joe Yang can only thank these cash withdrawal of the big customers. It's not just as simple as putting off business. It also limits the sales of cell phones. He was selling 350,000 phones a month. It's because he can't deliver them that he's missing out on at least 100,000 sales raw. And the loss is heartbreaking in terms of big, pink money. So now the opening of a new plant is imminent. And if you can open it 1 day earlier, then you can make money 1 day earlier. By the time the afternoon came, Joe Yang really received a call from the leader, and it was Li Ju who called. Hello Director Li, I'm Joe Yang. I know, the secretary told me. What's your business? Li Ju asked. Joe Yang was not polite and directly told the difficulties he encountered. Whitey encountered a production capacity crisis, the urgent need to expand the plant, now looking at a large site. The results of the city's North Development Zone office side of the attitude is extremely poor. Only said not to rent to him, the specific reasons and do not say. I think, so large area plant, idle too wasteful, but also ask the leadership to coordinate. Even if that plant rent cannot, Other large area of the plant I also accept. In short, the White Emperor production capacity expanded, but also better to our city to pay taxes is not it. Zhou Yang knew that the leaders valued these indicators of tax revenue, so he chose to say so. Oh, I'll keep an eye on it and let you know if I hear anything. Director Li Ju stated that he was aware of this and hung up the phone. Then Zhou Yang decided to wait a few days. At the same time he also went to look for other rental plants, trying to find a more suitable place. But 2 days passed. There is no good place. Either the price is too high, or the location is not good, too remote, there is no supporting facilities around. The price of land in this part of Shanchun, which is nationally famous, that is not affordable to the average business. At the same time, Li Ju was also concerned about this matter. He actually had an impression of this vacant plant before. The reason why there has not been rented out there is to be reserved for an enterprise in an outside city. As a result, that enterprise has been due to environmental protection does not meet the standards. Not approve the relocation. Things have been delayed. The development zone lost 2 years of rent for nothing. While on the other hand, the powerful Whitey could not find a suitable site. Once Li Ju understood the inside story, he found his colleagues in the development zone to settle the matter. As a result, colleagues in the development zone said that the plant was reserved for the Xinhua paper mill, which is a major taxpayer in the area and is the focus of the development zone to fight for the target. Li Ju then said, looking for paper mills to come to the development zone. Do you still want environmental indicators? 2 years, the paper mill still cannot pass the environmental review. This does not indicate the problem? According to the unified relationship, the development zone does not belong to Li Ju Tube, but Li Ju in the special administrative region. The title is very high, but also very much valued by several big leaders. After all, the cornerstone of the deep town is business. As the director of the city directly under the Office of Business Development, Li Ju has the right to speak, so the development zone of the same, but also to refer to the views of Li Ju. Otherwise, Li Ju went directly to the big leaders to report. The development zone colleagues cannot eat. The contract has been signed before, and the factory building reserved for the Xinhua paper mill, which is not good enough to just give it to someone else. A fellow development district employee said in a difficult voice. A contract? It's been 2 years. Doesn't the contract have a yearly limitation clause? Li Ju asked. The development zone colleague said, There is a requirement for the other party to move over within 2 years, which is a few months later. But this is not good enough to pigeonhole people just because of this time, right? A few months isn't time? They breached the contract first. What? The other party breached the contract. Didn't they let your development zone off the hook? How come you guys are defending them instead? In the face of Li Ju's aggressive questioning, the development zone colleagues will be a bit unable to sit down, because they really have no reason. Li Ju of course knows some of the things in the career, which is certainly not as simple as it seems on the surface. He did not want to care so much. He only asked a sentence. Now there is a city's emerging electronics factory needs to be expanded. And is the city rated civilized enterprise paysetters? You think about it. Development zone colleagues look at this situation. Really cannot keep the paper mill with a cat, but also can only agree. This matter Li Ju urged the development zone to deal with their own, and said that this White Emperor electrical appliance factory is very promising, can be given a certain degree of preferential treatment, when the city North Development Zone will follow the benefit. Development Zone, the leadership of the White Emperor electronics factory access to information. A look is really fierce. From the owed millions of small factories, a leap to become a number of products are selling the country's well-known enterprises, but also only with a few months' time. What most concerns the development zone leaders is the special feature of Whitey, which is that it only hires employees over the age of 35. This is not to mention in the development zone. Even in the entire southeastern coastal region, it is considered a phoenix, because most factories like to recruit young people, because it is good to manage, low wages, and good physical strength. But Whitey did the opposite. Now the development zone also has a superior arrangement of the workers' resettlement task, in which young migrant workers buy the major factories to snatch up, but it is more than 35 years of age of the staff remaining no one wants, and ultimately only when the security guards, janitorial, into the construction site, and other places to collect. But this digestive capacity is limited, and there are a lot of older workers cannot find a job, which makes the development zone is a big headache. Now there's a Whitey electric factory that doesn't work hard and pays well. Doesn't that just fit the bill? Now the development zone leaders only know. The original Li Ju director really introduced them to a good enterprise. This time their resettlement task will be able to complete a large part of it. And look at the White Emperor's tax payments are also rising. There is no environmental protection pressure. This White Emperor can be much better than the paper mill. So the development zone immediately sent a person to personally run to the Whitey factory for a site visit. At this time, Zhou Yang was outside looking around for plant rental information. He received a call from the factory. "Let him hurry back," said the development zone came. Oh, Zhou Yang's mind moved and realized that it might be about the plant, so he immediately drove his van back. Chapter 65, Industrial Park in hand. Zhou Yang returned to his factory and saw two public officials, who were visiting the factory, with Song Day accompanying them. "This is our factory director Zhou Yang." Song was introducing the two public officials. "Hello Zhou Yang. We are the staff of the City North Development Zone. We came to visit the factory and discuss the issue of leasing the industrial park on the way." As soon as the other party opened his mouth, Zhou Yang was quite pleasantly surprised, and as expected, he then took the two of them on a tour inside the Baidu factory. The two public officials couldn't stop nodding their heads when they saw a thriving scene at the Whittier factory. The workers in the factory are working in a tense and orderly manner, and you can see smiles on many people's faces, without the dead feeling of other electronic factories. Other electronic factories, the habit of women is men with men as animals. The work is a repetitive mechanical labor not to mention, but also often scolded, withholding wages. Overtime is the norm. Young and free gift of a noble Mediterranean hairstyle, high-intensity work pressure, coupled with a meager income. The mood of the hit workers can be good on the ghost. So the hit workers and the circulation of a catchphrase, would rather go under the bridge to ask for food, but not into the factory screws, is the real portrayal of today's hit workers. But here in White Emperor, this phenomenon cannot be seen at all. The average age of this group of employees close to 40 years old. They know that it is really rare to find White Emperor such a high wage, less overtime. They are all incomparably cherish the workplace, so the work is also serious, and the leaders of this factory are all the same age, know the hardships of life, and will not scold the workers. We naturally have a good mood, so the White Emperor looks like an other. The spirit of the company is very different. The development area personnel were now convinced that Whitey was really a special company that only recruited older employees. Now that the staff piece has seen to be okay, it's time to look at the benefits of Whitey's. The development officers didn't bother to check the books. They just had to look at the factory's receipts and shipments. In a factory where more parts are purchased and shipped, then business must be good. During their visit, they saw no less than 3 large trucks loading and unloading goods at the factory at the same time, as well as a variety of small courier trucks. Among the delivery of 2 trucks, the rest are outward delivery of finished products, logistics, express vehicles, and this is only the amount of one day today. The amount of shipments is really horrible. From this, it seems that the benefits of White Emperor are indeed good. Then these two people are relieved to let White Emperor to lease the vacant factory buildings in the industrial park. It is definitely a good business. So they invited Zhou Yang to go to the development zone tomorrow to talk to the leaders personally about renting the plant. "Wait a minute. Can I take a look in that factory building first?" Zhou Yang asked. He is going to rent the industrial park plant. Always want to see what kind of inside, but do not be a pewterhead. "Yes, we can show you around." These two officers, then, thought that Zhou Yang might visit, and when they went to look at the venue together, they had already notified their other colleagues to bring their keys and wait over there. When they arrived, there was a security guard, who opened the gates of the industrial park. When I opened the door, there was a small hiccup, as I hadn't opened the lock in over 2 years. It was a bit rusty and took some real effort to open. When Zhou Yang followed the 2 staff members to enter, he saw that the factory area was indeed large, and it took a few minutes to walk to the first factory from the compound full of fallen leaves and weeds. When he reached the first factory room, he laboriously pulled open a door and saw that it was empty and a layer of dust had fallen on the floor. It doesn't even matter. Clean it up and it works. The key to this plant is very high. Ventilation is also good. Put what kind of large-scale equipment can be. Not only can produce cell phones, what large-scale production line can be installed in the future. After that, Zhou Yang visited other factories, largely the same, spacious and bright. There are many functional normal concrete buildings. This side can be used as a factory office building. There are also some obviously as the workers' dormitory, canteen, and living quarters place. The industrial park has been planned so that it can solve the problem of lodging and eating for a lot of workers. In short, this is a comprehensive large-scale industrial park. The supporting facilities are already complete, ready to move in and start production. After seeing it until it was almost dark, Zhou Yang realized that this place was really nice and he fell in love with it. "Alright, thank you both. I will go to the development zone tomorrow to negotiate," Zhou Yang said joyfully. So a few public officials left work and Zhou Yang returned to his home. He estimated that the current money on hand has more than 10 million in cash, and is still increasing, but to pay the annual rent of the industrial park is estimated to be insufficient. Such a large turnkey industrial park. The location is also good. Complete support. The annual rent of at least tens of millions of dollars a year. This point to see the rent of the old factory building of the White Emperor. No. So small place. The rent of a year, but also more than 6 million, which is so big new factory, not 10 times, are considered cheap. Of course, the industrial land area is large to a certain extent, relatively will be cheaper than renting a small factory building, but also limited. Zhou Yang estimates that this industrial park, at least 1 year rent also need to start tens of millions. At present, he does not have so much money. More worrying, renting a smaller factory building is not impossible, but there is really suitable for future development. Just like people want to buy a large flat, large villa, to improve living conditions, open factories, no one does not like a large industrial park. Look at the past, a glance at the end of all their own sight, that the mood of how comfortable. Zhou Yang was thinking, it seems that renting the place would require a loan to make it work. Anyway, I want to ask the leader tomorrow what the rent is exactly and then make plans. Turning the day, Zhou Yang drove to the industrial park early in the morning. This parking, you can see the gap. He drove an old Wuling Hongguang van, and around the lowest are more than 100, 200, 000 joint venture car, belonging to the Zhou Yang seat low grade. However, Zhou Yang is a pragmatist. The car thing is a substitute for mobility. Can drive on the line, save hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a car, but also to give employees more benefits. Zhou Yang found his way to the office of the leader of the development zone, and he saw that the two comrades from yesterday were also there. The biggest leader of the management committee of the City North Development Zone was Director Kong Dongfang, who next warmly received Zhou Yang. Director Kong acted surprised that Zhou Yang was so young. It was not often to see such a young and promising entrepreneur. Zhou Yang also expressed his plan of wanting the industrial park to be used for development. Director Kong nodded and then took out a document. The document shows that this model industrial park, with 203 acres of land, has ready-made factory buildings, among other conditions. All these Zhou Yang saw on site yesterday. He is now more concerned about the rent. Director Kong said, "Rent, our City North Development Zone Management Committee collective discussion, plus your White Emperor's actual situation, decided to give you White Emperor preferential, the total rent of 38 million per year." Spare Zhou Yang heart prepared, but still shocked. A lot of enterprises a year turnover is not so high. This industrial park rent a year on the 8 figures. In here to build a factory, that pressure is really big. The factory efficiency is slightly bad. You have to lose money. However, this price is not outrageous in a place like Shamshuipo, where land is scarce, or else there would not be so many manufacturing companies trying to move out of Shamshuipo. Zhou Yang is confident that he can afford to pay the rent here, but at the moment there are not enough funds in his pocket, so he discusses with Director Kong whether he can be lenient. After all, it's a bit difficult to come up with 35 million at once. Given a few months, he could easily earn his rent back. So well, originally is not, but Li Julie director said to let care of your White Emperor Electric. I can do the Lord, to give you 3 months rent-free period, 3 months later, and then levy the rent for the year. Need to pay a one-time payment, can it? Kong Dongfang proposed a program and mentioned Li Ju's name, meaning that he had accomplished what Director Li Ju had urged. Based on a rent of $38 million a year, a 3-month rent waiver would be $9.5 million, which is quite a great deal. Yes, Zhou Yang agreed with this program. He is now just limited by the capacity. If there is this new industrial park as a site, then you can expand the production recklessly. When the time comes to recruit thousands of employees, this production can be doubled more than 10 times. Whitey Electric, on fire, will show all its unthinking peers what cruelty means. When Whitey, no longer constrained by production volume, can massively roll out its products and even set up its own offline experience stores, it will be Whitey's world then. Things were basically finalized, but Director Kong Dongfang made a request that Whitey needed to recruit and absorb 1,000 employees over the age of 35 within a year. No problem, Zhou Yang readily agreed. Even if Director Kong did not request it, he had always done so. This is something that belongs to the grass and rabbit. Incidentally, Zhou Yang also returned the favor by promising, when the factory opens, I will also recruit at least 100 handicapped people to work in the factory, which, I think, is something Whitey should contribute to society. Plant Director Zhou is really responsible. On behalf of all the members of the City North Development Zone, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Kong Dongfang was very happy, once again got up and shook hands with Zhou Yang. His district, there can be such an eclectic business owner, is the development zone workers of the blessing. Where, it's all mutually beneficial. Zhou Yang said modestly. Good, no arrogance, mindful of the world. I'm becoming more and more optimistic about Baidi's development. Kong Dongfang laughed brightly. Zhou Yang was then in the director's office. signing the lease contract for the industrial demonstration park, with all that he had just talked about added to it. This officially gives him the right to use more than 200 acres of the industrial park. This time, the birds and the bees are ready to expand with abandon. After Zhou Yang returned to the old factory, the first thing he did was to convene a meeting with all the factory managers to lay out Whitey's future development plans. Chapter 66 Hondo Electronics. We're going to have a new factory building, the empty industrial park not far away. When Zhou Yang announced the good news in public, everyone was thrilled that the boss had actually taken care of such a large park. This financial power was heavenly. Although the rent had not been paid yet, it could show Zhou Yang's strength, being able to get on the upper echelons of the hierarchy and still be able to afford the rent, which was already a sign of success in today's society. Plant manager, so are we ready to move the plant? A workshop supervisor asked. The old factory is staying put for now. Zhou Yang thought about it. If the old factory is also relocated, then it may not be able to start for many days. Too much delay in production. So the old factory will be normal production. He will open a new production line of cell phones in the new factory. Then the old factory will be specializing in flat panels, TV sets, washing machines and other mature products. At least wait until the rent of the old plant expires, and then just move to the new plant as a whole, fully utilizing every bit of resources. Now everyone is raring to go and wants to be in charge of a more important position in the new factory. Managing dozens or hundreds of people now, and managing thousands in a new factory. That paycheck can be absolutely different. In this regard, Zhou Yang knows very well, he does not want to go to the external recruitment of some executives. At present, these managers are hardworking, can be cultivated, even if the ability is poorer, but as long as the loyalty and hard work, then it is not a big problem. After all, he came to take charge of the factory's development strategy and R&D, only need them to manage the production on the line. White Emperor has him. There is not too much need for what CEO, coup, and so on. To take a few $100 million or so million a year salary, the company's management is not a big deal, but it's a good idea to have an executive. Zhou Yang announced on the spot, the deputy factory director Song Day, to manage the new factory. You can pick some of his trusted people, with the new factory when the management, while the other management personnel stayed in place to rise one level, you can then select from the staff ability to qualified people, when the team leader, supervisor and so on. For this reason Zhou Yang also set up a recommendation system. If they promote people, in the future, can be qualified for higher positions, then there is no less than 5-figure heavy awards, so as to motivate the idea of being a bowl, for the company to discover capable people. In the White Emperor Company's vast activities to carry out the selection of talent, Zhou Yang suddenly found the benefits of recruiting older employees, because these older workers, many of whom were other factory management was optimized away, have management experience, directly competent team leader no problem, to solve the problem of insufficient management personnel. In addition, Song Da's task is more difficult. He is responsible for the first batch of recruitment of at least hundreds of employees, which can be approached with the development zone, so that the development zone to recommend a group of workers. There's also the need for sanitation in the new plant, because this time the demand for cell phone orders is rather fierce. So just pack up a big plant first, and when the production line is in place, we can start production as soon as possible. The new factory employees also take the old with the new model, from the old factory to transfer over a number of old employees to help bring new employees, so that the most rapid start. After getting the keys to the new campus, Sand led the new employees and started to sanitize the new campus. Some people pulled weeds and leveled the ground. Others set up ladders to scrub the glass and mop up the dust on the floor. In short, the new factory was already in full swing with sanitation. And Zhou Yang also had an urgent task, which was to buy a medium to large cell phone production line, requiring a daily production of more than 10,000 units, so as to meet the order volume. Zhou Yang has been posting information about the purchase of cell phone production lines on various buying websites in the past few days, because new production lines are so expensive, starting from $7 to $8 million. All the funds he had on hand would have to go into it. Zhou Yang, who had already tasted the sweetness of buying a second-hand production line, set his sights on the old production line, so that he only needed to spend 60% to 70% off the price, or even lower, to buy a set of production lines. Jingle bells. On this day, Zhou Yang's cell phone rang suddenly and he received a call. Hello, are you the one seeking a cell phone line? The caller was a middle-aged man. Yes. What model is your production line? Zhou Yang asked. The other party said the model and size. Zhou Yang was interested. This is simply tailored to him, because this production line is very large, with all the staff, enough to produce more than 10,000 cell phones per day, 3 shifts, the highest production of more than 20,000 simply 10 times the productivity of their old factory. Zhou Yang immediately asked for their address. He wanted to go to the door to watch. We're right here in Deep Town. The other party reported the address. There is also an industrial city, but the location than the White Emperor can be much better. The factories there are famous enterprises at home and abroad. There is a deep town of the more core of the industrial zone. Then this is clear. The other party must be a large factory to eliminate the old equipment. On the lookout for him. Sure enough, the other party then reported the name of the factory, verifying Zhou Yang's guess that he was from Hongtu Electronics. Hongtu Group, one of the top 500 enterprises in China, is involved in a number of industries, including electronics, biology, energy and chemicals. Zhou Yang had used the daily chemicals produced by Hongtu before, although its competitiveness was limited internationally, but it was still relatively well known in China, and the advertisements for several of its products were often on TV, so the domestic masses were not unfamiliar with Hongtu. And Macro Electronics is a branch of Macro Group. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yang immediately searched for information about Hongtu Electronics, and saw that they had entered the cell phone market many years ago, and once also achieved good results in the top 3 domestic cell phone shipments. However, in the 3 years into this, because of the domestic cell phone circle of the involution, the development of Hongtu cell phone cannot keep up with the times, and gradually eliminated by the market. The 2 years reduced to other cell phone foundry, did not launch a new model of the phone, now to contact Zhou Yang to sell the production line. It seems to be ready to throw away the business of cell phones. However, while searching for macros, Zhou Yang also saw interesting news. Hongtu's boss, Lu Hongtu, is ready to retire due to his old age, and his eldest son is already taking over Hongtu's industry. In addition, Lu Hongtu's oldest daughter, recently returned from studying abroad, is also trying to take over part of the industry, so Hongtu is now in the stage of the old and new succession. No wonder it will make the move to sell the production line of cell phones. More like the Cubs sell the field, heart does not hurt. This has little to do with Zhou Yang, but he also just saw from the news a side photo of Lu Hongtu's youngest daughter, a photo of her life abroad wearing big sunglasses, and it felt like a big beauty. Sure enough, rich and powerful families usually don't have offspring that are too ugly because they can pick high-quality mates, and it was well reflected here in Hongtu little Princess Lu Xiao. Zhou Yang closed the webpage and then drove his Wuling Hongguan to the location of Hongtu Electronics. Chapter 67 Used Production Lines. Arriving at the parking lot outside of Hongtu Electronics Company, Zhou Yang got off the car and saw that what was parked here was either a big truck, or some luxury cars and BBAs, like Zhou Yang's second-hand van, which belonged to the Phoenix. But he was here to talk business, not compare cars, so he walked calmly to the doorman. After explaining his intentions, the doorman gave Zhou Yang an entry pass and then let the person in charge of the reception inside lead him in. While waiting, Zhou Yang was puzzled when he saw a familiar-looking salesman enter the Hongtu factory. Not long after, a man in a suit in his 30s came over inside and brought Zhou Yang inside. He was the one who had spoken to Zhou Yang earlier. The two men shook hands and greeted each other to introduce themselves, and the other said his name was Wang Tao. Zhou Yang saw that in the Hongtu Electronics factory, it didn't seem to be working much, and the employees were carrying some things. Are you guys transforming? Zhou Yang asked tentatively. Aha. Wang Tao didn't explain too much. Then we came to the factory. From the doorway and the slogans on the wall, we can still see the words of Hongtu cell phone, but now it has stopped working. The factory displayed 2 long production lines. Wang Tao introduced. It's these 2 daily cell phone production lines, purchased in 14 years, which together can produce up to 30,000 cell phones a day. Does it work properly? Zhou Yang asked. It's fine. We've been using it before, Wang Tao said. Zhou Yang then began to check. Although this equipment has about 8 years, but the maintenance can be foreign production. Although the price is expensive, but the materials used are not bad. Then at the request of Zhou Yang, Wang Tao turned on the equipment, conveyor belts and other slow rotation. Looking at is able to start normally. However, with the naked eye alone, it was impossible to see how well this equipment was running. But Zhou Yang had a system, so he took the opportunity to check the equipment and let the system check how well it was running, which was one of the basic functions of the super factory system. The system gave an appraisal report after inspection. 2 Nissan K2 type cell phone production lines, 70% new, some parts worn, slight failure. This system can repair. Now Zhou Yang had a number in his heart, and after checking it out, he asked the other party for an offer. These 2 production lines can be pulled back and started right away. It's not much different from the new ones. 5 million, Wang Tao said. $5 million? Zhou Yang heard and then laughed. Cell phone production line is not what is in short supply. Now spend money can be ordered. The most advanced is only a few million A. These two have been backward 8 years of second-hand production line. Actually also dare to open the price of 5 million. I guess Liang Jingru did not give them less courage. Perhaps to see him young and good to fool? Zhou Yang shook his head. He for these two production lines, quoted 1.3 million, directly cut a large part of the waste. Wang Tao immediately some annoyed, shook his head and said, you can really dare to open the price. We are Nissan's equipment. You see how well maintained. Are maintained? So many years have not had a little failure. Don't you blush when you speak? Zhou Yang looked at the other party and said with a smile. Wang Tao said, why? Our Hongtu's equipment. With absolutely no problem. Not those domestic low-end cell phone production line. Or give you a little lower. 4.9 million. Zhou Yang then said, do I have to say it? The total commitment is often jammed and stopped. Right? Isn't the failure rate of the No.2 welding gun on the high side? If it wasn't for this production line not working well, I'm afraid that someone would have taken over long ago. Right? He took the flawed places that the system told him about and told them all, completely subduing Wang Tao. Wang Tao was slightly embarrassed, and guessed in his heart that this Zhou Yang must have come prepared and found their factory workers to find out the truth. Or else how could he have said the flaws were so accurate? It seemed that he couldn't hide it anymore. He couldn't find a wrongdoer to take over, so he just had to say, then I'll give you 4.2 million, okay? This price is already not low. Zhou Yang shook his head and turned to say, soon after you bought this production line, there was a new technology. Now you only need to spend $6 or $7 million to buy the latest type of cell phone production line. Not only is the output higher, but you can also save on labor costs. Am I right? Wang Tao's mouth opened but stammered on because what Zhou Yang said was the truth. He really didn't expect that Zhou Yang, such a young man, actually knew so much about the industry, so it seemed impossible to fool him. Zhou Yang then said, your equipment is not only backward, but also the failure rate is quite high. If it's not cheaper, I'd rather spend double the money to buy new equipment. On your backward production line, I'll give you a maximum of $1.5 million. If it doesn't work, I'll leave. Zhou Yang looked at him calmly. Anyway, this price is more affordable. The opening price is not cost-effective. That is, he has a system that can be repaired. Others spend a lot of money to buy back. It is estimated that there are hundreds of thousands of dollars to be repaired up. He has a system to help with repairs and can save a lot of money on repairs. 1.5 million is also too low. No, absolutely not. Wang Tao shook his head repeatedly. Forget it then. I'm off to look at the new equipment. Zhou Yang made a move to leave. Hey, you wait first. Go up and have a cup of tea. Instead, Wang Tao called out to him and then took Zhou Yang to their office. A moment later a female employee came over and made tea for Zhou Yang, then went out. While Wang Tao asked Zhou Yang to wait for a while, he was going to ask the leader. Zhou Yang then decided to wait for him for a while and sip his tea slowly over here. Click, click, click. After a while, the sound of high heels could be heard coming from the corridor. So Zhou Yang was a bit curious. Hongtu actually allowed female employees to wear high heels to work? Is this convenient? As a result, the door opened and in came a large, tall, fair-complexioned woman. This beautiful woman was dressed in modern fashion. At first glance she thought she was a model. She had a curved willow leaf eyebrow, a small cherry mouth, a straight nose, and her features were very atmospheric. And in her 20s, her face was hung with a coldness that didn't match her age. And she was considered to be a high-cooled beauty. Are you buying a cell phone line? The high-strung beauty asked, and her voice didn't carry any warmth. Yes. As Zhou Yang replied, he suddenly felt that this eye-catching beauty looked a bit familiar, as if he had just met her there. Thinking back so much, steeply remembered. She should be the youngest daughter of the owner of the Hongtu Group, Lu Xiyo. Wearing light makeup, she looks even more photogenic than in the photo. If the full score is 10 points, it's her body, it's sloppy, no S-curve. Belongs to the type that is economical and practical. Lu Xiyo continued. Which manufacturer are you from? I'm the factory manager of BYD Electric. Zhou Yang said. BYD Electric. Lu Xiyo frowned slightly. She felt as if she had heard the name, but could not recall. Then forget it. She can remember the electrical company are Samsung, Huawei, Sony and such large enterprises. Cannot recall, collectively referred to as township enterprises. Lu Xiyo happened to be a little bit free, and decided to practice a little bit of business negotiation, to cut a good deal with this township entrepreneur. To cut a good deal. Chapter 68, Subduing the Little Princess Hongtu. A negotiation for the acquisition of a cell phone production line is underway in the Hongtu Electronics Company. Seller, Hongtu Electronics Little Princess Lu Xiyo. Buyer, Zhou Yang, the new factory manager of BYD Electric. A tug-of-war began between the two sides as words were exchanged. Isn't your asking price of 1.5 million a bit too low? We have good equipment here. Lu Xiao said. Zhou Yang returned, not low. This production line performance backward. And there are defects. Go back to the need to repair. You cannot according to the price when you buy to transfer. Now the new production line. 6 or 7 million will be very good. 4 or 5 million is not there. You second-hand elimination of the product. More than 1.5 million is really unattractive. And then more expensive, I might as well go to buy a new one. If he could buy it for 1.5 million, Zhou Yang would definitely have made a profit. But the other party would probably feel a loss. So he would need to attack the heart. Zhou Yang speculated about the situation of Lu Xiao. She just took over Hongtu Electronics. This factory is not good. There are a lot of problems. Although it is not to starve to death, but also cannot develop. The factory does not have the core competitiveness of the product. And there is a cell phone production line of this chicken ribs. Stay unprofitable. The equipment is sold as the best choice. Just they expect the price at more than 4 million. And Zhou Yang offer of 1.5 million is far away. Thinking that Lu Xiao should be eager to prove herself, Zhou Yang decided to throw in the towel. This production line is really old. If I don't want it, it's hard for you guys to get out of it. And now the business people are all refined. Not many dare to buy a second-hand production line. If you guys get out of it as early as possible, you can save a lot of labor, and also empty the plant, and be able to transform into other businesses. It's much more cost-effective than keeping the production line for a year and a half, and selling a little more money. A year and a half, sell so little more money, much more cost-effective. When Zhou Yang said this, Lu Xiao gave him an unexpected look and said intently, "You know a lot about my situation?" Zhou Yang then said, "I don't know. I just watched the news of Hongtu when I came here." If this was true, and if he could know the current situation of Hongtu Electronics after reading some news before coming here, then this analyzing and insightful ability of Zhou Yang was very strong. Lu Xiao can become the daughter of a business tycoon. Naturally, she is not a fool. She knows that if 1.5 million to sell the equipment is definitely a loss, but less that much money, at most, she will buy one less car is enough for her who grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth. It is not very caring. Lu Xiao then said, "Then tell me a reason I can accept that will allow me to sell you the production line at a low price. It's a test of skill, and it's up to you to save money on this one." After thinking about it, Zhou Yang said, "Your company sold the old cell phone production line instead of purchasing a new cell phone production line. It should have given up the cell phone business. So I guess, the field you want to enter is the small home appliance industry. It's useless to keep the cell phone production line. If you sell it one day earlier, the new equipment will be ready in the morning." As soon as Zhou Yang had finished speaking, Lu Xiao's expression had a change of surprise at that moment, although she quickly collected herself, but that moment had already revealed the fact that she had been guessed. This Lu Xiao seemed to have a city that still needed to be worked on, and was easily guessed through by Zhou Yang. "How did you know I was going to build small appliances? What was my first product? Do you know?" Lu Xiao asked with some urgency. She was worried that their Hongtu Electronics trade secrets had been leaked. Zhou Yang smiled and said, "I don't know about that. I'm not Sherlock Holmes. I can guess what project you're going to do. Anyway, all I know is that quickly clearing out the cell phone production line and having an empty plant is the best thing for you." Lu Xiao pursed her lips for a moment, then said, "That's good. As long as you tell me how you know I want to make small appliances, I'll agree to dispose of the cell phone production line to you at a low price. This one's easy." Zhou Yang snapped his fingers and then told the story. Before he has guessed, Hongtu Electronics to clean up the cell phone production line, and Zhou Yang in the door of Hongtu saw that acquaintances sales on the once came to the White Emperor sales promotion. Zhou Yang remembers that he sells some of the small electronic parts. Cell phone production line are sold. Then allow the sale of small electronic parts to enter. Then basically it is going to be a small home appliance, because air conditioners, refrigerators, and other major appliances require a separate accessory that sale doesn't offer. I see. Lu Xiao was now relieved. It turned out that there was not a leak from her side. Then there was no impact on her future products. Okay, count on you guessing correctly. Then this cell phone production line will be sold to you. Lu Xiao clicked her fingers and Wang Tao came over, ready to sign the transfer contract. In the end, she is the little princess of the Hongtu group, and this selling of equipment doesn't hurt at all. Perhaps because she thought that Zhou Yang was a bit of a skillful person, she did not leave while signing the agreement, but was climbing into a conversation with Zhou Yang. She elaborated her business philosophy, that is, only to do high-end. There is profit. She wants to become a small home appliance sector of luxury goods, the future to catch up with Huawei, Apple, so that people buy small home appliances. The first choice is her Hongtu. Zhou Yang smiled politely and praised the other party. But inwardly, he had a different opinion. High-end luxury goods, destined to have no relationship with the masses. People's first choice to think of the macro, that is certainly not high-end. In this world, the average person is the average person if you buy electrical appliances. The consideration is certainly not Samsung, Sony, Apple, Huawei, but which is cheap and durable. Is which? Look at the major e-commerce platforms of the sales list will know. Expensive stuff sells for less, and cheap is the way to go. Take cars for example. Everyone knows that Rolls-Royce and Ferrari are good, but the ones that sell the most are BYD, Volkswagen and Changan cars. This little princess, fearing that she has spent a lot of time abroad, is not quite in tune with the country, and is likely to take as a reference the level of consumption in the wealthy neighborhoods abroad where she lives. Of course, this does not mean that there is no future in doing high-end small appliances, or depends on the specific strategy. With the support of the group, maybe this little princess can succeed. After all, having a rich dad, the end of the line for many, was her starting line. When this side of the contract signed, Zhou Yang sighed to go back to let the accountant to play money. Just these 2 days can be the cell phone production line to transport back to his new factory. Because the conversation with Lu Xiao was quite opportunistic, Lu Xiao waved her hand and decided to help Zhou Yang transport the equipment to the factory. When Zhou Yang said his new factory address, Lu Xiao some doubt. That piece of industrial park that she is optimistic about but cannot take down. Actually by Zhou Yang to take down. She cannot help but re-examine Zhou Yang. Her impression of Zhou Yang. There is another background label. This Zhou Yang. There's something. What Lu Xiao thought in her heart. When Zhou Yang left, she looked through the office window, but she saw Zhou Yang getting into a Wuling Hongguang, and couldn't help but show another puzzled expression. According to her understanding, such a clear-headed, but also background of the young boss, must be a successful businessman, perhaps also a large group of sons, but the result is driving a 5-ling Hongguang, so she cannot understand. She knows those male children, rich second generation, go out are Ferrari, Porsche, the worst is Mercedes-Benz Audi, this Zhou Yang drive Wuling. There is a kind of indescribable strange. She then asked her secretary to investigate by D's bottom line, but after seeing the information, Lu Xiao's brows were screwed together. White Emperor is actually selling 288 cell phones, 99 flat panels and washing machines, and 299 electric cars. What kind of divine enterprise is this? It is actually all cottage products, and the shipments are still large. Again, she cannot understand. Lu Xiao humph admitted that he looked at the wrong person. The real ideal ambitious entrepreneurs will never go to do this cheap goods to lower grade. It seems that Zhou Yang and she is not all the way. The two enterprises, destined to go to the two extremes, one is the extreme cheap, and her ambition will be high-end. Only high-end is the future of a company that will be remembered by the world. As Lu Xiao strengthened her belief, she then ordered Wang Tao to hurry up and send the equipment away. The brand new small home appliance production line that she had ordered was about to arrive at the pier. Thus, the first meeting between BYD, which focuses on cost-effective, and Hongtu Electronics, which focuses on high-end, is over. Chapter 69 Development of Flagship Cell Phone. 2 days later, in Zhou Yang's new factory, the two newly purchased cell phone production lines were erected. Said to be a new purchase of the production line, in fact, is second-hand. Is Zhou Yang from Hongtu Electronic purchase? Picked up a bargain, only spent 1.5 million, which in the second-hand market price, at least 2.5 million yuan. Of course this number is not too auspicious, but Zhou Yang realistically saved $1 million, because BYD's new factory was so large, it could only pack up a steel structure plant first, and in the other plants, it was still dusty. This is the disadvantage of the large plant. The hygiene are not a few days to get it right. Anyway, the other plant cannot be used for the time being, so it will be put aside for the time being. The rest of the staff dormitory, as for the factory canteen, can be slowly, because to recruit some hands do not shake the meal ant. Chinese old when the master stir fryer, etc. Not a short period of time can be done. All these need logistics to recruit people. Uncle Sung Tak is now focusing on recruiting skilled workers for the cell phone production line. There is no time to take these into account, only to wait for some days, can slowly complete the logistics staff. Now the first priority is to let the production line open up as soon as possible. With the people's thirst for by D1 cell phone degree, the production line open up. That is not called the production of cell phones, can be called printing money. After Hongtu delivered the cell phone production line over, Zhou Yang activated the system's repair function when no one was around. Super factory system, cell phone K2 production line under overhaul. The system then reported the overhaul project. The software needs to be upgraded. Would have to find the manufacturer, spend money on upgrading. but the system directly refreshed the latest version of the software, saving tens of thousands of dollars. There were still several parts that needed to be replaced, which was very convenient in an industrially developed city like Deep Town. Zhou Yang just made a phone call and someone sent the same type of parts. When the delivery parts of the maintenance store master see the parts installed, the production line can run normally. He was surprised, which said that understand the emperor's company. There is a business ability is very strong maintenance master. This delivery master in Zhou Yang said, want to meet with that maintenance master? Learn a little. Can't see. Zhou Yang refused. The key was that he couldn't hand over the system. After this hiccup, the line was finally repaired, free of defects and dark diseases, and became 2 functioning lines. For a production line in this state, it is normal to pull it out now and sell it for $2 or $3 million. After 3 days of preparation, everything was ready for the new factory in Pak Tai. In terms of personnel, the new factory has joined forces with the development zone and recruited more than 300 employees, enough to run 2 production lines 24 hours a day. There were no banners, no firecrackers, no flower baskets, and the new Baidi factory started calmly. Workers in the factory started assembling the White Emperor 1 cell phone. Because most of the place is full of new workers, production didn't start out fast, with quality being the main focus. After all, the White Emperor 1 cell phone profit is very thin. Every Dubata cell phone is very hurt. So Songday asked the first week is to skillful. Quality is the first place. Blindly figure fast. The product defective rate came up. Then the loss is the credibility of the White Emperor. So with these 2 production lines, the first day's output was just over 3,000 cell phones. Zhou Yang did not urge them. Production has been completely decentralized to Songday. This is to use people, not to suspect people. Subsequently, after a week of refinement, the staff of the new factory in Baidi became proficient, and can now produce more than 15,000 cell phones a day, which greatly relieves the pressure to call for goods. It will probably take another 15 days to get through the previous backlog of unshipped pre-sale cell phone orders, and the rest will be available in large quantities to brick-and-mortar stores. Those brick-and-mortar store owners have long wanted to come to the factory with sacks of money on their backs to buy cell phones. After all, it is now difficult to sell other cell phones in brick-and-mortar stores. To the store guests, 6 or 7 out of 10 inside the door to ask if there is a White Emperor cell phone. Once the boss said no, people turn their heads and go. After all, with a 288 cell phone, the performance is not weak, so people are not in the mood to look at those cell phones that sell for more than 1,000. Seeing the shipments of the factories by D1 cell phone climbing, and by D's income rising, Zhou Yang experienced the horrible sales of cell phones. Now Whitey's other products, combined sales are not as much as cell phones, so it is clear how promising the cell phone industry is. No wonder many companies want to do cell phones. It's just that the cell phone industry is also pretty much an inside job, and you can't really mix it up without some real talent. Maybe it should be the words, would show and the forest wind will destroy. Even if the White Emperor 1 phone is so good, the price is so cheap, but there are still a lot of spammers on the internet. In the spray White Emperor 1 performance garbage, just purely rely on the system is good. Zhou Yang was speechless when he saw these comments. Could it be that the Xin new cell phone system wasn't part of the Baidi cell phone? Do you have to split the OS from the hardware? There are also spammers who say that the performance of the White Emperor 1 is too weak, and it can only compete with $1,000 machines, or by Apple and Huawei's flagship phones to the dregs. White Emperor is a cottage transformation of the enterprise. Only do low end. Zhou Yang online to see this kind of speech is very speechless. The White Emperor to solve a lot of mountainous areas, rural people's life needs, just as not for the high-end business users to prepare the product. Take others $5,000 or $6,000 of cell phones and White Emperor 1 comparison. This can also spray? Apple, Huawei's products are no longer good. That is not a large number of low-income groups can afford to consume. There is no unsuitable products, only unsuitable for the people. Hard to take the White Emperor to go and high-end electrical appliances to compare. How to count a little bit of hooliganism suspicion. However, this group of jets said that White Emperor will only do low-end. That Zhou Yang is not convinced. He is just to let more people enjoy the convenience of modern electrical products. It's not like he won't do high-end. High-end generally means better materials and services, which in human terms means expensive, at least more expensive than low-end products, and then there will be fewer users, and the majority of the country's population will not be able to benefit. But now that Whitey has products such as cell phones, TVs, washing machines, and electric cars that basically meet people's basic needs, it's time to hit the high end of the spectrum. Zhou Yang then pulled out, from the system, another cell phone drawing that he had previously obtained. That is, the drawing of the flagship model. When Zhou Yang obtained 2 drawings together, An ordinary version was made into the current White Emperor 1 cell phone, and the flagship version of the cell phone, at that time, did not have the conditions to make it, while now the conditions are in line, with a new production line on the one hand, and the experience associated with the White Emperor 1 phone, and, more importantly, with rice in his pocket now, and in order to punch a certain handful of jet-setters in the face, this flagship phone, then, has to be done. Zhou Yang first opened the drawing editing page. The most important and expensive components of a cell phone are the processor and the screen. First selected the screen size. The last time I purchased a cell phone screen, and the screen panel company's boss Wu Baoliang have a friendship. This time naturally also go to him. Boss Wu, I'm here to buy goods again, Zhou Yang said on the phone. Wu Baoliang was surprised. Is your by D1 cell phone so hot? Isn't it enough that I just sent you over 800,000 pieces? Not White Emperor 1. I'm going to work on a new model of cell phone. This time with a good screen, Zhou Yang said. Oh, Wu Baoliang feel very fresh. White Emperor he also understood, is to do cheap goods, a product as if over 300 yuan to be killed. Electric cars are 299 up, simply let a person cannot understand. This time, as soon as he opened his mouth, he said he wanted a good panel, and Wu Baoliang thought Zhou Yang was joking, but Zhou Yang's next request was no joke. I want top-of-the-line cell phone screen panels. What do you have here? Really? Wu Baoliang asked. Of course it's true. How can I have time to joke? Zhou Yang said. Since this was the case, then Wu Baoliang introduced him to his factory's latest scientific achievement, the diamond glass screen. Chapter 70 Multiple Screening. Diamond glass screen. The outer layer has passed the Swiss SGS 5-star anti-drop and drop resistant certification. Available in flat and curved sizes. 128 microcrystal and raw materials and panel processing procedures. 24 hours of high-temperature nanocrystal growth, and is created by 1600-degree platinum precious metal melting technology. Wu Baoliang said a bunch of terminology. Zhou Yang does not understand these black words of their panels. Anyway, this is the glass bull. Is their factory's best cell phone screen? Not only resistant to fall, there is a 120 Hz refresh rate. The display module is OLED, color reproduction. Anyway, this is the market can buy the absolute high-end goods. Sounds good. How much? Zhou Yang asked. Depends on the size of your phone. Wu Baoliang asked. I'll take whichever size is cheaper for you. Zhou Yang said this to Wu Baoliang amused. Actually there is such an entrepreneur. Their own cell phone size specifications can still casually change? Wu Baoliang considered it and said, well then, I'll give you the most convenient size to cut. And, as long as you can guarantee the total number of pieces to be above 1 million, I'll give you a price of 600 apiece. Zhou Yang said good guy. The price is more expensive than any of his current products, but in terms of the parameters, the screen is good. High-end cell phone must. Alright, it's a deal. I'll reserve 1 million tablets first, and we'll see about the sales afterward. Zhou Yang said. No problem. The usual rules apply. Start production when the deposit arrives. Okay. The two briefly agreed. So now that the screen size is finalized, it's time to pick a processor. The current processor of the flagship cell phone is Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 and Tianbui 9200 is the main. Of course, before the launch of the old model chip is cheaper, but Zhou Yang this time is to do the flagship. Of course, choose the latest processor, in order to reflect the flagship of the tone. However, if you want to test the chips, you have to actually order both and perform various tests. However, Zhou Yang, who possessed the super factory system, didn't need to go through so much trouble. The system registered the information of all the parts currently on sale, so he could directly select the processor model, and then in the editing interface, he could simulate the operation. Zhou Yang first of all the other accessories that should have, all in the simulation run to check, such as under-screen fingerprints, face, advanced Leica camera, Dolby certified speakers, multi-microphone and so on. Anyway, other flagship models have the configuration. Zhou Yang this flagship, have all. After all the other configurations were determined, Zhou Yang chose the most commonly used Snapdragon brand, 8 Gen 2 processor to give selected. This flagship configuration took off in a straight line, and the simulation runs all kinds of large software, proto-god games, etc., with little pressure. After all, this is the most advanced chip now, so as long as the software or games on the market, it will certainly be able to run. The simulation interface then went to work, starting with a score, then various basic calculations, and a pressurized test, with several software programs on at once, taking turns roasting the machine. After some testing, the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 is excellent in all aspects of performance, but the temperature is slightly higher. Under load work, there are more than 40 degrees, and it will feel warm to the touch. Overall, the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 is fully up to snuff. It's up to the Tengwin 9200 to perform. After the processor is ticked for the Tengui's 9200, go through the same process that was repeated before. A comparison of the two processors, in the score above. Tengui 9200 slightly inferior to the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, but other performance, really do not lag behind too much, and there are several aspects, but ahead of the Snapdragon. After testing, these two processors are capable of the new flagship phone. The following depends on which price is powerful. Zhou Yang to find a dealer to inquire. This Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 is now the hottest processor. In short supply, want to buy also need to wait a while. After all, manufacturers are prioritizing the supply of previous cooperation relations with large customers. Zhou Yang this side do not want to a few million tablets. Maybe people do not pay attention to it, and the price of are running to $1,000 to go. In contrast, Tiangui 9200 because of the use of fewer manufacturers, so there is a spot. Also cheaper than Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 more than $100. If you want more, the price can be negotiated again. The most suitable for the pursuit of cost-effective Zhou Yang. That's why Zhou Yang decided to go with the Tengui 9200 as the processor for his flagship phone. Then the storage configuration. 8 plus 256 is the initial configuration, because now the WeChat QQ not moving dozens of G. High-definition video and photos, is also quite space-consuming. 128 GB storage capacity, really not enough to see. And they're all flagships now, and the people who buy them have some financial means, so a 256G storage capacity, which is twice as expensive as 128G, is the optimal solution. Then there's also the 10 plus 512G storage configuration, and for special people there's also the top version, with 12 GB of RAM plus 1 TB of storage, but that's going to be quite a bit more expensive. To this point, the storage components become a part of the cost cannot be ignored. Many people use Samsung, Hynix and other brand name products, and Zhou Yang is not superstitious foreign products. The domestic Yangtze River storage is good, or domestic assured that it will not be necked. Zhou Yang on the simulation table test. The performance of the Yangtze River storage, not much behind the foreign big names. Completely enough, the most critical, is cheap. Zhou Yang immediately called the Yangtze River storage, said his needs. The other party's sales staff is very important. Heard that he is the director of the White Emperor factory. Actually know the name of the White Emperor. Not only sent Zhou Yang commodity information, but also will send a professional technician to the White Emperor factory detailed interview, and even according to the configuration of the cell phone, to provide customized solutions. With such a service attitude, Zhou Yang feels very comfortable. Then no surprise, it will choose the Yangtze River storage products. With the three major components taken care of, the cost of this phone has soared to more than $1,000, and this flagship phone is not destined to be the cheap price it used to be. The subsequent important configuration is the battery. The previous by D1 phone was criticized by many for having a small 2800 mAh battery for cost reasons. Then this flagship phone ready to raise eyebrows. The battery is going to be extravagant, at least 4500 mAh starting. When the other configurations are finalized, the remaining space, all piled into the battery, so that the life a little longer. But this will face a problem, since the ancient thin and light in battery life is like a fish and a bear's paw cannot be both. Want a cell phone thin and light? It is necessary to small battery. Want a battery life, battery capacity to get up? Then the phone is naturally thick and heavy. Zhou Yang then pondered, this flagship phone of his, what kind of audience? Does it cater to the female demographic, or the high-end business crowd? First of all, targeting the high-end business crowd is definitely not an option. The White Emperor flagship phone, which is surely at least half or more cheaper than flagship phones from other brands, is not the least bit appealing to the part of the population that is looking for a brand name. Even if the White Emperor is cheaper, most fruit fans will still buy Apple. Huawei fans will still buy thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars of Huawei cell phones. These people need thin and light fashion-oriented, and supporting ecological. These people are not the White Emperor's customers. As for the women's group, Zhou Yang, who was a bit of a straight man, really didn't understand it. So he would need to do a bit of research. There are quite a few female workers in the old factory office, so Zhou Yang asked them about the demand for high-end cell phones. Chapter 71, White Emperor 1 Pro. Ma, the office lady, then said that high-end machines were too expensive for her to buy. Some other big sisters in their 40s, basically said not to buy. They are all models of thrift and frugality. The White Emperor 1 phone is enough. They do not have any demand for high-end phones. After all, the flagship cannot make them concubinage less cut. I like to look good. This is the answer of the art worker Zhang Yisun. She is for the phone. The first focus on the appearance. Then the system is smooth. She is now using the Apple 13. Zhou Yang looked around. In this office of his own, there is no target group of flagships, then automatically ignored. Zhou Yang is again in various groups, asking fellow women what they want when shopping for a cell phone. Their answers were varied, but the most common was that they preferred Apple and considered all other cell phones to be miscellaneous, which accounted for more than half of them. The rest is pretty much the same as Chang, asking for good looks, thin and light, and a system that doesn't lag, can play games, etc. After such an investigation, Zhou Yang found out, it seems that his by D flagship machine, destined to have no relationship with the female group, then simply ignore their needs and focus on making straight men special machine. After a day of research, Zhou Yang figured out that the people who can buy his by D flagship is the pursuit of the ultimate cost-effective, and do not care about the brand, or high-performance cell phone is just a need. But the shy crowd, they need is to be good performance, cheap, then do something on these 2 points. Zhou Yang decided to give up lightness and style and give the battery a bigger size. When all the other accessories are finalized, an L-shaped vacancy is left in the internal space of the phone. Then it can all be turned into a battery. This would require customization with the battery factory. Contacted several battery manufacturers, of which Nuashi to Zhou Yang's best impression. They are professional enough, but also enthusiastic, and to provide a full set of lithium battery solutions, as well as a special charging head, the highest support for 120W fast charging, and the same configuration. The battery is the most thin and light. Zhou Yang then found them and stated his demands, and after they evaluated the situation, they were able to solve it completely, and they were able to make the cell phone's battery capacity to 5,200 mAh, which is higher than many flagships. It's just custom batteries, which are a bit more expensive. There's nothing wrong with this. Zhou Yang's flagship phone, which was already overpriced, isn't too bad. In addition, Nosh also promises that with enough orders, they are giving away free matching clear phone cases. This way Zhou Yang did not have to order the factory-given phone case separately, saving another amount of money. So Zhou Yang placed an order for 1 million pieces on the spot, and will renew the order at his discretion in the future, depending on the volume of the order. With that, Zhou Yang took a more favorable price. All that's left is a few small parts in the case, which is made of glass this time around, as this is cheaper and a staple of flagships. If it is made of vegan leather or ceramic, then the price is very high, and the high-end models are more suitable. And Whitey's main price performance models on the ceramic shell, it is a bit of a headache, so the ordinary glass material will be enough. This casing, which references the design of the iPhone, has an aluminum bezel while the back is glass, which looks a bit square, and with the high-end diamond glass screen, the whole thing has a chunky feel to it, which is in line with industrial aesthetics. As for the drawback of the slightly heavier weight, that's for range considerations and will have to be sacrificed. Zhou Yang thought that this would be fine. At least it fit his straight male aesthetic, so he tapped the confirmation button. System, flagship cell phone design successful. Please name it. Zhou Yang thought about it. Before the normal version was called White Emperor 1, so the flagship phone will add a suffix and be called White Emperor 1 Pro, so it's easy to remember. System, White Emperor 1 Pro phone named successfully, triggering a lucky strike, rewarding one set of shell molds. I didn't realize it was coming out of the storm again, so I'll be able to save some money on this one. Zhou Yang immediately handed over the drawings to Uncle Songde. The injection molding process was opened first, small parts were produced, and when the battery, processor, and screen arrived, assembly could begin. Well, here's another new product. Uncle Songde is very happy. This side of the White Emperor 1 cell phone is still in full swing sales. This came another flagship cell phone, that is sure to also sell like hemp. How much is this cell phone selling for? Sond questioned a bit. Zhou Yang is also considering. After accounting, the cost of this cell phone alone will be 1,900, becoming the first expensive product of BYD Electric. According to normal profit margins, this phone sells for $2,499, or $2,999. It's an absolute killer. The flagship models of other brands on the market, with similar configurations, start at 5,000, and some even sell for 6, 7, 8,000. So White Emperor has enough competitiveness as long as the price is low enough. In the market, Zhou Yang thought about it, but decided to give consumers a profit, to carry out the route that White Emperor Electric has always been, that is, affordable. In the end, he decided to make less money with the White Emperor 1 Pro phone, which starts at $1,999 for the 8 plus 256G configuration, with the other configurations being $2, $599 for the 10 plus 512G and $3.299 for the 12 plus 1 TB version. Price growth or stored money. The cost price to consumers. Zhou Yang that a cell phone to earn 100 or so is enough. Whitey not to make money. just for consumers can use a good phone. Song to look at such a good configuration. Only to buy from 1999, said straight good boy. This is enough for other enterprises to drink a pot. The future of high-priced low-capacity cell phones will not be able to sell. Subsequently, the new Whitey factory, in addition to being in the production of the Whitey 1 cell phone, is in the pipeline for the production of the Whitey 1 Pro cell phone production. And this time Joe Yang did not publicize the new phone too early. The purpose is to give everyone a surprise. At the same time, the domestic cell phone Pineapple Research Institute, a group of technicians are discussing with the boss. And their discussion topic is only one. And that is the White Emperor 1 cell phone. Pineapple is a brand that focuses on low-end cell phones in China. The most expensive phone only sells for 3,000 yuan. Just rely on cheap to seize the market. Although the workmanship and quality is a little bit worse, but Pineapple's phone is cheap. The sales are not bad, not only in the domestic and Redmi and other low-end brands to seize the market, but also in foreign countries have a certain amount of sales. Pineapple is known as the returners because of the quality of their cell phones, meaning that their phones are often returned to the factory for repairs. There are also netizens flirting with the idea that there are apples in foreign countries and pineapples in China, but it's hard to hide the fact that Pineapple cell phones sell well, and their top-selling model, the $499 low-end model Pineapple 10A phone, used to be the main choice for a lot of people who didn't have much of a budget. However, since a month ago, the Pineapple phone has suddenly met a formidable enemy in the form of the White Emperor 1 phone. Originally no one thought this $288 phone could make much of a splash, but the result was surprising to everyone, as the BYD-1 quickly seized the low-end cell phone market and became the preferred model under $1,500. Pineapple's cell phone sales have suffered greatly. This month basically did not sell much. The warehouse is full of dealer returns. The backlog is serious. Now they're all about researching the White Emperor 1 phone for a reverse crack to build a phone that's as cheap and good as the White Emperor 1 to take back the market. However, when unwrapping the White Emperor 1 cell phone, they were a bit dumbfounded. It was decidedly different from the cottage cell phone they had imagined. Chapter 72 Positively Hardcore Pineapple Cell Phone. In front of the technicians of the Pineapple Cell Phone Company is a cell phone with a sophisticated internal structure, a reasonable layout, and with accessories that are seriously behind the times. The White Emperor 1 cell phone is just so weird. The internal structure is very unique. It can be seen that it has gone through a sophisticated design and must have invested a lot of R&D expenses. Yet the accessories used are all of the cheap and outdated kind, which is like a Lamborghini's engine with a triplex casing, which is unfathomable to the people. These complex and elaborate circuits make it clear that the Emperor 1 phone is perfectly capable of being a high-end phone. So why did it have to make a $288 phone to mess with the low-end market? What a shitstirrer. The owner of Pineapple then cursed because of the White Emperor 1 phone, which has seriously affected companies like them that specialize in low-end phones. Look at the BYD-1 cell phone that climbing sales. If they do not make a timely response, I am afraid that this is going to be a major injury. Maybe half a year to play finished. Nothing made sells. There is no payback or cash flow. And that is a precursor to the company's collapse. Come on, build me a cell phone that, according to Whitey 1, is better than them and cheaper. The owner of Pineapple issued an order. This boss does not know the technology. Is a cell electronic component started big money? Then did BB machine, did small smartphone and DVD, and now into the cell phone industry. He just smashed the money to let the underlings of the technicians to do it, and generally are imitating peers. See whose cell phone is good. They plagiarized over the advantages. Make their own cell phone. By some methods, Pineapple Mobile is the one that is a cottage phone manufacturer. But according to the owner's words, the domestic crowd is greedy for cheap, so the phone has to be made cheap enough for people to buy it, and that's what they've been doing. And although they've been caught up in the plagiarism fiasco time and time again, they're selling their phones cheaply enough, and the benefits are okay, so they're surviving the competition in the market. But not since last month, when the Whitey 1 phone came out of nowhere, selling cheaper than the Pineapple phone and crushing the performance by a large margin. Their lowest-end phone sells for $499, but only 32 GB of storage. Slightly installed a few software on the space, and running a software or two will start to card. Basically cannot perform a variety of applications. Open a taba are more than 10 seconds. Belong to the passive quitting the net artifacts. Some parents want to wean their kids off the internet, so they buy them Pineapple phones, which basically don't play any of the bigger games, and are even disliked by their kids, who are calling Pineapple phones garbage. Not even bricks. But kids don't have the money to spend after all, and although it offended the next generation, the Pineapple phone sold just fine and was approved by some parents. But now it does not. With the White Emperor 1 cell phone, Pineapple cell phone sales are chopped from the ankles. Even those who want to buy quit the net gods of parents also do not want to spend money in vain. because the White Emperor 1 cell phone system comes with a parental mode set up. The child can only be used to learn to look up the information, cannot play the game, which cut off the Pineapple cell phone the last advantage of an advantage. After the Pineapple boss gave a dead order, the technician this time crazy overtime research. This circuit layout can be referred to imitate spare parts with the same or worse, but the price is still 300 yuan. The cost price is higher than the other's selling price. The running score is still at a disadvantage. This is still how to get. When this result was reported to the Pineapple boss, the boss was furious. Everyone else can do it well. Why can't you do it well? The technician trembled and said, even with the same configuration, it is far worse than the White Emperor 1 phone, because the other party's system is better than Android and optimized for performance. Unless we also use the Xian new system, the performance is just going to be more than 20 behind. Then how did they research the system? A small factory has a self-developed system. You can't research a system out of it? The big boss was slapping the table and cursing. The technician's expression was helpless, thinking that they were hardware engineers. If they had the ability to write software, would they still need to stay at Pineapple Mobile? They would have been poached by Apple and Huawei long ago. Anyway, the fact is in front of us. Even if the same configuration as the White Emperor 1, the performance is to be fully behind, and the price is also higher by at least $50. That is basically equivalent to not making money. That bunch of hangers-on users, they won't buy it for $1 more. You guys go back and change it. Make sure you keep the cost under 200 so we can sell it for about 260 and have a chance to bounce back. Don't look at only $20 cheaper, but it is enough to attract others to order. After all, the Pineapple boss thinks that he understands human nature the most. The people will surely covet this $20-odd cheaper and choose his Pineapple phone. In this way, the Pineapple cell phone engineering staff, continuous overnight for many days, finally designed a castrated version of the phone. The performance is very monstrous. With a short period of time will be lagging. Then the White Emperor 1 cell phone can be much worse. But the Pineapple cell phone personnel speculation. In order to allow users to 7 days without reason not to refund the time, they have produced a few special versions of the software, which are very fast version, which is a lot less functional than the normal software, which is less demanding on the configuration. It is fast, and it seems smooth. These software are extreme edition. That is, a lot less features than the normal software. The configuration requirements are not high. The use of fast, and also seems to be smooth. But as soon as you download normal software, that Pineapple phone shows its true colors. But it cannot be helped. The big boss set up a simply impossible task. The following employees in order to keep their jobs. They can only think of crooked ways. So the Pineapple Cyclone phone, meaning that this is called the Pineapple Cyclone series of cell phones, will be like a whirlwind, sweeping the country. Pineapple had high hopes for the Cyclone series of phones, so they advertised a lot and spent a lot of money. And they were a bit blindsided by the White Emperor 1, so they threw their weight behind it and decided they had to grab the low-end market. While Pineapple Mobile chose a speculative approach to tough it out in the face of such a strong rival as BaiD, other cell phone brands, faced with BaiD, had different ways of dealing with it. For example, also take the cost-effective route of the Red Rice brand, also encountered the dilemma of the low-end machine cannot be sold. White Emperor 1 cell phone price then they are lower than a few hundred, or even more than 1,000. The use of the experience is almost the same, resulting in a sharp decline in the sales of the Red Rice phone. In order to get out of the dilemma, Red Rice decided to cut off the models below 1,000 yuan, and then at the same time of a significant price reduction, only to retain a few models above 2,000 yuan. These models can be high quality to play some large games, but also with the home brand's other machines. The formation of linkage, such as smart home, etc., which is the advantage of a separate cell phone of the White Emperor does not have. So there is still a certain amount of the market for the time being. In addition, Glory, Oppo and other brands are temporarily stopped the development of low-end models, focusing on the middle and high-end of the phone. Since they also disassembled the White Emperor 1 phone and found that they couldn't really roll with the low-end, they had to shift their battle lines and observe for a while. After all, the analysts of these phones believe that a phone with the same performance and price as the White Emperor 1 phone must have done simulations for them at a loss. Even if they make the same phone as the White Emperor 1, then the cost will have to go up to more than 300 yuan. After all, they are a big company. They have to add the research and development and give the franchisee share, and also a lot of advertising costs. And they don't believe that Whitey has been selling them at close to cost and will definitely raise the price afterward. They just need to drop the price to sell out the low-end models, and when Whitey can't hold out, they'll turn around and make the low-end ones. As for Huawei, they don't have any influence. After all, the price of their cell phones and accessories are the highest level in the country. The customer base and the White Emperor are completely staggered. The White Emperor won cell phone, even if it is a free gift, but also does not delay them to sell their products. Hongming's Internet of Everything is too powerful. The current summary is that most of the cell phone companies, in the contraction of the battle line to remain on the sidelines, while only the Pineapple cell phone chose to release a new model head-on hard. Cell phone companies are now watching the outcome of this direct showdown, which will affect the decisions of manufacturers across the cell phone world. Chapter 73, Pineapple cell phone really doesn't work. Pineapple cell phone in order to harden the White Emperor, down the blood, with their own production line, full production of Whirlwind model cell phone, and just produced, the whole network big publicity, caused a certain impact. The well-known cell phone manufacturer, Pineapple, has come out with another main affordable Whirlwind smartphone. The lowest configuration is priced at only a staggering 268 yuan, which can be compared to the Small Fire a while ago. The White Emperor 1 cell phone is still cheaper than the whole 20 yuan of money, which has really opened up a new era of the cell phone in the scroll. Pineapple cell phone. Unexpectedly good. Now really times have changed. Consecutively there are Pineapple and White Emperor, have launched extreme cheap cell phone models, to meet people's basic communication needs, but comprehensive use. I still first Pineapple cell phone. After all, Pineapple Company focus on cell phones, has a history of 8 years. There is the heritage. At the same time, the internet is almost entirely in the Pineapple, said the new Whirlwind series of cell phones. How good? The discerning know that these professional digital review bloggers, or a personal user, are recharged. That is, receive the Pineapple's benefits. Of course, fierce praise Pineapple cell phone. Smart people won't fall for it, but inevitably some people who don't know much about cell phones see these promotional videos and then opt for the lower priced Pineapple phone. Then they fell for it. Pineapple spin phone with a variety of minor problems. The use of inexplicable hot, stuck reboot, small memory, signal instability and so on endless. This is all because of the Pineapple spin cell phone, with poorer parts. In order to reduce the cost, they ignored the quality. What a piece of crap cell phone. It's far worse than the White Emperor 1. These first batch of users who were fooled into buying a Pineapple cell phone, one by one, they all yelled to return the product, but some people returned successfully. More people were unpacked, have been activated and other reasons, was refused to return the product, become a wrongdoer. Pineapple cell phone can only be thrown to the home of the elderly to use. The internet began to criticize the Pineapple phone one after another, but the Pineapple phone does not think properly to improve the quality, but use the old way, spend money to hire a group of water army. Said online that those who say the Pineapple phone is not good are small black people. Are the White Emperor hired water army? Really backwards. This makes the internet real and fake, and no one can figure out which one is better or worse. So the really serious tech bloggers showed up. Hammer Tech is at least a big account. They also advertise, but always truthfully. If the product is bad, then they don't take ads, lest they flop. Online bloggers sell their conscience for a little money, bring in goods to sell fake wine, and call black white, something that is commonplace, gaining short-term benefits at the expense of their own reputation. So although Hammer Technology also received the Pineapple phone promoter order, but after they reviewed the phone, found that the phone does not work. A lot of places in the design defects, glitches, thieves, they refused to promote. Then the online drama intensified and Hammer Tech was pushed by fans to do a side-by-side comparison of the two phones, the White Emperor 1 and the Pineapple Cyclone. The head of Hammer Technology, Wang Sledgehammer, felt that this is a good issue of content. In the past they do high-end products, this time involving low-end models, but also can try. After all, he is very impressed with the White Emperor cell phone, refreshed his cognition of low-end cell phones. The original 288 yuan of cell phones can also do so strong. Both phones were now in stock online, so Wang Sledgehammer purchased a new one for both. Now since BYD has a new plant, production has been stretched to its full capacity, with more than 20,000 cell phones being produced a day, reaching an all-time high, because of the good quality of the product, cost-effective, and therefore welcomed by the market. The sales of this second month on the market, even more rapid than the first month, basically selling more than 10,000 units a day. And this is still able to check the sales data in the 3 online stores. There are more. Some offline entity store owners directly purchased the White Emperor cell phone offline store. How much this offline sales? There is no information to check, so analysts conservatively estimate that this month's sales of BYD-1 cell phone should be able to break through more than 600,000 units. Think about it, is scary. In addition to some of the top international cell phone manufacturers, such as Apple, Huawei, etc., there are almost no few cell phones than the BYD sales of the higher model. Some people on the internet are also guessing how long Whitey can actually hold out. Because people generally feel that the smartphone to 288 yuan, White Emperor is losing money to make a profit. It is impossible to last. The future will certainly raise prices. It's with this argument in mind that HammerTech has released their review video. Hello viewers, I'm Wang Sledgehammer, and today we're here to review two special cell phones, because together, neither of them is over $600. Wang Sledgehammer then took out both cell phones and compared them, cooperating with his partner. It was still Hammer Technology's leading leg model, Leggy Beauty. Today she wore meat silk, looking even more charming, and a number of viewers began to lick the screen. This White Emperor cell phone, I remember. It's very good, Legs said. Yes. Then this time it's up against the newly launched Pineapple Cyclone cell phone. Wang Sledgehammer took out both kinds of cell phones and began to unpack them with Legs. In terms of the casing, it's the White Emperor's design that looks a little better, with the 9 heavenly creatures on it being very durable. After unpacking, both phones have the same giveaway, only a charger, but after testing, the charger of the Pineapple phone has a power of only 5 volts and 1 amp, which makes Wang Sledgehammer spit out a sentence. This is the old charger of the Apple is appropriated over it. This charger definitely doesn't charge as fast as the 18W Whitey. Then came the boot up speed, and once again the Pineapple was finished, about 10 seconds slower than the White Emperor phone. However, it is the test of the smoothness of use. At first glance, swiping back and forth across the screen makes both look similar, but it's clear to see that the system animations on the Whittier One phone are smoother, so it looks a little bit better for the senses. But the in-depth review reveals the problem. The two phones are first of all, in terms of configuration, it is the White Emperor One phone that is better. This Pineapple Cyclone cell phone, in the purchase page of the details of the introduction, are ambiguous, did not explicitly say with what accessories. The results of the Wang Sledgehammer with a professional software test found that the Pineapple cell phone are 6 or 7 years ago elimination of the pieces. This kind of pieces are surely no new goods. Do not know where the Pineapple company from the amassing of the replacement. Running the scores, it's also the Whitey one that wins. Then there is the screen. The two phones play a Blu-ray movie at the same time. The White Emperor one normal playback. However, the Pineapple phone actually occasionally stuck a little bit. The screen refresh rate is only 45 Hz. It's outrageous. Actually, even the movie cannot be viewed normally. See, a long time the eyes are not comfortable. This Pineapple phone sucks, doesn't it? Legs can't even look at it. She wants to download the original God to try, but she remembers that the White Emperor One phone, the original God, is able to open the low and medium picture quality. Wang Sledgehammer then had no hope for the Pineapple phone, because with its weak configuration, it was doomed to not be able to play ProtoGod, and none of it met the minimum requirements of ProtoGod. Sure enough, after downloading ProtoGod, the login screen was stuck unlike anything else. Only a few frames, couldn't play at all, even with the lowest quality, still only a few frames, and even got stuck straight away, needing to reboot. It's safe to say that with the Pineapple Cyclone phone, you won't be able to play medium to large games, including ProtoGod. It's also just enough to play little games like Connect the Dots and Zuma. Hammer, this Pineapple phone really doesn't work. Legs threw the Pineapple phone on the table in disgust. Wang Sledgehammer said bitterly that this Pineapple phone is indeed quite a crotch puller, and the range is not as good as the White Emperor, and the signal is also weak. Then Wang Sledgehammer gives a fair assessment that the Pineapple Cyclone phone is behind the White Emperor one except for the price, and there's no need to ruin the experience just to save $20. As a result, as soon as this video was posted, people went side to side to spray the Pineapple cell phone, making the Pineapple cell phone very passive, because the Pineapple phone really does not work. There are numerous heart injuries, so that the Pineapple water army cannot even wash. Word of mouth and sales double collapse. Launched the Pineapple Whirlwind cell phone is intended to grab the market. The result is sold a few thousand. It cannot be sold. A lot of people buy and use does not work to return. The key in the White Emperor One cell phone then a very obvious gap. We all know which one to choose. This makes the Pineapple cell phone boss blood pressure soared. Looking at a pile of backlog products in the warehouse, a Pineapple company cannot think of a way to change the status quo. Then it is estimated that 2 months after the closure of the company, because the staff will not be able to pay wages, you can't ask your boss to sell your car or house just to make payroll. Just as Pineapple was thinking of various ways to break the game, the official White Emperor cell phone suddenly sent out a message that they were going to open a new cell phone conference online over the weekend. They're releasing new products? This gives Pineapple owners hope. BYD must have lost money and couldn't sell it anymore. They want to publish more expensive phones so that they take the opportunity to discontinue the production of the BYD One phone, so that people can only go and buy the expensive phones, so that they can achieve the purpose of making money. The Pineapple boss felt that he had seen it all. and he had sent someone to inquire about the situation in the vicinity of the Bitey plant, so perhaps this time was the time for them to turn over a new leaf. As long as Whitey makes an overpriced phone and raises the price of the Whitey 1 phone or takes it off the shelves, the Pineapple phone will still be the cheapest phone on the market. So Pineapple's salesman set out quietly to get information around the Whitey factory. Chapter 74. The salesman of the Pineapple Company, like a secret agent, came outside the White Emperor factory, and when he saw the huge factory inside, he wanted to go in and explore the reality. So he went to the doorway and got close to an older security guard inside who was in his 40s. "Big brother, ask about something." The 30-year-old salesman skillfully handed over a lilac. "You say." The security uncle was happy, but he didn't want the cigarettes because the factory had rules. White Emperor Company treats everyone equally, and the security guards' wages are higher than those paid elsewhere. But high wages mean high requirements, and the rules here are strict. You can't play with your cell phone at work, you can't accept other people's favors, and you'll be fired for violating them. At such an old age, it is rare to find this job with a good salary. So the security uncles treasure their positions and refuse to accept favors, even if it's just a cigarette. "I'd like to come work here, do you think it's okay?" the salesman asked. As long as he could blend in and work in the factory for a few days, then he'd be able to get a feel for Whitey's intelligence. He's playing the infernal game here. "How old are you, seeing as you're only 30, right?" the security uncle asked. "Yeah, I'm just 30 and I've worked in a cell phone factory before." "Skilled labor." The salesman grinned, looking like he was honest and loyal, and that he was being recruited solidly this time. "That won't work. We only hire over 35 here. Ask elsewhere," the security uncle said. "Ha?" The salesman was dismayed because he only knew that Whitey's cell phones were sold cheaply, but he didn't know their rules for recruiting. When learned that the White Emperor only recruit employees over the age of 35, the salesman said in his heart, strange, the world actually have such a business. Net pick up other people do not want workers. But then he thought, could this be the secret to the low price of Whitey's cell phone? The salesman was as happy at the moment as Newton was when he discovered the law of gravity, and he was so happy all of a sudden that he took this insight to heart and went back to his boss to suggest that their Pineapple Company also recruit more older employees. The older employees are all underpaid. The younger workers who are paid 5,000 are too much, and those older guys who are given 3,000 are probably going to grab it. When wages are low, cell phone costs are low, so I guess that's how Whitey saves money. Needless to say, the businessman piped up to a smug conclusion. He then sidetracked and asked for news of Whitey's new cell phone. As a result, the security guard was instantly alerted and asked what he was doing, and informed their security chief. The salesman, seeing that he was exposed, rushed away. He then staked out the factory, and when he saw an employee leaving work, he went around and slipped a few $100s to buy information on the other side. People over 100, all kinds of colors, White Emperor's employees, not all moral standard bearer. Some people resisted the temptation, but some workers itched for these few big bills. They quietly collected, and then told the secret he knew. "We are producing a new kind of cell phone that looks quite advanced, said to be a flagship," said a certain eaten-up employee of the White Emperor. The Pineapple Company salesman was immediately interested. Let him say in detail. "The configuration. The selling price is how much?" White Emperor inside ghost employees then said. "I do not road these I do not understand. I am the back road. The front of the phone has been installed. I am in the back of the shell. I do not know what configuration. I do not know how much money. Cell phones are assembly lines, so some of the less educated employees only know how to do their jobs, but not the exact configuration. You go back and ask around. Find out the configuration, and any other intel, and I'll give you that number," said the salesman holding up 2 fingers. Whitey's employees were so impressed that they decided to go back and check it out. By the time he got to work the next day, this by D employee, while assembling, went to ask the veterans of the other processes what configuration the phone was using. What are you asking for?" The older employees were more alert. They were all signing confidentiality agreements. Some secrets could not be talked about. "Nothing, just asking." This mole asked. "It's a high-end phone anyway." The older employee didn't really want to talk about it. Vaguely, this insider employee was not dead set on it, and with intent, he did manage to pry some information out of him. He saw the names of the main accessories, the Tengui's 9200 and the diamond glass screen, from the top of some material packaging. He was so impressed that he proceeded to tell the Pineapple Company salesman. "What about the selling price? Any idea?" the salesman asked excitedly. "I don't know. The pricing is only known to the plant manager. He doesn't announce it until the end," the mole said. There was no more news, but the salesman sent back to the factory the approximate configuration of the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone. When the pineapple boss heard that Baidu's new cell phone actually took the high-end route, after using the Tiangue 9200, then guess the price will not be lower than 3,500. Even if Baidu's cell phone is cheap, then it is also more than 3,000, which happens to be perfectly staggered with their pineapple's low-end product line. And he was relieved. White Emperor, this belongs to the self-defeating martial arts. Do not go to do a good job of low-end cell phone, in favor of going to go and big manufacturers to roll high-end. Sooner or later by the big manufacturers to roll dead. Now the pineapple boss is resting on his laurels, slowly selling his pineapple Cyclone cell phones and just waiting for Whitey to self-destruct. Just as the pineapple cell phone let down its guard, Zhou Yang's side was ready for the new product launch, relying on the fame that Baidu One cell phone had recently made. Baidu had already gained popularity in the industry, and now that Zhou Yang had said online that he was going to hold a new product launch, there were already offline media making reservations, who were going to come to cover the event and be the first to go to press. As long as the media has paid attention to the White Emperor, no, White Emperor every product are skillful, amazing, cheap to burst. On the contrary, the quality is not bad, not to mention the nationwide best-selling Baidu cell phone, just a simple washing machine, have been sought after inside the mountain villages. Some people even a family to buy 2 units, because winter is coming, the water is too cold hands, and with Whitey washing machine, those women who do farm work comrades, no longer need to dip into the cold water, hurt hands frostbite, 2 washing machines, a washing clothes, a dishwashing dishes all around, this quality of life all of a sudden up. Whitey then became famous as one of the favorite appliances of mountain housewives. Now the mountain residents' mouth. Whitey is the first Tide brand, and brand loyalty is very high. As long as they can use the Whitey products, the first to buy and then use it is correct. So this made Baidu's fame, without realizing it, start to spread. Whitey is a unique presence in the rural market, and there are places where residents only recognize Whitey. When the people are after Whitey, that means visibility, and the media will naturally go after it. Jiang Shuji, as the earliest media to come to Baidu for interviews, had a good friendship with Zhou Yang, and this time when Baidu was going to release a new cell phone, she was the first to sign up for it. However, this time the phone, Zhou Yang, has been kept secret. Even Jiang Shuji did not tell the inside story, so that everyone only knows that this is a flagship with superb performance, but how much it is priced is still unknown. All the way to the day of the launch, Zhou Yang held the launch in the office building of the new factory. The new factory building is just pack out a room, can be used as an auditorium, so in this newly arranged auditorium, Zhou Yang held a conference. For this launch, there's just one phone. Various media reporters, who had already set up their cameras and camcorders, were waiting for Zhou Yang to announce the information. At this time, the office elder sister had already set up the cell phone for live broadcasting, and this time, the White Emperor cell phone launch would be broadcast live on the whole network. When Zhou Yang walked out and waved his hand, in the live broadcast room, there were surprisingly a lot of people calling to send gifts. Without realizing it, Baidu already had a group of fans online. Everyone was staring at the screen at the moment, waiting for Zhou Yang to announce the parameters of the new phone. They believed that this new cell phone from Baidu would once again send shockwaves through the industry. Chapter 75, Amazing Configurations. Hello friends, hello media comrades. Thank you for coming to the new White Emperor One Pro cell phone conference. I'm the host Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang began to do the opening speech, and then he did not ink, in order to save money, not even a short promotional video, directly on the parameters. Although the White Emperor One cell phone sales are not bad, last month there were hundreds of thousands of sales, but its ordinary configuration, for everyone to criticize, then this company learned from the bitter experience, decided to develop the White Emperor One Pro flagship cell phone, with the latest configuration, to create the Xian new machine king. Haha, as soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, the reporters at the scene and the viewers in front of the screen laughed. Maybe outsiders don't get the joke, but those who follow the cell phone world know that the bosses of certain cell phone manufacturers just love to call their flagship phones Android royalty. Then White Emperor cell phone self-developed Xian female operating system, currently only White Emperor cell phone in use, so no matter what the configuration, called it Xian female emperor has no problem, which is a bit of flirtation with the meaning of friendly business. Then Zhou Yang announced the processor configuration, the Tiangue 9200. The following reporter exchanged words. Did not think that the White Emperor One Pro cell phone is a Tiangue party. Now the general flagship cell phone is Snapdragon processor. White Emperor flagship with Tiangue. That is excluded from the mainstream cell phone. Some customers recognize Snapdragon, that the other brand processor is a miscellaneous brand, so it will lose a part of the customer. This is now the audience of the live broadcast, but also cannot help but worry about White Emperor's new phone, worrying that no one will buy it. Then Zhou Yang announced the glass of the White Emperor 1 Pro, a diamond glass screen that comes with drop resistance on top of having 1440 Hz PWM dimming. In order to verify, Zhou Yang put the phone screen down, on the normal standing, and then let go of the phone, which has a meter height. The phone pop sound, fell to the ground and bounced back up. Oh, everyone let out a gasp together. The screen was probably going to turn into a spider's web now. As a result, Zhou Yang picked it up and turned the screen towards everyone, and the crowd once again gasped in unison, only to see the screen is intact. Zhou Yang started the phone. The screen is not leaking liquid or darkline, so actually did not fall. This cell phone screen is really awesome. You should know that this is a concrete floor, and the fact that it didn't break even with a frontal collision is proof of the hardness of this screen. Some people often have accidents. The phone fell to the ground. Not used for a long time. The phone has to change the screen, spend hundreds, and even some curved screen change screen to thousands of dollars, so that the customer's heart broken than the screen. Then by the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, you can greatly improve this situation. A lot of small bumps. You do not have to go to worry about the trouble caused by the broken screen. Now high-end cell phones, also equipped with anti-drop glass, but the price is also quite beautiful. Basically no configuration below 5,000 yuan. Now netizens are guessing the price of the new phone directly on the air. With the Tengue 9200 and the diamond screen, this flagship phone of the White Emperor, it won't go below $4,000. My god, when have you guys ever seen Whitey have an item out over 400? How is 4,000 possible? I blindly guessed 999. This is a price that has been approved by many netizens. Yes, White Emperor is shockingly low price. This time is estimated to be such a top flagship configuration. If you sell 999, then in the future still buy what Apple, buy what Huawei. Everyone is a loyal user of the White Emperor. The thought of 999 yuan can buy other brands of $4,000, $5,000 or $6,000 of configuration. The netizen's heart cannot stop beating wildly. This is too crazy. Hey, you guys are drunk. Sober up. At this time there are netizens who know how to say, White Emperor how cheap. That also has to comply with the objective law. The light of the Skygue 9200 in this piece of fall-resistant OLED. At least $1,000 from the White Emperor's things cheap is not false. That is on the basis of concessions. But MediaTek and the Screen Factory will not be less than a penny. So this cell phone, coupled with other accessories, is bound to be in the more than 1,500. As for the specific how much, on the look at Baidu's conscience. Anyway, this phone sells below 3,000 have cost-effective, or the industry's first cheap flagship. Oh mom, 3,000, that we can't afford. The netizens were defeated. In this day and age, basically everyone who can afford a flagship has bought one, and the rest who can't afford one can only look forward to it. Even at $3,000, it's not yet a price generally acceptable to the general public. Zhou Yang continues to announce the parameters, such as the emergency can make a satellite phone call, and 120W fast charging, 5,000 plus mAh large capacity battery, which allows the phone life can reach the degree of 2 days of charging, and 5 minutes can be charged 60 of the electricity. Even if you forget to charge at night, in the morning, the work of brushing your teeth and washing your face, you can be charged enough to use the day-to-day use of the electricity, which to a certain extent to solve the power anxiety. After that, there are such features as the ability to send and receive Baidu satellite messages, and after being hit, it will automatically alarm for help, all of which are real life-saving features. Buying a Whittier 1 Pro is the equivalent of buying an insurance policy. Suddenly, a reporter interrupted Zhou Yang. Wait a minute, Mr. Zhou Yang, your phone seems a bit strange to me. Why don't you see a front camera? Nowadays, whether it's Huawei or Apple, it's either a hole-digging screen or a bang screen. How come there's no hole in your phone? Zhou Yang laughed, then even said sorry. This he really forgot to introduce, because the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone is the under-screen camera. A complete farewell to the bang screen looks good or dig hole screen looks good debate. This time the front camera are hidden, beautiful at the same time, but also can be convenient to treat some obsessive-compulsive disorder patients. Holy shit, it's actually an off-screen camera. Reporters and viewers tuning into the livestream were shocked because there just isn't a flagship phone out there right now that comes with an under-screen camera feature. The whole piece of screen, without blemishes, is a return to the beauty of the phone. Now no one will be mocking the Whittier 1 Pro for being a straight screen, which is really more aesthetically pleasing with an under-screen camera as opposed to a curved screen that's more ornamental than practical. People would rather have a flat screen with no cutouts than a curved one with cutouts. This one improvement alone has made the White Emperor flagship's heat rise rapidly, and journalists are already frantically writing underneath to take this explosive news and release it quickly. as the White Emperor 1 Pro is the first flagship with an underscreen camera in the entire network. As for Zhou Yang's subsequent announcement that the camera comes with a Leica 50-megapixel light variable ultra-high-definition wide-angle lens, it didn't cause much of a ripple anymore, as flagships all have similar camera features. Finally, there are some unique features of the Xiannu operating system, previously limited to the performance of the White Emperor 1 phone. Xiannu's many features were not fully released, but now on the flagship, it's all firepower. With the top configuration of by D1 Pro, the Xiannu system is equipped with voice AI assistant Xiaodi. As long as you call out Xiaodi Xiaodi, you can start the intelligent assistant, guiding the user to complete a series of operations and questions, analogous to Xiao AI classmates and Xiaoi. There are also various modes added to the system. There are working mode, parental mode, pure mode, power saving mode and so on. There is always one for the customer. Finally, others such as face unlock, dual card dual standby, super night view, micro view mode and other conventional features. Zhou Yang just a word over. This is all standard. Nothing to say. Seeing such a luxurious, not lose friends configuration, everyone's curiosity was brought to the top. They all want to know how much such an innovative and top configuration of the flagship phone to sell. Other netizens are already looking numb. They like the White Emperor 1 Pro phone too much. As long as it doesn't go over 3,000, it's a good deal to buy it. I said a number. Zhou Yang looked at the eagerly awaiting reporters on the stage, so he smiled slightly, decided not to tease everyone anymore, and said directly, White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, with a standard configuration of 8 plus 256G, priced from 1999 yuan. Wow! After this, the reporters on stage were all shocked and let out gasps. Chapter 76, I've made you my friend. The moment Zhou Yang announced the price of his flagship phone, pop-ups flew all over the live broadcast room. Whitey drifted off and actually came out with a 4-figure item, without the first heart. It's no longer called the White Emperor. It should be called the Black-Hearted Emperor. Goodbye. I won't see you in the jungle from now on. I don't know if it's a whole job or not, but some of the netizens are criticizing the fact that the White Emperor phone is so expensive that it's not even worth buying. Maybe it's inertia of thinking. Always bought Whiteys under $300. Now I don't want to buy anything in 4 figures. Crap. Do you guys understand? This cell phone smells great. Okay? You look at the flagship models of each family. Most of the configuration is exactly the same. And this also has an underscreen camera. The price is only 1/3 of others. But also what bicycle that is, if it is really like the publicity of so gripping, I must buy. Okay, would have wanted to change a high-end machine, this time with the price of the mid-range machine, to buy the top flagship configuration, or independent system, simply blood money. The netizens who know the business are already cheering. Who said that White Emperor only makes cheap products and is a cottage company? White Emperor this time the power, actually can challenge the high-end. And all of a sudden the price of high-end cell phones, to a waist cut. No, I should say it's a knee chop, chopped from the knee there. After all, others sell 6 or 7,000 years of cell phones. White Emperor only need 1,999 yuan. The netizens are all teasing again. White Emperor came to do charity. Don't look at this price as not cheap, but the product is all about comparing goods. Just look at this configuration. It can't be cheap. Compare the flagships of Apple, Huawei, Samsung. We know that the White Emperor 1 Pro was very conscientious. Netizens can't wait. They want to see a live demo of the White Emperor 1 Pro, so Zhou Yang can hurry up and drop it. Seeing that the pop-ups were so raging, Zhou Yang smiled and said, okay, then let's measure the running score. Then he opened the InRabbit, and the live score reached a staggering 26 million points. The GPU score was raised to 550,000 plus, and the MEM score was also significantly improved. This is the strength of the Tengui's 9200. Realistically, let everyone see the processor really stripped down. The following is still a game test of the reserved program. Play the original God. This time the most obvious comparison. Before the White Emperor 1 phone can only run in low and medium special effects 30 frames per second, and the White Emperor 1 Pro raised eyebrows. Open the highest special effects in 60 frames per second stable operation. Long time play. The Tiangui 9200 has a greater advantage. 9200 power consumption than the previous generation of Tengui's 9000 dropped 41. So Tengui's 9200 long time to play the original God without pressure. After 10 minutes of opening, Zhou Yang with a temperature gun to test the surface temperature of the phone. That is, it is slightly feel some warm feeling, but it is not hot. Whoa! Netizens couldn't help but let out a gasp. This score seems to be lower than the temperature of other Tenguit, and even Snapdragon flagship models, and we all realized that the original White Emperor 1 Pro phone is so capable of dissipating heat. In fact, This is thanks to the excellent design of this cell phone drawings, conducive to heat dissipation, and the need to dissipate heat in the hands of the region, not often take the position, so it is not easy to feel the temperature. And there is also the Xian female self-developed system of the temperature regulation effect. The Xian new system has a variety of features that can significantly reduce the energy consumption of standby applications and optimize the processor call, which allows the processor, which is a major heat generator, to significantly reduce the temperature to a level that is basically not felt. This way, after the performance test, the number of people who wanted to buy it increased. There is also a moderate Lycra camera, fast charging, battery life and other configurations. Also demonstrated battery life because the launch did not have time to measure. It directly gives the laboratory data. Now the heavy users of cell phones, basically 2 or 3 times a day to charge the electricity. It is very annoying. According to the data of the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, basically can be a day a charge, or even 2 days a charge, which has surpassed the other flagships on the market. This kind of endurance degree, only in the original straight-plate Nokia old age body, can be seen. Bull. I'm going to buy it. I love it just for the range. I don't have to carry around a rechargeable battery. Buy D1 Pro phone. This hit the pain point of many people. They are not bad, just there is no long-lasting flagship on the market. This finally filled the gap. There are also those who love the White Emperor 1 Pro's underscreen camera and think it's so aesthetically pleasing that there's finally one to look at amongst the slew of pesky cutouts and bank screens. By the time the conference came to an end, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were already all urging Joe Young to hurry up and release the link. Okay, so this new product launch is over. You can go to the official White Emperor store to place your orders for pre-orders. Our company will officially open retail sales 2 days later at 10 a.m. As soon as Joe Young finished speaking, netizens all opened their mobile shopping apps, picked the software they used most often, found the product page of ByD, and saw the ByD 1 Pro cell phone, the basic model only costing 1,999 yuan. The remaining high-capacity models are 2,599 and 3,299 yuan, are acceptable. After all, the capacity is large, the cost is high, and this increase is much more than Apple and other cell phone conscience. Apple expand double the capacity, not to add a $1,000 or not finished. As for the ByD 1 Pro, the high-capacity markup is only half of other brands, which is enough to see that the ByD 1 Pro is all sticking to the cost of selling and not making money for everyone. In Joe Yang's words at the launch, it's not about making money, let's make friends. You're a friend I'll make. Those who took part in the pre-order have been praising it, and they're just waiting for it to arrive. If the White Emperor 1 Pro is really this awesome, then they've made a profit. With a net savings of $4,000 on a $5,000 to $6,000 high-end phone from another major brand for just under $2,000. Joe Young ended the live broadcast, but the reporters on the scene, one by one, raised their hands and wanted to ask questions. Joe Young reached out and was the first to let Jiang Shuji, who had the best relationship, get up and ask a question. Jiang Shuji asked, "Hello Zhou Yang, I would like to ask, is White Emperor going to completely enter the cell phone market? Will it produce other types of cell phones in the future?" Zhou Yang said, ByD's full name is ByD Electrical Appliance Factory, not ByD Cell Phone Factory, and the next product should not be a cell phone anymore. Our ByD's aim is to build whatever the people need, and never limit ourselves to any single category of products. What the people need, Whitey builds. That's a good one. Jiang Shuji knew what her news headline should be called and happily ended the question. There was also a reporter from a deep-town TV station who was allowed to ask questions. The TV reporter said, "May I ask you why such a high-end configuration of your cell phone, which is comparable to the configuration of flagship products such as Apple and Samsung, is achieved at such a low price? Is the profit of the cell phone too high?" That's a good question. Zhou Yang was just waiting for someone to ask. He smiled next and answered. Chapter 77, Pineapple Boss Hospitalized. Zhou Yang was eloquent in the face of reporters' questions. First of all, let's say the conclusion is that the profit of the cell phone industry is high. Just for example, the industry is aware of the situation. Every Apple phone sold, net profit of more than 1,400 yuan. But that's not all. Cell phone manufacturing costs. There are publicity, logistics, warehousing, franchisee subsidies, research and development and other expenditures, so that every user to buy an Apple phone, in fact, also paid the cell phone manufacturers of the above costs, and we White Emperor cell phone, eliminating the cost of publicity and advertising, because only the online store, but also less construction of directly managed stores, franchises, the cost of less intermediary, the cost of low, the selling price of the natural is also low. Whitey is just taking the cost of unnecessary links and giving it all back to the users. A reporter cannot help but have questions. So that Whitey's approach is right. The people have been benefited. Other enterprises are taking a detour? Seeing the reporters began to talk privately, Zhou Yang continued. Of course it's not that. White Emperor is the best cell phone in the world. Cell phone, this thing is a commodity. As long as it's a commodity, it's all about purchasing on demand. You need Apple, Samsung, Huawei's high-quality supporting services, and you need their internal smooth connection. Then you have to go and buy the big brand's cell phone. If you just want a cheap flagship phone for calls, or office entertainment, then buy White Emperor is right. Zhou Yang then also made a figurative analogy. High-end brand cell phones is equivalent to 5-star restaurants. His consumption is high, but includes services. Customers also enjoy good service and dining environment, while the White Emperor cell phone is like a roadside stalls. Although the conditions are simple, but very little money can make a person eat, so you can't therefore say that the high-end cell phones are all cut leaks. It is mainly to look at the customer's own financial resources and what the pursuit is. Zhou Yang's words were pertinent, and the reporters applauded. If nothing else, these words of Zhou Yang would set off another wave of discussion on the internet. Subsequently, the reporter of Guangzhou Observation, without permission, stood up and asked a question of his own. Your BYD-1 cell phone, the domestic low-end cell phone, has formed the Tarzan pressure top of the trend. The other cell phone brands have temporarily shelved the 1,000 yuan machine category. Pineapple cell phone is launched cheaper cell phone, and the White Emperor to fight against. White Emperor to fight. Then this White Emperor 1 Pro is bound to have a huge impact on the high-end models. So will it destroy the environment of domestic cell phone manufacturers, thus allowing domestic cell phones into the low price war in the internal conflict? Zhou Yan looked at the man and smiled meaningfully. He nonchalantly replied, "You saying this makes me have to doubt your position and perception. The market is fair and balanced. It has always been the survival of the fittest, a big market that never collapses just because of a cheaper commodity. You're discrediting White Emperor and looking down on the other cell phone manufacturers." Zhou Yang does not like this reporter with ulterior motives. He turned his head to others and said, "First of all, the White Emperor's purpose is just to let people can use the cheapest price, with the highest performance of the cell phone. In addition, the other cell phone manufacturers are not a mallet. They are not the only price cuts to fight a price war, a way to cope with the situation. They have a White Emperor is difficult to reach the advantages of the scale of the big manufacturers as long as a portion of the advertising the big manufacturers as long as part of the advertising money invested in research and development. I believe that the cell phone world, there will be more new technology will appear, like when the F4 as epic making innovation. That way, they will have no fear of the White Emperor 1 Pro challenge." When Zhou Yang finished, the reporters whispered and said that this was indeed the case. Today's BYD flagship cell phone, not to destroy the market, more like a catfish effect, forcing many peers to take action. The advertising, please star funds, used to invest in research and development, otherwise not by the BYD rolled to death, that also be eliminated by the market. Zhou Yang went on to say, today's cell phone industry has been a long time no big technological innovation. The release of the new machine speed is a faster than a fast. Zhou Yang also hoped that those manufacturers can focus on R&D above, rather than marketing. His White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone is to friends in the alarm bell. If they even White Emperor 1 Pro cannot beat, then hurry to roll cover to go. Zhou Yang is giving a reminder to all his peers to maintain a sense of crisis, which will benefit the development of the entire cell phone industry. Reporters heard here all shouted good. Zhou Yang's heart is really broad, actually not thinking about their own money, but for the industry as a whole. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zhou Yang brought up a bunch of cell phone packaging boxes from the stage, then said, "All right, everyone, today's launch is here. You all have traveled a long way to come here. I've prepared a small gift. I hope you'll smile. These phones are the official product of the launch. The Whitey 1 Pro phone. This was a cell phone worth $19.99. The participating journalists were surprised, not expecting Zhou Yang to be so generous. They went up to the stage one by one to collect it. Zhou Yang then said, "Before the White Emperor cell phone is officially on sale, please don't release videos of the cell phone's parameters and usage. Well, the rest of us wish you all good luck in your careers, and we'll see you at the next conference." The journalists were all happy as could be, fiddling with their new flagships. As the saying goes, the person who takes the favor is short, and when they turn around and put it in the news, of course, they have to put in a good word. In addition, when the next White Emperor conference is held, these journalists will definitely actively come to support the event, and maybe they can also get the new product to use it. In this way, BYD's new conference ended successfully, and not surprisingly, the flagship phone of BYD 1 Pro. It caused a great deal of controversy on the internet. No one expected that BYD would suddenly say goodbye to the label of cottage and cheap and produce high-end cell phones with a 4-digit price tag. Now the customers were shaken. But if we talk about the person who was shocked the most, it was none other than the owner of Pineapple Cellular, who almost didn't take a breath when he saw the news. What? White Emperor's flagship? How come the price is so low? How much of a loss is this? The Pineapple boss had a heart attack. The White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, equivalent to a boring hammer on his heart. Because the White Emperor cell phone this configuration, this price, cheaper than the mid-range machine they are selling, how can they sell their products? If you ask the domestic cell phone manufacturers, that one is most affected by the White Emperor. It is undoubtedly the Pineapple. By D1 normal version of the phone, the perfect sniper Pineapple from 499 yuan to 2000 yuan phone, and by D1 Pro phone, and hang Pineapple 2000 to 3000 yuan price point of the mid-range machine. People ahead of them a big cut of the flagship, are cheaper than their mid-range machine. This is still how to play? The Pineapple Company is afraid of going bankrupt next month if it doesn't transform itself immediately. With the White Emperor phones still on sale anyway, their existing products from Pineapple would be essentially unsellable, and no consumer would be stupid enough to put aside the White Emperor phones in favor of those overpriced, underpowered phones from Pineapple. It's over. This by D must have come to mess with me on purpose. Asshole, asshole. The Pineapple owner suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Chapter 78 Record-breaking debut. Just one day before the White Emperor 1 Pro was launched, Pineapple Mobile conducted a comprehensive clearance campaign, selling all models at half price, and at the same time announcing the transition. As for what industry to turn to, the notice did not say. Anyway, they no longer produce cell phones. In this way, with only 2 cell phones, ID has made a top 5 domestic sales of cell phone manufacturers lost and forced to transform. The other cell phone manufacturers, this time, they all dare not ignore the White Emperor. One by one, they all opened an emergency meeting to discuss the countermeasures. At the same time, they are waiting for the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone to open for sale. They want to buy it to carry out research. Now that the cell phone industry has begun to change under Whitey's influence, it is expected that that site of no new technology appearing for 2 years will soon be broken. 2 days later, at 9:40 a.m., the day of the all-network release of the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone was fast approaching, and many people were picking up their cell phones and waiting for the red buy button to light up. Unlike in the past, most of the people who used to look forward to the products of the White Emperor are some low-income groups such as mountain villages, or migrant workers. However, this time the flagship cell phone launched by the White Emperor for the first time is not the same. The purchase of the urban young people who are working people, and not rich in funds, or some middle-aged men, have long been wanting to change the good cell phone, but have not been able to spare, which will also be able to spend the price of the price of the phone, buy a top flagship phone. The other is no source of income of the student party. They are the most favorite cost-effective products. White Emperor flagship phone is simply tailor-made for them. This time, the main buyers turned out to be the urban population, while the country people, most of them, have already opted for the much cheaper Buy D1 phone, which already meets their daily needs. So very few people will grab the Buy D flagship anymore. At exactly 10 a.m., the sale of the Whittier 1 Pro cell phone started and so many people clicked on the buy link at the same time. The energy of people to buy Whitey's cell phone is horrible as hell. Ding dong, ding dong ding dong, 15000. And with this figure, which has been rising rapidly, it looks like it will definitely break through the 10,000 units sold today, and even punch a little higher. Factory Joe, we did it. Uncle San waved his fists in delight when he saw the achievement. This hair sideburns gray deputy factory director, at the moment fast like a child. Yes, it worked. Zhou Yang just smiled because he knew that his White Emperor 1 Pro phone would definitely work. Not worse than other big factory phones on the market, but cheaper by 1/3. Even he himself, now he is in love with the White Emperor 1 Pro phone before it becomes the main machine for daily use. Not to mention other people. However, the current strength of this sales boom was not only the result of Zhou Yang, but also the common efforts of all the employees of White Emperor. Factory Zhou. With this kind of sales, our inventory of 400,000 units won't last more than a few days. Why don't we see about adding another set of production lines? Son Dis suggested. Zhou Yang shook his head. The current 2 cell phone production lines were enough. Any more would be a waste of resources, because any high-end cell phone produced, at most 1 year to be outdated. Then the White Emperor cell phone production line will be idle, and always produce new cell phones, and not his style. His goal in the super factory system is the same, is to produce more industrial, electronic goods, so that the whole of mankind to benefit. The cycle of people replacing their cell phones is now starting at 2 years on average, so in order not to fall into the same kind of publicity as other cell phone manufacturers, launching a few new cell phones every year in a state of implosion, Zhou Yang does not want to make cell phones again for nearly a year. There are still more novelty product drawings in the system, waiting for him to make them and deliver the gospel to the majority of the people. Therefore, under Zhou Yang's decision, the BYD factory will not add production lines for the time being, and the new factory will be able to fully produce BYD-1 Pro cell phones and a small amount of BYD-1 cell phones, even if it is briefly out of stock. Users will have it if they wait a bit. After all, it doesn't matter if the phone lasts a few more days or a few days later. As for the old factory, it is fully engaged in the production of a variety of products previously available from BYD, which are currently in production 24 hours a day to meet the needs of users. By the time it was 2400 hours in the evening, the day's sales of the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone came out, and it actually reached 62,587 units. This sales, although it is far less than the first day's sales of the new products of the big companies such as Apple, Huawei and so on, it is no longer worse than some second-tier cell phone manufacturers, and even quite a bit stronger. You know, other manufacturers every new product that are ads pull full, hate to let the beautiful product manager skirt to the root of the thigh, in order to attract eyeballs. Their cell phone sales, there are a lot of marketing and water within the BYD-1 Pro, without any advertising and promotion. All the media or users' word of mouth has this sales, which fully demonstrates that the phone has been recognized by the market. The next day was the second day, although it didn't sell as much as the first day, but it also sold more than 50,000 units, and 110,000 units were sold in 2 days, proving that this flagship cell phone designed by Zhou Yang had succeeded in solving people's needs. Soon, the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone in the warehouse was mailed to thousands of households through express delivery. Wanning is a sophomore, and when he was a freshman last year, his working-class parents, in an effort to save money, gave him their old, used cell phone to use. However, this iPhone 6s has completely failed to keep up with the times, are afraid to update the system, for fear of card death, and a lot of big software cannot run. Some simply do not support the version of the system. Storage is also small, usually do not dare to take pictures, for fear that the phone space is full. It can be said that this backward cell phone has seriously affected the life and learning of Wanning. After all, many scenes now have to use the cell phone scanning code. He pulled out his cell phone to tune out the scanning code, are a few beats slower than others, but also by a lot of classmates' ridicule, and as a guy with normal needs, he also desires to have a school love affair, but he just met a female classmate, and when others saw the SIXS phone he was using, they all stopped following. Indeed, in general, because there is no income yet, the cell phone used by a student represents his family situation, and Manning with SIXS phone is certainly no match for those boys with Huawei's Porsche version, which is equivalent to an automatic loss of the right to choose a spouse on campus. However, a few days ago, he inadvertently saw the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, which is super high configuration, not at all worse than Apple, Samsung's big-name phones. He was moved, biting his teeth, intending to eat a few more times of instant noodles, but also with the chanting installments to buy it. The good thing is that the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone is not expensive, so he can afford it even if he bites the bullet. On that very day, his delivery arrived, and Manning picked it up first thing and opened the box in his dorm room. This time, the housemates all gathered around. Wanning finally changed his cell phone. They also want to see, what is this big brand phone? One by one, the eyes of the housemates converged on the unseen box, peering at it curiously. Chapter 79, 1999 and this configuration? The housemates stared at Manning's new cell phone with puzzled faces. Whitey 1 Pro? What brand is that? There are also many people in the student body who don't like to read the news online, so there are many more people who don't know about Whitey. They are familiar with brands like Huawei, Samsung, Apple and Xiaomi. This is Whitey's flagship phone. Wanning didn't have time to explain. He took a small knife and carefully cut open the package, and from the cell phone box, he took out a heavy cell phone, opened the plastic film, then touched the real machine of the White Emperor 1 Pro. The texture, just like the classmates spent thousands of dollars to buy a cell phone, far from the elimination of the Apple 6s can be compared. Ouch, that looks good. The students' eyes lit up and they felt that this big screen phone with a metal frame and a glass back panel was quite nice to look at. Indeed, when the BYD-1 Pro phone was designed, it automatically gave up on the female market and made a phone that fits the aesthetics of straight men, stately yet elegant. Poking at the aesthetics of these male college students, we all looked at the accessories first, and the students were shocked to find out that the phone was actually giving away a 120W cell phone fast charger. Crap, cowboy. Actually giving away fast chargers. It won't work. Apple says the phone isn't environmentally friendly. Tell a joke. Apple says environmental protection. Get it? Ha 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 ha. Speaking of which, the entire dormitory erupted in laughter. They didn't forget to flirt with a certain foreign environmental protection manufacturer. And then they urged Wanting to hurry up and turn on the phone. They wanted to see how the phone ran. After Manning turned on the computer, the Logoof the Xianwei system showed up on the screen, which left his housemates stunned. Gen 2? Is that a cell phone brand? Wanting then explained. No, the brand is just called the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, and Xiannu is the White Emperor manufacturer's self-developed cell phone system. A student asked. Self-developed? Is it possible? Domestic also only Huawei can self-develop system. Others are the depth of Android development. This White Emperor has comparable to Google and Huawei's strength? I don't know. Wanting didn't care about this. He only wanted to know this cell phone of his, whether it could reach his needs or not. After entering the activation interface, Wan Ning followed the steps and began to learn the operating habits of Xiannu's cell phone. There are also 2 sets of operating habits thoughtfully prepared here for customers to choose from. If the user was previously using an Android, choose the number 1 operating plan, which is basically the same as Android. If you have previously used an Apple phone, choose operating plan number 2, which will save you the cost of learning as if you were using an Apple. This is a great feature. This time the housemates are interested. Before changing a brand of cell phone, we have to relearn the operating habits. Annoying, and now a key integration. Very smart. Once the networking and other steps were complete, an image of the 9 heavenly creatures like the one on the box popped up on the screen. Hello my master, I'm your intelligent assistant Xiao Xian. If you call me Xiao Xian, I'll appear. You can chat with me, report the weather, navigate, etc. If you need anything, just order me. Try saying, Xiao Xian, dance. This crisp voice, as if conversing with a lively and lovely young girl, a few bloodthirsty lads, their eyes were plastered up, and a roommate in the back directly shouted, Xiao Xian, dance. Yes, sir. Then the 9 heavenly creatures began to dance on the screen, with silky smooth animation that made a few housemates cry out in delight. And this performance seems to be very different from other phones. The housemate who is still using the Apple 13 phone has never seen such a rich interactive scene. It's so much better than his Siri. This 9 heavenly mysteries is a bit interesting. The housemates were interested. Some asked about the weather. Some asked about addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. And Xiao Xian answered them all correctly. Young people like to be weird. And one of the roommates asked, Xiao Xian, what's your circumference? Master, you are so annoying. This is my secret. The 9 heavenly mysteries made a petulant gesture and did not answer positively. Ha ha, this amused the crowd of students out of laughter. The color batch of students again and again ordered, Xiao Xian, quickly take off your clothes. Master, no shibboleths. If you have a need in this area, you can find a girlfriend as soon as possible. Oh, do you need me to help you connect to the Century Jiayuan website? The housemates were stunned, and then burst out laughing. This Xiao Xian is also too funny. It is simply excellent. They like this kind of dainty and soulful voice assistant. It is not much better than Xiao AI's classmates in Xiaoyi. Let's play later. Let's watch the performance first. Manning began to familiarize himself with the system interface, and found that it was very similar to Apple, with some improvements, not just copying, which also avoided infringement. Fed up with the Apple 6s disadvantages of wanting, the first demand is to check the storage capacity, showing that it is 256 GB of storage space. He immediately felt too good. This time there is no pressure to save photos and videos, and favorite games can be downloaded all the time. Then, Wanting downloaded all the software and games he needed, including the King's Glory that he wanted to play the most. His phone used to be very stuck playing it, and then there was not enough space, so he could only endure the pain of deleting it. But now that he had the space, there was no problem. Downloaded a lot of software together, but the device is still running smoothly. Manning began to test the camera, and found that the photos are clear and enough. Waiting to play here, the housemates have noticed that this phone is unusual. Feel that there is not a 4 or 5,000 cannot get down. They asked how much money. $19.99. Manning said, how much? The housemates couldn't believe their ears. $19.99. Less than 2,000. Manning repeated, it can't be. Didn't you say that this is the processor of the Tenji 9200? The configuration is still so high. How can it be so cheap? That's right. Other Tengui's 9200 phones start at 4,000. Why is yours so cheap? In the face of his roommate's questions, Wanting felt a sneer in his heart. In the end, he would choose a cell phone, so that his roommates are envious. He then taught his classmates about Whitey's exploits. This time the housemates were even more shocked. 99 yuan of tablet computers, washing machines, 299 two-wheeled electric car. These prices have never heard of. In this era of more and more expensive electrical equipment, Whitey seems to be a fairy tale. Suddenly, one of the housemates said, I remember. Isn't there quite a lot of people in the next major talking about buying a 288 cell phone, which can be used well, and that's the White Emperor's cell phone? Manning nodded. Yes, that's also a White Emperor's phone. It's their basic model. While I bought their new flagship phone, this configuration, this price, it's simply unbeatable. Okay? Can't be, right? Apple Huawei, those phones are 5 or 6,000. White Emperor is not false advertising. You hurry to play a game to try. It just so happened that the King's Honor was downloaded, and Manning clicked on the original God game that everyone wanted to test, then opened the King's Honor while downloading it. The game began. Looking at the operation of Manning, the game frame rate is very high, the picture is smooth and smooth, cannot pick faults, and this is still the case while downloading while playing, for the configuration of the requirements are very high. The general 1 or 2,000 cell phone while downloading while playing will become Kakashi, one after another. The fact that there is no lag on the White Emperor 1 Pro is proof that the configuration is strong enough, but the game of King's Honor really doesn't require much in the way of configuration, so they focused on testing the protogods. Manning then opened protogod, and of course, the picture quality was full high, and there was no lag in fighting the monsters, so it was completely competent for this game. That's awesome. This phone has this configuration for $2,000. The housemates were stunned, and the one with the Apple 13 in his hand felt like his phone didn't smell good anymore. What was the point of spending more than $5,000 on this phone in the first place? If you buy the White Emperor 1 Pro, the performance is still strong, and you can also save $3,000. He immediately felt like a wrongdoer. Words can't be said like that. Wanning said, electronic products are all early to buy, early to enjoy, late to buy to enjoy discounts. You also bought more than a year, and also enjoyed, and this White Emperor is indeed different from other cell phones. You want to change the phone by White Emperor is good. So far did not find any problems. Okay, then I don't use my Xiaomi 9. It's time for a flagship. One of the housemates decided on the spot to buy a Pacti phone as well, and he placed his order online on the spot. Next, Manning played while charging. This 120W fast charging is really powerful. 1 hour to fill up all the power. Waiting for 10 points. He found another surprising thing about the White Emperor 1 Pro, and that was the range. Chapter 80, Middle-aged man's cell phone passing chain. The university where Wanning is located. Management is very strict. At 10 p.m. to cut off the power and lights. So after lights out, everyone is lying in bed on their cell phones. It just so happens that there are no classes tomorrow, so everyone is going to be playing late into the wee hours of the morning. By the time it was past midnight, these students' cell phones were running out of battery one after another, and if they still wanted to play with their cell phones at that time, they had to use rechargeable batteries. But the cord of the rechargeable, which gets in the way of turning over, is very irritating. But Manning's cell phone was the only one still lit up, and it didn't need to be charged. Manning, how much power is left in your cell phone? And 71. Manning said. The roommate exclaimed. Holy shit, you've been playing games all this time. You've been playing games and you still have 71 of electricity? Manning said. Right. When Whitey released the phone, he said the range was so grippy that you could charge it in 2 days even when you saved it for fun. Beefy. Much better than my cell phone. I also spent $4,000 back in the day, and this shit hates charging twice a day. Now each of the roommates very much dislikes their old cell phones and is envious of Manning's new cell phone. The boss of their dormitory, in a fit of excitement, placed an order on the spot and also bought a White Emperor 1 Pro, which will be used as his main machine in the future. Now they were going to have 3 people in a dorm room with the same model of cell phone, a phenomenon that had never happened before. And that's not all. When Wanning started to take his cell phone to class, when students in the same class and the same major saw his cell phone, they all thought it was a 5,000 or 6,000 flagship, and they were all envious. Now Wanning walks on campus. He can pull out his cell phone in a big way. No longer need to be afraid of losing face. And he also used the WeChat shake function and successfully met a lonely junior sister. Now his spare time is not lonely at all. Manning's student days were dramatically changed by the purchase of a Whittier 1 Pro. Far away in Faxia County, Jiangnan Province, there is a takeaway Hejiman. And the state of life in Van Ninh is very different. He came home late at night, tired, and his wife and children had already finished dinner, which was warmed in a pot for him. As a courier boy, Hejiman, although the monthly income of 8 or 9,000, but that is by hard work for income. Every day out early and late is the norm. Every day and a variety of customers to deal with. Physically and mentally exhausted. But for the sake of his wife and children, he had to carry on with the pain, even through gritted teeth. During dinner, my wife was talking about the 2,100 fee for the kids' remedial math class. He Jimin sighed and silently transferred 2,100 to his wife. And he was left with less than 2,200 this month after paying the mortgage, utilities and telephone broadband fees. The life of the average middle-aged man is one of such constraints and hopelessness. Originally, he wanted to save this money, but he now had something he had to spend it on. He Jimin a day to make a lot of phone calls, but now he uses 2 cell phones, but because too broken, too many years, the range of pull crotch, but also do not move to die, has seriously affected his work. Because of the untimely answering of phone calls, he has been complained by customers twice this month, deducted several $100s. Heartbroken. That's why he's replacing the 2 aging cell phones he's currently using. These 2 cell phones, one Coolpix and one Pocophone, are ancient just by their names. However, this is the old cell phone has been broken screen, put elsewhere can only change the stainless steel basin of the cell phone. But still he Jimin 2 new cell phone exchange. Last year, his wife clamored for a new cell phone. He Jimin did not hesitate to buy his wife a Huawei Mate 40. Which cost more than $4,000. Wife will replace the Oppo cell phone. To the mother-in-law with mother-in-law's old Coolpad cell phone. It was he Jimin took over. Finally replaced him with a straight-plate Nokia for many years. As a result, my wife is not used to the Hongmeng system. Not long to yell to change the Apple. But the family really did not have the money at that time, so they had to put up with it for a year. Until the release of Apple 14 this year, his wife yelled for a new cell phone. He Jimin had to buy his wife another Apple 14, and his wife's previous Huawei cell phone. It was given to her father to use. He Jimin and from the old man's hand, took over the waveguide cell phone that he replaced. So according to today's family's cell phone delivery chain, he Jimin has no chance to use the new phone, and his pocket money does not support the purchase of a good cell phone. But nowadays, cell phones have become a necessity for work, so even if it's difficult, you have to buy one. When he discussed this with his wife, she said it was okay to buy a cell phone, but don't ask her for money. He Jimin will have to buy a cell phone with his little pocket money, and can only buy a 2,000 yuan price range of cell phones. But he Jimin in the shopping site to look around. 2,000 yuan will not be able to buy it, can look at the phone. He in addition to the needs of the work, but also want to play games. The current family conditions do not support him to buy additional game consoles. Can only hope that the phone can play games. The current phones at the $2,000 price point are not very well received by gamers, either heating up or lagging. Just then, he Jimin was interested when he overheard a person's comment about the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, which hangs up against cell phones under 5,000 yuan on the market. It turns out that a quick check reveals that the Whittier 1 Pro phone actually performs so well. The key thing is that the price is only $19.99. It's literally made for him. Although he Jimin hadn't heard of BaiDi's name before, there was already a flood of netizens on the internet promoting it, and everyone was in favor of BaiDi's cell phone. So he Jimin followed the good advice and purchased a Whittier 1 Pro online. 2 days after the arrival, he Jimin cannot wait to use on the results of a use to give him too many surprises. The first thing was the storage space, 256 GB of mega storage. He had never used a cell phone with such a large storage in his life. It was simply too comfortable to install whatever software he wanted. Secondly, the BaiD 1 Pro phone has strong performance and runs various games without any pressure, which can perfectly run most of the mobile games on the market. Thirdly, the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone's battery life is super strong. In the case of a person like he Jimin, who uses his cell phone super frequently, it can actually support him to use it for a whole day. Go out in the morning and fill it up. Go home and use it until he goes to bed in the evening, and then connect it to the charger before he goes to bed. And then he can use it for a whole day again on the next day. It's just so comfortable that you don't have to carry around chargers and rechargeables anymore. Even if you forget to charge it at night, you can fill it up halfway in the morning while brushing your teeth, and then plug it in and charge it for a while you're on your lunch break and eat, and then you can fill it up halfway again, which is basically enough for the day. Whitey 1 Pro cell phone. The bullseye. Works great without explanation. That's basically what he Jimin says when he introduces it to his friends and family, that it's the best cell phone he's ever used, bar none. And it was also cheap and didn't cause a lot of stress in your life. So he Jimin posted a buyer's show with hundreds of words and gave a great review. There are many other BaiD cell phone users like Wanning and he Jimin, who were basically pleasantly surprised after their purchase and finally got the phone of their choice. They use it for themselves with pleasure, and then they will be amenable to their friends and family around them. So this has made the reputation of the BaiD 1 Pro cell phone more and more popular. And the sales are also climbing. Now half a month after the opening of the sale, the White Emperor 1 Pro has already wildly sold 300,000 units. And to date, the daily sales are still increasing by 20,000 units per day. This is completely different from other cell phones. With other phones, sales are usually highest on debut, Then there's a downward curve, with lower and lower sales over time. And eventually there may only be a rebound when there's a significant sale. However, the White Emperor 1 Pro phone was a completely different story, selling the most on the first day, but not much less on later days, with very steady sales, mainly because of the publicity effect of the first batch of White Emperor cell phone users. The people around them see the phone so strong and cheap, have the idea of purchasing a machine, basically will buy one. So according to the White Emperor Company personnel prediction, this strong sales momentum at least can last for 1 to 2 months. This has already brought them, the White Emperor Company, a handsome profit. When Zhou Yang got his hands on the financial statement, he was pleasantly surprised by the series of red letters on it. Chapter 81, The Northern Expedition. The code word, White Emperor Electrical Factory. This half of the month's profit, White Emperor 1 Pro alone, brought in more than $27 million. Although each cell phone, the profit is only more than 90 yuan, but cannot afford to sell more. With 300,000 cell phones, it netted more than $20 million. Together with other products, in this half month alone, White Emperor earned close to $40 million of net profit. And all of a sudden, it went from that small and broken factory on the verge of bankruptcy to the big profit and taxpayer who now lives in the model industrial park. And it wasn't just income. Now Zhou Yang's system points had more than 300 points, which could be exchanged for some very good drawings. But he's going to save up and redeem them all together when he has immediate needs. Dang it! At this time someone outside knocked on the door. The office clerk's sister came in, brought him a parcel. Is the same city errand boy sent? Written on the top of the Zhou Yang factory director to receive. My cross-down package? Zhou Yang was puzzled. He hadn't made any online purchases recently. Where did this package come from? However, as soon as he saw that the shipping address was Hong to Electronics, Zhou Yang's mind conjured up the figure of that tall beauty with a supermodel-like figure. Could it be Luscious Yao? He opened the package to see that it was actually a white hairdryer. The look is still very trendy. There is Dyson that fan. There was also a note in the package, which was written in a beautiful script. I am a new product. Please try it on factory director Zhou Yang. The signature at the end of the note was Lu Xiao. This woman has some fun, actually sending me samples. Zhou Yang smiled. Since it was someone else's intention, it would be good for him to give it a try. He opened the package and took out the hairdryer, read the manual and knew how to use it. It was just 2 button stops, one for airflow and one for temperature. It was very easy to understand. Then he plugged in and used it, and a strong hot wind came out of the nozzle, and the noise wasn't as loud as a traditional hairdryer, and the volume of this wind was so much bigger than a traditional hairdryer. It was too big. The key is that this is a metal casing that feels slippery and just so much better than the plastic hairdryers that cost tens of dollars. Well, it seems pretty good, and if it's $100 or so, it's not a bad idea to get this hairdryer. Zhou Yang then curiously searched the internet to see how much this minuscule star hairdryer, named after the ancient god of wind, was worth. As a result, Zhou Yang saw that the online store was labeled 999 yuan mixing hairdryer. Holy shit, a hairdryer is so expensive. Zhou Yang just know Dyson expensive. Seems to be more than 3,000 a hairdryer, but he does not understand this field. Did not expect such a small hairdryer. To 999. Are almost able to buy all the whole family bucket of their White Emperor products. Zhou Yang bitterly laughed and shook his head. This would not be something that straight men like him use. And the $50 hairdryer at home has been used for a few years, and it is very good. So he does not have the heart to spend 999 yuan to buy a hairdryer. It's not that I can't afford it. I just don't see the need for it. It's all about spending habits. A man can spend 3,000 plus on a PS5, but he's not willing to spend 999 on a hairdryer. And the style of this Minnesota hairdryer, at first glance, is for the ladies to create, and only women will be keen on blow drying their own hair. A lot of men's hair is naturally air drying, with a hairdryer or not much. So, this hairdryer, destined this is a niche product for women, and Whitey's business philosophy is contrary. Zhou Yang felt that he was a mountain pig who couldn't eat fine chaff, so he didn't need to use such a high-end hairdryer, and he turned his hand and gave it to the big sister of the clerk in his office. Factory Zhou. How can this be a good thing? Big sister said with embarrassment. It's fine. It can't be used for nothing. Just turn around and use it for a few days and write me an experience report. Zhou Yang was wanting to know a woman's experience of using a hairdryer, so that in the future, if Lu Xiao came to ask him how he felt about using it, he would be able to reply. And by the way, add a little bit of hairdryer knowledge to his own stockpile, so that maybe he would make a hairdryer in the future as well. Soon, the office director, Big Sister Ma, came to report that she had recently organized manpower and packed out another large factory building for Zhou Yang to go ahead and inspect. Zhou Yang then came to this new plant, and the cell phone plant is almost as spacious, which is spacious and bright, spotless, looking neat. If you don't say that there are benefits to recruiting senior staff, the work is really dedicated. There is no fooling around. Okay, good job. Turn around and give the cleaning staff. I'll send some snacks or drinks. The cost is deducted in the office expenses. Zhou Yang said. Thank you, Factory Chow. Sister Ma was very happy. The workers were working for a natural right, but the boss even treated them to delicious food. And they, the laborers, felt the concern, and naturally rejoiced inwardly. After Big Sister Ma left, Zhou Yang skipped around the empty factory building, while in his heart he was calculating, what is the next new product to be produced? Although the factory is currently in full production of cell phones and other products, there is no extra energy to engage in new products. But Zhou Yang's ambitions can be more than that. He is already letting part-time HR Ma Big Sister continue to recruit people, to be prepared for this new plant. When he redeemed a drawing out and acquired a production line, then the new product would be ready to be produced anytime. While Zhou Yang was thinking about the types of new products, many cell phone manufacturers felt like they were facing an enemy, because the White Emperor 1 Pro, the flagship starting at $1,999 that set the industry precedent, had blindsided many cell phone manufacturers. Since the White Emperor 1 cell phone, the Pineapple Company to the transformation, these cell phone companies have had a consensus. That is, in the face of the White Emperor, must not be hard, otherwise the Pineapple Company is their downfall. Although the big manufacturers like Huawei, Xiaomi, Oppo, is not so bad that it will all go down in flames at once, but if the profitability of the important products of high-end cell phones are restricted, then their financial report will not look good. So the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, a serious threat to the future of their business, had to come up with a countermeasure. First of all, Huawei is one of the most relaxed companies in the mood, because their R&D strength is strong enough, the volume is large enough, and the cell phone is just one of the industries. The revenue accounted for not high, and Huawei users are very sticky. White Emperor 1 Pro phone, the impact on them is some, but not that high. Huawei's cell phone business head Yu Dazue, after studying it, felt that the White Emperor was an interesting enterprise, and what he cared most about was their self-developed Xin Nu system, which was similar to their Hongmeng system, and there were places where it was better than what Hongmeng had done. Yu Dazue said, "You guys don't need to panic, just develop according to the original plan. I have a feeling that White Emperor isn't very interested in the cell phone business, and they should just do what their factory manager said later on, and not develop any other cell phone products for now." Mr. Yu, what's your reason? The executive of the cell phone business asked in disbelief. Yu Dazue said, "A company that wants to stay in the cell phone industry for a long time will not come up with this kind of unprofitable products. So think about it, if White Emperor comes out with the next cell phone, what should it be like? Better configuration? Lower price? This is not in line with business logic. So I judge that White Emperor will not continue to engage in the cell phone business. White Emperor 1 Pro, with the passage of time, the influence on us will become weaker and weaker. As long as we survive these 2 months' time is good. By the time our new folding phone is also on the market, it won't have much of an impact." LV Dazue's statement gave the other subordinates a peace of mind, and they were relieved to go on with their research. And it's harder for other cell phone companies with less strong research capabilities. They'll have to come up with countermeasures quickly to make it work, or else this year's flagships won't sell again. Since the White Emperor 1 Pro came out of nowhere, their cell phone sales all tendon chopping. Sales plummeted to 1/5 of the previous. Several medium-sized cell phone companies feel that the threat of BYD is very tricky, but they do not have any good way to deal with it. In the face of a strong enemy can only be united. So several corporate bosses met in the capital to study countermeasures. The secret code word for this meeting is Northern Expedition, which means a collective crusade against BYD, the overbearing emperor of the cell phone industry. Chapter 82, You Can't Harm the Flowers of the Motherland. Inside a hotel in the capital, the bosses of several domestic cell phone manufacturers gathered together. They were usually in the conference, addressing each other as friends and businessmen, either explicitly or implicitly making sarcastic disparaging remarks, but today they were united like never before, because they had a common enemy. That is, the White Emperor. The main reason is that the White Emperor is not two martial arts, was not a cell phone company, and only 2 cell phones, but these 2 cell phones are too ruthless. The company of these big men to beat confused. The Whitey 1 phone, which beats all the $1,000 phones, doesn't give a damn about living at all. White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, with a price of $19.99, but reached the configuration of other corporate flagships. The use of the experience is first class, and there are self-developed Xin Nu system, and a variety of innovations, like Huawei, Samsung, Apple. Each has advantages and masterpieces. Can be fearless by D, but these second-rate cell phone manufacturers cannot. Low-end and high-end cell phone products, all the White Emperor mercilessly suppressed, and then do not want to come up with a countermeasure. They have to shut down or change the business. One of the most prestigious bosses of the cell phone circle said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is already very serious, so let's not be polite, let's all talk about countermeasures." Another person then said, "You say that the boss of this by D, that surnamed Zhou, is there something wrong with him? Originally we all sell goods properly to make money. He had to come to smash the stall. He does not make money, but also want to drag us also cannot earn." Hey, you're wrong. By D can make money, even if he earns 50 for one cell phone. I see that there are more than 1 million cell phones sold for both of their models. Right. That's more than $50 million in revenue. Just over $50 million. Cut. Some expressed disdain. They sell phone companies. Just put out a new machine. Can cut a lot of leaks. Each profit is hundreds of millions. Billions of dollars. So do not see this little money. Stop. The prestige boss stopped everyone from spewing and trolling. We're just cursing for a month wouldn't make them any money. So he reminded everyone that it was better to talk about something serious. It took those words to get everyone back to the negotiating table and to think carefully about the response. One said, "Price wars don't work anyway." The pineapple example is a foregone conclusion. Next to someone to pick up, then we will engage in research and development. We set up an alliance between us. Patent sharing. We add up enough to occupy half of the domestic cell phone industry. I do not believe that cannot be dry him a White Emperor, to where there is no less demolition. The man just finished. Someone sneered and retorted, "Hey, R&D, to put it lightly, your R&D can match Huawei, Apple, Samsung, we put the profits or R&D. The cost also went up. The phone sells expensive. That die faster." This person does have a point. The big manufacturers can utilize their technological and financial advantages to engage in research and development. But they second-tier manufacturers cannot take the road of research and development. They are bound to find another way out. It was a dilemma. And no one had any good ideas for a while. Suddenly someone's eyes rolled back and he came up with his usual ploy. Why don't we just find some water army to create rumors about him, and then report him for tax evasion? If that doesn't work, send someone to light a fire in their plant. Look at the idea of this man gloomy look. The other people are far away from him. This is a crime. A bad situation will have to go in. They are rich people. Even if they do not do cell phones, can do other things, cannot be committed. Prestige Big Brother then knocked on the table and said, "Don't bullshit, talk about something serious. The alliance is definitely necessary. In addition to patent sharing, but also information sharing, we do not want to internal friction between us. All staggered time to send out the new machine. Also, we have the advantage that BYD does not have. That is all over the streets of the physical stores. When the physical store to do articles, service better, free film, send a bunch of small gifts that are not worth money. New Year's festivals to engage in promotions, and then more linkage between our manufacturers and so on. I don't believe that the BYD and offline store are not the enterprise, can be defeated. Us down." When the Big Brother said this, the other peers were instantly enlightened. Indeed, they were momentarily blindsided by BYD, but when they thought about it, they did have an advantage as well. As long as they do not internal conflict, do not trip each other, and join forces, the cost will be greatly reduced. And then the selling price of the phone can be lowered, and they also make less money, and strive to limit the White Emperor, not to let him be too arrogant. Forced by the pressure of survival, these manufacturers were forced to join forces and also formed a force that had the capital to fight against Whitey. This has also passively made these cell phone manufacturers improve their product quality and service attitude, and White Emperor has indeed played a catfish effect, forcing these peers to move in a direction that is favorable to consumers. Although cell phone manufacturers in the market now responded, but it does not delay the White Emperor 2 cell phone sales. The main audience of BYD-1 cell phone comes from low-income people such as mountainous areas, rural areas, and migrant workers, while BYD-1 poor mainly faces students, working class, and gamers with low budget. Together, the two phones sold more than 50,000 units a day, which allowed BYD to taste the dividends of the cell phone scene, and his pockets began to have money to purchase a new production line. At this moment, Zhou Yan looked at his 300-plus system points and was overjoyed, shopping for his favorite drawings in the system's exchange interface every day. What would be a good thing to do? Computer? No, the unit price is too high, and the hardware price is inflated. The cost can't be pressed down. The leather-clad guest Lao Huang, this person, can't be dealt with. Make a heater? Neither can I. I don't even use it myself. I can afford to buy a heater, but I can't afford to turn it on. That thing consumes too much energy. It costs tens of dollars a day to turn it on, and it's not a necessity for the people. How about making air conditioners and focusing on the heating function? But air conditioning is obviously the peak season for sales in summer, and it's not appropriate to make it now when sales are dismal. Joe Young sitting in the office and thinking, he thought of these products, basically and heating related, because in the step into the early winter since the temperature plummeted, even located in the absolute south of the deep town, the temperature suddenly dropped to about 10 degrees. Everyone is snapping up heating equipment, so Joe Yang's new products, at the beginning of the consideration of heating appliances. But thinking about it, none of these are quite right, so I'll just have to look at them again. Gulp. Joe Yang's stomach growled at this time, and when he looked at the time, it was already almost 12 o'clock, so it was time to go eat lunch. Joe Young then arrived at the cafeteria of the new factory. The place has been packed out. A master chef has been recruited to cook, and some spouses of factory workers have been recruited to come over as meal-beating ants, and this park cafeteria has been opened. Work in the White Emperor tube meal, eat all free, employees come in buffet, just pick their favorite food. Moreover, under Joe Yang's proposal, the quality of the meal was quite good, with meat and vegetables. It was much more sumptuous than the usual takeout. Joe Young usually ate in the factory, and after he came over to the cafeteria, the employees around him were greeting him. Joe Factory. Hello factory manager. People's hearts are made of flesh. Joe Yang treats these middle-aged and older workers well, and they are all grateful to Joe Young, and the whole factory workers respect him. Hello guys. Joe Young smiled and nodded to the employee before he too came to the window to get his meal. Factory director Joe is here. Have some ribs. When Auntie Rice Beaters saw Joe Young come over, she enthusiastically put a big spoonful of potato stewed pork ribs on his dinner plate. One spoonful wasn't enough, or even another spoonful. Enough is enough. I can't eat. Joe Young hurriedly recovered his dinner plate, otherwise Auntie was about to pour the whole pot of ribs into his bowl. This is also because these ants like Joe Young too much, treating the staff warmly and respectfully. The salary is okay. These 40 to 50-year-old grocery maidens, they all look at him as a junior and like him a lot. Some ants also inquired about Joe Yang's relationship, wanting to introduce their 17 or 18-year-old daughters, who were still in high school, to him as girlfriends. No. Children's task is to learn. Joe Young hurriedly waved his hand and refused. He couldn't scourge the flowers of the motherland. Hey, Joe Factory don't go I also have a niece, graduated from college this year. Looks can be watery. The auntie who beat the meal shouted in the back, and the other employees smiled when they heard it. Their own handsome factory manager was just popular. Joe Young turned back and waved his hand, signaling that he didn't want to find a date just yet, because all men start a business first, then a family. It was hard to get rid of the matchmaking attack of the rice-beating ant, and Joe Yang sat down at an empty table and started eating. As he ate, he stopped by to turn on his Whitey One Pro cell phone to check out the current news. Chapter 83, Temporary Mission, Electric Blanket, Making Foreigners Money. A rich young man divorced. His ex-wife used alimony to support the current one, and the rich young man went to Taiwan overnight to retrieve his mattress. A rich young man got into a fight and paid $2.9 million in damages, and netizens collectively said that they were resistant to beatings and were welcome to come and fight. Joe Yang brushed to the hot news. Are these gossip? Really no eyes. Better watch the international news. Unexplained pneumonia epidemic in rice. States in state of emergency. As a result of the energy crisis, residents in various European countries are having difficulty heating their homes, and many people are burning furniture for the winter. It seems that people abroad are also living in dire straits, and Joe Young feels pain for them. While watching the news, the phone suddenly rang, and it was the rich second-generation Lin Shui calling. Joe Young thought to himself when he answered the phone. Fortunately, the rich second generation he knew was not like the news. This is the proper rich second generation. Hey, brother Lin. What's up? Joe Young knew that Lin Shui wouldn't call him if he was fine. This should be some kind of business. Mr. Joe, do you recognize any manufacturers that have export indicators that can make electric blankets? Lin Shui asked. I don't know, said Joe Yang. There are many manufacturers who make electric blankets. Just ask. Lin Shui sighed. Hey, I've asked. They are all for the domestic market. They don't have electric blanket products that meet the European standard. Joe Yang asked to understand. The original Lin Shui is to be a batch of electric blankets that can be exported to Europe. Combined with the news he just saw, Joe Young realized that the original European energy crisis, resulting in residents' heating difficulties, the urgent need for electric blankets for the winter. But exporting goods is not so easy. You need to pass the local certification standards, otherwise it is illegal goods. And if you are caught selling locally, you will face huge fines and even jail time. Foreign laws, unlike those at home, do not allow certain unscrupulous businessmen to live as well as they do. Do not talk to you. I'm in a hurry. People want to trample 2 million. I have a moment where to get so much to go. There are indicators of electric blanket manufacturers. The order has been scheduled to the new year to go. As the complaining Lin Shuai was about to hang up the phone, Zhou Yang suddenly shouted, "Wait, send me a copy of the specific indicators of the electric blanket you need. I'll take a look." "You're not going to manufacture electric blankets, are you?" Lin Shuai suddenly became interested. He is aware of Zhou Yang's magic, his white emperor. Out of the product one more than one outrageous, one more than one magic. If this is going to be an electric blanket, that is not directly dry into the cabbage price? You send it over first. I'll take a look at it. Zhou Yang said. Okay, but you need to hurry. Orders don't wait, and applying for those certifications can take quite a while. After Lin Shuai finished speaking, he sent over a document to Zhou Yang in no time. Zhou Yang returned to the office, began to check. These electric blankets requirements are relatively simple. Plug in the electricity, can heat it. Of course, more functionality is better, but the price of this request is not too beautiful. Actually only from 2 euros. That is, more than 14 yuan, which is to the death of the price. This kind of price, too, is not impossible to produce. Electric blanket. This kind of nothing technical content of the heater, mainly is the electric wire, wrapped with a layer of fabric. The structure is quite simple. Normally electric blankets are not even cared about in the country. They are sold online, in supermarkets, and even in small stores on the street. The reason why exports are so tight is that demand has skyrocketed because of the low temperatures abroad today in winter, coupled with natural and man-made disasters. But the domestic qualified to do export electric blanket business manufacturers are not many. They have been full production, but still cannot meet the market demand. So Lin Shuai, this kind of magical powers of the second generation of the rich, will be sick and desperate to find manufacturers everywhere. The reason why there are not many manufacturers is because electrical products to be exported to Europe need to pass the CE certification, RoHS certification, ERP certification, WE and other certifications. In order to pass these certifications, you need a higher quality of products and production processes, as well as people who understand the operation of the foreign trade, which has turned away a lot of electric blanket small workshops. Zhou Yang had the intention to produce electric blankets, but with so many certifications, it was impossible to get it done in a short period of time. So he frowned. Ding! Activate the temporary mission to produce electric blankets for foreign residents in deep water, so that foreign residents can feel the magical power of made_in_China and the warmth from the community of human destiny. Zhou Yang suddenly received a task from the system. He was surprised. He didn't expect the system to be so internationalist. However, he then expressed his difficulties to the system. Those certifications were just too difficult to work with. No one in his factory was familiar with how it should work, and Whitey had never been in the export business before. The system replied, "Don't worry, I'll help you with the documents. In the early stage, please produce more than 100,000 qualified electric blankets within 7 days. To produce electric blankets, these certifications are the most difficult place." Since the system helped him solve the difficulties, then Zhou Yang is obliged to do so. He originally also had the intention of making electric blankets. Zhou Yang immediately brought Song De to a meeting and told him that he wanted to do the business of exporting electric blankets. Make electric blankets? The vice factory director Song De was surprised. They used to do all these high-tech products like tablet computers and cell phones. How come they suddenly descended to strike a blow and do low-end electrical appliances like electric blankets? Mainly because the structure of the electric blanket is too simple. It is the heating electric wire, with temperature control switch, and then outside the set of insulation. The technical difficulty, for fear of students who have learned middle school physics, can be manually rubbed out. You go down and set up. I figure we'll need at least 200 employees to make electric blankets. Zhou Yang received the system mission. My mind is made up. He is here to inform Song De and tell him to hurry up and prepare the manpower. Yes. Song De was absolutely obedient to Zhou Yang and immediately went to contact the manpower. As for the production equipment and raw materials, Zhou Yang would personally take care of them. The production of electric blankets does not require high-end equipment, which is readily available on the market. Zhou Yang found the equipment supplier to inquire. The other party then asked him, "Want cheap or expensive?" "I just want equipment that produces a lot and is good to operate," Zhou Yang said. The supplier said, "Then I won't recommend the traditional manual sewing machine equipment to you. I have the new electric blanket automated production line here, including the frame, fabric conveying unit, unwinding and breaking unit, wiring unit, sewing unit and electric blanket output unit. while realizing the automated operation of fabric input, unwinding and breaking, wiring and fabric sewing. It can not only simplify the structure of the equipment and reduce the cost of the equipment, but also be adapted to the production of different specifications of electric blankets, and at the same time, it can minimize the waiting time for each part in the equipment and significantly improve the production efficiency. I want a field day. Joe Young heard that there is also this kind of specialized equipment. Immediately interested, driving his van, went to the other side of the company. At the supplier's company, Joe Young saw the equipment recommended to him. The supplier turned the equipment on and showed Joe Young its production capacity. Some raw materials enter from the inlet. Only a few workers need to watch. To the outlet, there is an electric blanket semi-finished products produced. When the time comes to weld on the safety controls and test them, they are ready to be packaged and shipped. This is good. Joe Young thinks that this equipment is very good, can significantly reduce labor, and the output is also guaranteed. What is the daily capacity of this equipment? Joe Young asked. There are different sizes, from 1,000 bars a day, to 2,000 or 3,000 bars a day, and the highest is 4,000 bars a day, the dealer said. But the price is also different. The higher the production, the more expensive. The production of 4,000 bars a day equipment actually want 800,000 yuan, and producing 3,000 bars a day is more affordable at $550,000 a set. Those with too low a yield were not considered by Joe Young. Before purchasing them, Joe Young touched these devices with his hands. He wanted to let the super factory system to test the quality of this device. Chapter 84 Procurement of $10 million of equipment. The production facility is qualified and ready for use. The system gave an answer after testing. That way Joe Young could buy with confidence. Electric blankets. This is a seasonal product. If you wait until halfway through the winter, the sales will not be great. So it is just to do business for 2 or 3 months. So it is necessary to produce a large number of products to be able to do. And considering the task given by the system to him to produce 100,000 electric blankets in 7 days, it requires the line to be not only fast in production but also fast in installation. Thinking of this, Joe Young started bargaining. Boss, 3,000 bars a day of equipment for me cheaper. The supplier laughed. We don't have much profit here either. Why don't we give you $1,000 cheaper for 1 unit? Joe Young shook his head and just said that the price of 550,000 units was too expensive. If it was cheaper, he could buy more. The supplier said, if you buy 10 units at once, you can get 120,000 cheaper. Joe Young said, what if I want 40 units? He estimated that this equipment moisture is relatively large, because the electric blanket has a lot of small workshops, are used in the tens of thousands of dollars of equipment, can also be done, that is, the output is a little lower. This equipment 550,000, that is, the integration of a few devices, the price is a little bit inflated. You can cut the price. 40 units. The supplier was shocked. This is a big order. He did not dare to make his own decision. Directly contact the manufacturer. To communicate. The manufacturer also attaches great importance to this. This is the biggest order they have encountered since the establishment of the factory. Immediately a manager from the next city drove over to interview Joe Young. Hello Manager Zhou, I am the manager of Chiang Mai Equipment Company. Jing Yifan, the manager, who was in his 30s, shook Joe Young's hand warmly upon seeing him. The two parties were right there in the dealer's office, negotiating. Joe Young then said, his first batch to 40 units, the follow-up may be additional. So, need to give him a preferential price. This 550,000 price, all of a sudden to more than 20 million. Ask a few electric blanket factory, can afford this kind of factory construction costs. After thinking, Jing Yifan said, if you are sure that you want 40 units, and you want to add more in the future, then I can give you a super favorable price. How about 390,000 units? But at this price, don't go out and advertise. Otherwise we can't make our products. This price confidentiality clause should be written into the purchase contract. Joe Young estimated that this price was about right. Always let people earn a little. Okay, deal. But you have to install and debug all 40 units within 5 days before you can do so. Joe Young said, it can be done. I'll send all the technicians from the factory. To Yifan promised. This negotiation was very smooth. Joe Young began to sign the contract. He purchased 40 sets of automatic electric blanket production line at once, so that the daily output, the highest, can reach 120,000. 1 day to complete the task given by the system. After paying the deposit, Jing Yifan immediately returned to the factory to make the transfer of goods. They also transferred all the equipment that was to be sent to the neighboring provinces to first meet the needs of Zhou Yang, which is a big customer. And those 40 units, not a small amount, totaling $15.6 million, are still risky if the electric blankets don't sell. And Zhou Yang had already placed the order before he even designed the electric blanket. He was confident in the system. Zhou Yang signed the contract, then returned to the company. It was already close to the end of the day. The big sisters in the office all greeted Zhou Yang off work one after another, while Zhou Yang stayed behind to work overtime. Under the lights of the office, he was alone on the computer and opened the system's drawing interface. Search for electric blanket drawings. With a voice command, Zhou Yang opened the drawing categorization interface, which contained dozens of drawings of electric blankets. These drawings come in a variety of styles, and a variety of features, from graphene, to ceramic silk, to those with infrared physical therapy. Zhou Yang knew his needs. He was trying to sell as much money as possible. Of course, he chose electric blankets that were simple in style and easy to produce, so that he could earn more foreign exchange and win big rewards. In the end, Zhou Yang selected a basic electric blanket drawing. This electric blanket drawing retails for 25 points, which is a bargain. Now that Zhou Yang was rich and powerful, he directly redeemed it to his hand. This drawing has two basic electric blanket models, a 2-speed temperature control model, and a 6-speed thermostat model. 2-speed temperature control electric blanket can only adjust the temperature of the medium and high, while 6-speed temperature control model's electric blanket, there are 6 precise temperature control gear, and the appointment of the power on, timed power off and other functions, supplying customers with higher demand. This electric blanket, simple structure, do not even need much modification. The outside of the velvet can be changed at will material. The only thing that can be done is the electric heating wire and controller. Just look for Uncle Lou. This kind of raw material, you can get it for a few cents. The big part of the remaining cost, the fabric on the outside of the electric heater, is not even available at Uncle Lou's place, and needs to be contacted separately. Zhou Yang just sat in the company and started making phone calls, contacting various suppliers. Eventually he settled on several raw material specifications. 2 types of heating wire are used. The basic model uses economical and durable copper wire, while the advanced model with 6-speed temperature control uses nickel-chromium alloy for better performance. Fabrics. In order to facilitate the production, Zhou Yang only intends to use 2 kinds. A cheaper polyester fiber, high grade is the cotton fabric, corresponding to different selling prices. The selling price of these raw materials, and the purchase volume is also related. The supplier then asked Zhou Yang how much he wants. Zhou Yang then estimated the sales of electric blankets. He predicted his own electric blankets, at least 10 million to 15 million sold, according to this into the goods. This was a fairly large purchase. Zhou Yang really got a cheap price. Now with the supplier's quote, he could determine the material varieties so that he could complete the drawing editing. Ding! Electric blanket drawing editing complete. Please name the electric blanket for export. A prompt came from the system, and after considering it, Zhou Yang said, just call it BD. BD is the pinyin acronym for BIDE, with the basic model called BD1 and the 6-speed temperature control called BD2, which is also the trade name BIDE will use abroad. Next, Zhou Yang obtained the drawings of the 2 electric blankets, and then the important thing was costing and pricing. One of the basic models have 2 kinds of fabrics, and 2 kinds of electric heating wire, which use the cheapest electric heating wire and the cheapest fabric combination. The cost of the cheapest one electric blanket is amazing 9 yuan, if sold in the domestic. According to the White Emperor's usual practice, this is certainly 9 yuan 9 electric blanket, absolutely can roll a group of peers. It costs $9, so how much should I sell it for? This is the first export-oriented product of Pak Thai. The selling price must be well considered. Later this represents Pak Thai's international image. Zhou Yang pondered for a while, and suddenly the corner of his mouth turned up. He already had an answer. Chapter 85 Preparing for the opening of overseas shops. Zhou Yang has already determined the pricing of the electric blanket series after thinking about it. The lowest 2-speed temperature control electric blanket. Export goods. Pricing is the euro. Then his cost of 9 yuan of electric blankets. According to Lin Shui reported over the purchase price, a sell 2 euros, but also can make money. However, Europe is a developed region with a high standard of living. Over the years, the publicists have been making a lot of publicity, calling it a paradise and encouraging people to emigrate. Since it's such a rich and wonderful place, it shouldn't hurt much to sell electric blankets at a higher price, right? After all, Whitey has to make money too. White Emperor before selling things cheap. That's because it is to the compatriots. And this time is the export business. although there is a community of human destiny, but these European and American countries, to our China embargo, suppression of enterprises, there is no less force, not moving, but also to take our island a province to say things. These Joe Young from childhood to big can hear a lot. He has long taken a small notebook to remember it, and now the European people are begging for his head. Then the account. It should be properly liquidated. System, is it alright if I set this selling price higher? Joe Yang asked. The system replied, this mission is only to produce electric blankets for the European residents, and it is required to ensure that the sales volume for that year's winter should be above 10 million. As for the selling price, it is not within the scope of the mission's assessment, but friendly reminder, the selling price is too high, which is not conducive to sales. If you fail to complete this task, 100 points will be deducted. The punishment is actually so heavy, that's something to be considered. Joe Young took the calculator in the calculation. The lowest 9 yuan electric blanket, that should be sold how much appropriate? The first thing he's going to do is find out how much electric blankets currently cost on the European market. The system suddenly sent a lot of pictures and news links with sales of electric blankets abroad. The largest foreign online business Amazon, electric blankets are actually priced at 99 euros, or the most basic style. Other good fabric electric blankets, selling price has broken 100, but this is still mostly out of stock, cannot be bought. It is no wonder that the crazy to the domestic demand for goods. The other thing is that some of the video news sent by the system, there are actually news of 1 death and 3 injuries because of the fight for an electric blanket. It's really outrageous. This is because it is difficult to buy electric blankets in Europe. The demand is particularly strong. So the underground black market, electric blankets have become a sought-after goods. But the price is also more and more outrageous. The price is basically more than 100. Or the euro. The money is enough to buy a lot of hamburgers and meat and eggs and milk. So that a lot of foreign families do not want to give up. And therefore in order to achieve electric blankets, and even the bloodshed. No wonder the system also came to release the task. In this state, no more cheap and good electric blankets, and to cause a bigger incident. Since an electric blanket abroad had been sold for more than $100 and still had a price, Joe Young felt that it wasn't too much to ask for just 1/3 of the price. Was it? Joe Young feels that it is more reasonable to sell 35 euros a piece, only to make a small profit of more than $200. Foreign people are so rich, they should be able to afford to buy it, right? If you can't afford it, it's not worthy of being called a developed country. We can't look down on others. After all, we are in Greater China, just a developing country, and we need to make money to build the country. The BD1 double version of the electric blanket, which sells for 40 euros, is not out of the question. As for the higher version of the BD2 electric blanket for a single person, because it is slightly more expensive to build, the cost is going to be 2 euros, and it is not a big problem to sell it for 45 euros. BD2 double version, then a small sale of 50 euros, so only half of the normal price of their online store, already equivalent to 50% off. Cheap to burst. Well, Joe Young felt that this pricing, which was very reasonable, was particularly suitable for export goods. The selling price had just been determined, when the system sent a prompt one after another. The certification of all 4 types of electric blankets has been processed. Please prepare 100,000 electric blankets as soon as possible to open the export trade. I know. Joe Young made an assurance to the system and then called Lin Shuai. Brother Lin, I have electric blankets here that meet EU certification. As soon as Joe Young finished speaking, Lin Shuai's tone changed. Mr. Joe, really? You're too hung up. I'll take all your production. Sell it to me. I'll take it at a high price. Joe Yang said, it's fine if you want the electric blanket, but you have to promise me one condition. What conditions? Just say it. Lin Shuai made a show of washing his ears. I have an electric blanket from Whitey that sells for just a little bit more. How expensive? 35 euros for the basic version. Top of the line. 50 euros. When Joe Yang said these words, Lin Shuai was instantly shocked. These prices were too outrageous. No, Boss Joe. People's offers only start at 2 euros. You're raising it by 10 or 20 times at once. Surely no one will want it. Lin Shuai said. Joe Yang then said, I have checked. Foreign countries now an electric blanket 99 euros is still out of stock. I only sell this highest 50 euros. Is already cheap to home okay? Lin Shuai said, that's the pricing of people's foreign retailers. The factory price of our electric blanket manufacturers. It's just a few euros. The factory price of more than 10 euros of electric blankets. That's all very good fabrics. After all, the domestic manufacturing industry has been the international companies on the spot a cheap labor market. No voice, after all, to rely on other people's orders to live. Now the order of the foreigners is the father of the party. Not only to pick the inspection of goods, but also to pressure the price. People shipped back to the country can buy how much money. They manufacturers cannot care. Forget it then. My White Emperor's electric blanket. The selling price is your own decision. If you can't accept it, then forget it. I'll contact someone else. Zhou Yang does not believe it. These days only allow foreigners to turn around and earn dozens of euros, but not allowed to earn his production plant? It seems that foreign lords have been acting as a bully for too long, and it will take him, Whitey, to teach the foreign vendors a good lesson. Zhou Yang thought about it. The big deal is that he will open a store on Amazon, cross-border e-commerce, or find other big foreign online stores to engage in cooperation, bypassing all the intermediaries, and directly sell 35 euros to 50 euros of electric blankets. Even if this includes the cost of overseas logistics, that is also making too much money, higher than the profit margins of the White Emperor's previous products. After all, it is a product sold to the developed countries. The selling price is low for fear that they will not be able to face. Ugh, wait, you're not going to play for real, are you? Lin Shuai was shocked at how Zhou Yang didn't follow the rules. Of course it's true. I'm already planning to open a store on Amazon. Zhou Yang said. I'll be damned. You're a real. Lin Shuai was also shocked by Zhou Yang's conviction, and after hesitating for a moment, he said that he would give him some time and he would go and communicate with the foreign client. He was also just a middleman for this order. Good point. I'm in the process of acquiring the equipment. You still have at least 10 days to negotiate. Zhou Yang said. Okay. Lin Shuai then hung up the phone. It was a little late now, but Zhou Yang hadn't rested yet. He was working overtime to make the White Emperor electric blanket production process, the operation specification. After all, no one in their factory had ever produced this kind of product. Zhou Yang still downloaded an operating procedure in the system and modified it before sending it out. By the afternoon of the turn of the day, the first delivery trucks from the equipment manufacturers arrived at the Whittier plant to begin loading and unloading, accompanied by their technicians who come to the site to debug the equipment and train the workers how to operate it. Zhou Yang asked them to install a piece of equipment first, and then all these newly recruited workers followed the manufacturer's technicians to learn and familiarize themselves with the operation process, striving to wait for all the equipment to be installed, so that they could start production immediately. The next thing you know, the Whittier factory is buzzing with a constant stream of trucks and workers. It's a race to the finish. Every day and every hour is critical. At the same time, Zhou Yang had another important job, which was to open a store on Amazon, so that in case Lin Shuai's side couldn't talk about it, he wouldn't be too passive and have goods that he couldn't sell. However, cross-border e-commerce can be difficult to do. You need to apply, but also need a freight forwarder, and cross-border logistics. Very troublesome. It's not something that can be done anytime soon. Zhou Yang asked someone else to teach him about the specific process of cross-border e-commerce, which immediately gave him a big problem. Chapter 86, Meeting at the Western Restaurant. Zhou Yang learned about the specific operation process of cross-border stores after generating an order. You have to send the goods to an overseas warehouse. When the forwarder receives the goods, he starts to register them in the warehouse, inspect them, reinforce them, pack them and measure and weigh them. Freight forwarder imports recipient information into the system to generate international logistics tracking number. Cross-border seller pays shipping fee. Freight forwarder starts to arrange shipment. The transaction is considered complete only after the foreign recipient receives the goods and confirms that there is no error. And Zhou Yang is not familiar with the freight forwarder, and do not know which logistics is good, so too wise to do business overseas. It is very easy to encounter fraud, blood money. He heard a lot of such cases, and they send people to Europe to open stores, but also unrealistic. There is no professional talent at hand, which need to understand business, understand foreign languages, understand the rules of trade, but also need to rent office space in the local area. The required investment is even more alarming. Such talent cannot be found for a while. So cross-border e-commerce has a certain threshold, unlike in China, where you can just apply to open a store. As for the people Zhou Yang knew, Lin Shuai seemed to have some access, but he was contacting the electric blanket matter, so looking for him definitely wouldn't work. Then no one in the remaining human acquaintances understands cross-border e-commerce. So within the unfamiliar, are there people who know what they're doing? Zhou Yang began to look through his cell phone address book, hoping to find a suitable person. Is she okay? Zhou Yang suddenly saw the name of a communicator's name and suddenly felt that there was a door. The name Zhou Yang saw in his address book was the owner of Hongtu Electronics, Lu Xiao. Hongtu is a big group. There are overseas business. It is not a problem to open a company overseas, let alone open a store, such a small thing. Ask her, even if she can't help. It's not bad to recommend yourself a few people who know what they are doing. So Zhou Yang called her. Hello Mr. Lu. Zhou Yang was there to beg, so of course he had to be polite. Boss Chow, Are you here to talk to me about the hairdryer experience? Luscious Yao asked. Ah, right. Zhou Yang had forgotten all about it. He had given the hairdryer to his office elder sister who did write a written report on the experience. Zhou Yang stalled on the phone while rummaging through the drawer. His hand felt a piece of paper and he drew it out and was relieved to finally find the experience report. Yes, I do have a bit of experience using it. Next, Zhou Yang referred to his big sister's experience report, along with his thoughts. First of all, this hairdryer is still good. High airflow, adjustable heat, quiet, and internet and AI smart function. Very good product. Zhou Yang praised this hairdryer called Minxing. I don't want to hear compliments. I want to hear flaws. However, Lu Xiao was not an ordinary woman. She didn't like to hear praises and commendations. She was direct and serious. The downside. Zhou Yang began to think of wording. How could he politely state the shortcomings without upsetting the other party? The disadvantages are there. The first disadvantage is that the threshold of getting started is high. You still need to download the app, and you also need to learn various complicated functions. Young people may like to taste the freshness, but some people who are older do not like the products that are difficult to get started. Zhou Yang heard that the other side of the phone didn't get angry. Then he continued. The second disadvantage is that the selling price is too high. Not afraid of the road always joke. 999 yuan selling price I am not willing to buy. My previous hairdryer is $50 on the street to buy. Used for a few years is still working. Is there more? Lu Xiao asked. Listening to her, she didn't sound angry. Thankfully, since this was the case, then Zhou Yang would also go out on a limb and say another drawback. The third disadvantage is that the brand name is a little bit out of the way. That skip word. The people who can accurately pronounce it, I guess not too many, and I guess a lot of people don't understand the meaning of skip, the naming piece. It can still be sculpted a bit. Zhou Yang stopped after saying this. He was on the phone, listening to the other party's reaction. If this little princess of Hongtu got angry, then there would be no way to talk about what he asked. Not bad, very pertinent, and much more honest than my bunch of henchmen. Lu Xiao's tone, which actually sounded satisfied, was out of Zhou Yang's expectation. So do you have a plan to improve it? Because this hairdryer is not selling well. I want to improve it. Lu Xiao said. That, I hadn't thought about. Zhou Yang politely replied that such a large company on the Hongtu side would surely have an improvement program, so he would not show off his skills. You're being deliberately modest, aren't you? Without waiting for Zhou Yang to answer, Lu Xiao asked. You should have something to say on the phone. You say. Zhou Yang was a bit unable to keep up with the other party's rapid turn of thought, and after a pause, he said, Mr. Lu, it's like this. I want to do cross-border e-commerce, and sell my products in the European Union, but I just don't know how to do it. Do you know any talents in this area? I would like to consult. Lu Xiao said, this is a good thing to do. Or how about this? We meet for a meal, and we will talk about it in detail during the meal. When Zhou Yang thought it was good, he agreed, but after all, he was a man, and he still had a request, so he took the initiative and offered that he would treat the guests. So you're okay with me picking the restaurant? No comment, Zhou Yang said. Lu Xiao then said that she wanted to go for Western food at beautiful_time Western restaurant on Hanhai Road. Okay, I'll see you tonight then. Zhou Yang made an appointment with her at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. This time, he was sort of going to beg, and the other party was a rich white woman, so he couldn't afford to dress sloppily. But after rummaging around in his closet, he couldn't find any suitable clothes. These clothes were all bought casually by Zhou Yang. None of them cost more than 200 per unit, and they were either casual models or workwear. It's not that cheap clothes don't look good, it's just that there's no suitable dress for a formal occasion like a Western restaurant. Looks like it's time to get a suit. Zhou Yang felt that wearing a suit to eat Western food is definitely appropriate, and after buying it, he can also wear it when talking business with other customers. So this wave is not a loss. Although nowadays online shopping is developed, but buy clothes or go to the physical store to try on site is better. After Zhou Yang first telephoned to book a place in the Western restaurant, he went to the mall in the afternoon, ready to buy himself a suit. When you go to the mall, man, these branded clothes are so expensive too. Move 1999, 2,999, 5,999, or even tens of thousands of dollars for luxury suits. Zhou Yang looked straight and shook his head, and directly vanished. He is now as a big boss who collects tens of millions of dollars a month. Of course it is not that he can't afford it, but he thinks it's not worth it, spending tens of thousands or even more than $100,000 to buy a suit. And with that kind of money it would be better to keep it to buy one more set of equipment. It had to be said that there was a reason why the super factory system had picked Zhou Yang. Just this spirit of being dedicated to production was worth learning from others. Finally Zhou Yang managed to see a domestic brand in a corner of the mall. Here it is more affordable. The suit is only just over 1,000. Shirt and tie are a few $100. Within his acceptance. So Zhou Yang spent more than $3,000 and bought a suit. As he was looking in the mirror, the owner of the store was complimenting him in dialect. "You're a handsome young man. Do you have a date?" Zhou Yang said in his heart. "No way. Is this going to introduce me to someone again?" In order to block this boss's wife's idea of a red thread, Zhou Yang directly said that he was already married and had 2 children. Now one could clearly see the disappointment in the eyes of the boss's wife. I have to say, sometimes a well-intentioned lie can eliminate a lot of nonsense. After buying the clothes, Zhou Yang wore them directly on his body, and seeing that it was about time, he drove to the banquet. He came to this Western restaurant whose Chinese name is Beautiful Time and saw that the decoration is very good. Only his Wuling Hongguang, set off by the surrounding high-grade private cars, seems to be a maverick. Zhou Yang, however, did not care and entered the Western restaurant with a big smile. "Hello sir, how many please?" As soon as Zhou Yang entered, a male waiter in a tuxedo came over to ask questions. "I made a reservation this afternoon. My name is Zhou Yang." After he gave his name and number, the waiter took him to a window seat, with a view of the street and a park across the street, and a colorful light show at night. It's a truly enjoyable place to eat. Zhou Yang was then waiting for Lucia when he realized a serious matter and hurriedly asked the system for help. "System, it's my first time to eat Western food. What's the drill?" The super factory system sent a series of ellipses, then prompted that he was a factory system, not a gourmet system, and that Zhou Yang was looking for the wrong system. But when he met his counterpart in the gourmet series, he would definitely introduce him to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was speechless. This system would actually flirt with him. In order not to lose face in a while, he opened his phone Baidu, ready to check the site of the Western dining method. However, at this time the system said, "Although I can't directly teach you the way to eat Western food, but I have a set of advanced equipment here that might inspire you." Then, right on Zhou Yang's retina, the system gave him a projection of a special device, which subdued Zhou Yang on the spot. Chapter 87, a bottom-level suggestion. Western Food Assisted Eating Instrument. This was the special equipment given to Zhou Yang by the system, in which the equipment had a trial function to demonstrate to Zhou Yang the many ways of eating Western food. What shocked Zhou Yang was not the advanced aspect of the system, but the purpose of the device, which was given to some disabled or physically challenged people to assist them in eating Western food. This device has 2 bionic robotic arms that can mimic the shape of a human hand. As long as the Western food is placed in front of him, these 2 robotic arms can simulate a human hand, picking up knives, forks and spoons, and feeding the user. And the dining method is in line with the eating habits of Westerners. In this way, users can eat Western food as usual even if they have limited physical mobility. This machine can only be used for Western food and is obviously designed for foreigners. It was just that Zhou Yang had never seen this kind of machine on the market and wondered where the system had gotten it from. But none of this mattered. Zhou Yang immediately followed the machine's demonstration animation to learn the usage of eating Western food. Sorry for the long wait. Just as Zhou Yang was studying seriously, he heard the sassy girl's voice in his ears. It was Lucia who came, and when she sat down, she also brought a seemingly fragrant breeze. I don't know which kind of perfume she sprayed. It smelled good. Today's Lucia, dressed up quite fashionable. After taking off her jacket, her shawl-length hair spilled over her shoulders. A string of rounded pearl necklace embellished between her white greasy neck. Very dignified and beautiful. She also wore light makeup, and with her red lips, white teeth, and outstanding temperament, she was indeed considered a genuine rich white beauty. Just in time, and I haven't been there long. Zhou Yang greeted her with a smile before handing over the menu and letting her order first. Go on as usual. Lu Xiao didn't look at the menu and said directly to the waiter. Okay, Ms. Lu, the waiter said politely. Then he faced Zhou Yang and waited for him to order. Now the pressure came to Zhou Yang's side. Zhou Yang looked at the names of the dishes that he had not even seen before and got a big headache. The equipment given by the system only taught him how to eat Western food, but did not tell him what to order. So he speculated and pointed directly across the room and said, "Same as her." "Yes, sir, please wait." The waiter politely went down. The corner of Lu Xiao's mouth curled up, as if she had discovered that Zhou Yang was a Western food rookie. Although this was a bit humiliating in front of a beautiful woman, but Zhou Yang's thick skin didn't care, and immediately sat upright, ready to change the topic. "You often come here to eat?" "Ha?" Zhou Yang asked. "Occasionally, come when you want to eat Western food," Lu Xiao said. "I'm not going to lie. It's my first time eating Western food, so don't blame me if I do anything wrong in a while." Zhou Yang felt that since he couldn't hide it, it would be better to just say it and still appear to be honest. Lu Xiao said, It's okay, then you may not be used to eating Western food. Choosing this place is my ill consideration. Next time a different restaurant is fine. There's a next time? Joe Yang was a bit puzzled. The two of them had only met for the second time. How come they had a dinner date again? The waiter then came over to serve the food before ending the awkward conversation between the two. After that, the meal began. Because of the equipment's instructions, Joe Yang did not make a fool of himself, holding a knife and fork, eating moderately. Of course, he didn't come here to enjoy the food, but to ask about cross-border e-commerce. But just as he asked, Lu Xiao said, "It's rude to come up and ask a girl questions. This really puts Joe Yang will not be." Said he went to 9 years of compulsory education, and 3 years of high school and 4 years of college, but also never heard of asking questions to female classmates in polite statement. Meh. Seeing that Joe Yang froze, Lu Xiao let out a soft laugh before saying, "Before I answer you, you have to answer my question first before you can do so." Oh, Joe Yang had an epiphany. The other party couldn't be asking himself how to improve the hairdryer, right? Estimating that this was the case, Joe Yang then said, "I haven't made a hairdryer product. I'm afraid of making a fool of myself when I say it." Lu Xiao liked the fact that Joe Yang was so smart and spoke a little bit. She then said, "It doesn't matter. Let's exchange the answer to one question for the answer to another. It's fair and no one owes anyone anything." Joe Yang liked this approach, and in exchange for the answer he wanted, then he could only offer it. After considering for a while, Joe Yang said, one by one, "The first drawback, for the high threshold of hairdryer, that lower the threshold is, your company can come out with a hairdryer that deletes the advanced features and only retains the most basic structure. Like my old hairdryer will be fine. Just one button, medium wind, high wind, and cold wind. This way a push of the button will be able to use it. Easy to get started, and does not need to learn time." "Well, please continue." Lu Xiao made the gesture of please. Joe Yang went on to say, "With the above method, the second disadvantage is also solved. All deleted advanced features. The selling price must have been reduced. I think it was reduced to 400 to 700 yuan in this range. A lot of people who like to taste the crowd. It should still be ordered." Lu Xiao nodded. Without speaking she stared at Joe Yang, signaling him to continue. Joe Yang continued, "The third drawback is very simple. Just change the name. If you don't want to give up the name of Mingxing, then you can come up with a simple and easy to remember name. Mingxing is a large series of names on it. Anyway, the name of our traditional mythological wind god. It is really more than Dyson, these foreign names. Called loud, more connotative. Not bad. All of these are rather shallow suggestions from you. Are there any top tips?" Lu Xiao asked. Joe Yang looked at the other party a cloudy look. I guess he put forward 3 suggestions. People have long thought of it. It seems that not to say something crushing, this little princess of Hongtu is not expected to recognize. Then Joe Yang will have to say what he really thinks. "I guess you know. My Bai Di do all low-end, cheap things, and your Minstar hairdryer. Take the high-end route. These two routes are absolutely different. High-end things, destined to be scarce, low purchasing volume, rely on a high price per unit to make a profit. However, a hair dryer, and is not a cell phone this kind of just need. How can people pay a high price to buy it?" When Joe Yang said this, he deliberately paused for a moment, and Lu Xiao was really attracted by his topic and leaned forward a few degrees, wanting to get closer to hear it clearly. Joe Yang went on to say, "If you want customers to pay money obediently, then you need to grasp their needs. But if a person already has a hairdryer at home, how can you get him to buy your hairdryer again? That's how you create a demand even if there is no demand. For example, you can make a commercial that says using traditional hairdryers tends to hurt your hair and it's toasted. Then people who love their hair might buy it. Another example is that you can strongly tie your hairdryer to a certain word. It's like diamond marketing. Diamonds last forever. One lasts forever. They tied diamonds and love together. If you want to get married you have to give a girl a diamond ring. Don't you get more diamond sales? You can also tie hairdryer and love together. For example, you can design an advertising slogan. Love your wife. Send him a hairdryer. Originally said here. Lu Xiao revealed a dawning realization. Joe Yang, this suggestion is very good. She is also the little princess of the business group. From childhood, all the ears and eyes are business thinking. Joe Yang reminded after she has understood what to do. It was only that Joe Yang had a word at the end that was not so civilized, which made both of them awkward. The two had been talking at the table in high spirits. This would be slightly awkward as both sat back straight, because there is a saying in the Jianghu. It is called to say that the machine does not say it. Civilized you and me. And now Joe Yang unintentionally said an indecent harmonic, and it is still said to the girls, which makes him very embarrassing. His toes in the shoes can be gouged out of the 3 rooms in one hall, but after all, Lu Xiao had seen the big world, and instantly adjusted her emotions and spoke. Your suggestion is good. I adopt it. Then I should answer your question. Please state what kind of cross-border e-commerce you want to open. Since this was the case, Zhou Yang was not polite and told him about his intention to sell electric blankets across the border. Simple. Lu Xiao smiled faintly, then but pointed to the Western food on the table and said, it will get cold in a while. Eat quickly. Although this did not answer his question, Zhou Yang aided with confidence, because there was no need to speak much between smart people. Lu Xiao would definitely solve this problem for him. The task now is dry rice. Chapter 88, 2 programs. This was Zhou Yang's first time to eat Western food, except for certain strange snails, foie gras and the like. Everything else was okay, and the fruit stomach was enough. Eating later, Zhou Yang found it too troublesome to cut around with a knife and fork, and directly used a fork to tie the steak and put it to his mouth to bite and eat directly. Full of primitive flavor. Lu Xiao then stared at Zhou Yang, as Zhou Yang was the only one in this restaurant who dined like this. Don't be offended. I think it tastes good this way. Zhou Yang chewed the flavorful steak in his mouth and said vaguely. Lu Xiao said, it's all right. This is the true nature. In fact, Western food is just a foreign diet. It is for people to serve, and it is a bit too conformist to follow any rules, and it is most important to eat and eat well for yourself. Zhou Yang nodded approvingly. He found that this rich girl was not as arrogant and spiteful as he had imagined, but very sensible. It seems that the children of rich families are not all dudes who change their girlfriends frequently, beat up and brawl, and flaunt their wealth and pose, which has something to do with their family's education. When the meal was finished, Zhou Yang called the waiter to pay the bill, only to have the waiter say that the meal had already been paid for. When did you pay the bill? Didn't you say I'd treat you? Zhou Yang asked in shock. Lu Xiao said, I have an account here, and all my meals are billed directly. That's different. Zhou Yang shook his head, saying that he was the one to pay for the treat. It was him who paid, so he took out his White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone and asked the waiter to bring the bill, which had to be paid by him. There's really no need, Lu Xiao said. The advice you gave me is valuable, far beyond the cost of this meal. Besides, it's not good to come to my restaurant to eat. It's not good to let you pay for it. Zhou Yang was even more surprised. This is your store? Well, I invested in a joint business with my friend, so you won't have to pay in my place. Lu Xiao smiled wryly. It turned out that when she said the name of the restaurant, she didn't intend to let Zhou Yang pay for it, and she made a dinner date. In fact, she wanted to listen to Zhou Yang's suggestion. After all, the last time she met with Zhou Yang, she felt that this young boss was not simple. When she tried it today, it did, and it benefited her. Not to mention that Lu Xiao, a rich girl, never had the habit of letting others pay for her trips and meals, and this time was no exception. This store is all owned by Lu Xiao. Zhou Yang's wish to give money is dashed, now is to take out a stack of cash. No one will accept it. Let's go. If you don't want to owe me a favor, the next dinner is on you. With that she stood up, grabbed her bag and walked out of the store. Zhou Yang felt that this woman was a bit of a big womanizer and had to have the upper hand in everything. After he followed him out of the store door, Lu Xiao stopped right in front of him and said back, I'll arrange for someone to approach you about overseas trade. Just wait for a moment. With that she pressed the car keys and a red Ferrari Roma flashed by. Lu Xiao then drove away. Zhou Yang also did not stay. Sat on his second-hand Wuling Hongguang, also drove back to his home. The next day, the installation of the equipment in the factory continued and the training was going on at the same time. Soon the first electric blanket production equipment was installed and ready for use. Zhou Yang got a little bit of raw materials from the manufacturer, and first started to produce a few less electric blankets to verify whether his modified operating procedures are standardized. After proving that the code of practice was okay, he worked with his staff to produce Whitey's first electric blanket. Once the ingredients, such as fabrics and electric wires, are fed into the machine's feeder, they are made through a single process. When it finally comes out, it's a half-finished electric blanket. At this point, the electric blanket, which is still just a blanket, needs to be welded with a safety controller so that it can become a certified electric blanket. Here Zhou Yang's welding skills will not be able to. By Song De Uncle personally, welded a good, plugged in, really can be hot, and bending is not damaged, pouring water, and does not leak, proving that their experiments were successful. There was a cheer from the factory. That way they can start production as soon as the raw materials and equipment arrive. Another day later, many more units arrived and the raw materials were coming in, so work could begin soon. That afternoon, an acquaintance came to the factory to look for Zhou Yang, and it was Wang Tao, whom he had met in Hongtu Electronics. Good day, Factory Director Zhou. I've been assigned by Mr. Lu to negotiate with you about overseas business. Wang Tao was really sent by Lu Xiao, who warmly greeted him, and the two of them discussed specific matters in the office. Wang Tao took out a document from his briefcase and said, "This is the list of our Hongtu's offices in European countries. There are 5 in total. If you don't mind, you can use our company's marketing network to sell electric blankets. Now there are 2 types of cooperation. You look at the choice of which one is suitable." Wang Tao then spoke out the cooperation program. The first is the White Emperor as a provider of goods, Hongtu's foreign trade company, the acquisition of electric blankets, sales in European countries, so that the White Emperor, as long as the supply is good, do not have to worry about the follow-up sales matters, the risk of foreign trade company in Hongtu. The second program is the European office of Hongtu, acting as a seller business, to help buy open Amazon.com. The customer bought goods on Amazon. Zhou Yang will be responsible for the delivery of goods to the European countries of the warehouse. Of course, Hongtu cannot do business at a loss. They want to draw a profit, and the middle of the logistics costs and risks to be borne by Zhou Yang. They are equivalent to a seller of goods too. Zhou Yang was thinking after hearing this, and then asked Wang Tao a question. Is this the program proposed by your general manager Lu, or by your foreign trade company? Wang Tao then said, our general manager Lu is rather busy. She gave this to me, and it was me who came up with the proposal. The original Hongtu is responsible for the import and export of foreign trade companies, and Hongtu Electronics are 2 subsidiaries of the Hongtu Group, both of which have been assigned by Chairman Lu to the management of his youngest daughter, Lu CEO, so it is easier to coordinate. Zhou Yang nodded, understanding. Overall, definitely the second option is better. He can take the initiative and sell it for as much as he wants, but with reference to the actual situation, Whitey does not have the relevant foreign trade experience. Even if it is the transportation of goods for export, we have to involve customs clearance, but also requires a foreign language understanding of foreign trade operators, which Whitey do not have, to do a double blind. Moreover, if you only open a store without marketing and advertising, then the wine is also afraid of the deep alley. It is very likely that there are empty electric blankets but not sold, and then after the winter, it will be all for nothing. So to paraphrase an old saying, it's easy to pull the egg with too big a step, and right now Zhou Yang's best option is to choose the first one. As for the retail price starting at 35 euros that he was trying to sell before, that needs to be changed. I'll go with the first option, Zhou Yang said. Next it's time to talk about specific purchase amounts and details. The purchase amount, because this involves the system mission, so it does not matter if he earns less. Completing the system mission is the main focus, but he also has to give the previous suggested retail price, so that macro can just quote, as long as Zhou Yang can accept the range, it can be. Then I understood before. According to the specifications of your 2 kinds of electric blankets in Whitey, we are willing to offer 3 to 6 euros apiece, to make a purchase. Here is the quotation. Wang Tao handed over a document. That's a low price. Zhou Yang returned the quotation. As a reference to his suggested retail price, for a 35 euro BD1 single electric blanket, he wants 10 euros ex works, and for a 50 euro BD2 electric blanket, he wants 18 euros apiece, which is roughly a third of the retail price. After all, Hongtu has to bear the overseas shipping and operating costs, as well as the risk. Then Zhou Yang is willing to give 2/3 of the profit to them. For each electric blanket on its own, a small profit of a few dozen dollars would suffice, which was equal to the profit on Whitey's other merchandise. And there's an advantage to working with Honda in that they're their own countrymen, which is better than earning it for the gringos. Mr. Zhou, isn't your price a bit? Wang Tao's next sentence did not say all. Anyway, in his opinion, the price would be too outrageous. The whole country does not sell such a high electric blanket manufacturers. Zhou Yang said, higher is normal, because this is a rush job. Foreign countries are in urgent need, and that suggested retail price. You can also be adjusted according to the actual sales situation, and finally sell 100 euros. That's also your ability. But, can supply large quantities of the European standard electric blanket manufacturers, in addition to my accident, cannot be too good to find. Zhou Yang said this when he also has the bottom line. Lin Shui, like a rich second generation with access, cannot find the European standard electric blanket source. Hongtu, if you want to earn money from the foreigners, it can only rely on him. If they don't pick themselves, then they may not make a penny in the electric blanket trade. And if they do, then there is room for profit. As a business, the first thing you need to trade up. There is no correspondence. There is no income. Wang Tao will not understand this reasoning. Sure enough, Wang Tao tangled up. He also understood the demand for electric blankets this time. Overseas offices have repeatedly sent emails urging the procurement of electric blankets, but struggling to find manufacturers who can supply. Now it seems that only the White Emperor is willing to supply. It was this price that he could not accept, and Zhou Yang quoted a high price that he had never thought of. Wang Tao considered for a moment and then said that he would have to ask the leader. Then he went out to make a phone call. Chapter 89 Angry Foreigner. Soon Wang Tao came back with the phone. He said Lu always wants to talk to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang took the phone and gave a hello. On the other end of the phone was Lu Xiao, who asked, Zhou Yang, you're asking for a lot of money. Where in the market is this purchase price? Now foreign energy crisis you do not know, right? Now their demand for electric blankets is the most fierce time. After this village has not this store, after all, is just in demand. I sell 10 euros. There are people rush into the goods, you believe it? Because the shipment back to Europe, there are 100 euros to be grabbed, which is how many times the profit. You cannot put your energy or used in the domestic supplier price pressure to go to earn foreign exchange. This is the big picture. Zhou Yang gave Lu Xiao a hard time on the phone. Perhaps their dinner conversation yesterday had worked to make Lu Xiao look at Zhou Yang in a different light, and after a moment of silence, she actually felt that what Zhou Yang had said had some truth to it, and actually agreed to it. Lu Xiao said, then I'll trust you for once, but I'll make a batch of 2 million bars first. If it doesn't sell, there will be no follow-up. Yes, Zhou Yang happily agreed. Lu Xiao then asked Zhou Yang to give the phone to Wang Tao. She then said to Wang Tao, I'll listen to Zhou Yang. Okay, Mr. Lu. Wang Tao got the instructions and was next ready to negotiate the details. However, Wang Tao's side needs to prepare more materials. Today is certainly not able to sign the contract. He went to prepare first. After a few days they have to inspect the goods before formalizing the contract. Zhou Yang nodded. No problem. I am also debugging the production line on my side. I expect a week before a large number of electric blankets can come off the line. The following 2 days, there have been more than 20 sets of equipment debugging. The raw materials are also in place. The staff will be training and production. The number of production is also gradually up, and now can produce thousands of a day. Although the quantity was very small, but given that these workers had all just taken over as well, Zhou Yang allowed them to produce slowly, as long as the quality was guaranteed. The EU side has very strict control over product quality, and after-sales costs are several times higher than at home, so quality must be guaranteed. Subsequently, after QC testing, these white electric blankets, fully compliant with export standards, can be put into the warehouse, waiting for shipment. Now the production of electric blankets is gradually up, and the production skills of the workers are getting more and more skillful, and everything is developing in a good direction. But 2 days later, Lin Shui brought someone to the door. He brought a foreign man with brown hair and blue eyes, in his late 40s, inside the Whittier factory. The gringo was the buyer who acquired the electric blankets and came to the factory to personally inspect and negotiate. Ooh, these products are so ugly. They're an aesthetic disaster. In half Chinese, half foreign Mandarin, this foreigner criticized Whitey's electric blankets, saying they were hard to sell. Zhou Yang expressionless look at the foreigner. This trick he understands. It is no matter what. First criticized a pass. Want to press the price well. Since he understands Chinese, it's good to communicate. When both parties were seated in the office, Zhou Yang looked at the quotes for their purchases. The cheapest electric blanket, the other party offered 2 euros to buy, and other models, also posted his cost price. Zhou Yang looked at Lin Shui and said, didn't Mr. Lin tell you my factory price? This electric blanket that you quoted at 2 euros. I'm selling it here for 35 euros, and 50 euros for the top of the line. Oh my friend, you are making an unreasonable request. You must be crazy. The foreigner rejected the offer on the spot, saying it was the retail price and they wanted the purchase price. Zhou Yang then said, this is your purchase price. Don't think I don't know. You have people grabbing 100 euros abroad. Even if you ship it back to the country, you still have 20 or 30 euros of profit space. No. The foreigner shook his finger and said, there is no way I can grant you this request. You are indeed crazy. Then there's nothing to talk about. Zhou Yang leisurely leaned back on the sofa, not in the least bit anxious. He has seen this foreigner's mind. From the domestic low-priced procurement of electric blankets, go back to be turned to sell at a high price. After all, can be sold for 100 euros. These foreign capitalists will not sell 99 euros. Anyway, Zhou Yang had one thing in mind. He would rather these electric blankets stagnate in sales than sell them to these greedy foreigners to make black money. Anyway, he was already talking to Hongtu, and he wasn't too far behind the foreigners as a customer. You're incomprehensible. The foreigner seemed a little angry, so he got up to greet Lin Shui to leave. Yet Lin Shui reminded him, Mr. Smith, if you leave here, you won't be able to find a manufacturer who can supply for a while. That's right, Whitey is the only manufacturer around Shamptown that can produce European standard electric blankets and still have them in stock. Oh, shit. Smith was so upset that he just had to sit back down at the negotiating table again. Well, I'm willing to add another €1 to your purchase price for a single electric blanket, so you can stop insisting on that childish offer. Smith increased the purchase price, feeling that this had been merciful to the Chinese manufacturers. However, Zhou Yang was unmoved and stood by his opinion of a minimum of €35 apiece. He can give concessions to Hondo because he is a fellow countryman. To this vampire-like foreigner adulterer, then there is no need to be polite. €2, add €2 for each product. That's always okay, right? Smith was a little furious. He had never met such a person as Zhou Yang, actually proposed such an outrageous price. If not really cannot find a manufacturer, he did not want to stay to negotiate. He previously faced the Chinese manufacturers, has always been the level of the master. Other manufacturers have to flatter him. He also find various reasons to pressure the price. The product back to the country made a lot of money. Because of this energy crisis coupled with the cold snap, which made Smith's company smell the business opportunity, and immediately went all out to organize manpower to come to China to order electric blankets. But most of the domestic electric blanket manufacturers are small factories, small workshops mode. Not many qualified to produce European standard electric blanket. So that's see the price of electric blankets in the European Union soared. But they cannot find the source of goods. Then finally, by relying on the newly hooked up Lin Shuai, he found a company called Whitey. But the other party ended up bidding outrageously, making Smith angry. Is this still the same country they call a cheap factory? However, his previous arrogance was all but ineffective with Zhou Yang, who didn't even bother to pay attention to him. €5, add €5 for each electric blanket. That'll do. Smith roared loudly and angrily. In his opinion, this was already an astronomical price offered. He had never given such a high price before. This white emperor's boss should agree, right? Zhou Yang said in a cloudy voice. I'm sorry, your attitude makes me angry. Now the selling price of my electric blanket, the whole line is raised by €10. Love it or not. Because he knew that the other party could not possibly agree to this outrageous price. In fact, it was just to deliberately anger this self-righteous Smith. Oh, sell karma. You're such a vampire. Smith was furious, and when he saw that the talk was not going to work, he just got up and left. Zhou Yang looked at Lin Shuai, who was left behind, and apologized. I'm sorry for causing your gold master to run away. Che, this Guilo is tugging and stingy. I don't want to get involved with him either. If it wasn't for my old man, would I bother with him? Lin Shuai then said, it's better if you're gone. I'm still not serving. Before he left, he said to Zhou Yang, but your price is outrageous. It's on purpose, isn't it? Zhou Yang smiled and nodded his head. He couldn't stand the arrogant attitude of this foreigner and his grandpa. He still thought that they were now the Qing dynasty with pigtails, but this electric blanket business is really good. I want to do it. You give me a bottom. Can you give me a normal point of price? I myself want to pour a batch of to sell over there in Europe. It's a discount if you want it. It starts at €10. That's enough for a friend. Zhou Yan then made the offer to Hongtu. It's always safer to have an extra pin if it works out anyway. €10? That's fine. I'll book a flight out of the country. If it's done, you'll supply me. Lin Shuai said and left in a hurry. Zhou Yang looked at his back and revealed a smile. This rich second generation is still relatively reliable. Did not use his energy in spending his days to change his girlfriend. Actually willing to personally run the business. The future is unlimited. A day later, Wang Tao also came to the company to find Zhou Yang, and he took out the drawn-up contract. Chapter 90 Electric blankets sold overseas. The content of the contract was the previously agreed upon acquisition of 2 export models of Whitey's electric blankets, BD1 and BD2, by Hondo Foreign Trade at prices starting at €10, and the first batch they ordered 2 million strips, and only if they sell well will there be subsequent orders. Zhou Yang fully agreed. After Wang Tao examined 2 kinds of electric blanket samples, also satisfied with the acceptance, the 2 sides happily signed the contract. After the contract is signed, Zhou Yang is going to produce, to 2 million strips, save up to a few containers together to ship by sea, so that the logistics of the most cost-effective. Wang Tao then urged Zhou Yang to hurry up and give birth. We're already in production, so we'll bring you a bunch of samples to go first, and you guys go ahead and market them. Zhou Yan let the workers loaded Wang Tao with hundreds of produced electric blankets, part of which were first mailed to foreign countries for trial sales. Alright, I won't bother. Goodbye Mr. Zhou. Wang Tao shook hands with Zhou Yang and then left. So far, Home to Foreign Trade in Pak Tai launched the first cooperation, but also let Pak Tai's products began to go to the overseas market. Next, Zhou Yang went all out to supervise the production of electric blankets. On the 6th day after the equipment came into the factory, 40 sets of automatic equipment have all been debugged and started production. At the same time, Whitey has also posted recruitment notices for workers over 35 years old in the city to cope with the peak season of the electric blanket process. Workers are now in full swing in the electric blanket workshop. Because they are not yet very skillful, they only produce 70,000 to 80,000 bars a day, far from the limit of the production equipment. In the warehouse, though, more than 100,000 European standard electric blankets have accumulated, completing the system. Super factory system, produce 100,000 electric blankets in 7 days. Fulfill the mission requirements, and a special purchase card will be given. What's this newfangled stuff? Zhou Yang was curious and carefully watched this virtual card that looked like a playing card. Purchase card, any non-military type of raw material can be purchased at normal prices up to a maximum of 100 tons. This card is kind of interesting, but it's not going to be used at the moment. Now that Deep Town is the capital of industry, you can basically get your hands on any raw material. So if you can't use this card for the time being, you'll just save it for now. And there are only a few unconventional situations where it might make sense to use it. Then Whitey began to manufacture electric blankets in large quantities. While the cell phone production line did not stop, Whitey currently sells 2 types of cell phones, and as the days go by, the 2 types of cell phones are sold and gradually pull away from each other. The White Emperor 1 Pro phone, after close to a month of consecutive high sales, is now gradually falling back in sales, and now there are 10,000 to 20,000 units a day. The White Emperor 1 regular version of the phone, on the other hand, has been going strong and has been selling rather more, approaching 100,000 units a day. This is because the 2 phones are consumed by different people. The Buy D1 Pro flagship, priced from $1,999, is bought by people who are generally students, and those who are looking for value for money. This amazing price started to really spark a sales frenzy, with 50,000 to 60,000 units going out the door a day. However, after the sales of the target group, people gradually found some shortcomings of the White Emperor 1 Pro phone, such as the lack of wireless charging function, the lack of product linkage, the style of the straight man, not to the liking of female users, so the sales have fallen back. The White Emperor 1 cell phone is not the same, less than 200 price. The basic functions are complete. The quality is excellent. The potential user group is much larger. It's just that since it hasn't been advertised, you have to rely on word of mouth among users. After White Emperor 1 blossomed in the mountainous areas, and working people, the customers used it well and had a good experience, so they were willing to give it to the people around them. This led to a chain reaction, but the sales are getting higher and higher, and now White Emperor 1 even sells out 100,000 units a day, and most of the users are in mountainous areas, rural areas, and industrial areas of big cities. This is because the area is dominated by low-income groups, who are also the main consumers of Byte 1 cell phones. Zhou Yang also expected this situation. White Emperor 1 Pro is just a product for him to show off his muscles and tell the market that White Emperor is also capable of producing high-end equipment. The product that is really used to popularize and benefit the people is none other than the cheap and good White 1 cell phone. But this also brought about a problem. That is, the production of cell phones in Pak Tai has seriously lagged behind. So when he set up the electric blanket production line, Zhou Yang ordered a brand new set of cell phone production line, which cost more than $8 million. He's got money now, so of course he's going to use the good stuff. If you don't say that brand new things are just powerful, not only is the output high, the failure rate is low, the labor required is also less. Just need more than 100 people. Can make this new equipment 24 hours a day to open. Everyday production of cell phones about 50,000 units. This solves the need for production, although it also does not reach the amount of pre-sale. But the configuration of the White Emperor 1 cell phone, put a few years, will not be out of date. Pre-sale customers wait some days will always be able to buy. In addition, Zhou Yang did not plan to take root in the cell phone industry. So at present, these devices are sufficient. Add more, and maybe idle in the future. Now Byte Mobile has entered a stable production situation with steady market demand, focusing on the production of electric blankets. After accumulating about 10 days of production, there have been 1 million home to foreign trade salesmen, carried out customs clearance and other processes, and then in the form of containers, so that the electric blankets through the sea and the China-European Union train, shipped to the European Union countries, relying on the advertisements made in the early stage, and the excellent operation ability of Home to Foreign Trade Office. This batch of electric blankets triggered a rush once they were on the shelves, and they were snapped up in just one day. These gringos have their heating stopped because of the gas shortage, and people who live in the mountains can still go and cut wood to heat their homes, but people in the cities are only pathetically picking up garbage, or even going to burn their wooden furniture. But the furniture could only be burned for a few days, and when it was done, it still froze at night, and the family was forced to huddle under the covers at night, huddling together to keep warm and fighting the cold with their flesh. In these days of misery and suffering, you can only rely on cheap and less energy-consuming electric blankets to keep you warm. However, those goddamned profit-oriented businessmen actually took advantage of the situation to raise the price. They even inflated the price of electric blankets to more than €100, adding to the woes of already poor foreign families. But at this time, suddenly there is a Chinese name onto business, in the sale of a cheap electric blanket made in China, BD1, and BD2, the price of the cheapest style, only €35. €35, you can keep yourself warm all winter, simply too cost-effective. More importantly, do not have to go to buy those ripping off the sky-high price of electric blankets, only one-third of the price here. You can have an electric blanket, compared to the €100 over there cannot snatch the goods of the situation. This BD electric blankets are simply fragrant, almost no foreign residents can resist this temptation. As a result, the electric blankets, which were shipped to 5 separate European countries, were highly sought after. However, the first batch of only 2 million electric blankets, which were scattered to many countries, still could not meet the demand of users. A large number of foreigners who did not buy electric blankets called the Hongtu office and asked when they could put on the new ones. Such a hot sales, so that the Hongtu foreign trade personnel saw that this electric blanket is really popular. Immediately feedback to the domestic, requesting to ship more electric blankets as soon as possible. The foreigners are anxious crazy, and even some people come to the office outside the street parade. When this news traveled back home, Zhou Yang was both surprised and delighted. Chapter 91, Expansion of Production. 300,000 strips a day. Zhou Yang was shocked that this group of foreigners was so crazy that they would actually block the door. But fortunately they were not old Americans and did not have the habit of buying $0. Zhou Yang is happy that the electric blanket produced by BD is really popular in Europe, and it is not in vain that he invested so much and worked so hard for so long. Mr. Zhou, the overseas department calls several times a day to urge for goods, so please help and hurry up the shipment. Wang Tao of Hongtu, who has been almost living in BD company for the last 2 days, came over to press for goods as soon as he arrived at the point where Zhou Yang went to work. Before the Hongtu Foreign Trade Company, there can be very few goods, can be so popular, simply on the shelves of the second light, in the domestic So Hot scene, or in the Spring Festival ticketing site. BD's electric blankets are cheap and good. The key does not rise in price. In Europe is a hit, and now people abroad are urging goods, so the pressure of supply came to the side of Zhou Yang. In 3 days, the ship must be loaded and departed, or we'll have to wait for next week's ship, and those foreigners who can't buy electric blankets will have to tear down our office. Wang Tao relied on Zhou Yang's office and did not leave, adopting the trick of grinding the word, not to give him the goods. He is going to live here. Zhou Yang was also amused by his lazy behavior. He had saved hundreds of thousands of electric blankets in the past few days and was able to turn in a little. Hearing that a few containers could be put together, Wang Tao was content to leave. Although the partners were satisfied, Zhou Yang realized a serious problem. Europe can have more than 700 million people. Even if a few dozen% to buy their electric blankets, there are tens of millions of demand. Relying on their production of 100,000 or so a day, simply cannot meet. Foreign analysts have predicted that the demand for electric blankets in Europe this winter will be at least 40 million. If that's true, then when it drags on until the end of winter, Whitey won't be able to produce these electric blankets to meet the demand. This time the demand was so fierce that it wasn't something he could satisfy with hundreds of thousands of electric blankets. As a White Emperor product that has been touted many times for its lack of capacity, Zhou Yang has been forward-looking. He can't wait for the workshop to produce slowly. He must continue to expand production. Zhou Yang immediately asked Songde to recruit labor again. At the same time continue to purchase equipment. This time he purchased more, and to daily output is 4,000 pieces of equipment. Because he already had a good cooperation with the equipment manufacturer before, Zhou Yang still asked for a very favorable price of only 450,000 units. In this way, he purchased 60 sets of the highest equipped electric blanket production equipment at one time, so that the output of one day can be 240,000 more. Together with the previous 120,000, the output of one day is around 300,000. In 3 days or so, it can break 1 million. In 10 days, it will be 3 million, which is an absolutely horrible figure. and it will be close to 10 million in a month, and it is estimated that in 2 months, it can satisfy the demand of the Europeans for electric blankets, but the investment was also huge, with equipment purchases costing 27 million renminbi, but Zhou Yang is confident that he will earn back the money for the equipment. Moreover, these equipments are not waiting for the season, they have to stop production. This part of the flagship model equipment can also be modified to produce other fabric types of equipment. Anyway, it will not be idle in the future. You can produce some of the gloves of the electric car, the car cover, but also for the supporting appliances to produce giveaways, such as towels, handkerchiefs, and so on. This makes it a multi-purpose machine and an early investment. This time, adding up to a total of 100 units of production equipment. A large workshop could not yet be placed, so the newly recruited workers packed up another empty workshop to place the new equipment. Not to say that the factory is big is good. If it is still in the original old factory, then the light plant this item, it will be difficult to defeat people. And now it's simple. Just need the new employees to come over to clean up and clean out a plant. Within a few days can be put into production and start working. And this time, there are already skilled workers in the production of electric blankets, using the model of old with new. Within a few days, more than 300 workers recruited, quickly adapted to the environment. Now the new Baidi factory, together with the old one, has more than 900 employees, and it has become a medium to large-scale production enterprise. Don't look at the number of people recruited this time, but with 3 shifts, the number of people divided by 3, there are only 100 or so people on duty in each shift in the new workshop, and they have to take care of 60 new production equipment, which is still very busy. This way everyone can't touch the fish. They have to keep busy. The physical work is not heavy, but still mentally tense, so the work is not easy. But Zhou Yang's sympathetic staff, wages to the full. He cannot just give the user benefits, and ignored their own employees. His staff's wages are also nearby electronics factory counterparts, located in the upper middle level. As for why it is not the most upscale, not because of the generosity of peer factories, but because some factories are implementing 996, 12 hours a day, 2 shifts of work. Of course, the wage is quite a bit more than the White Emperor, such as the 8 hours of double rest. However, because of the high production requirements, Whitey also works on weekends, and the factory employees, who rarely take vacation breaks, also take the initiative to stay and work overtime, because Baidi overtime work is in accordance with the labor law requirements of double wages. Night shift people. There is an additional night shift allowance, and meals are free. Accommodation is also available in the staff dormitory, only to pay the utility bills, coupled with the payment of 5 insurance and 1 gold. There is no scolding and corporal punishment in the factory, which makes the older employees in the factory feel like coming to heaven. In their 10 or 20 years of working life, they have rarely come across a company with such good benefits and consideration for its employees, so they all work hard. In sweatshops, the kind of employee who floats and touches the fish is extremely rare, and most people work as if they were working for their own families, even blaming themselves for doing a bad job on an item. With this kind of super responsibility, it allows Whitey to maintain a fairly high yield rate, almost the top stream in the industry, which invariably reduces the production cost and creates a positive feedback. That is, Zhou Yang treats the older employees well. The older employees empathize and are willing to use their labor and responsibility to return to Baidi, a company with a conscience, and really make the factory their home and achieve a win-win situation. So in a week, in the new factory of White Emperor, there are 60 sets of electric blanket equipment, open full production. A total of 100 sets of automated equipment can produce 300,000 electric blankets a day, and jump to become the top 10 manufacturers of electric blankets in the country. With this kind of production, Whitey has nearly 2 million electric blankets arriving in Europe every week. These electric blankets, upon arrival in Europe, are almost always sold out instantly. It has even given rise to European scalpers. That is, they buy BD electric blankets and then resell them to other people at a markup for profit. However, this is all child's play for the national office, and they quickly put in place a purchase limit of up to 1 electric blanket per person with their identification information, which also minimizes the presence of scalpers. There will be cows that slip through the cracks, but relying on Whitey's powerful production, which can dry up to 10 million electric blankets in a month, leaves no room for scalpers to survive. If the scalpers' markup is too expensive, the big deal for European customers is to wait a few days for a new batch of electric blankets to arrive, and with a little queuing, they can get one. So after more than half a month, a total of millions of BD electric blankets took Europe by storm and became the new favorite of the European people. What people did not expect is that a small electric blanket, to a certain extent, actually changed the way of life of the European people. Chapter 92 won the recognition of people abroad. After the BD electric blankets were sold in Europe, there was a remarkable change in the way people in Europe met and exchanged pleasantries. These blonde, blue-eyed foreigners, meeting each other has gradually changed from "Hi Mr. Bob, how's it going?" to "Hi Mr. Bob, did you get a BD blanket? I got one. Beautiful Mrs. You're, oh, that's so lucky. You must have warm dreams at night. I wouldn't have gotten one. And with my darned husband out of the house on a business trip, I'm especially cold at night by myself. It's like living in the North Pole. Mrs. You can actually come over and stay the night. I wouldn't mind letting you experience the searing heat of a BD electric blanket as well. But of course, it's even more searing on me. Really? That's great. I'll come right after I shower and I'll bring you some bagels I just baked. Wait for you. Boo. Kiss you, a casual flying kiss delivered by Mrs. In this way, the relationship between the foreign neighbors became close with just an electric blanket. After the BD electric blanket was hot, because of the low selling price, it was popular with poor foreign families, who could have a warm blanket for as little as 10 euros. This also largely eased the internal conflicts of the Europeans, so that the old revolutionary area of rare did not break out in demonstrations. The media was quickly informed of the phenomenon and began covering the story. The crew first came to the front of the Hongtu office, where they saw a long shopping line of people coming to buy electric blankets made in China. Hi, this is Mad Culture TV. I'm your cutest presenter Catherine, and today we've come to this macro store to see what a great deal is going on with the electric blanket that's taking our European Union countries by storm. Then Catherine found a male geezer in line and asked him what he was doing here. Of course I'm here to buy a BD electric blanket. Can I still be here to go to the bathroom? Needless to say, the bearded foreign bruiser with a bit of a swan body didn't give pretty Catherine a good look. Don't blame him for being unsympathetic because he's been freezing for a month now. The family is freezing and huddling at night. Not only do they have no gas to use but the price of electricity has gone up and the electricity bill is in the hundreds of euros, leaving them actually in debt this winter. And the kids and the elderly are freezing and catching colds. It's been a bad winter. If someone else had spent a month like this and could still laugh, it would only be a saintly mindset. Catherine was disliked, but she continued to ask with a smile out of professionalism. From what source did you know about the BD electric blanket? 2 of my neighbors around me got them, and they both said it's a great electric blanket that keeps them warm all night, and it's a great invention comparable to air conditioning. Speaking of BD electric blankets, this bearded strong man face finally showed a smile. A moment he is going to have a 2-person temperature-controlled electric blankets, their husband and wife and children. There will be a warm nest. So do you know what country makes this electric blanket? Catherine continued to ask. The bearded man said, it seems to be produced by Cold Kingdom. After all, I have a colleague from Cold Kingdom from Asia. He said that Cold Kingdom is the center of Asia. It can produce any goods in the world. And Sango is also the greatest company in the world. Their Cold Kingdom is vast, and they have the top kimchi cuisine in the world. I think Cold Kingdom must be very great to produce this electric blanket. Ha! Catherine could only offer an awkward, nonchalant smile. She was at a loss for words. Catherine then went to interview a hunched-over crone to ease the cold. Hello ma'am. Are you here to buy a BD electric blanket too? Catherine asked. Yes, the old foreign woman said, except her accent was a little strange. So which size are you going to buy? Do you know anything about this electric blanket? Catherine asked again. The old lady said, of course I understand. My son has already bought me one, and I go to sleep warm every night, but he is freezing. So then I had to come and line up to buy one for my son as well, so that all of us, as a family, can have access to electric blankets. You and your son are really happy. So do you know which country this electric blanket is made in? Of course I know. It's Tavares, China. The old lady's cloudy eyes suddenly revealed a flash of light. She said excitedly, I went to China when I was young. It's a mysterious and beautiful country. Although their people were very poor at that time, everyone had a smile on their face, and I still remember how friendly they were to me. And this time, the manufacturers in their country sold us electric blankets at a very cheap price. And I think this is another expression of their kindness to us. The old lady then turned to the camera lens, waved her fist and said, thank you China. Thank you BD electric blankets. Your old friend Sophia thanks you. Ola. This old lady, who appeared to flick her tongue in her native language when she spoke, turned out to be a person of Soviet descent. So no wonder she had such a friendly impression of China. Then Catherine went on to interview people who had just gotten electric blankets. People who hugged the packages of electric blankets, gave the camera a thumbs up, and happily exclaimed, BD electric blankets. Good, very good. Anyway, the interviews went around and everyone had a good feeling about the BD electric blanket. And some of them felt so great about China for the first time because of it that they equated China with warmth. They praised China's BD enterprises as no less than Prometheus who sent fire to mankind. Catherine found the episode interesting and it was soon aired on television. However, is not yet a media to do so. Within the Eagle, Germany and other countries, there are also corresponding interviews. Anyway, recently the office of Macro and BD electric blanket is completely popular in Europe, become a phenomenal term. Such a big thing. Of course, the domestic media will not let go, so they have been reprinted, and the news has been exported to domestic sales. College student Wan Ning, as usual, was using his recently purchased by D1 Pro cell phone, brushing the short video, when suddenly he found a shocking body news. Shocked, domestic electric blankets were looted abroad. Customers went to block the door overnight to beg for goods. Such news is very attractive. To raise our country's prestige, Wan Ning watched with special interest. He found that the domestic electric blanket called BD was wildly sought after. Half a month sold a total of millions of strips. I go, are domestic companies so fierce? One electric blanket for €120. Then can I buy goods from China and sell electric blankets there? This has brought a shock to Manning. The domestic electric blanket is cheap. Shipped over there are profitable. Of course, he's just thinking about it. Ordinary people don't have access to cross-border trade. Meanwhile, Manning saw, in the video, the BD electric blanket appearance that was bought like crazy. Full English labeling. This business is quite trendy. Wait, why does this logo look a bit familiar? Wanting against the video of the electric blanket trademark, and then in his own cell phone box on the White Emperor of the Chinese character trademark a comparison. The feeling is the same, teacher. The style and color cannot be said to be exactly the same. That is also simply the same. It's just that one is in English and the other is in the Chinese character Pak Tai. He then searched the internet and found the story in a reprint from a local business newspaper in Deep Town. The electric blankets produced by BD Electrical Appliances, which entered the international market, were sold off the market. The reporter who reported the news was named Jiang Shuji, but the news didn't get many hits. After all, now the domestic export business is in full swing. Chinese goods are sold all over the world, like millions of electric blankets. There is nothing unusual. However, Wan Ning seemed to have discovered a new continent. Wasn't this the same company that produced White Emperor's cell phone? How come it suddenly switched to making electric blankets, a product with no technological content? He immediately posted this amazing discovery as an entertainment segment. Unexpectedly, a stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. Relying on the topic of White Emperor's heat, Wan Ning this post quickly topped the hot list. Chapter 93, Giving Back to Domestic Users. Holy shit, why didn't Whitey just make a cell phone and go make some kind of electric blanket? That's just it. Electric blankets can make a few bucks, being a popular product. I read that this export electric blanket, the low version, is only sold abroad for €35. It is someone else's agent. If it is sold in the country, the selling price should be very low. Yeah, why doesn't Whitey sell us electric blankets? Is it discriminating against domestic users? After Manning's hot posting caught fire, online opinions started to run away from him, and they took to Weibo to ask him what was going on with Yang's account. When Zhou Yang saw it, he replied explaining the reason, and said that it was an exported item that could not be sold domestically for contractual reasons. This group of netizens who are familiar with BD all know how fragrant BD products are. Superior quality. The price is so cheap that it is scary. This electric blanket is not cheap to burst. Some people who want to buy electric blankets and can't afford to do so once they check the price of tens or hundreds of dollars. Maybe only Whitey can give them cheap and warm winter nights. We want electric blankets. We want electric blankets too. One by one, netizens swiped under Zhou Yang's account, looking like they really wanted it. Zhou Yang looked at it, also feel difficult, because now the production capacity is limited, while the demand is very strong. White Emperor's export electric blanket, not only to supply Hongtu, but also Lin Shui came to order. He amount is 5 million, which makes the production line of White Emperor, which has already worked overtime production. The production capacity is more and more insufficient. Zhou Yang also did not expect that with 100 units already purchased, the supply would still exceed the demand. Now as the export of the demand cannot meet, Zhou Yang did not think of the domestic market. After all, the country is not a shortage of electric blankets. The streets and alleys have to buy. He did not seriously consider. But now he sees that there is also a demand for electric blankets from domestic users, which gives him a new idea. System, how many rewards do I already have for my current electric blanket quest? Zhou Yang asked. The system replied, more than 270,000 electric blankets have been sold so far, earning about €8 per blanket, and will be rewarded with a silver treasure chest. That much? Zhou Yan was not expected to profit so much, mainly because of the recent busy production and Hongtu side of the money back to have a cycle, currently not all to the account. He knew that money, but did not expect to earn so much. Sure enough, it's still the money of foreigners that's good to earn. It seems that, in the future, when there's a chance, this kind of lucrative export mission needs to be taken up more often. However, now that Zhou Yang wanted to sell electric blankets to domestic users, this would inevitably affect the export production, which would also affect the final reward of this mission. The system next relieved him of his worries. The profit portion of the electric blankets for domestic users will be multiplied by 10 and counted towards the system rewards. I'll go. System, you're too humanized. Zhou Yang stretched out his thumbs in praise, because this system is a nationally developed system. There is a sales bonus in this district. In one sentence, the system took that standpoint and elevated it. Okay, with your word, I'll have a good idea in my mind. Now Zhou Yan was assured that he was going to work for the welfare of the people in the country. And there was a 10x reward at the end, which was too good a deal. Zhou Yang then took to the internet, asking the netizens, do you really want an electric blanket? Of course I want it. The winter in the south is too cold. I, a wolf from the north, ended up freezing into a husky in the south. I'm going to roll myself up in a white emperor electric blanket or I won't be able to resist the magic damage from this side. Originally I bought an electric blanket before, or the most basic model. The result is also $70 or $80. A little better. Are 156. Really do not want to give up. My wife gave me a month of pocket money. Only $20. I can only afford to buy the White Emperor's electric blanket. Yes, there are cheap electric blankets. I spent $22 on the carpet to buy. The result of a few days to use a few days and broke. And burned a big hole in my quilt. Too dangerous. Want to buy cheap and good electric blankets cannot be bought. Rely on you Whitey. My home electric blanket has been used for 5 or 6 years. Our exposed line. Unsafe. Have been wanting to change, do not want to change it. If the White Emperor's electric blanket is still as cheap as the previous product, that's good. This winter my neighborhood heating is not working. The house is only 10 degrees. Not the whole electric blanket cannot be, but a family to 4 electric blankets, and several hundred. Food are out of money. Life is so difficult. Save the child. The child is so cold. I'm a student. Poor. Can't afford another electric blanket. That's not right upstairs, isn't it? Don't students always ask the seller to stuff another $200 in the electric blanket? I'm a student too. I'm not asking for $200. I'll just get 50. Just give me $30 and I'll be satisfied. This group of pretend student parties has actually started to implode. It had to be said that this session of netizens were too good at playing terriers, and one by one, they made Zhou Yang both laugh and helpless. Although in this, the majority of people who played terriers, but also does not exclude people who desperately need the White Emperor's electric blanket. After all, it's almost Chinese New Year and the weather is getting colder. Having an electric blanket will make this winter a much better experience. Okay, I promise you guys, but it's almost Spring Festival. The express delivery is going to stop. I have limited capacity on my side. If you want to use electric blankets before the Spring Festival, come to the White Emperor online store to grab it. Slow hands. Oh, Zhou Yang sparked cheers from netizens after he tweeted the news. There are really too few entrepreneurs who can listen to everyone's opinions like this. They love it so much. Netizens are eagerly waiting for Whitey to post a link to the sale of the new electric blanket. Zhou Yang already has the drawings. In fact, he only needs to produce the lowest matching electric blanket. The trademark will be changed. It's been accounted for before, costing $9 a strip, and that includes the cost of domestic logistics. In fact, other electric blanket manufacturers cannot be done at such a low price, which is also attributed to the power of the super factory system, and a large number of purchases to reduce the cost of raw materials. And there are White Emperor factory workers, a strong sense of ownership, work carefully, defective products rate is low, which also allows the product cost to be further reduced. Of course there is also Zhou Yang purchased a large number of advanced equipment related to the high efficiency of these equipment. Under industrialized production, a minute can produce a good number of semi-finished products out. The production is too simple. So the sum total adds up to an electric blanket that starts at a cost of $9. And there's no one else. With the continuing demand for electric blankets in Europe, Zhou Yang decided to call on most of the factory's production capacity before the Spring Festival to fully produce the domestic version of the Bitey electric blanket. Because we have to rush to ship before the Spring Festival, and the race against time. So Zhou Yang decided to produce only 2 models. A single 1 meter wide electric blanket. The cost of 9 yuan. Zhou Yang thought about it. According to normal pricing standards, then this must be sold for more than 20 yuan to comply with the business model. But Whitey doesn't exist simply to make money, but also to benefit his fellow citizens in general. Anyway, this electric blanket is predicted to be less than a month away from the peak selling season, and he has already made a lot of money in the export version. So this domestic version of the electric blanket, even if it's a New Year's benefit for them, White Emperor, with free shipping, an electric blanket, Whitey's profit is only 90 cents, counting the loss and return and other costs, basically not profitable. But think of the country, there are many people, winter hiding in the cold quilt shivering. Joe Yang cannot control himself, even if it doesn't make money, so what? Without the support of this group of lovely compatriots, the White Emperor wouldn't be here today. Anyway, he made money overseas. As long as there is income, it's not considered a waste of work, so it was a happy decision. And the 2-speed electric blanket for 2 people cost $15, so that it is not very expensive. Basically a box of cigarettes money. You can buy an electric blanket, convenient and affordable. Of course, there's a key to this, because to call on capacity, Hondo and Lin Shuai's side have to get through to each other. 2 brothers, for your next batch of goods, you'll have to wait a few more days. Joe Yang called them separately. No, you can't be like this. You don't know how hot it's selling in Europe right now? Do you think the price is too low? Then I'll add $3 to each electric blanket. Okay? Wang Tao and Lin Shuai of Hongtu, with near identical reactions, both thought that this was Joe Yang's excuse. No, it's not about money. I want to produce electric blankets for domestic users, Joe Yang said. There is no shortage of electric blankets in the country. They are all over the place. You go to sell, surely not export it to make money. What's the point of getting involved in that muddy water? Lin Shuai is very incomprehensible. Joe Yang then said, this is not muddy water. Cannot enjoy the blessings of people abroad. Warm winter, and let the domestic users freeze it. Do not be generous. Where to freeze? We are not this side of the electric blanket rotten street. Cannot freeze, Lin Shuai said. But there isn't an inexpensive electric blanket that the people can buy without stress. Joe Yang found that both Wang Tao and Lin Shuai, they are thinking from a business perspective. The first demand is to make money, and his philosophy is not consistent. So simply do not persuade them. Anyway, this matter is settled. He wants to reduce the supply of foreign countries before the Spring Festival. However, Joe Yang was not a capricious person and still made consolation. Don't worry, I'm continuing to purchase a batch of equipment, and will increase the production by a cut again within a week to ensure your supply. Joe Yang said, I really don't know what you figure. Lin Shuai does not understand, but also can only be so. After all, out of Joe Yang here, they cannot find other suppliers of electric blankets. Joe Yang smiled.